This world has seen the resurgence of spirits, with fierce ghosts roaming about. The college entrance exam has turned into a ghost-catching test. Clearing an A-level ghost domain allows one to attend top-tier universities. Clearing a B-level ghost domain guarantees admission to prestigious universities. Yet, for Linma, who's at the bottom of the school's ranking, getting into even the worst university would be sheer luck. Hence, his teacher specifically reminded him to choose the D-level ghost domain. But Linma went straight for the A-level ghost domain. The teacher exclaimed, "Are you seeking death?" She didn't know that Linma had acquired the emotional collapse system. If he can make someone emotionally collapse, he can increase the number of contracts. In this world dominated by ghost controllers, having contracts with 3 ghosts is considered genius. However, for Linma, with enough emotional collapse points, he can contract countless ghosts. Not long ago, Linma was idly gaming in class. Seeing this, the teacher angrily questioned him. "Linma, what would you do if you encountered a ghost that died from electrocution?" Without thinking, Linma replied, "I'd catch it and use it as a power bank. What a great source of free energy." Holding back her anger, the teacher asked, "What if you meet a red-dressed female ghost?" Upon hearing this, Linma blushed and responded, "Well, for female ghosts, it all depends on their appearance. If they look good, of course, I'd bring them back to warm my bed." Infuriated, the teacher immediately told him to stand in the corner as punishment. Yet, Linma seemed happy, because he had just successfully made the teacher emotionally collapse. The system notified him that the emotional management system was successfully bound. As a reward, he received a beginner's gift package. Not only did he obtain the ultimate skill of emotional collapse contract technique, but he also increased his contract limit by 2 points. Now, he only needs to get a ghost's emotional collapse value to 99% to forcefully make a contract. Thus, during the college entrance exam choice, he decisively chose the A-level ghost domain. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a terrifying hospital of the ghost domain. Accompanying him were the top 5 students from the province. The floating paper figure in front of them is the proctor for this test. The paper figure then introduced the location of the test to them. Vastwave City, a horrifying city where 3 elite ghost controlling groups were wiped out, and every single resident died. Their assessment task is to survive a day within this hospital and make a contract with a ghost. Killing or contracting an evil spirit will earn the MVP title and an extra reward of a green corpse ghost pearl. Just in case, the paper figure also gave each person a teleportation talisman. As the paper figure grinned eerily, the assessment began. While everyone was still trembling with fear, Linma had already walked in with a gleeful smile. "Let's go see the beautiful nurse." Bloodstains were everywhere in the hospital corridors. As Linma rounded a corner, he suddenly stopped, his expression horrified. Everyone panically asked what was wrong with Linma. In terror, Linma shouted, "Ghost! There are ghosts! Bad news! More than 50 of them! Everyone, run!" Instantly, everyone turned tail and ran. However, once outside, they realized Linma was nowhere in sight. Suddenly, laughter echoed. They saw Linma standing on the 2nd floor of the hospital, cheerfully waving at them. The ghost domain briefing mentioned only 20 ghosts. I casually said 50 and you all believed it. Don't any of you think? These words infuriated everyone below. Congratulations to the host for gaining 100 emotional collapse points. Having successfully acquired the points, Linma turned and walked away. As he passed the entrance to the ophthalmology department, the system indicated that there's half of a medium fierce ghost inside. Linma instantly smiled gleefully. "Isn't that a handicapped ghost?" He was about to enter, but was stopped by someone with glasses. "Is this a place for a loser like you?" After a brief thought, Linma spread his arms out. "Please, go ahead, geniuses." Watching them enter, Linma smirked maliciously. As expected, soon, screams emanated from inside. Hanging from the ceiling fan was a huge eyeball, emitting a red glow, staring intently at them. Linma couldn't help but feel relieved. Thank goodness he let those 3 idiots go in first. In a short while, twin ponytails stumbled out, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Linma quickly asked her about the situation inside. Twin ponytails informed him that blood red-eye can trap people in illusions. She had to bite her own tongue to escape. "It's fortunate it was us who went in. If a poor student like you went in, you'd surely be dead by now." Linma chuckled. "I wouldn't be so foolish to go in first. The early bird gets shot, right? Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 emotional collapse points." Watching the trio leave with curses and complaints, Linma began to stealthily explore. Pressing on the wall, the ceiling fan instantly began to spin rapidly. Congratulations to the host for gaining 20 emotional collapse points. Linma closed his eyes in elation. It worked. This ghost is emotionally collapsing. The blood-pupiled ghost atop the fan shouted, "Hey, kid, turn off the fan now, or else." Before it could finish, a rainbow floated out from the ghost's mouth. Linma exclaimed, "Did I just make a ghost vomit?" Seeing the blood-pupiled ghost's emotional collapse value reach 88%, Linma decided to give it a final push. "Bro ghost, let's make a deal. You let me contract with you, and I'll turn off the fan. How's that? You dare to threaten me, little brat? I'm not scared. Before it could finish, the ghost began to vomit again. Fine, just turn off the fan. But my eyes are so dry from all that wind. Fetch the eye drops from the cabinet first. Lin Ma looked at the eye drops and the super glue in the cabinet, and smirked. No problem. He tore off the label from the super glue and tossed it over. The blood-pupiled ghost, while pretending to be grateful, applied it. Soon, it felt something was wrong. Damn it, why can't I open my eyes? Lin Ma nonchalantly said, maybe the eye drops expired. The blood-pupiled ghost immediately burst into curses. You bastard, I can't believe I fell for your sneaky trick. Congratulations to the host for gaining 50 emotional collapse points. Detecting the blood-pupiled ghost's emotional collapse value reaching 99%, you can choose to forcibly contract. Without a second thought, Lin Ma proceeded. At that moment, the system's voice echoed in blood-pupiled ghost's mind. Miss Blood-pupiled Ghost, do you wish to entrust your life to Mr. Lin Ma? I'm male. I do not agree. Screw you. Miss Blood-pupiled Ghost agrees. Contracting in progress. Blood-pupiled Ghost's mentality shattered. When did I ever agree? Damn it. Contract completed. Crippled Ghost integration beginning. The blood-pupiled ghost transformed into a cloud of bloody mist, rushing towards Lin Ma's right eye. Lin Ma instantly felt a burning sensation in his eye. Integration complete. Now, with the forcefully integrated blood-pupiled ghost, Lin Ma looked into a mirror at his own blood-red eye. He had a sense of deja vu, reminiscent of Kakashi. Lin Ma then began to check the attributes of the blood-pupiled ghost. Level: Intermediate Fierce Ghost. To his surprise, its loyalty was only at 3%. Lin Ma was speechless. Bro Ghost, your loyalty is kinda low. Ha! Hearing this, the blood-pupiled ghost roared in his mind. You forcibly contracted me. Why would I have any loyalty to you? I want freedom. Subsequently, the loyalty meter plummeted straight down to 1%. At that moment, the system alerted Lin Ma again. Consume 200 emotional collapse points to exchange for the first skill of any ghost. Without hesitation, Lin Ma made the exchange. Congratulations on acquiring the skill. Pupil Technique, Blood Prison Illusion. When an enemy directly looks into the blood pupil, they can be trapped in the illusion of the blood prison, movement restricted, and continuously lose health. Having regained this skill, the blood-pupiled ghost smirked. Not bad, kid. I underestimated you. Loyalty increased by 9%, remaining 10%. Lin Ma quickly headed to the hallway, eager to test his newly acquired ability. He discovered that he not only had night vision, but also a broader field of view. He couldn't help but exclaim, I really hit the jackpot this time. Meanwhile, on the other side, the top students were struggling against the attacks of the ghoul. Just when it seemed they were about to meet their end under the ghoul's claws, the sly-eyed man suggested, why not lead the ghoul to Lin Ma? This way, we can escape. This malicious idea was immediately agreed upon by Twin Ponytails. He would be useful as a meat shield, contributing something to humanity at least. Right at that moment, Lin Ma, completely unaware of their plan, appeared. Without saying a word, the group ran towards him. As the sly-eyed man passed by, he couldn't resist taunting. Lin Ma, your end is near. Confused, Lin Ma soon understood what he meant when he saw several ghouls chasing after them. But instead of panicking, he felt exhilarated. My moment to shine has come. He activated the pupil technique, Blood Prison Illusion. In an instant, several red ghostly beams shot out from Lin Ma's eyes, binding the ghouls in place. Picking up a chainsaw from nearby with a mischievous grin, he said, Hey, little babies, Daddy's here. What followed was a graphic scene of the chainsaw in action. The three on the stairs watched Lin Ma in awe, their faces distorted with jealousy. That crippled ghost should have been ours. Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 emotional collapse points. Seeing the three gritting their teeth in frustration, Lin Ma turned back with a smile and said, Thanks. If it weren't for you leading these ghouls to me, I wouldn't have collected these ghost orbs. However, if you dare to harm me again, I won't spare you. The trio were immediately paralyzed with fear by Lin Ma's menacing gaze. Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 emotional collapse points. Lin Ma glanced at the stunned trio, silently rejoicing. This feels so good. Fresh off his victory, Lin Ma couldn't help but gloat. Bro Ghost, was my pinnacle just now cool or what? Don't get cocky, kid. It's all because of my powerful skill. Lin Ma smirked confidently. Regardless of how powerful a contracted ghost is, it still needs a capable master to bring out its full potential. Just then, the system alerted him to a high-level fierce ghost in the operating room ahead. Lin Ma quickly peered through the glass into the room, spotting a sensual ghost inside playing an ancient zither with gusto. Blood-pupiled ghost's eye shone brightly. Underbust, 56 centimeters. Bust, 23 centimeters. A standard F cup. Lin Ma couldn't help but chime in. This ghost truly has the face of an angel and the body of a devil. Blood-pupiled ghost's loyalty increased by 5%. Lin Ma mockingly remarked, So, is this a mutual recognition between old perverts or what? Just then, the sensual female ghost seemed to sense something and suddenly looked in their direction. Startled, Lin Ma silently asked blood-pupiled ghost, "This big-breasted ghost seems harmless. Is she very powerful?" Blood-pupiled ghost replied in horror, "Of course. Do you see the ancient zither with Sanskrit inscriptions? That might be some sort of lethal melody." Lin Ma pondered for a moment. "No worries. If we strike first and she falls for the pupil technique, we'll have her completely under our control." Blood-pupiled ghost warned him, "It's useless. She's blind. She completely counters me." Upon hearing this, Lin Ma looked inside again. As expected, the sensual ghost's eyes were tightly closed, but having come across such a good-looking, high-ranking fierce ghost, Lin Ma was unwilling to give up so easily. It seemed that the only way was to make her emotionally collapse and force her into a contract. Blood-pupiled ghost quickly tried to dissuade him. "Don't court death. If you provoke her now, you're as good as dead." But Lin Ma, blinded by his lust, feared nothing. The brave may end up overextending, while the timid might starve. Such a big female ghost, I must have her. Without further hesitation, he pushed open the operating room door. The female ghost instantly became alert and shouted, "Who's there?" She immediately began to play her ancient zither. The rapid and intense zither music pierced Lin Ma's ears. In desperation, he shouted, "I am a doctor. I'm here to perform surgery on you." "Stop!" The zither music ceased instantly. "Really?" she asked. Lin Ma hurriedly stepped forward, extending his hand. "Yes. If you don't believe me, smell for yourself." The blind ghost smelled the scent of alcohol on him and truly believed him. Delightedly, she said, "Why did it take you so long to arrive? Can I have the surgery now?" Lin Ma quickly prepared the surgical bed. "Of course. Come over here and lie down." He then took out a massive syringe and told the female ghost, "I am going to administer anesthesia to you. Are you ready?" Upon hearing this, the female ghost obediently lay down. "I am ready. Go ahead." Lin Ma felt a pang of guilt, wondering if what he was doing was too cruel, but the sight of the tempting curves before him made him cast away all his shame. For the happiness of the brothers, let's risk it all. He raised the syringe and plunged it down. The needle instantly pierced the female ghost's arm. Not forgetting his guise, Lin Ma asked her concernedly, "Did that hurt?" The female ghost quickly shook her head, indicating it didn't hurt. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma immediately perked up, a mischievous smile spreading across his face. "That's good. I missed the vein, so I need to try again." Then Lin Ma began his act. "Why did your vein move?" "Oh no, your skin is too smooth. Let me try again. I missed again. Trust me, I'm a professional." The syringe moved like a sewing machine. Finally, the exasperated female ghost grabbed Lin Ma's hand, stopping him. "Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 emotional collapse points. Detection shows big-breasted ghost's emotional collapse has reached 50%. 49% more is needed for a forced contract." Scratching his head, Lin Ma said sheepishly, "My apologies. I'll get it right next time." This scene was witnessed by classmates outside the door. A male student whispered incredulously, "Is he really performing surgery on a ghost? This guy is audaciously brazen. Does he have a screw loose?" A female student, however, widened her eyes, a hint of astonishment flashing through her. She suddenly remembered a phrase their teacher once taught: "Facing a ghost without fear is the key." Confronting the horror not only increases the chances of survival, but can also turn it into a contracted ghost. Watching Lin Ma's astonishing antics, she couldn't help but wonder who the real slacker in the class was. Inspired by what they saw, the two students decided to emulate Lin Ma in hopes of finding a suitable ghost to contract. Meanwhile, a figure called the Paperman observed quietly from outside the window. Admiration flickered in his eyes. Lin Ma's temperament and tactics aroused his curiosity and anticipation. Inside the operating room, the big-breasted ghost released Lin Ma's hand and said to him in resignation, "Bro, stop with the needles. If you keep going, I'll be full of holes. Just start the surgery." Holding an electric saw, Lin Ma asked her, "So what kind of surgery do you want? A gender reassignment or a breast augmentation?" The big-breasted ghost quickly shook her head, replying, "No, I don't need breast augmentation. In fact, I have gigantomastia. I need to remove some of the tissue. Walking with them is so heavy and tiring." Hearing this, Lin Ma excitedly started the electric saw and said teasingly, "Such a pity to cut them off. How much are you thinking of removing?" The big-breasted ghost replied, "About half." A mischievous glint in his eyes, Lin Ma continued his taunts, "So, do you want to cut the left half or the right half?" Having lost her patience, the big-breasted ghost snapped, "Are you crazy? Have you ever heard of a surgery where only one side is removed? It needs to be even, cut from both sides." Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 emotional collapse points. Emotional collapse level has reached 60%. Seeing his tactics were working, Lin Ma, holding the electric saw, deliberately swayed it near the ghost's ear. "So, do we cut the top or bottom, front or back? I think cutting the front might not look good. How about we start from the back?" Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 emotional collapse points. Emotional collapse level has reached 70%. In the next moment, Lean Ma jumped onto the operating table, continuing to tease the big-breasted ghost. Do you want it minimally invasive or full of scars? Painless or super painful? Oh, right, I forgot you declined anesthesia, so I guess you're choosing the super painful option. Congratulations to the host for gaining 40 emotional collapse points. Emotional collapse level has reached 80%. The big-breasted ghost was seething with anger. Yet, Lean Ma kept talking. It's hard to control when removing half. Why not remove all of it? The hospital is having a promotion. Get a card. Pushed to the brink, the big-breasted ghost roared in complete fury. Shut up. You're asking for death. In the next moment, she summoned an ancient zither and started playing it frantically. Big-breasted ghost's emotional collapse has reached 99%. You can choose to forcibly sign a contract. With a sly grin on his face, Lean Ma said, "Sister, calm down. We're not done talking." By now, the female ghost had completely lost her mind. "No need. I just want you dead now." Lean Ma replied calmly, "Sorry to disappoint you, sister." With a swift move, he pointed his finger and said, "Sign." Suddenly, a voice echoed in the big-breasted ghost's head. "Miss Big-breasted Ghost, do you wish to become Mr. Lean Ma's contracted ghost? To respect and care for him, in sickness and health, for richer or poorer, in good times and bad, to be by his side forever. Do you agree?" Frantically playing the zither, she shouted, "Hell no, I won't. Wait for me to tear you apart." The voice responded, "Miss Big-breasted Ghost agrees. Contract signing in process." Ding! Contract successfully signed. Wait, I did not agree. What kind of coercive clause is this? The next moment, the big-breasted ghost transformed into ghostly mist, swirling and being absorbed into Lean Ma's left arm. Lean Ma looked at the prominent M-shaped mark on his arm, his eyes shimmering with excitement. He realized that this was the specific pattern formed after a ghost was fully contracted. In the future, it would be like ordering fast food. Simply press the pattern to summon the big-breasted ghost. At this moment, Lean Ma was brimming with confidence. He had already forcibly signed contracts with 2 ghosts, and he still had a slot left for another. Just then, an angry roar sounded in his mind. "You little pervert, let me out now. You're kidnapping a female ghost." Lean Ma chuckled. "Didn't you complain about your breasts being too big and heavy for walking? Now that you're fused with me, you don't have to walk. I'm helping you with your troubles. Plus, it would be such a waste to reduce something that many people can't achieve even with eating papayas." As he spoke, he playfully shook his hands. Big-breasted ghost was fuming. I will smash you with this basketball." The nearby blood-pupiled ghost, seeing the wobbling basketball, reluctantly chimed in, "You little rascal, you're really asking for it." Feeling quite pleased, Lean Ma ignored the 2 ghosts and proceeded to open Big-breasted Ghost's attribute panel. To his pleasant surprise, he found out that as an advanced fierce ghost, Big-breasted Ghost's initial loyalty was already at 20%. He couldn't help but smirk, thinking, so female ghosts can also have a change of heart. She verbally resists, but her actions show otherwise. It seems she might have a tiny bit of affection for me since she believes fusing with me might get her out of this ghost hospital. Observing the big 300 points displayed on the attribute panel, Lean Ma delved deeper. He realized that ghosts are categorized into various levels like fierce ghost, malevolent spirit, evil spirit, wicked spirit, etc. Each level is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced stages. During the fierce ghost and malevolent spirit stages, only one skill can be activated. When they reach the evil spirit level and above, they can activate and upgrade a second skill. This meant that both blood-pupiled ghost and big-breasted ghost could currently activate only one skill. Without hesitation, Lean Ma decided to first activate big-breasted ghost's primary skill. Exchange successful for big-breasted ghost's skill 1, and she acquired the skill. The Sanskrit sound claims life. The next second, a ghostly aura enveloped the area, and an ancient zither appeared in big-breasted ghost's hands. Lean Ma, looking at the skill description, had gleaming eyes full of excitement. This skill is too powerful. It can use the zither's melody to disturb the enemy's mind, and even cause a group stun effect. What's even more impressive is that when the enemy's health is below 5%, it can directly execute a kill. Such a powerful crowd control and execution skill. It's even more overpowered than the blood prison illusion. While blood prison illusion can immobilize the opponent, they can still think and even control their contracted ghosts with their minds. However, being stunned is different. It not only immobilizes but also confuses the mind. It's like turning the opponent into a sitting duck. Add the execution effect, and it's simply a divine skill. With this new incredible skill in hand, Lean Ma realized he still needed a contract with a ghost that had powerful damage capabilities. Slapping his palm in determination, he decided his next step would be to find a high-damage assassin assassin or a tanky warrior-type contracted ghost. Just then, the hospital's broadcast echoed, "Attention all test participants, there's 1 hour left until midnight. The accommodation and meals for participants are determined by the number of ghosts they've contracted. Those with more than one contract can stay in the ICU ward. Participants with one contract are assigned to the general ward. Those without a contract won't have accommodation rights. Special note, accommodation rights can be traded or gifted. Malevolent spirit-level ghosts will roam at night. Participants without accommodation rights will be in great danger." Looking at the various malevolent ghosts outside the school gate, continuously roaring and trying to break in, Lean Ma smirked sinisterly. "Blood-pupiled ghost, big-breasted ghost, let's go. Now that I've got 2 ghosts by my side, let's see what this ICU has to offer." Not long ago, twin ponytails and glasses man were looking through the barrier of the ICU at its clean beds and bedding. They couldn't help but feel that compared to this, the general ward was like a pigsty. Thinking about the fact that she might have to stay there, twin ponytails felt chills run down her spine. Bootlicker glasses man quickly tried to console twin ponytails. "Look at the long-haired girl across from us. She hasn't contracted a single ghost and she's crying. We're fortunate to have a place to stay." The very next second, his good mood vanished. It was because Lean Ma strolled over leisurely, holding a grudge for having his ghost snatched away. Glasses man immediately began to bluster. "Lean Ma, we've also contracted a ghost, and it's a complete one. We can crush your pathetic half-ghost in a minute. Let's see if you're still so arrogant." Lean Ma chuckled lightly. "Glasses man, you're just a croaking toad. With your slow pace, you're only fit to eat my dust." Glasses man gritted his teeth in anger. "You're just a lucky trash talker who happened to contract half a ghost. Otherwise, you'd be sleeping in the corridor. We'll see how you fare then." Twin ponytails, with a disdainful look, chimed in. "The thought of sharing a room with a loser like you tonight makes me feel nauseated." Lean Ma calmly retorted, "Don't flatter yourself. If you want to stay with me, better eat more papayas first." The next moment, the crying long-haired girl shouted excitedly, "That's great. Are you giving up your right to stay in the general ward? I'll pay for it." Lean Ma chuckled. "I'm planning to stay in the ICU. Sell it to you? What are you thinking?" Hearing this, both twin ponytails and glasses man were taken aback. "With your pathetic 0.5 contract limit, you think you can stay in the ICU? If you can get in there, I'll wash my hair while doing a handstand. Do you even know your own abilities?" "Who knew?" Lean Ma merely waved them off disdainfully. "Move aside, move aside. I don't care what you think. A good dog doesn't block the way." With that, he reached out and touched the screen in front of the ICU. Scanning. Scan complete. Qualified. A blue light swirled, and the barrier in front of the ICU vanished. Watching the disappearing barrier, twin ponytails and glasses man stared in shock and exclaimed, "Impossible. Isn't his talent limit only 0.5? Twin ponytails was even more enraged. "Something's wrong. He's cheating. Talents are innate. They can't be changed later in life. He must have used some method to deceive the formation." Congratulations to the host for obtaining 150 emotional collapse points. Still not giving up, twin ponytails continued to shout, "Little trash, come out. I'm going to report you." Lean Ma, with his newly earned points, simply disdainfully flicked his ear and walked into the ICU room. As he stepped in, he was delighted to find a steaming pot of hot pot on the table. To make it even better, it was already filled with slices of meat, duck's blood, and tripe. Lean Ma's appreciation for the examination committee skyrocketed. Everything he wanted was right there. Being starving, Lean Ma didn't hesitate and began to feast. After satiating his hunger, he didn't forget about the 2 envious individuals outside. Holding his bowl, he walked over to twin ponytails and glasses man, clicking his tongue. "This taste is absolutely amazing. Even better than the hot pot outside. Oh, right, I forgot you can't come in. What a pity. Guess I'll just have to enjoy it all by myself. If only there was a cold cola to go with it." Glasses man and twin ponytails were fuming with rage. "Lean Ma, just you wait. Hey, skinny dude inside, come out. I'll give you $10,000. Sell this room to me." Twin ponytails, drooling, demanded Lean Ma to swap rooms with him. "Who do you think you are, asking me to sell just like that? You want to buy the saliva I've tasted with just $10,000? You're really full of yourself." Lean Ma replied with disdain. He was just trying to earn more points. As for the room, it was simply non-negotiable. Twin ponytails, suppressing her rage, continued to persuade, "I just want the room. Once you're done with the hot pot, get out. Think about it carefully. My dad is a high-level executive in the security bureau. Crossing me won't do you any good." Just then, the eager-to-please bootlicker, glasses man, also began to shout, "Lean Ma, don't be so arrogant. If you offend Miss Sun after the college entrance exam, I'll make sure you're done for." Seeing glasses man acting like a rabid dog, Lean Ma had a plan. "Wanting to switch rooms isn't impossible," he declared. Approaching the barrier, he smirked at the duo. "Here's the deal. This mad dog has been nipping at my heels. If you slap him for me, I'll consider it." Glasses man, upon hearing this, was instantly livid, his teeth grinding in anger. "Lean Ma, you're asking for it. Come out now. I'll end you." Unexpectedly, twin ponytails suddenly held him back. "Luze, calm down. Bear with it for now. Once we're out, I'll make it up to you," she whispered to Glasses man. "Once we leave, I'll help you get your revenge." Glasses man thought for a moment moment, enduring some humiliation now in exchange for the Sun family's protection later. Worth it. Reluctantly, he said, fine, do it. No sooner had he spoken than there was a slap sound. Twin ponytails lightly smacked Glasses Man's face. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 20 emotional collapse points. Just when the two thought they had accomplished their goal, Lean Ma suddenly remarked, didn't you have your meal? There's no strength in that slap. I couldn't hear anything from inside. Glasses Man was almost driven mad by rage and was about to curse. But then, another slap sound echoed. Twin ponytails, without a word, slapped Glasses Man again. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 30 emotional collapse points. After the slap, Glasses Man spun around twice on the spot, seeing stars and trembling all over. Twin ponytails, pointing at Lean Ma, demanded in a shrill voice, scrawny guy, are you satisfied now? Hurry up and get out. Unexpectedly, Lean Ma, who had just gained some points, scoffed, sorry, no deal. Twin ponytails was so furious she gritted her teeth. You bastard, you broke your promise. Lean Ma chuckled, I never broke my word. It's your fault for not thinking clearly. I only said if you slapped him, I'd consider it. I never said I'd definitely swap rooms. I was just playing with you. After that, Lean Ma ignored them and turned back to continue eating. Twin ponytails, eyes bloodshot with anger and resentment, shouted, damn you, you dared to trick me? Wait for it, I'll make you regret this someday. Lose, let's go. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 emotional collapse points, a voice announced. Seeing this score, Lean Ma paused from picking up his food. Looks like Sun Lily really lost her mind this time, gifting me 100 points in one go. This was a big win. Glasses Man, nursing his slapped face, fumed. Once you offend the Sun family, Lean Ma, enjoy your moment of bravado. Let's see how you end up once we're out. Soon, the clock struck 11:15, and the corridor lights began to dim one by one. Only two individuals, a tall guy and a long-haired girl, remained outside the rooms. The girl, tears streaming down her face, pitifully pleaded while clutching the boy's hand. Wu Kun, can you really bear to let me, a girl, sleep in the corridor? What if a malevolent spirit comes at night? Can you please let me have the room? Lean Ma, having had his fill and sensing some juicy gossip, perked up his ears to eavesdrop. The boy turned around, holding the girl's hand, and assured her with deep affection, don't worry, I've contracted a warrior-type ghost. If you're attacked, just shout for me, and I'll come out to save you immediately. But the terrified girl wasn't consoled by his words. Do you truly love me? Does your vow to protect me still stand? The boy fell silent for a moment upon hearing her words. The next second, the girl threw herself into his arms and spoke, since you've contracted a ghost, you definitely have better combat abilities than me. Sleeping outside, you'd have a higher survival rate. Even if you really get attacked by a ghost, I'd kneel down and beg Sun Lily and the others to rescue you. I'll make sure you're unharmed. After saying this, she looked up and passionately kissed the boy. Wu Kun, I love you. Would you sacrifice everything for your love for me? Deep emotion, the boy responded, I would. Take the room, I'll guard you. Hearing this exchange, Lean Ma shook his head, thinking, what a fool. However, as the boy escorted the girl into the room, he remained oblivious to the red mist that began to envelop him from behind. Not long after, having had his fill, Lean Ma lay down and was soon fast asleep, snoring loudly enough that the noise permeated the walls and reached the regular ward next door. Twin ponytails, clearly irritated, clenched her fists tightly. Glasses Man seized the opportunity to fan the flames. Lean Ma must have cheated. How can that loser, with his terrible grades, get such a good spot? The key point is he doesn't want to swap with you. He's probably just wanting to see you humiliated. After hearing this, Twin ponytails grew even angrier. When have I, Sun Lily, ever been treated like this? Her eyes narrowed maliciously as she vowed, once I get out, I'll make him pay. However, a second later, she screamed in disgust. Why is there dried blood all over this bed? How am I supposed to sleep on this? Proving himself a true bootlicker, Glasses Man immediately removed his shirt to lay it over the bed, saying, there, it's cleaner now. Rest for a while. Seeing Glasses Man's thoughtful gesture, Twin ponytails smiled appreciatively. You really understand. Don't worry, once we're out, I'll definitely help you get revenge. Meanwhile, in the corridor, Wu Kun was nervously checking his watch, hoping that time would pass quickly. If he could make it till dawn, he would be free. But in the next moment, a roar echoed from the far end of the corridor, causing him to jump in fright. From the darkness, the sound of thumping footsteps approached, and amidst the ghostly atmosphere, a pair of blood-red eyes appeared. A towering figure, over 2 meters tall, wearing a horrifying mask and wielding a chainsaw, a fierce ghost. The ghost growled constantly, such delicious human flesh. In an instant, Wu Kun was drenched in cold sweat from fear. To his horror, it was a malevolent spirit-level chainsaw ghost. He wailed in despair, I'm just a beginner. How can I deal with a malevolent spirit-level ghost? But the chainsaw ghost paid him no mind and steadily advanced, forcing Wu Kun to retreat. Backed into a corner with no escape, Wu Kun decided to confront the threat head-on. He pressed his arm and shouted, come out, broken axe ghost. The next moment, a ghostly face, accompanied by eerie mist, emerged from his arm. Suddenly, in front of him stood a ghost wielding a broken axe. The broken axe ghost, having been rudely awakened in the middle of the night, looked irritated. He glared glared menacingly at Wu Kun. Before he could voice his annoyance, the roaring of a chainsaw approached. The chainsaw ghost, brandishing his weapon, charged forward shouting, "Meat! I want meat! I need to eat!" The broken axe ghost, now fully alert, looked terrified. He turned to Wu Kun and asked, "Kid, do you think I can defeat him?" However, Wu Kun was out of options. All he could do now was give it his all. With a mere thought, he directed the broken axe ghost to confront the oncoming threat. There was a loud clang as the chainsaw collided with the massive axe, producing sparks everywhere. People in the general ward, who had been woken up by the commotion, watched in horror as the broken axe ghost was repeatedly knocked back in the corridor. Suddenly, a male student turned and shouted to a long-haired girl hiding under her blanket, "Isn't that your boyfriend? Don't you love him? Why aren't you helping him?" Unexpectedly, in the next second, the girl pulled her blanket over her and lay back down, playing the role of an ostrich. She kept mumbling, "It has nothing to do with me. I don't know him. Don't involve me." This shameless act left everyone speechless. At that moment, Linma chuckled and approached the barrier, wearing his clothes. "Let's see if this chainsaw ghost is worth making a pact with," he mused. Suddenly, a painful scream echoed through the corridor. The chainsaw ghost's large foot stomped heavily on the head of the broken axe ghost. The whirring of his chainsaw could be heard as it sliced through the arm of the broken axe ghost, who struggled desperately but couldn't move. With a couple of crunches, the arms of the broken axe ghost were sawed off. The chainsaw ghost, in his excitement, the severed arm and started chewing. However, after just a couple of bites, he spat it out in disgust. "Rotten and stinky. Ghost meat tastes terrible. I want fresh meat." In the next moment, he raised his chainsaw and swung it towards the neck of the broken axe ghost. Before a scream could be emitted, the head of the broken axe ghost was severed, rolling directly to the feet of Linma. Linma, instead of being frightened by the sight of the severed head, was filled with excitement. This chainsaw ghost is quite fierce, taking down the broken axe ghost in a flash. Moreover, he's tall and massive. Not only does he have a lot of health, but his attack power is impressive too. Linma possessed the blood-pupiled ghost's blood realm illusion and the big-breasted ghost's stun, two control skills. What he lacked was a warrior ghost who could tank and attack. This chainsaw ghost seemed to be a perfect fit. "It seems that after dawn, I should find a way to form a pact with him," he contemplated. Meanwhile, having defeated the broken axe ghost so effortlessly, the chainsaw ghost roared, "I want flesh. I need meat." He continued to approach Wu Kun, cornering him like an eagle catching a chick. It was only then that Wu Kun fully snapped back to reality. "Xiao Qian, open the door quickly. Get someone to save me," he screamed. But inside the ward, Xiao Qian, paralyzed by fear, was trembling under the blanket, murmuring, "I can't hear anything. I didn't hear anything. Don't involve me. It was your decision." Watching this ironic scene unfold, Linma sighed. Is this what love looks like between Wu Kun and Xiao Qian? On the other side, Wu Kun was still frantically calling for help, but there was no response from anyone. The chainsaw ghost, drawing nearer, could smell the fresh scent of Wu Kun's flesh. In the next moment, he swung his chainsaw directly towards Wu Kun. With no choice left, Wu Kun stopped his cries, took a deep breath, and tried to dodge the incoming attack. However, the death of his contract ghost dealt a significant blow to Wu Kun. After dodging another attack from the chainsaw ghost, Wu Kun desperately lunged, attempting to slip between the ghost's legs. Unfortunately, the chainsaw ghost responded quickly, lifting his knee and landing a heavy blow on Wu Kun. The impact sent Wu Kun flying, coughing up a mouthful of blood before crashing into a wall. Smelling the fresh blood in the air, the chainsaw ghost grew more restless. "I want to eat meat." Seeing Wu Kun sitting on the ground, weakened and defenseless, the chainsaw ghost raised his chainsaw, aiming for Wu Kun's arm. Despite Wu Kun's painful screams and struggles, he was powerless to stop it. In the next moment, his left arm was severed. The chainsaw ghost eagerly grabbed the arm and stuffed it into his mouth. Fresh meat, so delicious, really delicious. Within moments, he devoured the flesh, leaving only the white bones behind. His attention then turned to Wu Kun's thigh. "Meat! I want more meat! There's more meat here!" he exclaimed, swinging his chainsaw towards Wu Kun's leg. Bracing himself against the excruciating pain, Wu Kun quickly leapt away. Seeing his imminent demise, he frantically reached for a teleportation talisman, hoping to rip it open. After all, failing the assessment was better than losing his life. Unfortunately, the quality of the talisman was too high, and Wu Kun, now weakened and left with only one hand, couldn't tear it apart. Just as the chainsaw was about to land on Wu Kun's thigh, Linma couldn't stand by any longer. He shouted, "You big fool, can't you bite and tear the talisman with your mouth?" Upon hearing Linma's suggestion, Wu Kun quickly snapped back to reality. He bit down on the teleportation talisman and pulled with all his might. In the next moment, as the chainsaw ghost's weapon sliced down, a flash of golden light enveloped Wu Kun, making him disappear just in time. "Thank you, Linma," he murmured from somewhere distant. Meanwhile, the hospital's loudspeaker blared an announcement. "Wu Kun, out!" Seeing his meal vanish right before his eyes, Chainsaw Ghost was seething with rage. His ghostly aura intensified as he roared at Linma, "Where's my meat? Give it back!" Congratulations to the host for earning 40 emotional collapse points. Linma, now safely tucked inside the ICU, cheekily taunted the Chainsaw Ghost, sticking his his tongue out. Come and get me. If you can catch me, I'll let you eat. This only fueled the chainsaw ghost's anger. He charged straight to the ICU's entrance, shouting, "You're going to pay for this. I'll cut you down." He revved up his chainsaw and aimed it at the protective barrier. Linma, observing that the barrier was unscathed even after the sparks flew, deliberately yawned exaggeratedly. Then, an idea popped into his head. He took the leftover spicy hot pot base and poured it over his arm, grinning mischievously. "Smell this. Does it smell good? Do you want a bite?" Outside the barrier, Chainsaw Ghost was enticed by the tantalizing aroma of meat mixed with the scents of cumin and pepper. He drooled uncontrollably, pressing his face against the barrier, desperately trying to get closer to the source of the aroma. Seeing this, Linma exaggeratedly waved his seasoned arm in front of the ghost, making more faces, further provoking the hungry Chainsaw Ghost. In the very next second, the excessively provoked Chainsaw Ghost swung his chainsaw wildly, trying to tear through the protective barrier. "Congratulations to the host for earning 60 emotional collapse points," the disembodied voice announced again. Just as Linma was about to further tease the Chainsaw Ghost, the ghost suddenly ceased his actions. "I can't break it. I can't get to the meat." Realizing that his efforts were futile and the barrier remained intact, he switched off his chainsaw and looked downcast, preparing to walk away. Now, Linma became a tad unsettled. If he couldn't keep the ghost in a state of emotional collapse, how would he accomplish the compulsory contract? Without wasting a moment, Linma started unlocking the barrier. "Hey, foolish ghost," Linma exclaimed as he stepped out. "Here I am. Want some meat? It's cumin flavored." The word meat immediately got the Chainsaw Ghost's attention. He turned around eagerly. "Meat. I want meat." Meanwhile, in a regular hospital room, twin ponytails and glasses man stared in disbelief at Linma's seemingly suicidal actions. They couldn't help but feel a mix of shock and schadenfreude as the Chainsaw Ghost, drawn by the aroma of cumin-flavored meat, roared and charged towards Linma. No one expected Linma to swiftly step back inside the protective barrier. There was a resounding thud as the Chainsaw Ghost crashed against the barrier, startling Glasses Man, who was observing the scene. Congratulations to the host for earning 50 emotional collapse points. After a moment of frustrated rage at the barrier, Chainsaw Ghost resignedly started to walk away. But just a few steps out, the mischievous Linma jumped out again, shouting, "Foolish ghost! Foolish ghost! Come and get the meat!" Feeling insulted, Chainsaw Ghost charged back. But Linma, true to his style, jumped back into the safety of the barrier again. Everyone watched as Linma toyed with the Chainsaw Ghost, akin to someone teasing a monkey. They couldn't help but exclaim, "Linma is truly a sadistic madman." Glasses Man, who had a strong dislike for Linma, thought maliciously, "Wait till tomorrow morning when the barrier disappears. We'll see how the Chainsaw Ghost flays Linma alive." Linma's repeated taunts finally drove Chainsaw Ghost to the edge, completely breaking his spirit. Instead of continuing the game, Chainsaw Ghost turned away and ran off. Yet, the next moment, everyone screamed in horror. Astonishingly, Linma was chasing after Chainsaw Ghost. A hilarious scene unfolded in this A-level examination arena. A high school student was madly chasing a malevolent spirit-level ghost. Linma did this because at this point, the emotional collapse value of Chainsaw Ghost had reached 80%. There was no way Linma would let him get away so easily. Catching up with Chainsaw Ghost, Linma rolled up his sleeves, shouting at the ghost, "Come and see. Freshly baked human arm right here." The tantalizing aroma of flesh made Chainsaw Ghost tremble with desire. Without a second thought, he revved up his chainsaw, aiming straight for Linma. "Damn you, playing tricks on me again? I'll end you." In the very next second, Linma's expression shifted, activating his pupil technique, blood prison illusion. In an instant, Chainsaw Ghost was immobilized. With the buzzing chainsaw overhead, Linma approached him with a wicked grin. He dangled his arm near Chainsaw Ghost's mouth, teasing, "Silly ghost, doesn't my flesh smell delicious? It's lean yet not dry, fatty but not greasy, prime quality meat." This move drove Chainsaw Ghost to utter despair, his mouth even biting his own tongue. Detecting that Chainsaw Ghost's emotional collapse had reached 90% and was just 9% away from a direct contract, Linma became increasingly desperate. With only a few seconds left of the blood prison illusion's 10-second control time, Linma cheekily slapped Chainsaw Ghost's face. "Eat it, silly ghost. Don't you love meat? Here it is, handed to you on a silver platter. You don't want to eat anymore? Guess you don't like it then. I won't feed you." It's said one shouldn't hit a person's face. Even a ghost has its dignity. With a thundering crash, the moment the countdown ended, Chainsaw Ghost viciously swung his chainsaw down, deeply humiliated, his entire being seething with ghostly rage as he roared, "Damn brat. I'll kill you. I swear I'll kill you." Detecting Chainsaw Ghost's emotional collapse had reached 99%, an option to forcibly contract appeared. The moment Linma saw the system prompt, he excitedly chose to initiate. In the next moment, a voice echoed in Chainsaw Ghost's mind, "Mr. Chainsaw Ghost, would you like to become Mr. Linma's contracted ghost? To respect him, cherish him, never leave nor forsake him, and accompany him forever? Do you agree?" And then promptly continued, "Thank you for your agreement. Congratulations on the successful contract." Chainsaw Ghost, utterly bewildered, yelled, "I didn't say a word. I agree to nothing." Yet, The next second, he was transformed into a wisp of ghostly energy and absorbed into Lin Ma's arm. Grinning widely, Lin Ma admired the chainsaw tattoo on his arm, thinking, he, the third contracted ghost, is mine. Meanwhile, the exam proctor, known as Paper Man, observed everything that had transpired. He was utterly surprised. Just a moment ago, Chainsaw Ghost was raging, and now he was contracted. Forcing a contract was something even the big shots of the security bureau couldn't achieve. This made Paper Man immensely curious about Lin Ma. Suddenly, the hospital's broadcast system activated. Chainsaw Ghost has been eliminated. Only one malevolent spirit-level ghost remains. Everyone, please be cautious. Hearing this, Twin Ponytails and others were taken aback. Glasses Man exclaimed even louder, impossible. Lin Ma only contracted a blood-pupiled ghost. How could he possibly defeat Chainsaw Ghost? The next second, they saw Lin Ma walking in confidently and nonchalantly. Congratulations, host, for gaining 40 emotional collapse points, came a message, which made Lin Ma chuckle. These two fools keep providing me with points even when I ignore them, he thought. Truly, they are my wonderful classmates. Seeing the envy, jealousy, and hate on the faces of his peers, Lin Ma felt exceptionally delighted. He immediately opened Chainsaw Ghost's attribute panel to take a closer look. Chainsaw Ghost, being a malevolent spirit-level ghost, was impressive. He had 2 skills ready to be activated upon contracting, which was great. Although his loyalty was a bit low, Lin Ma figured that he had indeed angered Chainsaw Ghost quite a bit previously. Luckily, the ghost seemed rather dull-witted. Feeding him some pork should probably improve his loyalty. He also mentally thanked Twin Ponytails and Glasses Man for their inadvertent contributions that allowed him to accumulate a substantial amount of emotional collapse points. Lin Ma promptly decided to activate both of Chainsaw Ghost's skills. Congratulations on acquiring Skill 1, Passive Bloodthirsty. Bloodthirsty LV1. For every point of damage taken, increase attack power by 2 points. The more the damage, the greater the increase in attack power. Congratulations on acquiring Skill 2, Chainsaw Frantic Dance. Skill effect. Chainsaw Ghost frantically swings his chainsaw, dealing indiscriminate damage to the surroundings. Looking at Chainsaw Ghost's 2 skills, Lin Ma couldn't help but marvel. One was a passive skill that increased attack power, and the other was an AoE skill that dealt area damage. This combination is really impressive. With these new skills, Lin Ma's weak points had been significantly shored up. He now had crowd control, a tanky ghost who could absorb damage, and a warrior ghost for dealing damage. My combat capabilities must now exceed 90% of my peers, he assumed. However, there was one downside. Lin Ma's current level as a ghost master was relatively low. He could only control fierce ghosts, and controlling a malevolent spirit-level ghost like Chainsaw Ghost was a bit of a stretch. Normally, a first-level ghost master controls fierce ghosts, a second-level ghost master controls malevolent spirits, and a third-level ghost master is able to control evil spirits. Lin Ma was only a first-level ghost master. If he forcibly controlled Chainsaw Ghost, there was a risk of losing control. If that happened, Lin Ma might literally have to feed himself to the ghost. Only when the ghost's loyalty was sufficiently high could the risk of losing control be somewhat reduced. Lin Ma pondered for a moment, thinking that once he got back, he would need to quickly raise Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty. The next moment, he yawned loudly and immediately collapsed onto the bed. With my tasks done, it's time for a well-deserved rest. Soon after, having had a good meal and a sound sleep, Lin Ma, feeling refreshed, strolled out of his ward munching on a piece of bread. He happened to run into the sleep-deprived Twin Ponytails and her group, their eyes bloodshot. Seeing Lin Ma's bread, their stomachs immediately growled in hunger. Lin Ma, noticing their hungry gazes, smirked mischievously. Did you guys skip breakfast? I have some leftover hot pot soup. It would be a waste to feed it to the dogs. How about I give it to you instead? Upon hearing his sarcastic offer, the group was seething with anger. You little twerp, you're really insufferable, one of them spat. Congratulations, host, for gaining 60 emotional collapse points. Lin Ma's delight was akin to finding money the moment he woke up. Just then, Xiao Qian emerged from her room, looking equally worn out. Everyone's attention was instantly drawn to her, their gazes sharp and accusatory. After her betrayal and selfish actions from the day before, she had become a pariah among the group. Lin Ma couldn't resist mocking her. Miss Xiao Qian, looking at the blood on the floor, don't you have something to say? Surprisingly, Xiao Qian shot Lin Ma a disdainful glance. It's not like I forced him to give up his room. He volunteered. Besides, he didn't die. Why are you making it your business? Lin Ma's anger rose upon hearing her shameless response. Didn't you say you'd kneel and beg for someone to save him? Yet last night, I don't remember hearing even a single plea from you. If Wu Kun hadn't given up his room, Chainsaw Ghost would have dragged you out to use you as fertilizer by now. Xiao Qian's face turned pale at Lin Ma's scathing remarks. Congratulations, host, for gaining 50 emotional collapse points. Lin Ma looked at Xiao Qian with disdain. You look like a QR code to me. Without scanning, one wouldn't know what kind of person you truly are. Now that you don't have Wu Kun to protect you, let's see what you'll do next? Just then, a figure, resembling a paper cutout, appeared in the sky above the hospital, announcing the special mode of the A-level assessment. Battle Royale mode has started. A mid-level malevolent spirit and 3 initial-level fierce ghosts will now begin hunting you all. You must survive until noon to pass the assessment. Everyone was stunned by the announcement. A mid-level malevolent spirit. Even the fearsome chainsaw ghost was just an initial-level malevolent spirit. The spirits they had contracted with were merely initial-level fierce ghosts, which combined wouldn't stand a chance against a mid-level malevolent spirit. Yellow Hair, the most timid of the group, began to shiver and hesitantly suggested, "Should we run?" Twin Ponytails looked at him as if he was an idiot. Run? Where? What if we run straight into the den of the malevolent spirit? At that moment, Lin Ma spotted a ghastly ghost slowly crawling up behind Xiao Qian. With its crimson tongue extended, it was inching closer to Xiao Qian's head. To his astonishment, no one seemed to notice it. Continuing their bickering, the ghost, 2 sets of rimmed eyes, was about to wrap its tongue around Xiao Qian's neck when Lin Ma realized that no one else seemed to see the spirit. It clicked in his mind that after merging with the blood-pupiled ghost, he acquired the ability to see certain invisible spirits. Covering his right eye to test his theory, the ghost indeed vanished from sight. Lin Ma was taken aback. Damn, it's an invisible spirit. It can actually cloak itself. Thank goodness I merged with blood-pupiled ghost. He couldn't help but think, bro ghost, this blood eye ability of yours is pretty powerful. The blood-pupiled ghost responded with a hint of pride. It's just basic functionality. Keeping his eye on the invisible spirit, Lin Ma began to back away slowly, calling out to Twin Ponytails and the others. You wanted to know where the ghost is, right? Isn't it right behind you? However, it seemed they had developed a sort of Lin Ma syndrome, where they wouldn't believe anything he said. Annoyed, one of them retorted, enough of your nonsense, Lin Ma. Do you think you're funny? Xiao Qian joined in the ridicule. You're such a nosy person and always spouting nonsense. But in the next moment, a ghostly claw violently pierced through her abdomen. Xiao Qian looked down at the large hole in her belly and screamed in terror, "Help me!" Everyone was startled, yelling, "There really is a ghost," but they couldn't see it. Where is this ghost? They watched in horror as Xiao Qian was strangled by an unseen force, her bones crunching loudly. In the next second, her head was sent flying and her body split in two. The hospital's intercom promptly announced, "Xiao Qian, out." Gazing at the severed limbs on the floor, everyone was petrified. We didn't even see the ghost, and she was brutally murdered like this. Lin Ma shook his head in exasperation. I told you there was a ghost right behind you, but you didn't believe me. He felt no sympathy for Xiao Qian's death. If she hadn't been so selfish, she might have just lost an arm the night before, not her life. Without hesitation, Lin Ma dashed away. Now that the invisible spirit had started its hunt, and he could see it with his blood eye, all he needed to do was avoid it and survive until noon. At that moment, Twin Ponytails noticed Xiao Qian's arm mysteriously lifting itself from the ground. After a brief moment of contemplation, she understood. It must be an invisible spirit. It's invisible now, which is why we can't see it. Lin Ma can see it because of the blood pupil he acquired from merging with the blood-pupiled ghost. She quickly led Glasses Man and the others to chase after Lin Ma, realizing that as long as they stayed close to him, they would know where the ghost was. Hearing this, Glasses Man felt a pang of regret, as if he had made a grave mistake. Damn it, we were the first to discover that blood-pupiled ghost, and this sneaky brat snatched it away from us. Suddenly, an unexpected system prompt came up. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 40 emotional collapse points. Lin Ma was dumbfounded. How on earth did I earn emotional collapse points just by running? Whose fragile heart did I shatter this time? When he turned around, he saw the 3 tailgaters chasing after him, which irked him, and the invisible spirit hot on their heels was even more troublesome. If he kept leading these guys on, he'd effectively be leading the invisible spirit to him. He needed to shake them off. Just then, the chainsaw ghost erupted from Lin Ma's arm, roaring, "Let me out. I want to kill this ghost." Lin Ma hurriedly asked the chainsaw ghost what was going on. It turned out that the invisible spirit had stolen a lot of food from him in the past. As a ghost that loved to eat, Chainsaw Ghost held a deep grudge for this theft. Seeing that Chainsaw Ghost was about to break free from his bond, Lin Ma felt helpless. Given Chainsaw Ghost's current loyalty, there was a high risk of rebellion. Only by helping him kill the invisible spirit would he truly submit. In the next moment, Lin Ma braked sharply, spinning around to stand his ground. Seeing Lin Ma halt, the 3 tailgaters anxiously inquired if it was safe. Lin Ma shot them a glance. If we keep running like this, our legs will be worn out by noon. Hearing this, Yellow Hair became frantic. What should we do then? Currently, only you can see the ghost. If you lead us, I promise to repay you generously when we're out. To this, Lin Ma just rolled up his sleeves, giving Yellow Hair a disdainful look. If you want to run, go ahead. I'm tired of running. I'm going to take down this invisible spirit. Twin Ponytails looked at Lin Ma as if he was an idiot and immediately mocked him, saying he was courting death. The invisible spirit is a mid-level malevolent spirit. Even the school teachers might not be able to defeat it. Glasses Man smirked maliciously. It'd be better if he dies. Then no one would compete with you for the MVP title. Let's hide and enjoy the show. Just then, with a whooshing sound, the invisible spirit appeared appeared before them. The next second, Lin Ma saw the invisible spirit clinging to the ceiling, lunging towards him. The spirit opened its massive mouth, aiming to bite Lin Ma's neck. Lin Ma's right eye widened in anticipation, preparing to activate the pupil technique. But in the next moment, the invisible spirit vanished from his sight, only to reappear behind him instantaneously. Its speed was so fast it seemed to be teleporting. Lin Ma's heart raced, realizing the danger. Just as he was about to turn around, the invisible spirit was already lunging with its sharp claws, seemingly about to crush Lin Ma's head as if it were a watermelon. The scene frightened Twin Ponytails and the others, who closed their eyes, thinking that Lin Ma was done for. All these events were quietly documented by paper figures floating above the hospital, sending the information back to the real-world assessment command room. The actual assessment teachers were observing the situation. A buzzcut teacher looked worried as all 7 students from his designated test area had failed. 4 of them were critically injured and withdrew, while 3 had died. Another teacher, with a full head of white hair, sighed in resignation. All 8 students from his area had also failed, with 1 even being sent directly to a psychiatric hospital. They couldn't help but lament the lack of capable candidates these days. Beside them, a beautiful, leggy female teacher with developed pectoral muscles continued to focus intently on the screen. The buzzcut teacher curiously asked, "Amin, how are things on your end?" Teacher Amin casually responded, "4 of my students are still undergoing the assessment." Buzzcut was taken aback. "Which school are they from?" "That's impressive. 4 of them are still in." Teacher Amin sighed. "It's a pity that the young man is actually confronting the malevolent spirit head-on." Hearing this, both the buzzcut and the white-haired teachers immediately gathered around to watch. Seeing Lin Ma turning back to face the invisible spirit directly, the buzzcut teacher felt that Lin Ma was getting overconfident after obtaining a contracted ghost. However, the white-haired teacher greatly admired Lin Ma's courage to take the risk. But admiration aside, given the absolute power of the invisible spirit, all 3 didn't have high hopes for Lin Ma's outcome. Teacher Amin couldn't help but sigh. Such a promising talent wasted. At that moment, inside the hospital, Twin Ponytails and the others were astonished to find Lin Ma unharmed. Lin Ma quickly summoned the big-breasted ghost and activated the technique the Sanskrit sound claims life, immobilizing the invisible spirit in midair. Seeing Lin Ma summon another contracted ghost, Yellow Hair was puzzled. Wasn't Lin Ma's contract limit only 0.5? How can he contract multiple ghosts? Glasses Man was even more incredulous. Can the contract limit be increased? With the previous wretched ghost and this big-breasted ghost, doesn't he have a limit of 1.5 now? Having previously become enemies with Lin Ma, Glasses Man secretly rejoiced, thinking, "Thank goodness, even if he increased it, he still has less than me. My contract limit is 2. However, his joy was premature. Lin Ma gave a slight smile, rolled up his sleeve to press on the chainsaw pattern, and with a beep, the towering chainsaw ghost was summoned. The moment he appeared, he was eager to start his chainsaw, seeking revenge on the invisible spirit. The immobilized invisible spirit immediately panicked, struggling frantically. Lin Ma gestured forward. "Go on, chainsaw ghost, chop him down for me." The next second, the already ravenous chainsaw ghost raised his chainsaw and swung it at the invisible spirit. The hard exterior of the invisible spirit couldn't withstand the full-blown rage of a foodie. "How dare you steal my meat?" Chainsaw ghost roared as he furiously slashed at the invisible spirit. Amidst the buzzing chainsaw noises, the invisible spirit was hacked with flesh flying everywhere. In no time, under Lin Ma's stunned gaze, the invisible spirit's health was reduced to below 5%. The next moment, the killing skill of the Sanskrit sound claims life was triggered. The body of the invisible spirit exploded on the spot, turning into an intermediate-level malevolent spirit pearl that fell to the ground. Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty increased by 20%, remaining 25%. The system's notification made Lin Ma overjoyed. This Chainsaw Ghost is really driven by his appetite. His moods are solely based on whether he has meat to eat or not. When we get out, I should buy him some pork. That will surely skyrocket his loyalty. Pleased, Lin Ma picked up the spirit pearl from the ground. Selling this spirit pearl will get me enough pork to feed Chainsaw Ghost for a long time. It's like the invisible spirit repaying his debt to Chainsaw Ghost. Then, with a light command of mission accomplished, Lin Ma recalled both the big-breasted ghost and Chainsaw Ghost. Only now did Twin Ponytails and the others realize that Lin Ma had contracted the Chainsaw Ghost. Glasses Man's face turned ashen in an instant. The contracting talent he was always proud of had been surpassed by Lin Ma. It was more painful to him than death. Twin Ponytail's words further added insult to injury. He even activated these ghost skills. The talent and insight displayed by Lin Ma also instilled a strong sense of threat in Twin Ponytails. She looked at Lin Ma's silhouette, her eyes flashing with a hint of malevolence. Having offended Lin Ma in this assessment, I can't let him grow any stronger. Otherwise, he will become a major threat in the future. Meanwhile, Lin Ma's impressive performance left the teachers in the command room astounded. This kid contracted 3 ghosts in a single day. He's almost on par with the big shots from the military district. Moreover, he activated their skills and managed them so proficiently in battle. Such a promising promising talent. The cropped hair teacher, with an embarrassed look, self-mockingly commented, "After all the fuss, it turns out I was the fool." The white-haired teacher, who had always held Lin Ma in high regard, was full of praise. He openly stated that Lin Ma's performance could now be compared to that of Gao Shishir, the genius daughter of the director of the security bureau. Just then, the minister walked in. After the teachers hastily briefed him on Lin Ma's assessment performance, the minister specifically instructed teacher Amin to personally contact Lin Ma at his school after the assessment concluded. They wanted to prioritize Lin Ma's development and training. Back in the hospital, Lin Ma stood leisurely on the rooftop, gazing at the city that had become a realm of ghosts. The pervasive scent of blood and the ghosts roaming every street didn't frighten him. Instead, they filled him with excitement and anticipation. He fantasized about a future where he would contract all these ghosts, ultimately becoming a paramount figure in this world. The unease he felt since his sudden transition into this world had now completely vanished. Taking advantage of the fact that the college entrance examination hadn't ended, Lin Ma, accompanied by blood-pupiled Ghost, wandered around the hospital looking for any opportunities or loot. To his surprise, he discovered that many of the skeletal remains had a considerable amount of valuables left on them. The duo excitedly embarked on a scavenging spree, thoroughly cleaning out the hospital. All the while, a paperman figure observing them lamented, "These two won't even spare the dead." As the clock struck 12, the paperman appeared at the hospital's entrance, announcing to Lin Ma and the others that the assessment had ended and it was time to tally the results. Wu Kun and Xiao Qian, having dropped out midway, scored 0 points. Yellow hair contracted 1 fierce ghost-level ghost and did not kill any, resulting in a score of 60 points. Glasses man contracted and killed 1 fierce ghost-level ghost, earning a score of 70 points. Sun Lily contracted 1 fierce ghost-level ghost and killed 2, obtaining a score of 80 points. Finally, the paperman turned to Lin Ma to declare his results, contracting 2 fierce ghost-level ghosts and 1 malevolent spirit-level ghost, and killing 5 fierce ghost-level ghosts and 1 malevolent spirit-level ghost. Lin Ma achieved a score of 90 points. The paperman promptly announced that Lin Ma was the MVP of this assessment. He then handed Lin Ma a blue ghost pearl. Lin Ma happily accepted it, knowing that with this green corpse ghost pearl, he could upgrade the blood-pupiled ghost and activate a second skill. After all, the blood-pupiled ghost had already proven its value in the assessment. Seeing Lin Ma nonchalantly toss the precious green corpse ghost pearl into a garbage bag, Glasses Man and Yellow Hair's faces contorted with envy. After declaring the results, the paperman started to chant a spell and his body was engulfed in flames. In the next second, a massive ring of fire surrounded the group. Lin Ma took one last look at the hospital behind him, and as the flames dissipated, they began to teleport away. Back in the real-world classroom, Teacher Zhou was anxiously praying for the safe return of her students. Just then, the teleportation screens on the desks lit up. Overwhelmed with relief, she exclaimed, "They're back." But the next moment, she was left horrified and teary-eyed by the gruesome sight in front of her. Students who teleported back were wailing in agony. Some were missing arms or legs, while others clutched their eyes, screaming, "I'm blind. Call an ambulance." One student, covered in blood, painfully lay on the ground, reaching out to Teacher Zhou, begging for help. Without hesitation, Teacher Zhou rushed out of the classroom to get assistance. The rescue team, already stationed at the school, immediately brought in stretchers and began providing emergency care to the injured students. Immediately after, Teacher Zhou began tallying the casualties. Out of those who passed the assessment, only 20 made it, and among them, 10 were seriously injured. The next moment, she was stunned to see Lin Ma returning unscathed from an A-level ghost domain. She hurried over to Lin Ma to check if he was injured. Seeing his dazed and unresponsive demeanor, she thought Lin Ma might be mentally traumatized. Wrapping him in a comforting embrace, she consoled him, "It's okay. It's over now. It's good that you're back safe and sound." Lin Ma, still disoriented from the recent teleportation, was instantly awakened by the intense oppressive feeling on his face. Feeling an awkward movement in a certain area, he quickly pointed to the screen to divert her attention, signaling her to look at the large MVP display on the monitor. Teacher Zhou was left astounded by Lin Ma's assessment results. How is this possible? The one who always scores the least, the perpetual tailender of the class, managed to get the MVP of the A-level ghost domain? In the next moment, her demeanor changed from shock to pride and delight. She patted Lin Ma enthusiastically. "Well done, well done. You truly are the student I always say has the most potential." Hearing this, Lin Ma smirked. "Just yesterday, you asked me to leave the class and stand outside as punishment. Have you already forgotten?" Then, Teacher Zhou's attention was drawn to the garbage bag on Lin Ma's desk. Curiously, She asked what was inside. Casually, Lin Ma replied that these were treasures he had stripped from the dead in the haunted hospital. Zhou's eyes widened in surprise. So you basically went on an escape room game with a touch of a terrifying exam and even managed to snag the MVP title? At that moment, in teacher Zhou's eyes, Lin Ma's image transformed into a rising star in the ghost realm. She thought to herself that maybe she had found a strong ally to lean on in the future. Suddenly, the teleportation circle on the desk next to Lin Ma lit up. Amidst the wails and cries around, Lin Ma spotted his classmate, Black Little Fat, comfortably snoring away. Cold sweat formed on Lin Ma's forehead as he wondered, did this guy just sleep through the entire day in the ghost domain? He then glanced at Black Little Fat's results and immediately gave a thumbs up. D-level ghost domain chaotic junkyard, score, 60 points. Lin Ma thought, truly the king of coasting in our class. To go through the ghost domain assessment unscathed, teleport back while still asleep, only you could pull that off. Lin Ma promptly tried to wake up Black Little Fat with a pat. However, realizing the depth of his slumber, he resorted to his ultimate move. Pulling out a few $100s, he shouted, Black Little Fat, it's time to eat. The next moment, Black Little Fat woke up with a start. Food? Where's the food? Lin Ma, noticing the drool around Black Little Fat's mouth, couldn't help but jest. In your past life, were you related to the chainsaw ghost or something? Just as the two were laughing and preparing to celebrate at a barbecue restaurant, Lin Ma received a call from his father. Lin Lan's concerned voice came from the other end. My dear son, how did your exams go? Did you make it to university? With a contemptuous smile, Lin Ma replied, Dad, you really underestimate your son. Listen well, I snagged the MVP of the A-level ghost domain. The next moment, Lin's father screamed in excitement, good heavens, A-level ghost domain MVP? Is our family's ancestral grave spewing blue smoke or something? Lin's mother, Anshuang, was also so thrilled she was on the verge of tears. Well done, son. Let's see who dares to call my son a poor student now. He continued with a caring tone. If you run out of money, just let us know. We'll sell the wheat these next few days and send you the money. It's strange that his sickle was dripping with fresh blood. He quickly reassured them that he had found a lot of jewels in the ghost domain and reminded them to hire a harvester, given the vast 40 acres of wheat they had. Meanwhile, in a remote field in the mountains, the simple and honest farmer parents Lin Ma remembered were glaring menacingly at a line of severed heads on the ground. Their sides were dripping with fresh blood. A man in black, lying on the ground, cursed them defiantly. Damn you, the security bureau will never let you remnants go. Upon hearing this, Lin's father's face darkened instantly. With a swift motion, he slashed the man's neck with his scythe. Damn the security bureau. I'll cut down every single one of those rotten fish and shrimps inside it sooner or later. Lin's mother, looking at the heads scattered on the ground, voiced her concerns. This is already the 7th wave this year. Won't the security bureau discover us? Lin's father reassured her. They've probably just expanded their search range. If worst comes to worst, I'll just make a trip to the provincial city. Lin's mother looked puzzled. Why would you go to the provincial city? Wouldn't that just cause trouble for our son? The next moment, Lin's father burst into manic laughter. Heh, I'd go to the security bureau in the provincial city and slaughter them all. At this moment, the oblivious Lin Ma, with Black Little Fat, is ready to feast. But after seeing Black Little Fat, without any hesitation, he orders 200 skewers. Suddenly, he feels that the money he earned in the ghost realm might not be enough. Lin Ma couldn't help but wonder how he lived in the ghost realm. While Little Fat eats meat voraciously, he squeezed out a few words between his teeth. As soon as I entered, I contracted with a trash can ghost, and then I hid in the trash can and slept for a whole day. I was starving. This unconventional move astounded Lin Ma. Damn, you're really awesome. No wonder you smell so bad. Little Fat sneered. It's a pity, brother Lin Ma, that you're about to take off. Our dragon and phoenix duo might have to part ways. Don't forget your bro when you make it big. Lin Ma waved indifferently. Whether I can go or not is another story. I'm ranked last in the whole school for theoretical courses, and in Lin Ma's eyes, with his system now, it doesn't seem to matter which school he goes to. Just then, Little Fat pointed to the TV and exclaimed, Brother Lin Ma, look, a beauty. Lin Ma looked up to see. The TV was broadcasting Gao Shishir, the daughter of the Safety Bureau director, effortlessly killing 2 high-level malevolent spirits. The girl on the screen had flowing hair with a butterfly knot, pale skin, and eyebrows curved like willow leaves. Her eyes exuded a sense of pride. Lin Ma sneered, full of jealousy. Pfft, what's so great about her? If I had a father like hers, I could do better than her. Little did he know that his father has always wanted to decapitate Gao Shishir's dad. Seeing his idol being insulted, Little Fat immediately became unhappy. You're just sour because you can't have what she has. We, the poor losers, aren't even worthy of tying her shoes. Lin Ma looked at this infatuated sycophant and couldn't contain his irritation. Just look at yourself, chasing after the girl next door, Tank, for 3 years and getting nowhere. Your sycophantic behavior left you with nothing in the end. Congratulations, host. You've gained 10 emotional collapse points. Black Little Fat's face turned dark with embarrassment from Lin Ma's tease. After all, that was indeed a humiliating part of his past. Little Fat turned his sadness into appetite, eating skewers voraciously and quickly changing the subject. With your achievements, Lin Ma, Ma. You might be able to go to Snow Phoenix Academy just like Gao Shirshir. When you do, don't forget to sneakily snap some photos for me. To his close friend's request, Lin Ma waved grandly. No problem, I got you covered. As night fell, the well-fed duo prepared to head home. Lin Ma casually flagged down a taxi by the roadside, asking the driver to take him to the Bailan district. Once in the car, he busied himself with his phone. Suddenly, a violent jolt nearly sent his phone flying. Lin Ma quickly looked outside, only to be surprised to find that the surroundings were becoming more desolate. This was clearly not the way to the Bailan district. He urgently told the driver to stop, but instead of responding, the driver just gave a sinister smile. A chill ran down Lin Ma's spine. Damn it, I've gotten into a rogue taxi. The next second, after a sudden brake and a 180-degree drift, the taxi came to a halt. While Lin Ma was still dazed, the driver opened the door and yanked him out. Then, with a strong shove, he pushed Lin Ma forward, yelling to a man and a woman up ahead, "Boss, the cargo has arrived." Lin Ma followed the sound of the voice, and his eyes settled on a pair of pristine, long legs wrapped in short socks, short shorts covering a pert derriere. He couldn't help but admire inwardly. This girl has a great figure. The girl in front of him turned around the next second, her face painted with a grotesque clown makeup. Her blood-red mouth was drawn up to her ears, resembling Harley Quinn. Lin Ma couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth. Damn, I was completely off guard. And you pull this twist on me? Congratulations. Host, you've gained 20 emotional collapse points. The clown girl wasn't pleased with his comment. How dare you mock me? Lin Ma felt a sudden chill below his waist. Indeed, the clown girl had a fiery temperament, but her face looked familiar. Before he could ponder further, she stormed towards him, raising her white leg and delivering a fierce kick next to Lin Ma, threateningly. I know you've made a good amount of ghost beads in the ghost realm. If you're smart, hand over all your ghost beads. If I'm in a good mood, maybe I'll let you keep a kidney. Lin Ma was stunned. It seems even in this strange world, there are kidney harvesting gangs. He spread his hands, trying to placate her with a sheepish grin. Miss, just look at me, so skinny and weak. I've been frail since I was a child. My kidneys are tiny like date seeds, of no use. If you want them, just take them. Her expression changed upon hearing this. Am I talking to you about kidneys? I said ghost bead. Pretending to be clueless, Lin Ma scratched his head. What's a ghost bead? Is it tasty? The clown girl's eyes widened in anger. Are you trying to play dumb with me? Do you know who I am? I'm the leader of the Black Evil Gang. A month ago, I rampaged from East Street to West Street without even blinking an eye. The Safety Bureau couldn't catch me. Tell me, aren't you afraid? Upon hearing her, Lin Ma replied with a puzzled look. Not blinking for so long. Don't your eyes get dry? Congratulations. Host, you've gained another 20 emotional collapse points. The clown girl's anger was escalating rapidly. Does it matter if they get dry or not? This has nothing to do with what I want. Lin Ma, noticing she was on the verge of exploding, hurriedly explained. I was just curious. If you don't blink for such a long time, won't your eyes get dry? Won't it cause corneal damage? By now, the clown girl was practically fuming. I'm so done with you. Stop going on about whether my eyes get dry or not. Hand over the ghost beads. Now, congratulations. Host, you've gained 60 emotional collapse points. At that moment, one of the clown girl's henchmen couldn't take it any longer. He pulled out a knife and started walking toward Lin Ma. Boss, stop wasting time with him. Let's just rob him, and I'll cut out his kidney to vent your anger. Hearing this, Lin Ma quickly pushed past the clown girl, looking terrified, and started running. Holy crap, they're actually serious about the kidney. The three, including the clown girl, were surprised by Lin Ma's sudden sprint. They pressed a button on their arm, summoning their contracted ghosts. Come forth, hit to death ghost. Come forth, wine barrel ghost. In an instant, ghosts appeared in the air. One was the hit to death ghost, which had only half a body and half a head, and the other was a huge, one-eyed ghost named Wine Barrel Ghost, holding a wine barrel. The clown girl shouted with a dark expression, "Break all three of his legs." The next second, the wine barrel ghost leaped into the air, raising its wine barrel to smash it onto Lin Ma. The hit to death ghost also lunged forward, its sharp claws outstretched. With a loud bang, the ground was smashed into a large crater by the wine barrel. Fortunately, Lin Ma dodged in time, leaping to safety. Staring at the two ghosts that kept emitting terrifying laughter, Lin Ma's expression became serious. This was his first battle with a ghost master. There was no room for negligence. He had seen this Black Scourge gang in the news before. They were merely a group of thieves. The girl's threats were clearly just to intimidate. They shouldn't be that hard to deal with. With this thought, Lin Ma confidently smirked. Is this all you've got? Just these three pathetic people? Doesn't seem like much of a gang. The henchman was immediately furious. Who do you think you're looking down on, kid? In the next second, he flicked his fingers, commanding the wine barrel ghost to use its skill drunken haze. The wine barrel ghost began chugging drinking from its barrel and then spewed out a large cloud of alcoholic fumes towards Lin Ma. Lin Ma quickly covered his nose in disgust. What the hell? Using biochemical weapons when you can't win in a fight. But soon he realized something was wrong. Oh no, I feel dizzy. It's a control skill. This is bad. As Lin Ma began to sway uncontrollably, the clown girl laughed gleefully. You cheeky brat, you tried to flirt with me? Let's see how you deal with our chain control. She then pressed on her arm, summoning the bandage ghost and the nightmare ghost. In an instant, a ghost wrapped in bandages, the bandage ghost, and a floating nightmare ghost were called forth. Lin Ma exclaimed in shock. Oh crap, how does she have two high-level fierce ghosts? The clown girl hissed menacingly. Let's see how I make you kneel, brat. She immediately activated her skill, bandage wrap. In the next second, the bandage ghost's hands thrust sharply into the ground. Lin Ma's face paled with shock. He immediately activated his blood pupil ability. Peering beneath the earth's surface, he could see two bandages rapidly shooting towards him from underground. I can't get controlled again. He started slapping himself on both sides, a full 360-degree, no blind spot self-smacking routine to force himself to stay alert. This bizarre tactic stunned the three opponents, leaving them thinking, this kid is really ruthless. Just as the bandages quickly reached right beneath Lin Ma's feet, the clown girl thought gleefully, I've got you now, brat. But the moment the bandages broke through the surface, Lin Ma, with the tip of his toe, darted backward, successfully evading the ensnaring bandages. The clown girl and her henchmen were taken aback. Impossible. How did he dodge that? The clown girl, with a face full of disbelief, wondered, how did he know where my bandages were? Her gaze then settled on Lin Ma's blood-red right eye. A chill ran down her spine. Oh no, he has the blood pupil, a perfect counter to the bandage ghost. She immediately ordered her driver and henchmen, everyone, attack together. The three of them, controlling four ghosts, leapt into action towards Lin Ma. At that moment, Lin Ma raised his left hand, gently tapping the M symbol on his arm. You think you can take me lightly, treating me like a sick cat, huh? The Sanskrit sound claims life. Instantly, the big-breasted ghost materialized, strumming its strings. A mysterious melody began to play, causing the opposing three humans and four ghosts to clutch their heads in pain, looking disoriented and rooted to the spot. Without wasting a moment, Lin Ma pressed the chainsaw icon. Strike while the iron is hot. With their numbers, I need to end this quickly, he thought. With a resounding shout, he commanded, come forth, chainsaw ghost. I have a feast for you today. Slay them for me. The chainsaw ghost, overwhelmed with glee, leaped out in an instant, eagerly swinging its chainsaw and lunging forward. To capture the ringleaders first, I'll start with this clown girl. The rest are just minions. At that moment, the clown girl's eyes were unfocused, still reeling from the effects of the Sanskrit sound claims life. In the very next second, the chainsaw ghost made a massive leap, soaring over the four ghosts in front of it, charging directly at the clown girl. With a loud crash, the chainsaw blade embedded into the ground. Just then, a dark light emanated from the nightmare ghost. It quickly regained its mobility and rushed towards the clown girl. Just as the chainsaw was about to make contact, the nightmare ghost whisked the clown girl into the air, momentarily escaping the range of the Sanskrit sound claims life. Wiping the sweat from her brow, the clown girl looked at Lin Ma in astonishment. This kid is so powerful. He's nothing like the students we robbed before. Not only did he activate a crowd control skill, but he also used it so proficiently, far surpassing the level of a high school student. Lin Ma, with a grim expression, watched the escaping clown girl, realizing that the dark light from the nightmare ghost was a rare passive skill to purify and break free from control. Ghost masters aren't easy to deal with after all, he sighed. Shifting his focus to the driver and the henchman, Lin Ma thought, if I can't finish off the clown girl for now, I'll deal with these two minions first. He immediately directed the chainsaw ghost towards the henchman and the driver. Blood splattered, and in a split second, the henchman's leg was severed by the chainsaw. The clown girl's face changed drastically, screaming for them to stop, but she was helpless. If she rushed back to save them, she would fall within the range of the Sanskrit sound claims life. And this time, there wouldn't be another passive skill to save her. However, Lin Ma looked at the chainsaw ghost, who had successfully attacked, with dissatisfaction. Grinding his teeth, he urged the chainsaw ghost to continue its onslaught. He originally instructed the chainsaw ghost to go for the head, but a level 1 ghost master controlling a malevolent spirit is too strenuous, causing the chainsaw ghost's aim to be slightly off. Just then, chainsaw ghost suddenly stopped. It stared blankly at the leg on the ground. Without paying heed to Lin Ma's commands, it directly picked up the leg and began munching on it. I forgot, this one's a complete foodie, Lin Ma sighed, wiping the sweat from his forehead. He was about to command chainsaw ghost to attack again when the music from big-breasted ghost suddenly ceased. It turned out that the duration of the Sanskrit sound claims life had ended. The three opposing ghosts, wobbly, regained their mobility. The henchman, now free from the daze and realizing his severed leg, began to wail in pain. Yet, sitting beside him, chainsaw ghost was completely unfazed, savoring the leg it was munching on. Hearing the scream of its master, wine barrel ghost turned its head sharply. In a flash, Filled with rage, it charged with its wine barrel, smashing it against Chainsaw Ghost. With a thunderous noise, Chainsaw Ghost was knocked off its feet. The barrel shattered on impact, and a leg dropped from Chainsaw Ghost's grasp. "Give me back my meat," roared Chainsaw Ghost. "Of all things to provoke, you chose a glutton." It swiftly grabbed Wine Barrel Ghost's head, and with a powerful stomp, the ghost's head burst open like a smashed watermelon. This brutal display left both the driver and the henchman in shock. Defeating a fierce ghost with a single stomp, the wrath of a glutton was truly terrifying. However, having vanquished the Wine Barrel Ghost, Chainsaw Ghost simply resumed munching on the leg. At this juncture, the clown girl floated over, stating, "We underestimated you this time. We never expected a high school student to have contracts with 3 ghosts. We need to prioritize saving our comrade now, but we'll settle this score later." She then instructed Bandage Ghost to tightly wrap the henchman's wound. The driver quickly assisted the henchman into the taxi. As the driver sped away with the injured henchman, the clown girl, while preparing to flee, shot Lean Ma a fierce glare. "I'll remember you, punk. This isn't over." Lean Ma looked at her mockingly. "A defeated opponent still dares to talk big. I'll be waiting for you. But next time, wear a skirt. Those pants are blocking the view." The clown girl's face turned red in anger. "You perverted rogue. Next time, I'll castrate you." Congratulations to the host for gaining 30 emotional collapse points, but that fleeting glance back at him made Lean Ma feel even more certain he had seen her somewhere before. Then it struck him, the news he saw while at the barbecue. "Holy cow, I knew she looked familiar. Isn't that the idol from Black Little Fat's Circle, Gao Shishir?" But this revelation only deepened his confusion. Gao Shishir is the daughter of the Safety Bureau chief. She would have as many ghost beads as she wants. Why would she bother robbing me for such trivial amounts? Lean Ma quickly checked his phone to compare the photo of Gao Shishir from the news. He then turned to his ghostly companion. "Bro Ghost, with your extensive experience in observing women, do they look identical?" Blood-pupiled Ghost squinted, appearing all-knowing. "After my professional analysis, their facial features have an 80% similarity." Lean Ma gave a thumbs up. "Well done, old lecherous Ghost. Quite professional." Blood-pupiled Ghost's answer only deepened Lean Ma's bewilderment. "It doesn't make sense. Why would the daughter of the Safety Bureau chief rob me? Plus, the news reported she was quite powerful. How come she couldn't even defeat me?" The more Lean Ma thought about it, the more his head ached. He decided to let it go. "Forget it. I'll just go home and sleep." He then recalled Chainsaw Ghost and Big-Breasted Ghost. Picking up the ghost bead left by Wine Barrel Ghost, he grinned. "Heh. Didn't expect to fleece the wool off a robber. In this world, it's indeed might that makes right." But just a moment later, Lean Ma's elation turned to despair. "Damn it, where on earth am I? Is there seriously no Uber here?" Meanwhile, inside an abandoned warehouse, the sound of wailing echoed. The clown girl had summoned a ghost doctor to treat the stout man's wound and stop the bleeding. With swift precision, she stitched up the injury. The clown girl looked at the trembling man with a mix of distress and guilt. The stout man, ever so sincere, said with remorse, "I'm sorry. It's all because I'm useless. I've let you down." Quickly comforting him, the clown girl replied, "You've always been there for me, and I'm grateful. This isn't your fault. We just had bad luck running into that tricky guy." The driver spoke up bitterly. "If it weren't for your damn sister stealing your fate, Ghost, how could you lose to that scrawny kid?" With a rueful smile, the clown girl washed off her face paint, revealing her beautiful and delicate features. A look of determination and anger flashed in her eyes. "Next time I encounter him, I'll take my revenge for you." Meanwhile, back in the White Orchid residential area, Lean Ma kicked open his dormitory door. "Damn that unlicensed taxi, making me pedal a shared bike until my legs were about to break." Exhausted, Lean Ma didn't even bother to change, and collapsed on his bed. Yawning deeply after the night's events, he thought, "Finally, I can get some rest." Suddenly, a horrendous wailing sound, reminiscent of ghostly crying, came from the floor above, jolting him awake. The irritating screech made Lean Ma's eyes turn red, instantly dispelling his sleepiness. In an instant, he jumped up angrily. What the hell is happening in the middle of the night? It must be that damn landlord's son again. Sleeping all day and then singing and dancing all night. After a brief contemplation, Lean Ma came up with a plan. The next second, Lean Ma tapped the M-shaped pattern on his arm, summoning the Big-Breasted Ghost. He gestured to the ghost. "First, do this and then that. Make sure you scare him so much that he wets himself tonight." Meanwhile, upstairs, the landlord's son was still belting out his tunes into a microphone with all his might. His parents sat nearby, cheering him on. "Son, you're singing so well. You're definitely the best singer in school." Hearing the praise, the kid became even more excited. "Wow, am I really that good? Let me sing another one for you." But just then, a cold gust of wind swept through the room, dropping the temperature significantly. The landlord's wife looked at the curtains rustling from the wind and nervously asked, "Why did it suddenly get so cold?" "There isn't a ghost, is there?" The landlord patted his wife's hand to comfort her. "Of course not. All the ghosts in this urban area were eliminated by the Safety Bureau a long time ago. It probably means there's a storm coming." The singing boy, noticing his parents' distraction, protested, Hey, why aren't you both paying attention to my singing?" Both parents quickly sat upright and resumed their applause. But as the boy was about to sing again, all the lights in the house went out. The landlord's wife was so scared that she jumped into her husband's arms. The landlord tried to reassure her. Don't worry, it's just a temporary power outage. But the next moment, she noticed something terrifying. In the pitch black room, only the TV screen was still glowing. On the screen was a woman with bloody clothes and disheveled hair, eerily playing an ancient zither and laughing ominously. Both the woman and the boy screamed in terror. Ghost woman, turn off the TV now. The landlord quickly pressed the off button on the remote, shutting the TV down. He then looked at his panting wife and son, completely puzzled. What's going on? Where is the ghost? What happened to you two? I didn't see anything on the TV screen. The next second, the landlord's wife and son looked at the landlord with terror in their eyes, their fingers trembling as they pointed behind him. There's something behind you, they whispered in horror. Startled, the landlord cast a sideways glance and saw a terrifying woman in red with messy hair floating right behind him. In a chilling voice, she asked, "Who dares to sing at midnight?" Meanwhile, Lin-Ma was comfortably lying in his bed, hearing constant notifications from his system. Congratulations, host has gained 60 emotional collapse points. Lin-Ma laughed delightedly. That's for disturbing my sleep with your ghostly wailing every night. This time I scared the living daylights out of you. With a swift gesture, he called back the big-breasted ghost. The next moment, the sounds of the landlord reprimanding his son echoed from upstairs. Lin-Ma peacefully drifted off to sleep, lulled by those satisfying sounds. The next day, as Lin-Ma went out to get his takeaway, he ran into the landlord and his son, both of whom had heavy dark circles under their eyes. Lin-Ma chuckled. "Uncle, you guys seem to have had quite the party last night. It was quite noisy." "Oh, what happened to the boy? His face is all bruised. Did he get beaten?" The landlord sighed, waving his hand. "Don't even mention it. Our house was haunted last night." Playing along, Lin-Ma teasingly responded, "Haunted? I didn't notice anything downstairs. Maybe it's because of your son's singing?" Already frustrated, the landlord immediately gave his son a swift kick in the behind. "That's for your ghostly wails every night. If you dare sing again, I'll thrash you." Then, he looked at Lin-Ma with a pleading expression. "Young man, it seems you know a lot about this stuff. Could you help us? Otherwise, my family won't be able to sleep peacefully." Lin-Ma confidently replied, "Well, I did graduate from a high school specialized in handling ghosts. A small musical ghost? That's child's play for me. But about those 5 months of unpaid rent," the landlord hastily replied, "forget about it. Talking about money amongst neighbors damages our relationship." With his objective achieved, Lin-Ma grinned broadly. "All right, since we're neighbors, I'll help out. Let's check it now." He then proceeded to the landlord's apartment, putting on a show of his expertise. First, he sprinkled salt all around the room. Then he took a bowl of water, gulping it down, before spraying it everywhere in the room. Soon after, he assured the landlord that the ghost was gone, but emphasized that the young boy should refrain from singing at night. The landlord nodded in agreement, praising Lin-Ma for his expertise. As Lin-Ma was about to head home in high spirits, his phone rang. It was a message from Black Little Fat. "Lin-Ma bro, where are you? Let's game. Time to rank up." Lin-Ma hurried home and logged onto the game. In his past life, he was a pro gamer at the top tier. Playing in lower tiered matches was like taking candy from a baby. Upon starting the game and teaming up with Black Little Fat, Lin-Ma decisively chose the hero blood-pupiled ghosting to get familiar with his skills. As the game progressed, Lin-Ma noticed the middle lane corpse-eating ghost being dominated by the opposing bandage ghost. Seizing the opportunity, Lin-Ma hid in the bushes, ready to ambush. In a flash, Lin-Ma darted out, initiating his blood prison illusion skill. However, bandage ghost was quick to react, instantly using his flash skill to flee. But as he reached the safety of his tower, he turned to unleash his bandage pierce ability. Lin-Ma instantly activated the blood-pupiled ghost's retaliation skill, causing the bandage to rebound and pierce the bandage ghost instead. Meanwhile, in an abandoned warehouse on a hammock, a beautiful girl watched with rage. "I must get my revenge." At that moment, Lin-Ma received a notification from his system. "Congratulations, host has gained 10 emotional collapse points." This made Lin-Ma ecstatic. Did the opposing bandage ghost's morale just shatter? Heh, I think I found a new way to get rich. Emboldened, Lin-Ma began to frequent the middle lane even more. With every gank, came notifications from the emotional collapse system. "Congratulations, host has gained 80 emotional collapse points." Ultimately, with a triumphant godlike announcement, the score of bandage ghost plummeted to 060. Inside the warehouse, the girl was drenched in cold sweat, her face pale. "Damn it," she thought. "Is this blood-pupiled ghost sick? Why is he only targeting me? Is he never going to let up?" Meanwhile, Lin-Ma looked at the victorious game screen with sheer excitement. "I never thought I'd earn 100 points in a single game. If anyone tells me gaming is harmful, I'll lose it on them." Just then, a friend request popped up on his game screen. "Heartless clown requests to add you as a friend." Lin-Ma smirked. "Isn't this the bandage ghost from the last round? Wants to add me just to vent his anger? No chance." He promptly declined the request. A moment later, a system notification rang out. "Congratulations, host has gained 10 emotional collapse points." Lin-Ma chuckled to himself. Turning off his phone, Lin-Ma began to ponder. He had realized during the game that the blood-pupiled ghost's retaliation skill was crucial. It could not only negate control effects, but also also reflect them back. This would be a vital asset in real combat. He decided to feed all his ghost beads to blood-pupiled ghost to level it up. Soon after, several ghost beads transformed into a stream of black smoke and were absorbed into the blood pupil of his right eye. Sequentially, the system alerts blared. Blood-pupiled ghost's loyalty increases by 5%, remaining at 20%. The blood-pupiled ghost has been upgraded to a beginner-level malevolent spirit. Lin Ma grinned, a double level up. Ha! He continued to redeem blood-pupiled ghost skills. After deducting 500 emotional collapse points, he successfully unlocked the second skill for blood-pupiled ghost, acquiring the retaliation ability. The skill's effect: upon activation, it can negate enemy control effects and reflect half of them back. It consumes 50 aura points and has a cooldown of 180 seconds. Lin Ma, after reading the skill details, felt a bit disappointed. The cooldown time is a bit long. However, when he glanced at the handsome blood eye reflected in the mirror, his mood lifted. Given how overpowered the retaliation effect is, I can live with a longer cooldown. Looking at the blood pupil in his right eye change from one circle to two, Lin Ma couldn't help but let his imagination run wild. If the number of circles in my right eye increases with my level, will my eye become a renegade at its peak? Just as he was lost in thought, a series of rapid knocks came from the door. Lin Ma was taken aback. Who could it be? Why would anyone visit me at this time? Opening the door, the first thing he saw was a shiny bald head. There stood an old man with a goatee, appraising Lin Ma with a sly grin. I'm Zhai Feng, the principal of Aries Academy. I'm here to invite you to study at our school, he introduced. Lin Ma was slightly surprised. Am I that famous now? The headmaster personally visiting is quite a high treatment, but I've never heard of this Aries Academy. Inviting the somewhat suspicious Zhai Feng inside, Lin Ma didn't expect his guest's next comment. Looking around the modest room, Zhai Feng remarked with a grin, your living conditions seem a bit basic. Feeling a tad insulted, Lin Ma retorted, what does that have to do with my admission? Seeing Lin Ma's displeasure, Zhai Feng hurriedly clarified, no offense meant. We can offer you a full scholarship covering both tuition and accommodation fees. It'll save you a good amount. Saying so, he produced a brochure and handed it over. Taking the brochure with a stunned expression, Lin Ma thought, full scholarship? Is this for real? The brochure proudly stated that the academy covered an area of 16,000 hectares, making it the largest school in the province. It boasted diverse majors, healer, tank, assassin, mage, all taught by instructors with a minimum qualification of 6th-tier Ghost Master. Reading this, Lin Ma was tempted. The prestigious Ghost Master University charged an annual fee of 100,000, a burden for his farming family. A full scholarship would be a godsend. Without missing a beat, Zhai Feng slapped down an application form. So, what do you say? Tempting, isn't it? I personally scouted you. If you enroll, you can choose any major you want. He eagerly produced a pen, seemingly impatient for Lin Ma to sign the application on the spot. Just as Lin Ma was about to sign the document, he paused. Before I do this, can you tell me the ranking of Aries Academy? We don't really focus on rankings. What matters is what our students learn. We all aim to protect the people. Young hero, you don't care about these superficial ranks, right? Lin Ma immediately felt that something was off. Is your institution one of those unofficial, unrecognized diploma mills? Zhai Feng clapped his hands together, laughing nervously. No way. Aries Academy is the largest school in Jiang Province. The list of our notable alumni is so long that it'd shock you. Growing more suspicious, Lin Ma challenged. Okay, name some alumni I might have heard of. Caught off guard, Zhai Feng began to stammer. Well, there's Zhang, something or other, and Lu, oh dear, we have so many outstanding graduates that I can't remember them all. Just then, the sound of high heels echoed through the doorway, and a busted beauty stepped inside. Your so-called largest campus is merely because 14,000 hectares of it are barren graves, she commented, casting Zhai Feng a disdainful look. Flustered, Zhai Feng retorted, but our average teacher qualification is 6th-tier Ghost Master. The beautiful teacher scoffed. Are you serious? That's only because you're the only teacher in the entire school. Of course, the average is a 6th-tier Ghost Master. Lin Ma was in utter shock. He almost fell for it. A school with only the principal as its sole teacher? Ridiculous. The beautiful woman removed her glasses. Allow me to introduce myself. I'm Min, a teacher from Snow Phoenix Academy. Lin Ma quickly shook her hand. Hello, I'm Lin Ma. His eyes were then drawn to the 4 distinct patterns on Min's pale arm. Min produced another application form. Our Snow Phoenix Academy is ranked 1st in Jiang Province and 10th nationwide. We'd be honored if you'd join us. Now, 2 application forms in front of him. It was evident that Snow Phoenix Academy was the legitimate choice. The old man, realizing he was about to lose a potential student, awkwardly snatched back his application form with a forced smile. He knew that once Snow Phoenix Academy extended their invitation, he had little chance. Better to withdraw and save some face. At that very moment, the phone in Min's pocket began to ring. It was a call from the head of the education department. The moment she answered, his roar echoed out. Immediately withdraw the Snow Phoenix admission offer to Lin Ma. Why? What happened? Min frowned. The official informed her that the high-ranking officers of the Safety Bureau, including Deputy Commissioner Sun, had blacklisted Lin Ma and all the universities in the province. From the corner of his eye, Lin Ma caught on to the conversation and immediately realized this must be the doing of some Lily. Infuriated, Amen snapped, "On what grounds are they blocking such a promising student?" But the official remained unyielding. "It's not your concern. Lin Ma's academic journey is over. Snow Phoenix has plenty of talents." Amen could only listen to the incessant beep as the call ended, her face turning a shade of green from anger. She sighed, looking at Lin Ma. "Who did you offend?" With an indifferent expression, Lin Ma leaned against the table. "Let's just say I made some enemies." Rubbing her temples, Amen promised, "I'll petition the education department. I'll do my best to get you an admission. Your potential shouldn't be wasted." She gently patted his shoulder, expressing sympathy. "Given my limited influence, it might be difficult. Why can't I study on my own if I don't attend a university?" Lin Ma inquired. Amen ruthlessly replied, "Because only accredited universities possess the credentials to enter the ghost realm. Without that access, you can't enter many crucial ghost domains. Also, without the theoretical knowledge from university professors, you won't even be able to obtain a ghost master certificate. No ghost command team will want you then." She then suggested that Lin Ma apologize to those he had offended. If forgiven, the blacklist might be revoked. Lin Ma's face darkened instantly. "Why should I apologize to her? Not finishing her off in the ghost realm was already a favor on my part." Just then, there was a sound of clapping from the doorway. It was Shai Feng with his distinctive goatee. He had been eavesdropping all this time. "Admirable courage. I like it," he exclaimed, immediately handing over an enrollment form. "Who says there's no university willing to take you?" "We, Aries, are." Lin Ma looked at him skeptically. "Your so-called university has credentials to enter the ghost realm?" Shai Feng stroked his goatee, brimming with pride. "Of course. Our school is an accredited institution. We have all the necessary teaching credentials. We're recognized by the province." Lin Ma expressed his surprise. "The Safety Bureau wants to blacklist me, and the Education Department doesn't even dare to resist. Yet you dare to enroll me?" Shai Feng sneered confidently, running a hand through his beard. "Humph, Aries stands tall and pure. Why would we side with the likes of the Safety Bureau? I don't even regard their notifications." Amen smirked. "You really know how to brag." Seeing an opportunity, Lin Ma immediately started to butter up Shai Feng. "Principal Shai, I admire your integrity. Very commendable." The next second, Shai Feng excitedly handed over the enrollment form again. "Thank you for the compliments. So, Lin Ma, shall we sign the enrollment form now?" Lin Ma nodded and eagerly asked, "Principal, do your previous offers about waiving the tuition fee still stand?" Shai Feng rubbed his hands gleefully. "Of course, no tuition or accommodation fees." Lin Ma gave him a thumbs up. "All I ask is not to make me live near a graveyard." Shai Feng patted Lin Ma's back boastfully. "Our dormitories, they are all tall buildings with ample space. Don't worry, let's sign the papers." Watching Lin Ma's signature on the enrollment form, Shai Feng's face was alight with excitement. "Congratulations on becoming a student at Aries Academy." Deep down, Lin Ma was well aware that with the whole province refusing to admit him, if he didn't go to Aries, he had nowhere else to turn. Immediately after, Shai Feng eagerly asked Lin Ma, "Do you have any classmates who might be interested in joining Aries? Introduce one, and you'll be rewarded with a green corpse ghost pearl." Upon hearing this, Lin Ma's eyes lit up instantly. Without hesitation, he grabbed his phone and dialed, "Black little fat, I've found a great university for us. Let's go together." Seeing how things had progressed, Amen felt a pang of regret, thinking, the Safety Bureau idiots have buried yet another rising star. Lin Ma then headed to the ghost marketplace to buy some essentials for the school start. As he entered the market, he heard a vendor shouting, "Fresh starving ghosts, on sale, on sale." Curious, Lin Ma approached the vendor and inquired, "Boss, what abilities do these starving ghosts possess?" The vendor explained, "First skill, Devour. They can consume ghosts up to 2 levels below themselves. Second skill, Hunger Curse. They mark enemy ghost masters and ghosts, causing them to experience negative hunger effects, kind of a minor control skill." Lin Ma pondered for a moment. He didn't have any free contract slots at the moment. Spending his points to increase the contract limit for just a common starving ghost didn't seem worth it, so he decided to pass. Noticing that Lin Ma was still around, the vendor tried to entice him with a flattery smile. "Young man, I sense a special connection between you and this starving ghost. How about a final price of 500,000? Lin Ma sneered. The market price for a starving ghost was 100,000, but this vendor had the audacity to ask for 500,000. It was clear he was trying to take advantage of a newbie student. So, Lin Ma decided to teach him a lesson. "Boss, this ghost looks pretty good. Could you offer a lower price?" Lin Ma asked. Seeing that Lin Ma seemed interested, the vendor pretended to be in pain and said, "If you really want it, I'll give you a 20% discount, 400,000. But Lin Ma, with a mischievous grin, patted the cage. "I'll buy it. But is your ghost ripe?" The nonsensical question caught the vendor off guard. "This isn't a melon." "What do you mean ripe?" Lin Ma then eerily stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "If it's not ripe, how can I eat it?" These chilling words frightened both the vendor and the starving ghost. The vendor exclaimed, "Damn, is this guy a demon? He even eats ghosts?" A notification then sounded. Congratulations, host has earned 20 emotional collapse points. Hearing the system notification, Lean Ma became even more emboldened. This ghost is so skinny, hardly any meat on it. Let's weigh it to see how much it weighs. I'm afraid you might be shortchanging me. Also, if I eat this starving ghost, wouldn't I just become hungrier? Do you have a satiated ghost? The kind where you take one bite and don't feel hungry for a day? The vendor, driven mad by Lean Ma's ridiculous demands, shouted, "Get lost. I'm not selling to you." Congratulations, host has earned 100 emotional collapse points. Having achieved his goal, Lean Ma left with a grin. On his way out, he couldn't resist taunting the vendor. "Boss, you seem a bit upset. Maybe keep some heart-saving pills on hand." Meanwhile, Sun Lily, looking very displeased, was shopping for school with her brother Sun Mao. "Cheer up," he consoled her. "Our dad has blacklisted him throughout the province. That bumpkin is surely doomed." Still, Sun Lily's face was a mask of anger. "I won't feel satisfied until I confront him face to face." Just then, they overheard some haggling. A moment later, Sun Lily exclaimed, "Bro, look, that's the wretch who bullied me." Sun Mao immediately dragged her over, vowing, "Just watch, I'll get revenge for you." Unaware of the looming confrontation, Lean Ma was still haggling with another vendor. "Boss, this ghost bead looks average, and there are cracks in it. 400,000 is too much. How about a final price of 20? The vendor stared at Lean Ma in disbelief. "Damn, are you a bandit or what? You're only offering 20 without even adding 1,000? At that moment, a hand swiftly snatched the ghost bead. "I'll buy this ghost bead at its original price." Sun Mao looked down on Lean Ma with disdain. "Poor people like you should stay at home and not tarnish the reputation of ghost masters." Lean Ma's face darkened as he glared back. "Oh, it's these arrogant jerks again, trying to mess with me? Then, let's have some fun." With a smug expression, Sun Mao pulled out a gold card and handed it to the vendor, emphasizing, "Can't let certain paupers disgrace the name of Ghost Master." Upon seeing the transaction, Lean Ma laughed instead of getting angry. "A ghost bead with cracks for 300,000? Even that would be too much. Only a sucker like you would buy it. It's like someone selling you as a pig and you're still helping them count the money." Hearing this, Sun Mao took a closer look. The obvious cracks on the ghost bead confirmed he had been ripped off. However, he tried to play it cool. "I've got money. If I want to buy it, I'll buy it. I happen to like the ones with cracks. What's it to you? You, a penniless mutt, can only spit sour grapes." Lean Ma responded with a sly smile. The next second, he stood up and excitedly shouted to the crowd, "Come and see. There's a sucker here willing to pay a high price for cracked ghost beads. Everyone, come over. Once you miss this chance, there won't be another." In an instant, surrounding stall owners rushed over. "Handsome guy, check out this heirloom cracked ghost bead from my family. Originally priced at 8,888,000, but I'll give you a deal at 8 million. How about it? Congratulations, host has earned 10 emotional collapse points." Sun Mao, overwhelmed by the incoming vendors, quickly swallowed and withdrew his gold card. Sun Lily, sensing trouble, hurriedly grabbed her brother and tried to leave. Watching the two flee, Lean Ma touched his chin. "Thinking of leaving so soon? Not so easy." He loudly pointed at them and exclaimed, "Oh my, isn't this the son and daughter of Deputy Director Sun from the Safety Bureau? Don't tell me you don't even have this much money. You wanted to buy it, so if you don't now, wouldn't that be going back on your word? We can't let you tarnish Director Sun's reputation." The shrewd vendors around immediately surrounded the two, echoing, "Exactly. The Sun family isn't short of this amount. Deputy Director Sun must be trying to prevent the market from accepting subpar products. He's selflessly buying them out of his own pocket." Now in a difficult position, the duo glared venomously at Lean Ma, wishing they could skin him alive. The crowd continued to whisper amongst themselves, "Isn't he Deputy Director Sun's son from Snow Phoenix School? Anything a genius student from Snow Phoenix says must be true, especially when it concerns the reputation of the Sun family." The next second, Sun Mao gritted his teeth and handed over his card. "Enough, I'll buy that 8 million ghost bead." The vendor quickly took out a card reader for the transaction. "Thank you, boss. The Sun family is indeed generous." Watching 8 million disappear just like that, both siblings felt as if their hearts were bleeding. If their father found out they'd spent 8 million on worthless items, he'd probably kill them. Congratulations, host has earned 200 emotional collapse points. Seeing his points increase, Lean Ma was ecstatic. "That's for showing off in front of me. I've played you good." At that moment, Sun Ma approached Lean Ma with a dark expression, whispering menacingly, "You little brat, you're asking for it, aren't you?" Sun Lily joined in, urging her brother to take Lean Ma down. Lean Ma, nonchalant, yawned. "What did you say? You want to thank me? I always like to help others. No need to thank me." Suddenly, Sun Mao, glaring at Lean Ma, bellowed, "Lean Ma, I challenge you." The crowd couldn't help but interject. "Challenge? A college sophomore against a senior high school student? Isn't that blatant bullying? This young man is in trouble." Lean Ma smirked. You're a sophomore and I'm a senior high school student. A 2-year difference. Challenging me? Your skin is thicker than city walls." Seeing Lean Ma's reluctance, Sun Mao quickly brandished the recently purchased cracked ghost bead. "If you win, all these ghost beads are yours. How about it? Do you dare to accept?" Lean Ma stared at the box presented to him, momentarily taken aback. Though the quality of these ghost beads grades wasn't high, they were still worth over 2 million. Getting something for nothing was the best feeling. Sun Lily kept taunting, "Little runt, are you scared now? Weren't you very arrogant just now?" The next moment, Lin Ma bravely pointed to his chest. "Do I look scared? I accept your challenge." In no time, a crowd had gathered around the challenge platform. "Go for it, young man. Give Snow Phoenix a good smack. I've been irritated with them for a long time." Meanwhile, in the crowd, a girl with twin ponytails stared at Lin Ma on stage, her eyes widening. "Why is it this little runt?" She clenched her fists in excitement, thinking he might stand a chance against Sun Mao. She shouted, "Beat the guy from Snow Phoenix. Take him down." At that moment, Sun Mao smirked, starting to unwind the bandage on his left arm. "Little brat, don't blame me if you end up dead or maimed." Lin Ma just smiled back. "I'm not arrogant. If I can't win, I'll simply run away. Only an idiot would stand still and let you beat them." He then touched his arm and began summoning the chainsaw ghost. "You sure talk a lot." In an instant, amidst a dense ghostly aura, the chainsaw ghost appeared, charging straight at Sun Mao. Sun Mao, taken aback by the approaching chainsaw, thought to himself, so he's already formed a contract with a low-level malevolent spirit? But soon, he chuckled dismissively, "Still not as powerful as mine." With a swift motion, he drew his right hand across his left arm. The next second, 3 low-level malevolent spirits appeared: the drowned ghost, the electrocuted ghost, and the giant. Lin Ma looked at Sun Mao's contracted ghosts, his expression serious. Sun Mao does have some tricks up his sleeve, he realized. Whispers of astonishment spread among the onlookers. The giant serves as the tank, the electrocuted ghost as the mage, and the drowned ghost for control. What a perfect lineup. Many began suggesting Lin Ma should just surrender. However, the girl with the twin ponytails, chin in hand, believed Lin Ma still had a chance. The electrocuted ghost and drowned ghost are powerful, but their skills have a long cooldown. If he can catch them in that window, there's a chance to turn the tables. A middle-aged ghost master nearby, with an amused expression, teased her, "Is he your boyfriend? You seem quite biased towards him." The girl's face turned crimson. "No, don't make things up." She then pouted and muttered quietly, "I just really don't want to see someone from Snow Phoenix win." At that moment, the drowned ghost on the stage initiated its choking skill. It spewed out a massive amount of water vapor and bubbles. As the bubbles enveloped him, Lin Ma felt as though he was submerged underwater, struggling for breath. "This control skill is so powerful, I can't breathe." Sun Mao watched Lin Ma with a mocking grin. "Thought you were something, huh? But you've fallen for it so easily." This drowning control lasts for 2 minutes. Deciding he needed to break free within these 2 minutes, Lin Ma immediately pointed towards Sun Mao. In a flash, the chainsaw ghost leaped into the air, wielding its chainsaw, aiming right at Sun Mao. But Sun Mao, ever vigilant of the chainsaw ghost, directed the giant to block the attack. The giant opened its mouth wide, sucking in the surrounding water. Its already massive body, swollen from the water, expanded even more. The chainsaw's attack was completely deflected amid the shrill buzzing sound. Sun Mao tauntingly said, "Is that all you've got? Disappointing." He smirked, "My attack isn't over yet. You think you're up to this?" The next moment, he ordered the electrocuted ghost to launch its skilled death current. The chainsaw ghost convulsed as electricity surged from its chest, traveling through the water. In an instant, Lin Ma's vision was filled with a net of electric light. Seeing the rapidly approaching electric current, Lin Ma took a deep breath and dodged, narrowly avoiding a bolt from above. However, Chainsaw Ghost wasn't as fortunate. It screamed in agony as it was electrocuted, leaving wounds all over its body. The smell of charred flesh filled the air, and its health was reduced by half. However, as Chainsaw Ghost's health decreased, its passive skill, Bloodthirsty, was triggered. Its attack power surged by several times. Amidst the excruciating pain, Chainsaw Ghost's eyes turned blood red, and it swung its chainsaw at the giant once again. This time, the massive giant couldn't withstand the blow. Its eyes bulged, and saliva spewed out. Seeing the giant's rapidly depleting health, Sun Ma was in shock. How is this possible? How can the Chainsaw Ghost be this fierce? With only a third of the giant's health left, Sun Ma began to panic. This isn't good. I need to end this quickly and take out this brat. But at that moment, Lin Ma's senses were heightened. He was able to anticipate electrocuted ghosts' every move clearly. He effortlessly dodged the electric attacks, often narrowly evading them. Lin Ma was as agile as a butterfly, soaring amidst the relentless electric bombardment, successfully evading every blow as he headed straight for Sun Mao. Seeing Lin Ma getting closer, Sun Mao's face paled. He ordered the electrocuted ghost to direct all its electricity at Lin Ma. In an instant, electricity was everywhere, raining down like a storm on Lin Ma. However, Lin Ma had grown accustomed to the electrocuted ghost's attack pattern. The bolts of electricity could only futilely chase him, always a step behind. Lin Ma flashed a smirk, nimbly dodging and weaving through the electric net with his precise movements and predictions. The audience was no longer calm. The girl with the twin ponytails jumped up excitedly. Amazing. He's completely showing up Sun Mao. The people of Snow Phoenix are nothing special after all. In her excitement, she didn't notice her flying twin ponytails hit the face of the man next to her. That man was the deputy director of the Education Bureau, Xing Shan. Xing Shan was also somewhat stunned. Lin Ma's Ma's movement and anticipation skills impressed him. However, he still didn't believe Lin Ma could beat Sun Mao. Watching the overly excited girl, he commented, "Don't be too happy watching Lin Ma bounce around. Once Sun Mao uses the contract ghost's combined skill, it's over for him." The girl retorted immediately, "Why are you so sure that Lin Ma will lose? Let's make a bet. A green corpse ghost pearl. Do you dare?" Xingshan glanced at her disdainfully. "Bet with a kid like you? I won't stoop to that level." The girl with the twin ponytails raised an eyebrow and continued to mock Xingshan. "Tisk, you're probably just scared. You dress all fancy but have such a small backbone." Xingshan couldn't help but laugh at the comment. "You think I'm scared? Fine, little lady, I'll take your bet, but I don't want your green corpse ghost pearl. If I win, you just have to apologize. How about that?" The girl perked up at the proposal. "Apologize? That's nothing. A green corpse ghost pearl is worth 100,000. I'm gonna be rich." At that moment, Xingshan looked at the excited girl and thought, "She looks so much like director Gao's daughter, Gao Shishir." Just then, a gasp came from the crowd. "Look, the high schooler is fighting back." At this point, Lin Ma was rushing towards Sun Mao, fist raised. Even facing the relentless electrical bombardment from the electrocuted ghost, Lin Ma remained calm and composed. This was because his right eye's blood pupil had already calculated all the points of attack. Within a second, he was right in front of Sun Mao. Seeing Lin Ma approach, Sun Mao immediately activated the drowned ghost's skill, Waterweed Wrap. This was his trump card, a strong control ability. The drowned ghost began to secrete a sticky fluid, from which numerous water weeds rapidly grew. Sun Mao quickly commanded the water weeds to wrap around Lin Ma. Lin Ma, with a serious expression, knew that if he was caught by these weeds, he'd be powerless. Yet, he still resolutely charged at Sun Mao. Sun Mao, seeing this, laughed maliciously. "You're basically asking for it, kid. Once these weeds wrap you up, you're done. Ha ha ha." However, the next second, Sun Mao locked eyes with Lin Ma's blood-red right eye. He immediately felt a momentary dizziness, and his vision blurred. Despite feeling woozy, Sun Mao tried hard to control the water weeds to entangle Lin Ma. In a flash, Lin Ma was completely wrapped by the water weeds, unable to move. Sun Mao looked on with a mocking expression. Hee. "Run now, kid. Thought you were all that? Just mediocre after all." However, Lin Ma, trapped within the weeds, calmly responded, "Why don't you take a closer look at who's really immobile here?" Hearing this, Sun Mao was taken aback and tried to stand up, only to find that he was the one who couldn't move at all. In the next second, the scene before his eyes began to slowly shift. Sun Mao saw Lin Ma standing perfectly fine in front of him, while he himself was tightly wrapped in the water weeds. A horrified expression crossed Sun Mao's face. "Damn it, it's the blood-pupiled ghost. I've fallen for your illusion. You've manipulated the hallucination caused by the blood-pupiled ghost's backlash to distort my sense of direction." Hearing this, Lin Ma crouched down in front of him with a playful grin. "You're not entirely clueless. Isn't your realization a bit too late?" The audience was taken aback by this unexpected turn, and the girl with the twin ponytails started cheering for Lin Ma with excited fist pumps. Xingshan, on the other hand, wore a somber expression, deeply focused on Lin Ma's silhouette. The conditions to release the blood-pupiled ghost's backlash skill are extremely stringent, and Lin Ma mastered it without formal training. His talent and comprehension are truly terrifying. The twin ponytails girl gloated. "See, that amazing Snow Phoenix student of yours is nothing compared to him." Sun Lily, hearing this, became livid. "Who said my brother would lose? This isn't over. Just you watch." The twin ponytails girl laughed mischievously, covering her mouth. "He's being utterly defeated by a high schooler and you still talk big?" This remark infuriated Sun Lily, prompting her to shout at Sun Mao on the stage, "Brother, use your combination skill to finish him off." Sun Mao gave a bitter smile. He had initially intended to use this combined skill during the major interschool competition. He never thought he'd be forced to use it by a high school student. The realization fueled his anger even more, and a ghostly aura enveloped him. "Kid, you brought this upon yourself." The next moment, he began rapidly inhaling water, and with every breath, the giant's already immensely swollen belly became even more distended, resembling a massive wall of flesh. Suddenly, with a loud bang, his stomach burst open, releasing a flood of putrid water. Lin Ma, repulsed by the nauseating stench, almost vomited. "Is this your big move? A biochemical attack?" But as he finished mocking, Lin Ma quickly realized something was amiss. "Wait, where's the drowned ghost?" The next second, the drowned ghost burst out of the water and lunged at Lin Ma, wrapping around him like an octopus. "Gotcha, let's go underwater." Hee. Without missing a beat, the drowned ghost started dragging Lin Ma down towards the water depths. Lin Ma desperately slapped at the water surface, trying to break free and prevent himself from being dragged down. However, the strength of the drowned ghost was overpowering. With a splash, Lin Ma was submerged. In the following moment, the drowned ghost clung tightly to Lin Ma's back, staring at him with lifeless eyes, laughing maniacally. "Die, drown. I'm so lonely. Be my companion." Choking on the foul water, Lin Ma, seeing the twisted pleasure on drowned ghost's face, couldn't help but mentally curse. This attack is so disgusting. Even in death, this ghost wants to drag others down with it. Just then, a thunderous roar echoed from the sky. Lin Ma looked up to see Sun Mao manipulating the electrocuted ghost, gathering a storm of electricity in the air. Realizing the nature of Sun Mao's combination skill, it all clicked for Lin Ma. First, by utilizing the giant's explosion to create a water field, then coordinating with the drowned ghost to immobilize the opponent, and finally striking with the electrocuted ghost's thunderbolt. Even if the thunder missed, the water's conductivity would ensure the victim would still be electrocuted. The meticulous design of this combo skill was truly brilliant. As the thunderbolt prepared to strike, Lin Ma quickly brainstormed. He only had enough spiritual energy left for 2 skills. Using blood prison illusion on the drowned ghost would free him, but he'd still be vulnerable to the thunderbolt. In that case, he thought, if I'm going down, I'll take you with me. With that resolve, Lin Ma pressed an M-shaped pattern on his arm. Sun Mao watched with confusion as ghostly energy emanated from Lin Ma. Why is he releasing so much ghost energy? In the next moment, the big-breasted ghost, cradling an ancient zither, appeared in the sky. Lin Ma gazed at the big-breasted ghost with a slight smile. My counterattack begins now. Sun Mao's face paled as he watched the big-breasted ghost plucking at the zither strings. Not good. How does he still have a contract ghost? But by then, Lin Ma had already launched his attack through the big-breasted ghost. The melodies transformed into sound waves, piercing into Sun Mao's body. Sun Mao howled in agony. What kind of madman is this? He has a contract ghost, but doesn't use it to save himself. Instead, he attacks me. He wants to exchange our lives. To his horror, he then saw the chainsaw ghost also lunging towards him. Terrified for his life, Sun Mao began to frantically resist. However, bound by the aquatic plants, he couldn't move at all. In his desperation, he tried to command the already weakened and shriveled giant to protect him. But the giant, severely diminished due to its ruptured belly, couldn't withstand the chainsaw ghost's attack. With one swing, the giant was reduced to flying chunks of meat before Sun Mao's eyes, and was effortlessly kicked aside by the chainsaw ghost. Cold sweat dripping from his forehead, Sun Mao watched in horror as the chainsaw ghost, with a sinister grin, murmured, "Human flesh, my favorite." Faced with the looming threat, Sun Mao panicked. While Lin Ma might be ready to die, Sun Mao certainly wasn't. Being the son of the deputy director of the Safety Bureau, he had a bright future ahead. Trading lives with Lin Ma, a nobody in his eyes, was an unjust trade. With this realization, he quickly commanded the electrocuted ghost to redirect the lightning strike. A blinding flash followed, and the lightning changed its trajectory, crashing down onto the chainsaw ghost. The chainsaw ghost let out a painful scream. The electricity scorched his back, skin and flesh flying everywhere, revealing bones that turned black from the intense current. The strike that was initially aimed at Sun Mao was deflected and smashed into the ground. Gloating, Sun Mao sneered at Lin Ma, "You little brat, thinking of trading lives with me? You think you're worthy?" But just as he was savoring his perceived victory, the chainsaw ghost, who was struggling to stand after the lightning strike, let out a deafening roar. Blood surged through him, and his once crimson eyes now glowed even redder, fixated intently on Sun Mao. This was the moment Lin Ma had been waiting for. With the passive ability Bloodthirsty enhancing the chainsaw ghost's attack by tenfold, Lin Ma immediately commanded him to unleash the second skill, Chainsaw Frantic Dance. The chainsaw ghost, now in a frenzied state, revved his chainsaw to maximum power and began a wild onslaught. Chainsaws wildly swept through the air within a 10-meter radius around the chainsaw ghost, with several of them narrowly missing Sun Mao's forehead. The near-death experience had Sun Mao rolling and crawling on the ground in a desperate attempt to dodge the attacks. Just as he thought he had evaded a blow, he looked back in sheer terror. The chainsaw ghost was now swinging the chainsaw directly at his waist. In his panic, Sun Mao could only shout for the electrocuted ghost to come and protect him. The very next moment, the electrocuted ghost rushed past Sun Mao, attempting to shield him from the chainsaw ghost. However, being fragile as a glass cannon mage, the electrocuted ghost couldn't withstand the chainsaw's might and was sliced in half. Fortunately, this brief interception changed the chainsaw's trajectory just enough to shave off one of Sun Mao's ears instead of cleaving him in two. Retreating, Sun Mao clutched his bleeding ear and yelled in agony, "Ah, my ear! Lin Ma, you'll pay for this. I won't let you go." A voice echoed, "Congratulations to the host for earning 50 emotional collapse points." With pain clouding his mind, Sun Mao pondered his next move. Now, with the electrocuted ghost and the giant barely hanging on, his only reliable asset was the drowned ghost. He had no choice but to command the drowned ghost to release Lin Ma and return to protect him. Finally free from the drowned ghost's grasp, Lin Ma flexed his neck with a relieved look and took a few deep breaths. That drowned ghost is really annoying. Almost suffocated me. The constant twists and turns of the battle had the audience below the stage completely riled up. Xing Shan, watching Lin Ma break free, couldn't help but admire. Such bravery and agility are unmatched in the entire province. Truly impressive. Sun Mao is no match for him. The twin ponytailed girl girl was also waving her fists excitedly. Yes, yes, way to go. With clenched fists, Lin Ma smirked sinisterly at Sun Mao. You controlled me for so long, now it's my turn to mess with you. These words sent shivers down Sun Mao's spine. What do you want? Lin Ma pointed his hands at Sun Mao and immediately commanded the big-breasted ghost to unleash the skill the Sanskrit sound claims life. The big-breasted ghost's fingers danced rapidly, producing eerie and sharp zither notes that surged towards Sun Mao. Struck as if by lightning, Sun Mao and his few remaining contract ghosts, despite covering their ears, couldn't block out the piercing melodies and were left howling in agony. At that moment, Sun Mao's eyes, bloodshot with fury and unwillingness, blazed. How can I lose to this nobody? He roared. I haven't lost yet. Counterattack now. He immediately commanded 3 fierce ghosts to charge forward. However, in the next moment, both the giant and the electrocuted ghost, who were already at a sliver of health, vanished. It turned out that the insta-kill effect of the Sanskrit sound claims life had been triggered. Sun Mao let out a heart-wrenching scream. This wasn't just because the annihilation of contract ghosts has a massive backlash on the Ghost Master, but also because he had invested so much effort and care into these 2 ghosts. The combined physical pain from the backlash and his emotional breakdown had Sun Mao spitting blood and collapsing unconscious. A voice echoed, "Congratulations to the host for earning 200 emotional collapse points." Lin Ma calmly looked at the fainted Sun Mao. When a contract ghost is annihilated, it backlashes against the Ghost Master, dealing significant damage. Sun Mao has only reaped what he sowed. At this moment, the referee, seeing the situation, declared amidst the cheering crowd, "The match is over. The winner is Lin Ma." With a sly grin, Lin Ma walked straight to Sun Lily and stretched out his hand. "Hand over my ghost bead now." Sun Lily, fuming with anger, took out the box of ghost beads and slapped it into Lin Ma's hand. "Lin Ma, you'll regret this. Let's see how long your arrogance lasts." With the ghost bead in his possession, Lin Ma casually waved at her and turned to leave. "These siblings are like my cash cows, not just giving me money, but also points. What a win. I need to head back and absorb these quickly." Jing Shan, with a gloomy expression, glanced disdainfully at the unconscious Sun Mao on the stage. Snow Phoenix's so-called genius can't even beat a high school student. How embarrassing. I wonder what Gao Longshan and Sun Deli were thinking. They sealed away such a good talent, a bunch of blockheads. Just then, the twin ponytails girl tilted her head, her face brimming with excitement as she looked at Jing Shan. "Hey, uncle, I won. You have to keep your end of the bet now." Without hesitation, Jing Shan pulled out a green corpse ghost pearl and handed it to her. The twin ponytails girl, elated, kissed the ghost bead. "Hee, I just made an easy 100,000. Uncle, you're such a good person." However, as she happily prepared to leave, she happened to pass by Sun Lily. Accidentally, she overheard Sun Lily, with a gloomy face, whispering to Yellow Hair, "Kill him, make it clean." The girl's face paled instantly. This is bad. They want revenge. Watching them hastily follow Lin Ma, she grew anxious. Lin Ma's spiritual energy is drained, and his contract ghosts are severely injured. He's no match for them. Staring at Lin Ma's retreating figure, she gritted her teeth and followed him. After all, he helped me get a bit of revenge. I can't just stand by. Meanwhile, Lin Ma was blissfully unaware of the looming danger, planning to reward a few of his contract ghosts. Chainsaw Ghost, I'll treat you to some meat today. Looking at the meat in the bag, Chainsaw Ghost was drooling so much he could barely walk. Lin Ma then handed Big-Breasted Ghost an oversized bra. "Wear this, and you won't get tired while walking." Infuriated, Big-Breasted Ghost shouted, "Go away." Having rewarded Chainsaw Ghost and Big-Breasted Ghost, Blood-Pupiled Ghost felt left out. What's going on? Why do they get something, and I don't? Lin Ma, with a mischievous grin, pointed to a bag. "Don't worry, I got you the best eye drops. Mentholated ointment." Blood-Pupiled Ghost was immediately suspicious. "Wait, isn't it supposed to be eye drops? What's mentholated ointment?" Lin Ma feigned confusion. "Isn't mentholated ointment eye drops? Remember, you even used super glue before." A voice echoed, "Congratulations to the host for earning 40 emotional collapse points." Blood-Pupiled Ghost exploded with anger. "Are you trying to mess with me again?" Blood-Pupiled Ghost's loyalty decreased by 5%, remaining at 15%. Lin Ma was taken aback and quickly tried to appease the Blood-Pupiled Ghost. "Bro Ghost, don't be mad. It was just a joke. See, there's no mentholated ointment in the bag, all eye drops." Only then did the Tsundere Blood-Pupiled Ghost forgive Lin Ma, and his loyalty went back up. As Lin Ma walked cheerfully into an alley, humming a tune, Blood-Pupiled Ghost suddenly warned him, "Be careful, there's something nasty following you." Lin Ma, a little dismissive, replied, "Bro Ghost, you're amazing. How can you sense what's behind you while looking forward?" Blood-Pupiled Ghost glanced at him disdainfully. "I'm over 200 years old. I'm still very sensitive to the presence of danger." He then added worriedly, "What should we do now? Your spiritual energy is drained, and Chainsaw Ghost is weak. This isn't good." Lin Ma sighed. "We'll have to handle whatever comes our way." Suddenly, a shadow on the ground rapidly approached him. Blood-Pupiled Ghost immediately shouted, "Watch out, it's the the corrosive ghost slime. Fortunately, Lin Ma was prepared. He quickly dived forward and rolled to evade the threat. When he looked back, he saw a patch of purple liquid on the ground, emitting white smoke and corroding even small stones. Lin Ma took a sharp breath, realizing how dangerous it would have been if that substance had landed on him. The next second, he saw a yellow-haired man smoking a cigarette walking out. Beside him stood a ghost covered in pustules and sores. The man smirked. Nice moves. No wonder bro son lost to you. Meanwhile, another yellow-haired man with sunglasses landed on the eaves to the right. A bat-like ghost clung to him. Enough talk. Just finish him off and avenge bro son. Blood-pupiled ghost anxiously warned Lin Ma. Watch out for the vampire. This is getting tricky. Lin Ma gestured for everyone to retreat, but a thud sounded behind him. A burly man wearing flip-flops stood, holding a coffin with one hand, blocking their way. No way out for you, kid, he warned. With a serious look, Lin Ma asked blood-pupiled ghost, bro ghost, can you take him? You're our best chance now. Blood-pupiled ghost looked dejected. I'm currently at a malevolent spirit level with only 2 abilities. If I reached the wicked spirit level and activated my ultimate move, I'd totally stand a chance. But now, I suggest we surrender. Big-breasted ghost quickly raised a white flag in agreement. Same thought here. Only chainsaw ghost roared defiantly. No, I still have 10 drops of blood. I can still fight. Lin Ma smirked. You're really reckless. But with attackers from all directions and a flying vampire above, and his energy drained, surrendering seemed the only option. The yellow-haired man smoking sneered. You're Lin Ma. Ha, how dare a worthless mutt like you mess with Snow Phoenix's prodigy. Seeing that he was trapped, Lin Ma tried to buy time, forcing a smile. May I ask if you gentlemen are here to rob me? The smoking young man flicked his cigarette away. Do we look like we need money? Lin Ma then pretended to be coy. If you're not after money, then you must be after my looks. But there are too many of you. I'm not sure I can handle it. Congratulations, host. You've gained 30 emotional collapse points. The young man on the eaves nearly choked, exclaiming, what the hell? You're so gross. Both the smoking youth and the one in flip-flops turned green, clearly disgusted by Lin Ma's comment. Infuriated, they lunged at him. You nauseating prick. In your next life, remember not to mess with those you shouldn't. Lin Ma gritted his teeth, looking exasperated. Damn, was it really necessary to get physical just because I teased a bit? He realized it was too late to dodge and prepared to summon Chainsaw Ghost for protection. Just then, a shadow whizzed overhead, and 3 tear gas canisters were thrown into the alley. Within seconds, the narrow space filled with thick smoke and a pungent odor. The 3 assailants were caught off guard, tears streaming down their faces as they coughed. What the hell is this? Who threw that? Blinded by the smoke and unable to locate Lin Ma, the attackers were left in confusion. Seizing this opportunity, Lin Ma quickly pulled out the bra he had bought for big-breasted ghost and put it over his mouth as a makeshift mask. Suddenly, a rope dropped down in front of him, and a voice shouted for him to grab on. Without hesitation, Lin Ma grasped the rope. Who the hell is this now? No time to wonder. Life's at stake. The shadow above began to ascend, pulling Lin Ma out of the tear gas-filled area. Looking up, Lin Ma was stunned. Weren't you the one who robbed me yesterday? The twin ponytailed girl smiled brightly, extending her hand. Less talking, more climbing. She pulled Lin Ma up to safety. From below, the smoking yellow-haired man noticed Lin Ma's escape and shouted, "Hey, third one, the kid's up in the sky. Go after him." The man with sunglasses quickly climbed onto the back of the vampire and took off, pursuing Lin Ma. "Don't worry, they won't get far," he assured. At this moment, the man with sunglasses was quite smug, thinking your nightmare ghost can match the speed of my vampire? Soon, you'll experience a real air disaster. Lin Ma, glancing back and noticing the vampire closing in, became increasingly anxious. He's too fast. We can't outrun him. What do we do? Should I summon a ghost to fight him? The girl chuckled softly and began rummaging in her pocket. Hold on tight and trust me. Let me show you my secret weapon. She then pressed down on a spray can with a chili pepper logo. Instantly, a cloud of chili spray surrounded the sunglasses-wearing man and his vampire. The yellow-haired man screamed, "This is against the martial code." Meanwhile, the vampire, its eyes filled with the burning chili spray, screeched in pain. Unable to see or navigate, the vampire flapped its wings erratically before plummeting down. A loud crash followed as 2 large holes appeared in the roof of a building below. Having successfully shaken off their pursuers, Lin Ma and the girl flew away on the nightmare ghost. As they soared, the girl burst into giggles. "So, it's Lin Ma, the little flirt. Clinging onto my waist like that tickles." Lin Ma, embarrassed, quickly let go and scratched his head, asking, "We just fought last night. Why are you saving me today?" Without turning her head, she replied, "I have a score to settle with Snow Phoenix. I can't stand by while their minions run amok." Lin Ma murmured, "Oh, I thought." She cut him off with a mocking tone. "What did you think? That I was smitten by your charms? Dream on." With a sunder expression, she led Lin Ma to an abandoned bridge tunnel. Lin Ma stared in astonishment at the furniture arranged inside the tunnel. "You don't actually live here, do you?" The girl had already comfortably settled into a hammock, swinging her legs proudly. "This is just one of my hideouts. I have many places like this, all for when I'm being chased. Now it made sense to Lin Ma. No wonder you carry tear gas and chili spray. You're an escape artist. He then curiously inquired, I owe you my life, but I don't even know your name. She laughed heartily. My name is Enran. Upon hearing her name, Lin Ma's eyebrows raised in surprise. What a coincidence. My mother's surname is En too. He was astonished because the surname En was rare. Enran was the second person he'd met with that surname, aside from his mother. Enran's eyes sparkled with intrigue, but her expression soon turned melancholic. I inherited the surname from my mother. She's been in the hospital for a long time because of a severe illness. Lin Ma felt sympathy for the girl. She appeared to be about the age of a younger sister, but she lacked the carefree nature typical of girls her age. It was clear why. Gently patting her shoulder, he asked, did you become a bandit to raise money for your mother's treatment? Is this also why you despise Snow Phoenix and the Safety Bureau? To Lin Ma's surprise, Enran suddenly stood up, her voice filled with rage. That's not the main reason at all. Her face was contorted with anger, her teeth clenched. I despise Gao Longshan. I want to flay him alive. Lin Ma was taken aback by her intensity. Gao Longshan, isn't he the chief of the Safety Bureau? What did he do to you? Enran, with a somber expression, confided in Lin Ma. Gao Longshan approached my mother years ago to extract information from her. He sweet-talked her with promises and oaths, but after he achieved what he wanted, he discarded both of us. The scoundrel not only harmed my mother, but also took away my life-granted ghost and gave it to his daughter. Her fists clenched, trying to suppress the rage boiling within. Gao Shishir's pride and joy, the ghost doll, originally belonged to me. It suddenly dawned on Lin Ma. Damn, that's why she looks so similar to Gao Shishir. They're half-sisters. Lin Ma's anger flared up. Gao Longshan is such a despicable man. Extracting the life-granted ghost from his own daughter, that pain is even worse than being skinned alive. And that Gao Shishir, showing off in public, but hiding such dark secrets. I can't believe she still has the nerve to appear on television regularly. And Ran, tears streaming down her face, added, it's one thing to harm me, but he even hurt my mother. Filled with righteous indignation, Lin Ma gripped Enran's shoulders. Damn those bastards. Gao Longshan, having me blacklisted throughout the province, is also my enemy. Considering you saved my life, I promise you, I'll help you get your revenge. We'll bring down the Gao family. Enran stared, somewhat dazed, at Lin Ma, who was animatedly shaking his fist. Despite the gravity of the situation, his comical fervor warmed her heart. Watching Lin Ma wave his fists looked a bit ridiculous. Enran couldn't help but laugh through her tears. She then told him the Safety Bureau has a vast influence. It's challenging to confront them directly. Moreover, Lin Ma just offended people from Snow Phoenix. They should act low-key for now. At that moment, Enran's affection for Lin Ma increased a bit. Lin Ma said he understood. He's just growing in a weird way. He's about to enroll in Aries Academy. When he masters martial arts, it'll be the day of revenge. Lin Ma confidently stated. Aries Academy? Enran excitedly patted Lin Ma's shoulder. She mentioned she has a base nearby. It's an incredibly magnificent ancient tomb. Ancient tomb? Lin Ma asked with confusion. Yes, I'll take you to see it when the time comes. By now, Lin Ma had imagined the scene at the base. Bats flying everywhere and ghosts visible everywhere. Thinking about such a beautiful girl living in that kind of environment, Lin Ma suddenly felt cold sweat. With this much courage, you still dare to talk about revenge? And Ran laughed, looking at Lin Ma's timid appearance. I'm not scared, I'm just amazed. How can your base be so strange? Lin Ma quickly retorted. My black evil gang is growing. Ordinary bases can't satisfy our needs. Ancient tombs, abandoned warehouses, these spacious places are what we need. Impressive. Lin Ma immediately gave a thumbs up. Actually, he knew Enran was boasting. After all, being chased by the Safety Bureau, she could only hide in such places. Looking at Enran's worn-out shoes and clothes, Lin Ma realized she wasn't living well. You saved my life today, and I can't let you do it for free. I'll share half of the ghost beads I earned today with you. Lin Ma quickly reached for the bag next to him. No need. I don't want your charity or sympathy. I just want the ghost beads I robbed. Enran repeatedly refused. Oh come on, consider it as if you robbed me, Lin Ma said, taking out the bag of ghost beads. But during their back and forth, the bag in Lin Ma's hand dropped to the ground with a snap. The bra he bought for big-breasted ghost also got exposed. Both of their gazes focused on that item. A pink bra, and it's lacy. Lin Ma, what on earth goes on in your head all day? Enran's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She couldn't help but lean back a bit. Listen to my excuse. No, I mean, listen to my explanation. I'm not that kind of person. Lin Ma immediately summoned big-breasted ghost to vouch for him. Though in the end, Enran finally said she believed him. The look she gave Lin Ma was still a bit strange. Regardless of whether Enran wanted to accept, Lin Ma took out half of the ghost beads and pushed them to her. After all, if it wasn't for Enran's assistance, he would likely have died in that alley tonight. Enran, unable to resist Lin Ma's insistence, only accepted a portion of the ghost beads. However, she said that if Lin Ma ever encountered trouble in the future, he could always seek help from her black evil gang. It's a deal. The two happily bumped fists. Soon, a heavy rain began to pour. Lin Ma stood under a bridge, admiring the riverside view in the rain. Having just faced a life-threatening situation, he felt a bit relaxed. At that moment, Enran slowly walked to his side. It's pouring so so hard now. You can't go back for a while. Why don't we do something fun? Looking at Enran's blushing cheeks, Linma was filled with questions. What does she want to play? Enran opened Glory of the Fallen. You play this too? Linma was a bit surprised. Yeah, I played all night yesterday and didn't get my first win. I must get it today, Enran said with determination. It's just a first win. Come on, let me carry you. Linma confidently took out his phone. The two immediately added each other as friends. Upon seeing Enran's in-game ID, Emotionless Joker, Linma suddenly thought, oh my god, why does this ID sound so familiar? It seems like the bandaged ghost I defeated last time. Suddenly, Linma felt a cold chill from his side. Enran was glaring at him with a murderous gaze. So you're the everlasting sharpshooter. Why did you keep targeting me last time? I'll strangle you. Enran suddenly jumped up from the sofa, her delicate and fair hands grabbing Linma. I'm sorry. I'll help you rank up, okay? Linma pleaded repeatedly. No way, take this. Linma's chest was repeatedly pummeled by Enran's small fists. At this moment, Linma felt both pain and pleasure. He immediately vowed to help Enran reach the gold rank tonight. Hearing that she could rank up so much, Enran was overjoyed and couldn't stop smiling. Meanwhile, inside the safety bureau, a roar erupted from the director's office. We sent out 20 agents, and not one has returned. Find out where they vanished. Director Gao Longshan slammed his hand hard on the desk. We have identified that they went missing near Min Mountain. They all disappeared on the same day. Deputy Director Sun Deli slowly reported, flipping through some documents. Min Mountain is vast. You don't even have an exact location. How are you even a deputy director? Gao Longshan angrily threw an ashtray in Sun Deli's direction. Crash! The ashtray grazed Sun Deli's ear and shattered against the wall. Sun Deli was visibly shaken, having never seen Director Gao this furious. He hurriedly apologized. The enemy was too cunning. The tracking devices on our agents malfunctioned. Even Team Captain Jongsen, a level 6 Ghost Master, suffered the same fate. It seemed they didn't even have a chance to send a distress signal. Sun Deli whispered with his head down. Not being able to send a distress signal implies that our men didn't even have a chance to fight back. A level 6 Ghost Master was defeated just like that. Gao Longshan muttered, looking gloomily at the map on the wall, his hand pointing at Min Mountain's location. It must be the remnants of the sealed demons. It has to be them, Gao Longshan declared with rage. Then, the doorbell rang. Deputy Director Sun, you have a phone call. A female assistant whispered as she entered. Get out. Can't you see we're in the middle of something important? Sun Deli snapped, clearly agitated. It's from your family. They said your son was severely injured by a high school student named Lin Ma. Moreover, his 2 contracted ghosts were killed. Gao Longshan and Sun Deli both gasped in shock. Sun Mao, with a triple contract limit, was defeated by a high school student. Unbelievable. If a contracted ghost dies, it still occupies one of the contract slots. Sun Mao will fall from a prodigy to a waste, Sun Deli remarked with a grave expression. You should go and attend to your son, Gao Longshan said, acknowledging the importance of Sun Mao to Sun Deli, and refrained from discussing the missing agents. After Sun Deli left, Gao Longshan picked up a photo of his daughter, Gao Shishir, from the table. My daughter is the best, ranked first in the entire province, he murmured. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Lin Ma successfully helped Enran reach the gold rank, Enran mentioned she needed to return to apply medicine to an injured man with a broken leg. So, the two temporarily parted ways. Watching the silhouette of a young girl bathed in moonlight in the sky, the corners of Lin Ma's mouth unconsciously curled up. Only when the girl's figure blended into the night did he snap back to reality. Today was probably the happiest day since he arrived in this world. Time flies by, and in the blink of an eye, it's the enrollment day at Aries Academy. Lin Ma and Black Little Fat agreed to take a long-distance bus together to Aries Academy. Upon boarding the bus, Black Little Fat was full of anticipation for Aries Academy. After all, it's touted as the biggest college in the province. This little guy has been so excited he couldn't sleep for several nights. He kept quiet, knowing that if Black Little Fat found out the school was surrounded by ancient graves, he would probably be so scared that he'd run back home to his mother. The bus set off from the city center, traveling from noon till evening. As the scenery outside the window grew increasingly desolate, Black Little Fat began to feel uneasy. Bro, Lin Ma, why are there fewer and fewer houses outside, but more and more graves? Lin Ma quickly explained that Aries Academy is a top-notch institution. The graves are purposefully built to train students' courage. Only the best students will stick around till the end. Understanding dawned on Black Little Fat, and he praised Lin Ma for choosing the right school. After another hour of bumpy travel, the duo finally arrived at their destination. As soon as Lin Ma and Black Little Fat got off the bus, the driver immediately closed the doors and sped off. The two watched the bus disappear as if escaping for its life, and exchanged puzzled looks. A gust of cold wind blew, and a brown ghost money note landed squarely on Black Little Fat's forehead. Oh my god, what is this? Both of them were on the verge of breaking into cold sweats. Where the hell is the school? Are we sure we boarded a legitimate bus? Yes, this should be Aries Academy, Lin Ma confirmed, checking the location on his phone, assuring that they were at the east main gate of the college. Other than the scattered graves and occasional ghostly fires, there was nothing resembling a gate. Don't worry, if we follow the map's direction, we should find the dormitory building. coming. Lin Ma tried to reassure, but there isn't even a road. Black Little Fat lamented, close to tears. The two, with their suitcases in tow, ventured forward and soon found themselves in the midst of a graveyard. During their journey, Black Little Fat's suitcase accidentally bumped into a protruding stone. A seemingly ordinary tombstone next to it started to move on its own. The mound soil began to tumble down, slowly revealing a pitch-black coffin. With a creaking noise, the coffin lid flung open, and a chill rushed up into the sky. A zombie dressed in Qing Dynasty official attire appeared, a wicked spirit-level green corpse ghost. Lin Ma started to feel uneasy, as this ghost was of a higher level than any of his contracted ghosts. Moreover, influenced by this spirit's presence, other mounds in the vicinity began to tremble. Using his blood-pupiled long-range vision, he quickly assessed the situation. There were at least 10 ghosts of the wild grave approaching. Bro, Lin Ma, what do we do now? Black Little Fat, panicked, asked. What else can we do? Prepare for battle. Summon all our contracted ghosts and look for an opportunity to break through. Summoning the Trashkin ghost. Black Little Fat, in his haste, slapped his plump arm, and a 2-meter-tall gigantic Trashkin appeared before them. Its appearance was imposing, but its combat abilities were uncertain. The surrounding ghosts of the wild grave began to close in. Lin Ma, with his blood-pupiled vision, sensed the impending attack from the green corpse ghost. Suddenly, the green corpse ghost spit out a breath of dark air. Tear them apart, a hoarse voice echoed. Panicking, Black Little Fat quickly opened the lid of the Trashkin ghost and urged Lin Ma to hide inside with him. Just then, a ghostly hand suddenly emerged from the ground below Black Little Fat, tightly grabbing his ankle. Feeling the strong pull from below, Black Little Fat screamed in fear. In the blink of an eye, his entire body was being dragged under, leaving only his upper torso struggling above ground. The Trashkin ghost, with its wide eyes, was utterly helpless. It had a decent defense, but virtually no attack power. Lin Ma shook his head in frustration, quickly controlling the Chainsaw Ghost to come to the rescue. Chainsaw Ghost grabbed Black Little Fat's head, and with a fierce tug, pulled him out like yanking a radish from the soil. Gazing at Black Little Fat's delicate appearance, Chainsaw Ghost salivated with hunger. Its foul breath, reeking from its gaping mouth, scared Black Little Fat half to death. Lin Ma had to concentrate fully to control the Chainsaw Ghost, preventing it from taking a bite out of Black Little Fat. But at that very moment, the soil under Black Little Fat's feet began to churn, and 2 ghosts of the wild grave once again grabbed his legs. You dare to snatch my meat? In his rage, Chainsaw Ghost drove his saw into one ghost of the wild grave's neck, followed by a horizontal swipe that separated its head from its body. 2 brown ghost beads fell to the ground. Seeing his longtime companion killed, the green corpse ghost was furious. A potent ghostly aura emanated from him. We're screwed now. I'll kill you. The green corpse ghost, as if equipped with springs, leaped 5 meters into the air, stretching out its massive ghostly claws towards Lin Ma. Meanwhile, the other ghosts of the wild grave swiftly moved underground, emerging right under Lin Ma and Black Little Fat. Lin Ma felt a surge of dread. He hurriedly commanded the big-breasted ghost to activate the Sanskrit sound claims life ability. As the resonating sound of a zither echoed, the ghost of the wild grave and green corpse ghost both froze in their tracks. At this moment, the green corpse ghost was mere centimeters away from Lin Ma. He could distinctly smell the rot emanating from it. The green corpse ghost let out a mournful wail, its eyes, filled with black blood veins, fixed intently on Lin Ma. What are you looking at? Is there something on my face? Chainsaw Ghost, kill him for me. Lin Ma immediately issued the attack command. Chainsaw Ghost, brandishing his chainsaw, rushed forward. He kicked the immobilized green corpse ghost to the ground and drove the saw straight for its neck. With the roaring sound of the chainsaw, sparks flew from the green corpse ghost, but its neck remained unscathed, save for a few brown marks. Not even the skin was broken. What kind of steel defense is this? Is he entirely encased in a turtle shell? Lin Ma, shocked, quickly retreated. Bro, Lin Ma, come in quickly. Black Little Fat beckoned Lin Ma to hide inside the Trashkin ghost. Without hesitation, Lin Ma climbed in. Inside, the ghost's stomach was filled with rubbish, emitting a potent strange odor. But they couldn't be picky now. The two hurriedly discussed how to handle the current crisis. Currently, he had 3 contracted ghosts, and he needed 2,000 points to increase the limit. Sadly, he didn't have enough points. Otherwise, he could try to forcibly contract the green corpse ghost. Damn it, he's breaking free from the Sanskrit sound claims life control. They saw the green corpse ghost grab the chainsaw. Sparks flew everywhere. The immense power stalled the chainsaw's rapid rotation. While Chainsaw Ghost and Green Corpse Ghost wrestled, the ghosts of the wild grave underground broke free from the control, emerging one after another, rushing towards the Trashkin ghost like ferocious dogs. After repeated scratching and biting, the Trashkin ghost's exterior began to crack, and soon, holes appeared. Suddenly, a ghostly hand shot inside. Black Little Fat, is your Trashkin some knockoff? Damn it, what kind of ghost school is this? I want to go home. Black Little Fat, seeing the Trashkin ghost's health reduced to only a fifth, was so terrified tears streamed down his face. How did it come to this? Facing such a pig-like teammate, it seems I have to go out and carry the team myself. Just as Lin Ma was preparing to make a last stand, one ghost of the wild grave unexpectedly lifted the Trashkin lid, roaring continuously at the two inside. But in the next second, its head flew off. off. What's happening? Have we been rescued? Then, a sharp screech echoed from above. A vampire swooped down. Its sharp claws swiftly decapitated many of the ghosts of the wild grave. Instantly, sounds similar to popping balloons filled the air. The ghosts of the wild grave were annihilated. Seeing all his faithful subordinates killed, the green corpse ghost immediately let go of the struggling chainsaw ghost and charged towards the vampire with a roar. Headless ghost, it's your turn. A melodic female voice resonated. A headless ghost, holding a massive hammer, jumped up. The green corpse ghost sensed an intense danger approaching from behind and stood frozen in terror. A bolt of black lightning struck from the sky. The energy hammer, packed with unparalleled force, heavily slammed into the green corpse ghost. A vast energy explosion spread all around, and when the dust settled, the green corpse ghost was hammered deep into the ground. Young ones, welcome to Aries Academy. A voice as melodious as a songbird rang out. A tall and beautiful girl in a pleated skirt stood in front of the trash can, her impressive legs clearly outlined in the night. Behind her stood two contracted ghosts, their strong vibrations showcasing their power. Hello senior, I'm Lin Ma. Your help came just in the nick of time. Lin Ma, full of excitement, hurriedly opened the trash can lid and climbed out. Hello junior, my name is Muwanqing. I was assigned to assist you. Are the chainsaw ghost and big-breasted ghost yours? Yes, they are. They're just small malevolent spirits. Touching the mark on his arm and recalling the two ghosts, you're already very impressive. Being able to hold off the green corpse ghost and the numerous ghosts of the wild grave for so long, you're the most talented freshman I've ever seen. Hearing the senior's praise, Lin Ma shyly scratched his head. Bro Lin Ma, what's the situation now? Black Little Fat peeked out from the trash can and asked. The academy has sent a senior to assist us. We're safe now, come on out. Is the treatment always this good? To have a senior personally come to greet us? Seeing the beautiful girl, Black Little Fat seemed to forget all his fear and became overly excited. Hello senior, my name is Wang Kai. Black Little Fat, eagerly and without delay, went to shake the delicate hand of the senior. Stay away. Don't get your snotty hands all over the senior's clothes. It's fine, it's fine. Were you both terribly frightened earlier? Mu Wanqing said, showing a warm smile. Not at all. These low-level ghosts of the wild grave couldn't even make a dent in my robust nerves. You can ask Lin Ma if you don't believe me. Black Little Fat instantly put on airs. Oh really? Who was crying for their mom a moment ago? Now that you've seen a beautiful senior, the tears are gone? Dude, give me some face. Black Little Fat hurriedly tried to hush Lin Ma. He. Mu Wanqing couldn't help but laugh at Black Little Fat's antics. Her laughter was like ringing silver bells. We should hurry to the academy to register. You'll also need to get settled in. There's a lot to do. Mu Wanqing then released her hold on the green corpse ghost and recalled the headless ghost and vampire as two lights, one yellow and one red, merged into her. Seeing this, the green corpse ghost quickly climbed out from the ground and ran away without looking back. Why did you let him go? Lin Ma curiously asked. These wild graves are filled with all sorts of strange ghosts. Aren't they the perfect training ground? If I had exterminated them, what would our academy students practice on? Is that how it's done? Other training grounds consist of specially crafted formations and captured ghosts, ensuring student safety. Aries uses the wild graves as training grounds, full of unknown dangers. A slight misstep and one could be killed. They seem to not care about the students' well-being. Isn't the academy being a bit too bold? Don't worry, the ghosts in the wild graves aren't that powerful. Didn't you see me easily defeat them? Mu Wanqing quickly reassured, stumbling upon a wicked spirit-level green corpse ghost just a few steps in. And you're saying they aren't powerful? Lin Ma and Black Little Fat's mouths twitched involuntarily. Looking at the scattered ghost beads on the ground, Lin Ma tentatively asked if the academy would reclaim them. Of course not. The academy doesn't need such trivial amounts. Consider these as your welcoming gifts. Mu Wanqing said, smilingly stretching out both hands. Wow, thank you senior. Although these ghost beads are basic, this large amount is worth at least 100,000. We're rich. Aries Academy is like a treasure trove. Lin Ma and Black Little Fat happily split the ghost beads between themselves and then followed Mu Wanqing towards the academy. Along the way, the senior kept introducing the school's advantages to them. As the path became more and more rugged, Black Little Fat couldn't help but complain. The school's location is just too remote. It'll be such a hassle if we want to go out and hit an internet cafe. How can it be considered remote? Although it's in the outskirts of coastal city, you just have to cross a wild grave, climb over a mountain, and then take a ferry to reach the bustling Lingling city. Plus, every night at the school you can see the luminous ghost fires from the graves, just as beautiful and dazzling as the stars in the sky. The view is simply breathtaking. At this point, both Lin Ma and Black Little Fat twitched their mouths. What's so beautiful about watching ghost fires every night? It's good enough if we don't get scared to death. After another half hour of walking the mountain path, the group finally arrived at Aries Academy's main campus. What met their eyes were rows of old buildings, shrouded in the night, looking much like haunted houses. At that moment, Lin Ma thought of a beautiful figure in his heart, feeling more motivated than ever. The challenging environment of Aries Academy could rapidly enhance his own strength, so he could avenge and ran sooner. Upon entering the school, Lin Ma encountered other students who had come to register. Most of them had various injuries, presumably from battling ghosts in the wild grave area. When the male students saw the beautiful figure of Mu Wanqing, their eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness gracious, I never expected such a beauty here. The gloom from being chased by ghosts was instantly lifted, but when they saw Mu Wanqing smiling and explaining the school to Lin Ma, the crowd instantly became displeased. Why does he get the beautiful senior and we get the rugged male senior? This is unfair. Unfair, you say? With that lazy attitude, a senior nearby slapped the back of a freshman's head. He scored 90 in the A-level ghost domain during his college entrance exam, making him an honor student. The principal personally gave him special attention. With your D-level ghost domain score of 60, you're lucky. I even came to get you. Hearing that Lin Ma was a genius who passed the A-level ghost domain exam, the girls nearby cast admiring glances his way. On the side, Mu Wanqing efficiently completed the enrollment procedures for Lin Ma and his friend, and then handed the key to dormitory 433 to Lin Ma. Remember to use sunscreen during military training tomorrow. Lin Ma smiled and nodded. Oh, there's one more thing you must remember. At night, always keep your dormitory door locked, because there might be night wandering ghosts roaming around the campus. If they enter your dorm, it won't be fun. Lin Ma nodded quickly, indicating that he would heed her advice. Watching Mu Wanqing's retreating figure, Black Little Fat's face was filled with admiration. The senior is really beautiful. It would be nice if she could be my girlfriend. Trust me, bro, you can't handle someone like her. A tank girl is more your speed. Lin Ma chuckled. Images of the robust tank girl from the class next door filled Black Little Fat's mind, making him immediately frustrated. You really want me to have sleepless nights, don't you? The two dragged their suitcases towards the dormitory. The entire dorm building was pitch black. Everywhere was filled with a creepy aura. Arriving at the door of dormitory 433, before entering, they heard strange noises coming from inside. A rhythmic shush 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 sound, about once a second. Black Little Fat immediately shouted, "There's a ghost inside. Look at you, so scared. We're here to learn about catching ghosts." Lin Ma sighed and pushed the door open. The scene inside made him freeze. There was a buzz-cut young man sitting in the room, sharpening a long, sharp knife. A scar on his face was especially prominent in the darkness. His eyes gleamed like those of a fierce wolf. The moment he looked up, an intimidating aura rushed towards them. Holy crap, this dude's scarier than a ghost. Black Little Fat jumped behind Lin Ma. Dude, you're sharpening your knife in the dark? You scared us. Lin Ma then turned on the room lights. I don't need the lights on to sharpen my knife, the buzz-cut man coldly replied, with an undertone of warning to strangers in his voice. Can't argue with that. Lin Ma nodded in agreement, then motioned for Black Little Fat to come in. The two quickly set up their beds. After all, it had been a long day, and Lin Ma wanted to lie down and rest. After making the bed, he looked at the buzz-cut young man, who was still focused on sharpening his knife, and initiated a conversation. My name's Lin Ma. For the next few years, we'll be living under the same roof. Please take care of us. My name's Achio. The young man with the buzz cut paused briefly, and then went silent again. What a weirdo. Either he's socially awkward, or he's mentally ill. His knife isn't ordinary. I have a bad feeling about it. The voice of blood-pupiled ghost sounded slightly shaky. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma's curiosity piqued, so he asked Achio, "What's that knife for? It looks quite unique." Achio stopped his movements once again. A complicated look flashed in his eyes. "It's a razor." He held up the long knife, admiring it as if it were a precious artifact. "Isn't a razor just a tool used by barbers? Why would you be afraid of it?" Lin Ma whispered to blood-pupiled ghost, puzzled. "You naive kid, what do you know?" "Just by the quality of the blade, it's an antique, probably used by the Manchus during the Qing dynasty to shave heads and keep cues. Over time, it has absorbed the yang energy of men, making it a weapon against ghosts. So, by that logic, this guy must know his stuff. We shouldn't underestimate him." Lin Ma stroked his chin, suddenly more interested in Achio. "Bro, what's your contracted ghost? Care to share? And why did you come to this rundown Aries Academy? Your razor seems pretty badass. Maybe we can spar sometime, like a machine gun." Lin Ma fired off 3 questions in quick succession. Achio looked a bit startled. He hadn't expected Lin Ma to be so forward upon their first meeting. "My contracted ghost is the Shadow Ghost. I came to Aries Academy because the tuition is cheap. As for sparring, I only fight ghosts." At this point, Lin Ma was convinced that Achio was an expert. After all, contracted ghosts were also ranked by rarity. Common ones like the corpse-eating ghost and starvation ghost had well-known abilities and were easy to counter, but the Shadow Ghost, like his own blood-pupiled ghost, was an S-tier rare ghost that wasn't so easily contracted. Seeing Achio's sincere response, Lin Ma felt that he was a good person. His previous silence was probably due to his introverted nature. Lin Ma soon got out of bed and began chatting with Achio. Through their conversation, Lin Ma learned about Achio's background. Achio was born into a family of barbers. Each member of the family, upon reaching adulthood, was required to contract with a shadow ghost. Only those who successfully contracted with a shadow ghost were eligible to use the ancestral razors. However, nowadays, youngsters prefer going to modern barbers like Tony, so the traditional barber family had to settle for shaving the elderly in remote areas for a meager income. Principal Zhai Feng had given Achio a 50% discount on tuition, which was the main reason he chose Aries Academy. Achio then asked Lin Ma why he also came to Aries Academy. Given that its facilities weren't great. Lin Ma explained that the principal promised him a full tuition waiver. His parents struggled working in the fields, and in order to save money, he accepted the offer. Hearing that Lin Ma had a full scholarship, Achio felt envious and offered his barber services for $5, a bargain. Understanding Achio's situation, Lin Ma cheerfully accepted. Black Little Fat noticed there was still an empty bed in the dorm. Lin Ma joked that the missing student might have gotten into a fight with ghosts in the graveyard area and ended up becoming their late-night snack. Yawning, Lin Ma prepared to sleep. After a tiring day, the three of them quickly drifted into dreams. In the deep of night, a cold wind whistled through the hallway. The occupants of room 433 were sleeping soundly when the previously closed door creaked open. Lin Ma suddenly felt a slight tremble in his bed. In his half-asleep state, he mumbled to Black Little Fat not to overexert himself, especially since they had military training the next day. However, as the minutes passed, the shaking grew more intense. Lin Ma, suspecting something was wrong, looked towards Black Little Fat's bed. Panicking, he saw Black Little Fat, eyes wide open, staring at the ceiling. His hands were tightly wrapped around his own throat, unable to speak and continuously kicking his bed, signaling for help. Wrapped around his arm were two eerie, red threads, which only added to the mystery and terror of the situation. Meanwhile, Achio had awakened without Lin Ma noticing. His razor flashed before Lin Ma's eyes, and with a swift movement, the sharp blade darted towards the door. The two red threads coming into the room were severed instantly. Immediately, Black Little Fat released his own throat, sat up on the bed, and began to cough violently. I was kicking the bed so hard, and you didn't even notice. What were you thinking? I nearly choked myself to death. Black Little Fat gasped for breath, hand over his neck. I'm so sorry, Lin Ma replied with a chuckle. I thought you were having a dream or something. What kind of dream do you think I was having? Just when I thought you were an innocent guy, it turns out your mind is filled with weird stuff. I was sleeping, and suddenly, I felt like I was running out of breath. I looked down and found my hands choking myself without any control. What the hell was that? It was probably a puppet ghost. Lin Ma, glancing at the residual threads on Black Little Fat's arm, speculated coldly. Do you think so too? Achio pulled the razor out of the door. The hallway should only have night-wandering ghosts. There shouldn't be any puppet ghosts here. It's simple, Lin Ma replied. Whoever is behind this has a contracted ghost. Someone's deliberately stirring up trouble. We just arrived and haven't offended anyone, yet someone tried to kill us. We can't just let this go. Let's go out and see what's going on. Lin Ma stretched his neck, scanned the surroundings cautiously, and quietly exited the room, followed silently by Achio. Hey, wait, how can you guys leave me alone here? Black Little Fat was a bit panicked. Looking outside, the dark corridor made him hesitate. Up on the rooftop, 3 senior-year bullies and 2 scantily clad girls were chatting. Brother Luan Chang, do you think the freshman will collapse and die from fear? One of the girls giggled. Even if he doesn't die, he'll probably be traumatized. Remember the guy last year who went mad from our prank and eventually jumped into the river? He deserved to die. Those 2 nobodies from room 433 dared to have my goddess pick them up and even breathe freely in front of her. Today, they'll taste what it's like to be choked to death by their own hands, Luan Chang said, taking a deep drag from his cigarette. His demeanor constantly gave off an arrogant vibe. Suddenly, Luan Chang's expression changed. The threads controlled by the puppet ghost in his hand had been cut off. How dare they cut my threads? Those 2 brats have a death wish. He motioned for his gang to follow him downstairs, shouting about teaching Lin Ma and Achio a lesson. No need to trouble yourselves, Lin Ma called out. He and Achio appeared from the stairwell, with Lin Ma leading the way. Senior, instead of sleeping at this hour, you want to challenge us to a real-life fight? Perfect. I've been itching for some action. Let's spar. Achio, standing by Lin Ma's side, didn't utter a word. He simply tightened his grip on his blade. The bullies were taken aback. No one had ever spoken to them like this before. Freshmen, in their eyes, were just noobs without any real skills. But these 2 newcomers were so audacious. They truly don't know their place. Kill them, Luan Chang ordered. The 2 goons beside him immediately summoned their contracted ghosts. One was a corpse-eating ghost and the other a one-armed crippled ghost possessing a human body. Lin Ma hesitated for a second, then burst into laughter. Is this all senior students have to show? Seriously, you dare look down on us? Who gave you this fake confidence? You're just 2 noobs who haven't even activated your skills. Kneel and beg, or you won't live to see tomorrow's sun. One of the bullies shouted. Not see tomorrow's sun? What's going to happen? Is it going to rain? Lin Ma taunted. This sent Luan Chang and his crew into a fury. They were grinding their teeth in anger, all contributing to Lin Ma's emotional collapse point count. Even the typically emotionless Achio couldn't help but smirk upon hearing this. Enough talk. Kill them. Luan Chang, already on the verge of losing his temper, barked out the command. The corpse-eating ghost and the thug with the enhanced right arm charged straight at Lin Ma and Achio. Achio said coldly, 1 for each of us. After we're done, let's deal with that puppet ghost. No problem, Lin Ma murmured. Just as he finished speaking, with a swoosh, Achio vanished from his spot. A second later, he reappeared above the corpse-eating ghost, brandishing a razor-sharp blade. With a swift motion, the corpse-eating ghost was beheaded. Holy crap, Achio, did you use a flash step or something? Lin Ma was left gaping in shock. The bully controlling the corpse-eating ghost couldn't believe his eyes. His contracted contracted ghost had been destroyed in an instant. He spat out a mouthful of old blood. The backlash from a contracted ghost's death was no joke. Meanwhile, two girls watching from the sidelines were dumbfounded. In their eyes, Achio had taken out the corpse-eating ghost with just his skills, without even summoning his contracted ghost. Was this the strength of a freshman? On the other side, another thug, powered by the one-armed crippled ghost, was closing in on Lin Ma. His right arm had grown massive. With a powerful leap, he swung his enhanced right arm, aiming it straight at Lin Ma. However, Lin Ma remained unfazed. His right eye, possessing the blood-pupiled power, shot open. An overwhelming ghostly force surged out. Blood prison illusion, activate. The jumping thug froze in midair, dropping like a kite whose string had been cut. He landed on the ground, convulsing uncontrollably. If people thought Achio's swift beheading of the ghost was impressive, they were utterly taken aback now. Lin Ma had killed using just his gaze. Is he the young master of some hidden powerful family? Luan Chang's hands trembled uncontrollably. He was genuinely scared. The duo in front of him were not only powerful, but also ruthless. Yet, trying to maintain a semblance of control, he angrily asked Lin Ma if he was aware of the consequences of offending him. What consequences? Lin Ma replied, seemingly lost in thought. He then turned to Achio. Do you know? Achio just shook his head blankly. I see. Well, let's finish this fight first then, Lin Ma said, rolling up his sleeves and walking towards Luan Chang with determination. Luan Chang, you have to protect us from these maniacs. Two terrified girls pleaded, rushing to hug Luan Chang's legs. Don't worry, I've got everything under control, Luan Chang said, placing his hands on the shoulders of the two girls. A sinister grin spread across his face. The puppet ghost beside him started trembling violently, and countless threads shot out from its chest. Before the two girls could react, these threads pierced into their limbs, weaving through their flesh. They were now under Luan Chang's control, like marionettes on strings. Please, don't hurt us. We can't control our bodies. It's all Luan Chang's doing. The girls quickly realized their situation and begged Lin Ma and Achio for mercy. Is he using these girls as shields, trying to buy himself time to escape? Lin Ma thought. You wanted to kill, but now you want to run? There's no way out. Just as Lin Ma was about to summon his contracted ghost, one of the girls, controlled by the puppet ghost, delivered a powerful kick towards him. Lin Ma quickly dodged, but it was evident the girl had some martial arts training. Her long legs continuously attacked him. Even though she moved gracefully, she had Lin Ma on the defensive. These girls are getting in the way. We need to end this quickly. Let's take one each. Understanding his intent, Lin Ma nodded. He slid his left arm fiercely, summoning the chainsaw ghost, leaving the girls petrified. With their bodies under puppet ghost's control, they couldn't avoid the incoming threat. They could only watch as the massive chainsaw headed their way. 3 seconds later, the intense pain they anticipated didn't come. Opening their eyes, they found themselves unharmed. Achio and Lin Ma had merely cut the puppet threads controlling them without harming them in any way. After all, both of them were good-hearted young men of the 21st century, and they would never hurt the innocent. Facing the terror of death caused the two girls to emotionally collapse, granting Lin Ma an unexpected 500 points. This unexpected gain brought immense joy to Lin Ma's heart. Although he didn't harm the two girls, he wouldn't let Luan Chang go. After all, Luan Chang had murderous intentions towards Black Little Fat and himself. At this moment, Luan Chang could sense Lin Ma's strong intent to kill, which gave him goosebumps. He thought to himself, what terrible sins did I commit in my past life to cross paths with these two? In desperation, Luan Chang wrapped himself with threads from Puppet Ghost and, without looking back, jumped off the rooftop. Puppet Ghost also wanted to flee, but Luan Chang ordered it to cover his escape. Reluctantly, Puppet Ghost tugged at the threads, aiding Luan Chang's escape. Don't let him get away. Lin Ma hurriedly moved to intercept. However, in terms of speed, Achio was faster. With a dash, he reached the edge of the rooftop and with a swift slash, he cut the threads connecting Luan Chang. By this time, Luan Chang had only fallen to the 3rd floor. Without the support of the threads, he plummeted straight down, crashing with a loud snap, severely deforming both of his legs. Help! They're trying to kill me, he screamed, momentarily forgetting the pain in his legs and crawling desperately towards the security guard's office. Seeing the drowsy security guard emerge, Lin Ma and Achio halted their pursuit. Attacking Luan Chang in front of the guard would no longer be seen as self-defense. Though Luan Chang had escaped, Puppet Ghost was still on the rooftop. Lin Ma signaled to Chainsaw Ghost, who eagerly rushed forward and cleaved Puppet Ghost in two with its chainsaw. Downstairs, Luan Chang let out another agonized scream. The backlash from the death of his contracted ghost was excruciating. After convulsing for a few moments, he passed out. On another rooftop, Lin Ma and Achio were happily dividing their spoils of war. The one-armed crippled ghost bead and corpse-eating ghost bead belonged to Achio, while the puppet ghost bead was Lin Ma's. Chainsaw Ghost, who was nearby, drooled at the sight of a large severed arm. With a nod from Lin Ma, Chainsaw Ghost immediately understood and eagerly began to chew on it. After a series of pig-like munching sounds, the system notified Lin Ma that Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty had increased by 20%. This delighted Lin Ma, as it meant he wouldn't have to worry about Chainsaw Ghost going berserk again. He then checked his emotional collapse points and realized he had accumulated up to 2,000. He promptly increased his contract limit, which allowed him to bind with another ghost. After cleaning up the mess on the balcony, the duo returned to dorm 433. Upon entering, they saw a massive trash can. Achio, looking puzzled, asked Linma if he had bought this trash can, commenting on its large size. Linma explained that this was Black Little Fat's contracted ghost. He quickly lifted the lid and found Black Little Fat soundly sleeping inside. Achio was still in shock, wondering if a trash can could indeed be a contracted ghost and if its mode of attack was to suffocate its enemies inside. The next morning, Linma was awakened by his alarm clock. Stretching lazily in his bed, he noticed Achio was already up, sitting cross-legged on his bed, deep in meditation. Wisps of ghostly aura emanated from his ghost beads, and with each inhale and exhale, Achio absorbed them. This dedication was something Linma admired, but couldn't match. If it weren't for the mandatory school military training requiring him to wake up early, Linma would have easily slept for another 2 hours. However, as long as he had enough emotional collapse points, his power would soar rapidly, much like riding a rocket. Observing the dense, ink-like aura surrounding Achio, Linma grew curious. If Achio was so powerful with just his physical strength, how formidable would Shadow Ghost's combat capabilities be? After waiting for Achio to finish his meditation, Linma quickly woke up Black Little Fat from the trash can. The three of them headed to the school's training ground for their mandatory military training. Standing in the military posture for the entire morning was exhausting. Linma managed it well. Black Little Fat was completely drained, feeling as if he would ascend to heaven at any second. Linma, did you bring any water? A weak Black Little Fat, sitting on the ground, inquired. Linma was about to reply that he hadn't, but quickly changed his mind. Water? I brought some. What? You have water? Share some. We'll even pay for it. Several freshmen quickly surrounded Linma with hopeful expressions. I did bring some, but I've already finished it, Linma said. As he saw their angry expressions, the system's delightful notification sound indicated that he had gained emotional collapse points. None of you brought water? A freshman named Cecinis, with shiny hair, approached. So, you have some? One of them asked impatiently. I don't have any right now, but my girlfriend will bring some for me soon, Cecinis replied. Aries Academy was famously known as a singles academy since not many girls were willing to come to a place filled with graveyards. Hence, when the group heard that Cecinis had a girlfriend, they looked at him with envy. Cecinis, with his hands in his pockets, began mocking the others for being single. Linma, however, appeared nonchalant, leaning against a tree and humming a tune, utterly relaxed. Cecinis, irritated by Linma's indifference, taunted. So what if you're the top student in the whole school, you're still a lonely single dog without a girlfriend? Cecinis dear, are you thirsty? I brought you some water. A plain-looking girl holding a bottle of mineral water ran over at that moment. My darling, will you feed me? Seizing the moment, Cecinis began to show off. Everyone looked on with a mix of envy and resentment. What use is being the top student? In this scorching heat, you can't even get a sip of water. He then wrapped his arm around his girlfriend's waist and took large gulps of water right in front of Linma. Just then, Mu Wanqing appeared on the field with a bottle of chilled sweet water in hand. As the current #1 goddess of Aries Academy, her arrival caused quite a stir. Everyone began speculating about which lucky freshman had managed to win over the stunning senior on the very first day. After scanning the field for a moment, Mu Wanqing finally spotted Linma under a large tree. She waved at him and strode over. Linma looked surprised. Senior, are you looking for me? Lin Jr., this is for you. Mu Wanqing gave him a sweet smile, handing over the chilled sweet water. For me? Why? Linma was taken aback. He knew he wasn't familiar enough with Mu Wanqing for her to go out of her way to bring him a drink. This is a reward for you. After all, you eliminated a threat to Aries Academy yesterday, Mu Wanqing whispered in Linma's ear, ensuring only the two of them could hear. She then placed a finger to her lips, signaling him to keep it a secret. Linma immediately realized she was referring to the incident where he defeated Luanchang the previous day. Unbeknownst to Linma and Mu Wanqing, their close interaction in front of everyone had set the entire freshman training camp abuzz. On the very first day of school, Linma had seemingly won over the famously aloof goddess of the academy. How were the other male students supposed to feel? Suddenly, a torrent of system notifications flooded Linma's mind. Every one of the 300 freshmen was providing him with emotional collapse points. In a blink of an eye, it increased by over 1,000 points. My goodness, I'm rich. Linma, watching the soaring point value, was overjoyed. While everyone's gaze was fixed on Linma and Mu Wanqing, a stunning girl appeared from the other side of the field. Under her willow-like eyebrows were a pair of crystal-clear eyes. She held a cup of lemon tea, looking around as if searching for someone. The attention of the new students oscillated between Mu Wanqing and the new girl. Was she also here to offer a drink? Thirsty? Handsome? I have some super refreshing lemon water here. The girl, arriving behind Linma, gently tapped his shoulder and ran. What are you doing here? Linma looked at the girl he had longed for, his elation evident. Damn, not again. Why is it always that kid? The crowd was shocked. First, the goddess Mu Wanqing brought chilled sweet water, and now a top-tier girl presents refreshing lemon tea. Cecinis, standing nearby, was so frustrated that his long hair seemed to have turned short. Just moments ago, he was mocking Linma for being a loner, but now, Linma was flanked by a mature beauty on one side and a cute loli on the other. At Linma's side, when the two girls locked eyes, sparks seemed to fly. "My dear junior brother, who is this pretty little girl?" Mu Wanqing inquired. "No introductions needed," and Ran's eyes flashed with a hint of melancholy as she turned to leave. "I thought you'd be thirsty from training in this heat, so I brought you some lemon tea, but it seems you're already quite satisfied." Angrily, she threw her cup away. "Why is she mad? What did I do?" A confused Linma mumbled, looking lost. Seeing Linma's clueless expression, Mu Wanqing quickly nudged him. "Your girlfriend is upset. Go after her and make amends. Explain yourself." Seeming to understand, Linma nodded, bending down to pick up the discarded lemon tea. And Ran, "Wait for me." Holding up the cup, he chased after her. Once beside her, he opened the bottle and took a big gulp of the lemon tea. The chill was so intense that it felt like it swept away the summer heat. "Thank you," and Ran. "This is incredibly refreshing. So cold it's making my teeth hurt." "You think it's too cold? Well, freeze then." And Ran stomped her foot in frustration and started walking away from the school. "What did I do now?" a sweating and anxious Linma muttered, turning to Mu Wanqing with a blank expression, hoping for some answers. "You foolish boy, keep chasing her." Mu Wanqing rubbed her forehead in exasperation. How can such a smart-looking junior have such low emotional intelligence? At this moment, Enrant's emotions were extremely complex. She had grown up in an extremely dangerous and love-deprived environment. When she saw Linma with Mu Wanqing, her sense of security took a hit. Just as the last ember of hope in her heart was about to go out, a warm hand grabbed her wrist. "Enran, I have something to tell you," Linma said earnestly. Seeing his sincerity, Enrant's heart raced like a deer's. "What more do you have to say?" Although she was pouting, Enran was filled with anticipation. "Did you make this lemon tea yourself?" Linma blurted out unexpectedly, leaving Enran at a loss for words. "You already have water given by another girl. Why drink this?" "Throw it away," she retorted. "It'd be such a waste to throw away this great lemon tea," Linma countered, chugging the remainder in one go. "How is this colder than the one from the fridge? Do you have more? I'd love another bottle." "You wish." Seeing Linma's carefree attitude, Enran was at a loss for words. "I painstakingly collected this spring water drop by drop from an ancient tomb, and then made this lemon tea. How could you have so much?" "Ancient tomb? No wonder the lemon tea is so cold. It must be due to the concentrated energy. Thank you so much. I'm touched that you went through so much trouble to make a cooling drink for me during our rigorous training. I also poison it. You'll soon be dead." And Ran huffed. Linma paused, then chuckled. "If it's made by you, I'd drink it even if it's poisoned. Do you have more? Can I have another glass?" Hearing this, a smile crept onto Enrant's face. However, remembering that Linma had accepted water from someone else, she got angry again. "Didn't someone else give you cola? Drink that." "My dear lady, I've only had your lemon tea during the entire half-day of training. I haven't touched anything else," Linma said, blinking at her with an innocent look. "You're lucky you know better, but I had originally planned to take you to my ancient tomb base. Seeing how busy you are, maybe we should forget about it." "Don't cancel it. Ancient tombs are rare places where ghosts appear," Linma exclaimed. He had just exchanged points for a higher contract limit and was eager to catch one. He had been fretting about not having a place to go. "If you really want to go, meet me at the abandoned grave on the east side of the school at 10 p.m. And Ran happily took the cup from Linma and walked away with light steps. It seems she has been appeased. Watching Enrant's beautiful silhouette, Linma smirked. "I thought I was bad with social cues, but you, young man, are even worse," blood-pupiled Ghost remarked casually, and big-breasted Ghost nodded in agreement, claiming Linma was definitely in the advanced stages of being a clueless straight guy. "Are you preparing meat for me?" Chainsaw Ghost mumbled dejectedly. These harsh words made Linma almost spit blood. He couldn't believe he was being mocked by ghosts for being socially inept. "In the end, I managed to appease her, which proves I'm capable, right?" When Linma returned to the training ground, many of his male peers glared at him with resentment. After all, for most, it was hard enough to talk to a girl, yet he seemed to have them wrapped around his fingers. Feeling his emotional collapse point rising, Linma was elated. "I should invite Enran to school more often," he thought. Night soon fell. Nightmare Ghost led Linma and Enran towards the entrance of the ancient tomb. From above, the abandoned graveyard was filled with a ghostly aura, making the sight quite terrifying. "If this scares you, then you're worse off than a girl like me. I crossed through a horde of ghosts alone when I was 10, Enran boasted. "You faced a ghost horde at 10? Were you that powerful then?" Linma inquired. "Back then, I had a life-granted ghost protecting me. Other ghosts didn't dare approach," Enran explained. Linma became silent, thinking about how Gao Longshan forcibly took Enran's ghost doll. What kind of hellish childhood did she endure? After about 10 minutes of flying, Nightmare Ghost landed in front of a massive grave mound. Bats and corpse moths occasionally shot out of the gaps in the mound, making the scene eerily unsettling. "We can enter through this Tomb Raider's hole. My secret base is just ahead," Enran excitedly told Linma. The entrance looked like it was made by professional Tomb Raiders, leading into the depths of the burial ground. Within half a minute, the two successfully passed through the robber's tunnel and arrived at the burial chamber. Enran had already installed several miners' lamps, providing ample lighting. The interior space was vast, and if one was brave enough, it would serve as a decent temporary residence. "Boss, you're here." A brawny man with a missing leg, leaning on a crutch, greeted them. Isn't this the guy who tried to rob Lin Ma last time? His wine barrel ghost had been defeated by Chainsaw Ghost, leaving him as a regular person without a contracted ghost. Noticing Lin Ma's gaze on his leg, the brawny man laughed, admitting his defeat and acceptance of losing a leg. You're a real man, bro. Lin Ma gave him a thumbs up in approval. Do you still remember me, old classmate? A familiar voice echoed. Out from a tent crawled a one-armed man. Wu Kun, I haven't seen you since the assessment ended. I didn't expect you to be here, Lin Ma exclaimed. After leaving the ghost domain, I was disheartened and chose to jump off a bridge. Luckily, the boss here saved me and encouraged me to keep going. So, I joined the Black Evil Gang, Wu Kun explained. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma turned to look at and ran beside him. For someone with a hellish childhood to still maintain a kind heart was truly commendable. How is it? My base is pretty awesome, right? Those jerks from the Safety Bureau would never guess I'm here, and Ran boasted with evident pride. She pointed to a dragon head statue. Look over there. It channels the groundwater up. The lemon water I made for you was sourced from here. It's pure natural spring water, so it's incredibly refreshing. Lin Ma approached the statue and indeed saw a dragon head with water continuously dripping from it. However, the tomb's entrance was tightly sealed, as if it had never been opened before. The antechamber of this ancient tomb is great, but if we open this tomb door, wouldn't the space inside be even bigger? Lin Ma asked curiously. I've tried everything to open it, and Ran sighed. The door simply doesn't budge. Isn't there another robber's tunnel leading directly inside? Lin Ma widened his eyes and scrutinized the tomb door closely. To his astonishment, even his blood-pupiled vision couldn't penetrate the peculiar door. There are a few other tunnels, but all the digging stopped midway. Everyone involved in the digging died, and their bodies are still inside the tunnels. There must be something powerful behind this door. Curiosity piqued. Lin Ma immediately summoned Chainsaw Ghost to hack at the door. Sparks flew, but the door remained unscathed, not even a scratch. The invincible Chainsaw Ghost looked puzzled. Did I eat too little meat today? If brute force would work, we would have opened it by now. It might be a barrier or some kind of magic formation. A barrier. Ha! Lin Ma sighed and put away Chainsaw Ghost, but he felt an inexplicable force drawing him towards the door. Without thinking, he reached out and gently placed his hand on the dragon's head. Suddenly, the tomb door began to rumble, and dust and dirt rained down from the ceiling. The massive door, weighing thousands of pounds, started to open on its own. What's happening? Is it an earthquake? No. Look at Lin Ma. The door. It's opening. A dense, chilling aura surged forth as Lin Ma and Ran peered inside. Countless everlasting lamps illuminated the entire hall, revealing an army of terracotta soldiers arranged in formations. Behind the terracotta army, a long staircase led upwards, culminating in a massive stone sarcophagus. This is spectacular, and Ran and the others swallowed hard, clearly in awe. But why? We tried everything and couldn't open it. Lin Ma just touched it and it worked, and Ran whispered. Who knows? Maybe he has some mysterious connection with this ancient tomb. Someone murmured. The driver by the side composed himself. Having lived for so long, he had never witnessed such a spectacle before. Why could I open it? The moment the tomb door had opened, he felt an inexplicable connection to the entire mausoleum, as if every object within was strangely familiar to him. What could this mean? Filled with questions, Lin Ma cautiously moved towards the tomb's interior, with Ran and the others following behind, driven by their own curiosity. As Lin Ma approached the terracotta army, the previously inert statues began to stir. In a unified gesture, they all knelt on one knee, seemingly paying respects to Lin Ma. What's happening? Lin Ma thought. These terracotta soldiers are supposed to be guardians of the tomb. They should attack me for intruding, but why are they kneeling before me? What is the connection between this ancient tomb and me? As Lin Ma walked through the formation, the terracotta soldiers parted to create a path for him. This young man's lineage is not simple, the blood-pupiled ghost whispered. By this point, Ran and the others sensed the aura of mystery emanating from Lin Ma. Anyone capable of commanding the respect of these terracotta warriors had to possess an exceptional identity. However, when the others behind Lin Ma tried to follow through the formation, the warriors instantly pointed their spears and swords at them, causing them to retreat in fear. But when it was Ran's turn, the soldiers merely blocked her path without showing signs of aggression. Lin Ma, be careful, Ran shouted across the terracotta formation, her face filled with concern. Lin Ma, however, remained silent and continued ascending the stone staircase. With each step, vivid images flooded Lin Ma's mind. On the first step, he envisioned a general leading an army into battle. On the second step, that same general slaughtered tens of thousands of enemies, with the dead piling up into mountains and rivers of blood. On the third step, the general, now a fierce and terrifying figure wielding a sword, was known to the world as Sword Ghost. By the fourth step, the general, now old with white hair, leaned on his sword as if it was a cane, gazing protectively at the palace he had guarded his entire life. This sarcophagus must be that of the Sword Ghost, Lin Ma mused, as he slowly reached the top of the staircase. Suddenly, an aged voice echoed from within the sarcophagus. Who is it? The ruler of the Seal Demon Kingdom? Lin Ma stepped back in shock. This tomb is at least 300 or 400 years old. How can the person inside still speak? Do not be afraid. It's merely a lingering soul of the tomb's owner, whispered the blood-pupiled ghost. Gathering his wits, Lin Ma replied. replied, I am not the ruler you speak of. My name is Lin Ma. I have no idea why I was able to open the tomb, but I know that the sealed demon kingdom you mentioned has long fallen, so it has truly perished. The voice from the sarcophagus was filled with melancholy. Lin Ma nodded. He knew that the sealed demon kingdom was an ancient small monarchy nestled in the southwestern mountains, covering just 10,000 square kilometers with a population of merely 200,000. 50 years ago, it was invaded by the Zhou nation, its palace razed to the ground, and its existence officially came to an end. Why was the nation I devoted my life to defending destroyed by the Zhou nation? Return my kingdom, my people. The voice was filled with sorrow and indignation. With a loud bang, the massive lid of the sarcophagus was thrust open, releasing a powerful ghostly aura that pierced the sky. The previously clear sky was instantly enveloped in dark clouds, with black lightning streaking through, slithering like serpents. Almost at the same time, in the security department of Jiang province, Gao Longshan shuddered. Such a potent ghostly aura. It must be the sword ghost of the sealed demon kingdom. He looked up at the turbulent sky, his eyes glowing red. Detecting the disturbance, Sun Deli rushed to the office. I guess the tomb of sword ghost has been opened. We've been searching for this tomb for so many years, and it's been right under our noses. Find the location of the sword ghost's tomb immediately, ordered Gao Longshan, and eliminate any remnants of the sealed demon kingdom you encounter. Understood, Sun Deli replied, promptly heading out. At that moment, in a remote mountain village, Lin Lan, who had been asleep, excitedly walked out of her room. It's my amour. In this world, aside from him, no one else could open the tomb of the sword ghost, not even you or I. But does this mean amour is in danger now? Anshuang expressed with a worried look. I can't hide in this village forever. It's time to go out and protect amour, Lin Lan said, grabbing a sickle. The mere thought of seeing those people from the safety bureau again excites me beyond control. You stay home and take care of our daughter. I'm going now. Having said this, Lin Lan dashed out. Inside the ancient tomb, ghostly aura swirled tumultuously. Except for Lin Ma, everyone was knocked down by the violent energy. Damn, what level of ghost is this? The driver exclaimed, staring at the sarcophagus, feeling an inexplicable fear. And Ran, standing nearby, bit her lip and looked worriedly at Lin Ma, who stood next to the sarcophagus. She prayed for his safety. Why did you destroy my kingdom? How dare this tiny Zhou nation? The lingering soul next to the sarcophagus vented its resentment. Hurry and try to contract with him. He's very, very powerful. The blood-pupiled ghost urgently reminded Lin Ma. With so much ghostly aura, if I try to contract, won't I explode from the inside? Lin Ma worriedly responded. That's just accumulated ghostly aura. The actual soul is just a fraction. Don't be afraid. See the sword inside the sarcophagus? The soul is on that sword. If you want to contract with him, you can try dripping blood on the sword. If it accepts you as its master, it will follow you. If not, there's nothing you can do, the blood-pupiled ghost explained. If I could contract this powerful sword ghost, my power would surely skyrocket, thought Lin Ma, and without hesitation, he bit his finger and dripped blood on the ancient sword. The moment the blood touched the sword, the previously erupting ghostly aura surprisingly rushed back and swiftly entered Lin Ma's body. His eyes rolled back, his body stiffened, and he fell straight onto the sarcophagus. Lin Ma and Ran's face turned pale. What happened to him? She frantically asked the others. The driver and the strong man both shook their heads in confusion. I have to save him, and Ran declared, summoning her nightmare ghost. Controlling the nightmare ghost, she flew straight towards Lin Ma, putting her own safety aside. Even knowing the dangers of the terracotta army formation, she was determined to risk it all, and Ran's forced breakthrough immediately alarmed the terracotta warriors, who raised their spears to block her path. After narrowly dodging their attacks, Ran frantically channeled her spiritual power to increase the nightmare ghost's speed. With her constant spiritual energy support, the nightmare ghost swiftly dodged the thrusts of thousands of spears, finally arriving beside the sarcophagus in a heart-stopping manner. Lin Ma, what happened to you? Don't scare me. And Ran urgently checked on Lin Ma, who had fallen into the stone coffin. At this moment, Lin Ma's body was discolored, cold as an age-old block of ice, his wide eyes staring blankly, unable to speak. This won't do. If this continues, he'll be gone. And Ran hurriedly tried to pull Lin Ma out of the stone coffin, but Lin Ma felt like an ice lolly that had been stored in a freezer for 100 years, too rigid to move. Despite using all her strength, Ran couldn't pull him out. What should I do? She almost burst into tears. As an 18-year-old girl, she had never encountered such a situation before and was completely panicked. At this moment, the driver exclaimed, this isn't good. After all, with such commotion in the ancient tomb, it would surely attract the attention of the safety bureau. He and Wu Kun quickly rushed out to check the situation. Outside the tomb, they found more than 10 vehicles parked in the graveyard, and a large group of safety bureau elites were heading towards the tomb chamber. Boss, hurry back. The safety bureau is about to enter, the limping strongman shouted urgently to Ran. At this point, Ran was completely exhausted. Gritting her teeth, she used the last bit of her spiritual power to have the nightmare ghost lift Lin Ma, preparing to forcefully break through the terracotta warriors again. But the scene she anticipated didn't occur. This time, the terracotta warriors didn't attack her or the nightmare ghost. Instead, they parted, creating a pathway for her. Boss, Boss, the main entrance is blocked by the safety bureau. Let's retreat through the secret passage. Enran nodded, and the group quickly escaped from the tomb chamber through a hidden path. Search carefully. The remnants of the seal demon are nearby. If you find them, don't let them go. Kill without mercy. By this time, Enran had already brought Linma outside the ancient tomb. Facing Linma, who still resembled an age-old ice lolly, the driver speculated, could it be that a ghost inside the sarcophagus sucked out Linma's soul? I'm not sure. We can only take him to see a doctor immediately. Enran replied, anxious and distressed. Not good. The safety bureau is coming this way. The limping strongman quickly sounded the alarm. We have to split up and run under these circumstances. Perhaps that's our only chance to break free. Run? Everywhere around us is a desolate grave. Even if we flee, we'll eventually be caught by the safety bureau. They've come with such a massive force. Their target surely isn't just us. Maybe if we hand over Linma, we might have a chance. No way. Linma is my friend. I could never leave him behind. Let's head to Aries Academy now. Perhaps we can escape this disaster. After all, Linma is their student. They shouldn't ignore this. But we're already surrounded. How can we break through, especially with Linma in this frozen state? My life was saved by the boss. Plus, Linma once saved me as well. It's time for me to repay that debt. Wukun whispered, looking at Enran and Linma. I'll distract the safety bureau's patrol cars. Boss, you take Linma and run. Wukun's decision left the driver and the strongman stunned. Then, exchanging glances, they stood up with a smile to divert attention. How can you manage alone? We'll go too. Tears swirled in Enran's eyes as she looked at the three men, realizing they were risking their lives to create an escape path for her. Take care, boss. We'll be okay. They reassured her with a gentle smile. Then, they charged straight at the safety bureau personnel. Brats, I'm right here. Come chase me. The driver taunted as he ran north. Wukun also successfully drew the attention of a few men, deliberately slowing down as he fled south. Catch them. Don't let anyone escape. The higher-ups have given strict orders. Anyone affiliated with the seal demon is to be executed on the spot. The three men went in three different directions, each facing a seemingly inevitable fate. Thank you, Enran whispered, tears streaming down her face. Would they ever meet again? Yet there was no time to dwell on this. The opportunity to escape was fleeting. She quickly picked up Linma with the help of Nightmare Ghost and mounted it. Gazing in the direction where the three men had fled, Enran's heart intensely. The strong man and the driver had been with her for many years, closer to her than even family. Tears flowed freely once again. I must get to Aries Academy quickly, or their sacrifice would have been in vain, she thought, urging her spiritual power to speed towards the academy. You think you can escape just because you have Nightmare Ghost? Sun Deli, sitting in an SUV, looked through the window disdainfully at the fleeing Nightmare Ghost. These diversion tactics. Let me show you what I can do. With a gentle touch to his left arm, he summoned the White Soul Ghost. Following Sun Deli's attack order, the ghost split into three, and like three sharp swords, they lunged at the Nightmare Ghost. With a fierce roar, one of the White Soul Ghosts, with its gaping maw, tried to bite down on them. Not good, and Ran realized, trying to maneuver the Nightmare Ghost to evade them, but one of the White Soul Ghosts bit into the back of the Nightmare Ghost. In pain, it inadvertently released Linma. However, just below, another White Soul Ghost was waiting, mouth wide open. Their target is Linma. Nightmare Ghost, protect him. On her command, Nightmare Ghost, ignoring its pain, tightly held onto both Linma and Enran. The White Soul Ghost below, seeing its prey escape, bit down in frustration, tearing open Enran's back. You little girl, daring to defy the safety bureau? If not for the fact you are the illegitimate daughter of Director Gao, that bite would have targeted your head. But you're protecting this man with your life. He must be crucial. This could be my chance for a promotion and a raise, Sun Deli mused, launching another attack with the White Soul Ghost. Enran's once pristine back was now a mess of blood and flesh. Losing blood rapidly, her consciousness was fading. Mustering her remaining strength, she issued a command to Nightmare Ghost. Ignore your injuries, just get us to Aries Academy as fast as you can. Receiving the order, Nightmare Ghost disengaged from the White Soul Ghosts, suddenly accelerating, breaking through the encirclement, and headed straight towards Aries Academy. Think you can escape? Sun Deli sneered. Do you think you're being naive? After all, I am the deputy director of the safety bureau. The White Soul Ghost at my disposal is not ordinary. He then activated his spiritual power, controlling the White Soul Ghost to catch up with the speeding Nightmare Ghost. In a flurry of frenzied bites, the Nightmare Ghost was torn apart, chunks of its ethereal form scattering in the air. The dormitory building of Aries Academy came into view, and Rand managed a weak smile. Finally, we made it. Subsequently, the Nightmare Ghost plummeted down into the academy grounds. With a thud, the ghost and the two people crashed to the ground. Just as the three White Soul Ghosts prepared to launch another attack, a massive hammer suddenly appeared before them. The familiar figure of the Headless Ghost stood with its giant hammer, guarding Linma and the others. At this critical moment, the beautiful goddess of Aries Academy had made her timely appearance. Who dares to openly unleash ghosts to wreak havoc within the academy? Are they tired of living? Mu Wanqing, looking at the fallen Linma and Enran, was filled with fury. Help us, we're being hunted. Enran, mustering her last bit of strength, whispered to Mu Wanqing before falling unconscious. Mu Wanqing noticed noticed that Lin Ma had already lost consciousness, his body bruised all over. Although Enran was covered in wounds, her hands tightly clung to Lin Ma. Who is after you? Who have you provoked? As Mu Wanqing pondered this, more than 10 SUVs with sirens blaring sped into the academy grounds. Sun Deli and over 20 members of the Safety Bureau disembarked, heading straight for the fallen Lin Ma. Who are you? How dare you act violently within our academy? Mu Wanqing boldly stepped in front of Enran and Lin Ma, showing no fear. Open your eyes and see clearly. We're from the Safety Bureau. If you hinder our arrest, you'll be treated as an accomplice. They are students of our academy, not criminals. Mu Wanqing shot back defiantly. At this moment, Mu Wanqing boldly took a step forward. Under her control, the headless ghost raised its massive hammer, ready to strike at any moment. How dare you attack the personnel of the Safety Bureau? You're a reckless young girl. It seems you don't know the meaning of death. One after the other, members of the Safety Bureau summoned their contracted ghosts. The area was instantly filled with a ghostly aura as various ghosts appeared before Mu Wanqing. With a collective howl, the horde of ghosts, like a pack of ravenous wolves, lunged at her. This is disgusting. How could the mighty Safety Bureau resort to bullying with numbers? Mu Wanqing realized she had no time to retreat. If the swarm of ghosts reached her, she would be torn apart, leaving nothing behind. At this critical moment, a thin figure suddenly appeared in front of Mu Wanqing. A strong spiritual energy began to gather in his left hand. With a swift motion, he sent all the attacking ghosts and their masters flying backward. Principal Jai! Mu Wanqing exclaimed, a mix of shock and joy on her face. It was the first time she had seen the mysterious principal take action, and he was remarkably powerful. Quickly, take them to the infirmary. Leave this to me, Jai Feng said calmly, his voice filled with confidence. Understood, Mu Wanqing responded, controlling the headless ghost to carry and ran while she carried the limp Lin Ma, making her way towards the school's infirmary. By now, the loud sirens had awakened most of the students. The dormitory corridors were lined with curious heads poking out. Oh my god, look, the goddess of Aries Academy, Mu Wanqing, is carrying a man in the middle of the night. Were they doing something intimate? One student whispered. Another retorted, use your brain. Do you think a couple doing intimate things would attract so many Safety Bureau agents? And even the deputy director, Sun Deli, is here. This is no simple matter. A third student wondered, what's our principal doing? Does he intend to take them all on by himself? With his strength as a level 6 ghost master, he might just be able to match deputy director Sun Deli in an arm wrestle. At this moment, Achio from dormitory 433 was standing by the window, observing the scene below. His hawk-like eyes were fixed on Lin Ma, who was being carried by Mu Wanqing. Such powerful sword chi. After a long moment of contemplation, Achio finally spoke these words. Seeing Jai Feng effortlessly repel the crowd with a single move, Sun Deli's face turned livid. Who the hell are you? Attacking members of the Safety Bureau, he spat. And what is this Safety Bureau? Daring to lay a hand on my students, Jai Feng retorted defiantly. You're just a principal from a third-rate university. Who gave you the audacity to obstruct the Safety Bureau's mission? Sun Deli taunted. This is my territory. Once you enter this school, even if you are a dragon, you must bow to me, Jai Feng said, not intimidated by the sea of people in front of him. You've got to be joking. You're just a level 6 ghost master. Do you really think you can stop us? A visibly amused Sun Deli gestured, and the 20-plus agents behind him took a step forward, each summoning their contracted ghosts. Within moments, dozens of menacing spirits stood before Jai Feng, a massive, intimidating crowd. Undeterred, Jai Feng calmly rolled up his sleeves and gently unraveled the bandages wrapped around his arms. The 8 shining patterns on both arms light up simultaneously. Suddenly, from a massive surge of ghostly aura, 8 top-tier ghosts emerged. Each one was as tall as a 3-story building, and their combined aura was overwhelmingly powerful. Who are you? Sun Deli asked, his face a mask of shock, cold sweat dripping from his brow. Holy shit, the principal summoned 8 ghosts by himself. That's freaking amazing. Each one is at least of the wicked spirit level. Is that one holding the brush a ghost judge? That's one of the top-tier ghosts in Legends, as rare as an extraterrestrial being. The entire dormitory building was in an uproar. Nobody had expected the seemingly money-grubbing skinny old man to be such a formidable powerhouse. The agents from the Safety Bureau were equally taken aback. They had never encountered someone of this level since their birth. No way, you aren't Jai Feng. You're the 8 Ghost King, Duan Chenkuan, Sun Deli exclaimed, fear evident in his trembling voice. That's right, I am Duan Chenkuan. Knowing my identity now, do you still wish to proceed? He challenged. Why would the military leader guarding the Southwest be in this third-rate university, and even as its principal? Sun Deli wondered aloud, yet he understood the importance of Lin Ma. After a brief hesitation, he gritted his teeth and took a step forward. Commander Duan, this is still the Jiang province. You have no authority to obstruct the Safety Bureau's arrest. If you persist, don't blame us for any offense. I don't care who you're arresting, but as the principal, I'll protect my students. If you want to take someone from my grounds, anyone who isn't afraid of death is welcome to try, Duan Chenkuan threatened. You think just because you're a high-ranking official, I wouldn't dare move against you. Everyone, attack. Capture the sealed demon remnants, Sun Deli commanded darkly. As his command echoed, all the agents directed their contracted ghosts ghosts to charge towards the school. Watching the tidal wave of ghosts approach, the students in the dormitory held their breath. The saying goes, 2 hands can't fight against 4. Can the principal withstand this assault? As the crowd grew anxious, the floating ghost judge suddenly swung its brush. A potent ghostly aura descended from the heavens. The moment it touched the ground, it transformed into numerous ghost scripts. These scripts quickly spread across the ground, attaching themselves to the incoming contracted ghosts like curses. The ghost's charge halted abruptly. The once rampant spirits now writhed in agony, as if enduring immense pain. Ghost maid, take care of these immobilized weaklings for me, Jai Feng whispered. Ghost maid effortlessly swung her scythe, unleashing a fierce gust of wind that seemed as overwhelming as a mountain bearing down. The immobilized contracted ghosts were sitting ducks. The weaker, more vulnerable ghosts were instantly slain, and the safety bureau agents at the back who couldn't evade in time suffered numerous severe injuries. For a moment, the campus echoed with a duet of screams from both humans and ghosts. The students in the dormitory building were dumbfounded. The principal had deployed only 2 ghosts and effortlessly defeated the safety bureau's team. If all 8 ghosts were to be summoned, they'd surely be unstoppable, capable of vanquishing both gods and Buddhas. Some students lamented, I put on airs with the principal during the admissions period, and I once didn't give him toilet paper when he needed it in the restroom. Reminded of their past behavior, they shivered with apprehension. The agents of the safety bureau were shivering too, astonished by Zhai Feng's power. Is this even humanly possible? One whispered. Sun Deli, distorted with rage, had a significant gash on his left arm from the gust. Looking at his severely injured agents, he begrudgingly ordered a retreat. Watching the safety bureau's messy retreat, Zhai Feng couldn't help but mock. A bunch of wasteful trash, squandering the nation's resources. He then turned and headed towards the medical room. The entire dormitory building erupted in cheers. The students who had watched the battle commended the principal's prowess, noting that choosing Aries Academy was the right decision. Elsewhere, the unsuccessful safety bureau agents hurriedly made their way back. With an uneasy heart, Sun Deli dialed the director's number. How did the mission go? Gao Longshan's voice inquired upon answering. The boy related to the sword ghost tomb was rescued, Sun Deli said through gritted teeth. It seems some people dared to cross my path in Jiang province. The person is now the principal of Aries Academy, Duan Chenkoan, a military leader coming to Jiang province to become a principal of a third-rate university. Interesting, Gao Longshan mused. You should be grateful to come back alive. After all, extermination is his signature move. He single-handedly wiped out an entire city when the Zhou nation besieged the Seal Demon Kingdom. So Duan Chenkoan wouldn't protect the remnants of the Seal Demon. He probably established the school to gather more students, making it easier to investigate the Seal Demon remnants. Could he have given up his military leadership position just to infiltrate Jiang province for this? That's some deep planning. There are 2 possibilities for him obstructing your capture. First, he wants to take credit for your work. Second, he aims to bait an even bigger fish with this. Let's not forget, the national advisor of the Seal Demon Kingdom hasn't been found yet. So, we just watch as our credit is stolen? Of course not. Interrogate the ones you've captured. As for Aries Academy, we'll send student agents to infiltrate and gather information. Can my 2 children be the student agents? If they succeed, it'd pave their way into the safety bureau, Sun Deli eagerly suggested. Certainly. For extra safety, I'll send Gao Shishir along. After finalizing the arrangements, Gao Longshan ended the call. The national advisor of Seal Demon Kingdom. This time, I will capture you with my own hands. Meanwhile, at a train station, Lin Lan, who was buying a ticket, sneezed and muttered, who the hell is cursing me behind my back? Back at the school's medical room, a senior from the medical department controlled a ghost nurse to treat and rinse wounds. However, they felt helpless about Lin Ma's condition and temporarily placed him on an operating table. Mu Wanqing, seeing Lin Ma's heart monitor moving towards a flat line, was anxiously pacing around. Upon seeing the principal, she latched onto hope. Principal, it seems Lin Ma is in grave danger. Please save him. It's okay. The boy has too much negative energy accumulated in his body, causing damage to his heart meridian. Just need to release the energy, and he'll be fine after a few days of rest. Zhai Feng took a silver needle and swiftly pierced it into Lin Ma's brow. As a stream of black blood flowed out, the negative energy from Lin Ma's body dispersed quickly through the needle. Gradually, the dark hue on his skin faded, and the heart monitor showed activity again. Mu Wanqing, who had been intensely watching Lin Ma, heaved a sigh of relief. Then she turned to Zhai Feng. What exactly happened? Why did the safety bureau want to capture him? You shouldn't ask questions that you're better off not knowing. The more you know, the closer you are to danger, Zhai Feng remarked coldly. Mu Wanqing sensibly closed her mouth and proceeded to tidy up Lin Ma's quilt. However, Zhai Feng's gaze was fixed on a new pattern that appeared on Lin Ma's left arm. It depicted a sharp and ancient sword. Could it be the sword ghost? This boy looks so much like him, and the age matches too. It seems he truly is a remnant of the Seal Demon, Zhai Feng thought, his expression turning slightly unsettled. In the next instant, his eyes became icily sharp, and with a lightning-fast move, he clasped Lin Ma's throat with one hand. Principal, what are you doing? Mu Wanqing, taken aback by Zhai Feng's sudden aggression, shouted in panic. Her thunderous voice snapped Zhai Feng back to reality, and he quickly withdrew his hand. It's okay, I just wanted to check if there was any residual negative energy around his neck, he explained. His eyes locked on Linma, shifting between agitation and regret. Finally, he let out a long sigh and returned to his usual demeanor. In the blink of an eye, a week has passed, and Linma, who had been in a coma for 7 days, finally woke up. During his coma, Linma would dream of a place where layered mountains stretched far and wide, and the people lived a peaceful life of plowing and weaving. But then one day, war broke out. The army of Zhou Kingdom swept across the peaceful land like locusts. Towns and villages suddenly turned into living hells, corpses piling up like mountains. When they stormed the palace, they didn't just kill whoever they saw, they also looted treasures and gold and silver from the palace. In the end, the majestic and magnificent palace was reduced to ashes and smoke, and at the end of the dream, there would appear a beautiful woman dressed in royal clothes, cradling a baby and holding the hand of a young boy. It's as if she's trying to tell him something through her eyes. Whenever he dreamt up to this point, Linma's heart would ache as if being torn apart. What on earth is happening? I've never been to any of those places, but everything in the dream feels so real. Upon Linma's awakening, Black Little Fat at his bedside wept with joy and promptly threw himself into Linma's arms. I thought you would never wake up in this lifetime. You're crushing me, Fatso. You really need to lose weight. By the way, how long have I been unconscious? A full 7 days. You're so lucky to have slept through the military training. Look at what the training has done to me. Black Little Fat pointed to his sunburnt neck and proudly said it was all thanks to Linma. If it wasn't for taking care of you in the hospital, I wouldn't have been able to skip classes. Just then, a mocking laugh came from the bed across the room. So even you have a day when you're carried into the hospital. Linma looked up in surprise. The person was Luan Chang, who he and Achio had beaten up. Both of Luan Chang's legs were shattered, now wrapped in bandages and suspended in midair. I'm just under the weather. I'll be fine after lying down for a few days. Not like you. You'll probably spend the rest of your life in a wheelchair. At this moment, Luan Chang's face looked extremely unpleasant. Don't get cocky. I will take revenge for my broken legs. Oh, you're still bragging. Do you believe that I'll break your third leg right now? Black Little Fat innocently asked. Where does he get a third leg? Just then, Linma suddenly slapped his forehead. Something's not right. I feel like I forgot something. Where's Enran? Where did Enran go? You mean that young girl? She's also hospitalized due to injuries. Black Little Fat spoke softly. It's not just injuries. Enran almost lost her life trying to save you. She's still in critical condition in the ICU. I have to go find her. Linma, in his urgency, jumped right off the bed. As a result, his legs gave way and he fell to the ground, making Luan Chang extremely excited. Ha, looks like your legs are messed up too. I'm just numb because I've been lying down for too long. Linma slowly got up, then walked over to Luan Chang, suggesting that since the other party is so concerned about him, he must give a return gift. Directly aimed at Luan Chang's right leg, inflicted. In the midst of Luan Chang's painful screams, the emotional collapse point arrived as expected. You little trash. Who gave you the nerve? If you're capable, come and chase me. Linma directly gave Luan Chang the middle finger. Mu Wanqing brought Linma to the intensive care unit. At this time, Enran was wrapped all over in bandages. Her usually smiling face was pale and devoid of any color, the once vibrant eyes tightly closed. What's her condition now? At this moment, Linma felt like his heart was being ripped apart, as if something was stuck in his throat. Mu Wanqing sadly said, she was repeatedly attacked by White Soul Ghost while protecting you. There's hardly a part of her body that's intact. The most troublesome part is she's poisoned by White Soul Ghost. Even though we've administered antitoxin serum, the results are not promising. It may be a unique poison controlled by the Ghost Master of White Soul Ghost. She's in this condition because of me. I must save her. Who from the safety bureau heard her? Linma clenched his fists, suppressing the raging anger within. It was Sun Deli, the deputy director of the safety bureau. I'm going to find him now. Linma immediately turned to leave, but as he reached the door of the medical office, he bumped into Zhai Feng. Where are you going? Zhai Feng's face was extremely cold. His eyes were faintly looking at Linma. I'm going to find Sun Deli to see if there's a chance to get an antidote. Come with me first. Zhai Feng walked directly upstairs after saying this. I don't have time for this. Linma was incredibly anxious, worried that without an antidote, Enran could die from poisoning. Mu Wanqing quickly reminded Linma, you can't be so disrespectful to the principal. If it wasn't for him single-handedly fighting the safety bureau that night, you would have already been taken by the safety bureau. Linma was momentarily dazed. So it was him who saved me. Isn't he just a big talker? How could he have such formidable fighting capabilities? The principal must have something important to tell you. I think you should go with him. If he could save you, he wouldn't harm you. Linma nodded and immediately followed Zhai Feng to the rooftop. That night, the safety bureau didn't see clearly who you were, but with their capabilities, it should be easy for them to find out your identity. Zhai Feng turned to inquire Linma, you probably still haven't figured out why the safety bureau wants to capture you, have you? Linma was preoccupied with finding an antidote for Enran. He hadn't considered any of this. Now that I think about it, it's strange. Surely, the safety bureau can't be mobilizing just to avenge Sun Mao. You don't even know the ins and outs of the situation, yet you're rushing into the safety bureau. What do you think are your chances of getting out alive? Do you think you, a level 1 Ghost Master, are a match for Sun Deli? Every word Zhai Feng said made sense, and Linma Ma found himself speechless in response. He knew that since Shai Feng had called him up, there must be a solution to the problem, so he quickly approached the principal for help. Not far from the school, there's a green corpse ghost tomb. It contains at least 7 or 8 malevolent spirits, and 1 wicked spirit-level green corpse ghost. If you can clear them all out, then you'll have the strength to fight a level 3 ghost master. It's only then you should go find Sundeli, and you'll have some chances of winning. What about Enran? She's deeply poisoned and her life is in danger at any moment. Just go and do it. With me here, she won't die within a month. Lin Ma felt a huge relief in his heart and quickly bowed to thank Shai Feng for his assistance. Shai Feng smiled, saying it was the right thing to do, and that it was no waste to consider Lin Ma his disciple. Disciple? The principal calls it that voluntarily. Does he intend to take me as his disciple? Although you're a student of Aries Academy, being a disciple is different. Kid, would you like to be my disciple? Lin Ma was very puzzled at this point. After all, Shai Feng was incredibly strong. Many people wished to become his disciples, but couldn't find a way. So why would he actively want to take Lin Ma as a disciple? Seeing Lin Ma's hesitation, Shai Feng asked with a smile, "What, you think I'm not worthy to be your master? I wouldn't dare. You've already saved me and Enran. That's a huge favor. It would be my honor to be your disciple. Master, please accept this bow from your disciple." Shai Feng smilingly helped Lin Ma up, looking very satisfied. "You're quite smart, kid." Looking at Shai Feng's smile, Lin Ma knew he had to be cautious, or he might end up being sold and still count the money for the buyer. As for why the Safety Bureau wants to capture you, you can investigate that yourself. Remember to come to my office after 11 p.m. After saying this, Shai Feng prepared to leave the rooftop. "It looks like he's giving me some special training." Lin Ma quickly nodded in agreement. Shai Feng casually asked, "By the way, I remember you're a student in financial need. What do your parents do back home?" "My parents grow wheat at home, and my sister has been suffering from a serious illness, so she stays home." Shai Feng looked at Lin Ma and nodded meaningfully. "I see." In the afternoon, Lin Ma and Black Little Fat headed to the classroom for their class. Black Little Fat said Lin Ma should have stayed unconscious for a few more days. That way, he could continue to skip classes. "Are you kidding me? Should I just become a vegetable? That way you can skip classes until you're 6 feet under. You're such a good student." "That's a great idea. I'll go to the medical room every day to visit you, and also get a chance to talk to Sister Mo." Lin Ma gave Black Little Fat a side glance. "My head must have been squeezed by a door to have made friends with someone as fickle as you." After the major selection was completed, Lin Ma was assigned to a control system major, while Black Little Fat went into the tank support system, and Achio got into the assassin system. Although the 3 of them were not in the same major, they still had many theoretical classes together. The large classroom was filled with students at this time. All the male students were lavishing attention on the few female students in the class. Even the more imposing meat shield girls, who are more imposing than Black Little Fat, are not spared. Lin Ma was somewhat shocked. Good heavens, how can they bring themselves to do this? You're a person who doesn't know hunger because you're full. You have Sister Mu and Enran with you. How could these ordinary girls catch your eye? At this moment, Lin Ma noticed Achio sitting in the first row, and couldn't help but admire him greatly. This top student is indeed a top student. His level of self-discipline is extraordinary. Lin Ma casually found an empty seat and sat down. He had noticed the ancient sword pattern on his left arm when he woke up, indicating that he had successfully formed a contract with the residual spirit of Sword Ghost. However, no matter how he tried to activate his mental power, he couldn't sense the main body of the Sword Ghost, let alone summon or control the Sword Ghost. Now that the legendary 8 Ghosts King is giving him one-on-one guidance, this problem will surely be solved. While Lin Ma was deep in thought, the melodious class bell rang. Shai Feng walked into the classroom with a book in hand. "Please be quiet, everyone. I have an important announcement to make. Today we have 3 exchange students from Snow Phoenix Academy. Let's give them a warm welcome." 2 females and 1 male entered from outside the classroom. Instantly, all the male students in the class were captivated, because one of them is the provincially recognized goddess, the daughter of the Safety Bureau Director, Gao Shishir. She is the epitome of beauty and wealth. Lin Ma looked at the 3 people who came in with a wary gaze. He was very clear that these were people the Safety Bureau had sent to investigate him. Does Gao Longshan not worry that I might take them down? Shai Feng on the podium saw the lovesick expressions on the students' faces, and was immediately speechless. How did I end up with such a bunch of love-struck fools? This is utterly embarrassing. The 3 people went on stage to introduce themselves. After Gao Shishir briefly described her background, she immediately went down from the podium to find a seat. At this moment, all the students were captivated. If this fairy-like girl could sit next to them, they would willingly give up 20 years of their life. Gao Shishir's beautiful eyes quickly scanned the classroom, and with just one glance, she found her target. After all, after 7 days of time, the Safety Bureau had already found out that Lin Ma was the one who came out from the Sword Ghost tomb that day. So before coming, Gao Longshan had already shown her Lin Ma's photo, instructing her to intentionally get close to Lin Ma, and if possible, find out the location of his hometown and information about his family. Amid the anticipation of everyone, Gao Shishir walked straight to the seat next to Lin Ma and sat down. Her action once again set the classroom abuzz. Why the hell is it Lin Ma again? Why do all the girls seem to gravitate around him? All the male students were on the verge verge of tears. Lin Ma's mind was instantly filled with the prompt sound of emotional collapse points, but he felt neither excitement nor elation at the moment. Instead, he gave Gao Shishir a disgusted look. As Gao Shishir took her seat, she initiated a greeting with Lin Ma. Her stunning face coupled with a warm smile once again infuriated all the male students in the classroom. Lin Ma sensed the faint fragrance coming from the girl next to him, but it didn't feel refreshing at all. Instead, he felt like he was smelling an 800-year-old unwashed toilet. Thinking that Gao Shishir still carried Enrant's life-granted ghost within her, and yet had the audacity to sit so nonchalantly next to him, Lin Ma couldn't suppress the nausea rising within him, and immediately got up to leave his current seat. With a blank expression, Lin Ma spoke loudly. "Excuse me, I need to change my seat." His words stunned Gao Shishir. Don't all men desire to sit next to her? Why is he voluntarily leaving? Are you deaf? I said I need to go. Excuse me. Seeing Lin Ma's fierce, glaring eyes, Gao Shishir involuntarily shivered and hastily got up to give him space. As Lin Ma brushed past her, Gao Shishir couldn't help but ask why he wanted to change seats. Don't you know why? You're such a scheming person. Lin Ma then walked straight to the first row and sat down next to Achio. The entire classroom erupted once more. The provincially recognized goddess sat next to Lin Ma, and he actually walked away dissatisfied. And what's more, Lin Ma even called her a scheming woman. Did they have some sort of past? Instantly, the students' gossiping flames were fanned. By the end of the brief class, several melodramatic stories had circulated, mostly featuring classic narratives of a poor boy's rise. Lin Ma had quickly become a new idol among the freshman class. Seeing the classroom atmosphere starting to get out of control, Shai Feng quickly pretended to cough to regain order, and then began his lecture. The class passed by quickly. After class, Lin Ma headed straight to the library. He was aware that the Safety Bureau's scrutiny had something to do with the ancient tomb and the Seal Demon Kingdom, so he deliberately focused on books that recorded the history of the Seal Demon Kingdom. After some searching, he finally found a book on the brief history of the Seal Demon Kingdom. When he saw some of the illustrations inside, Lin Ma was amazed to find they were identical to the palace he had seen in his dreams. As he continued to delve deeper, he learned that Chu Tiankui was the 12th generation national master of the Seal Demon Kingdom, who fended off the attack from the Zhou Kingdom with his inscrutable swordsmanship and was feared by the people of Zhou Kingdom as the Sword Ghost. However, after Chu Tiankui's death, the land of the Seal Demon Kingdom was gradually consumed by the Zhou Kingdom until it finally fell 50 years ago. The last monarch of the Seal Demon Kingdom died for his country. Only the Seal Demon Prince managed to escape, but after hiding for 30 years, he was eventually captured and executed by the Zhou Kingdom, and the person who captured him was none other than the current director of the Safety Bureau of Jiang Province, Gao Longshan. The tomb of Sword Ghost that no one else could enter, he was able to easily access. Even the lingering spirit of Sword Ghost mistook him for the monarch of the Seal Demon Kingdom at one point, considering that his hometown is at the border between Jiang Province and Yunnan Province, and the former capital of the Seal Demon Kingdom was nearby. This was too coincidental. Could he really be a descendant of the Seal Demon Kingdom? But since the prince was already killed, he must be a descendant of some other Seal Demon royal family. No wonder the Safety Bureau bastards are investigating him. They really want to nip this in the bud. Since he is a descendant of the Seal Demon royal family, then his father's identity must not be simple either. Oh no, would they be in danger? Thinking that his farming parents have no ability to protect themselves, Lin Ma hurriedly took out his phone to call Lin Lan, but the phone rang for a long time with no answer. An anxious Lin Ma kept pacing around. What exactly is going on? Has the Safety Bureau already made a move? After several repeated calls, Lin Lan finally answered the phone. Dad, where are you? Why is it so noisy around you? Aren't you cutting wheat in the field? I'm on the train. I've collected some walnuts to bring to you. Don't come. The Safety Bureau in Jiang Province is currently investigating me. It will be dangerous for you. Our family has been poor farmers for generations. What's there to investigate? Poor farmers? Dad, are you sure none of our ancestors were princes or something like that? Princes? I even asked your grandfather about that. We have absolutely nothing, not even a scholar in our history. You, as a college student, are the most accomplished person in our family now. Hearing this, Lin Ma felt a bit dumbfounded. He then continued to probe Lin Lan. Could it be that our ancestors were fallen nobles? Lin Lan laughed and scolded him for being too eager to become an official. After some casual conversation, they hung up the phone. Could this really just be a coincidence? Lin Ma's brows furrowed deeply. Just then, Gao Shishir walked quietly past Lin Ma holding a book. When she noticed the Seal Demon brief history in Lin Ma's hand, her eyes immediately lit up. Lin, it seems you're very interested in history. What does it have to do with you? Lin Ma huffed and casually stuffed the book back into the shelf. We've never met before, right? Why are you always so aggressive towards me? Gao Shishir casually straightened her hair, revealing an exquisite and tempting side profile. This move would have left most men spellbound, but it had no effect on Lin Ma. Do you not know what unethical things you've done? Acting innocent in front of me, you disgust me. Lin Ma was clearly annoyed. After all, in his view, anyone who could steal his sister's life-granted ghost was either a beast or related to one. What exactly have I done? Gao Shishir's brows slightly frowned, her cheeks flushed with anger. You know what despicable thing you've done. Lin Ma directly bypassed Gao Shishir. Stop, you have to clarify things with me today. Gao Shishir took a deep breath, reaching out to grab Lin Ma's left hand. Lin Ma coldly pushed her soft hand away. Then he walked away without looking back, leaving Gao Shishir standing there, stunned. What the heck? Is this how Lin Ma treats a goddess? This gap is too big. Everyone's mood sank to an all-time low. At this moment, the term emotional collapse point kept ringing in Lin Ma's mind. I've walked so far away, and she's only emotionally collapsing now. Is the system lagging? Lin Ma arrived at the principal's office building as agreed. He knocked gently on the office door. Come in. The voice of Zhai Feng came from inside. Lin Ma pushed the door, preparing to enter, but in the next second, a figure emerged from inside. A sharp, short blade suddenly thrust towards Lin Ma's chest. The sharp blade penetrated into the flesh. An icy sensation spread throughout his body instantly. Am I really going to die like this? Lin Ma sensed the strong smell of death at that moment. No, Enrant's poison hasn't been cured yet. I haven't lived enough. A strong will to live caused his arms to suddenly tremble violently. In an instant, his fleshy arms turned into white bones. A sword formed from ghost energy suddenly appeared in the skeletal hands, and with unstoppable momentum, it thrust towards Zhai Feng. Whoosh whoosh, a gust of cold wind swirled around, filled with eerie ghostly wails. So strong, the wind and thunder sword reached Zhai Feng's throat in an instant. If it went another inch, he would be beheaded. Zhai Feng immediately retreated, pulling out the short blade that had penetrated half an inch into Lin Ma's body, blocking the ghost sword. The short blade was instantly shattered. Zhai Feng was also blasted away by the intense sword energy, crashing heavily against the wall behind him. The solid wall immediately showed spiderweb-like cracks, and Lin Ma's arms, which had turned into bones, restored their flesh. The extremely sharp bone sword also disappeared without a trace. At this moment, Lin Ma was still shaken. He cautiously watched Zhai Feng, who had struggled to jump down from the wall. Principal, what is this all about? Aren't you always unable to sense the ghost form of Sword Ghost? I was trying to force him out. Sword Ghost? Lin Ma was startled at that moment. During the danger just now, he indeed sensed the presence of Sword Ghost, but now, he couldn't sense anything. You should be well aware of the ancient tomb you visited. That is Sword Ghost's tomb. His sword has killed countless people and absorbed numerous grudges. Sword Ghost's residual spirit exists to suppress these grudges. That's why after you formed a contract with that residual spirit, the repressed grudges in the ancient sword were released, which is also the reason you were almost killed by the Yin energy. The reason you can't normally sense Sword Ghost is that he is merely a residual spirit, weaker than even the weakest residual ghosts. However, there are only a few ghost masters who can summon and use him over the years. Lin Ma couldn't help but ask, what do you mean by trying to kill me with a knife just now? The residual spirits vary in strength. My deliberate ambush was intended to force him out, to see what kind of spirit he really is. If he's strong, then you can try to summon and use him. If he's useless, then consider it a waste of 0.5 contract slots. Lin Ma anxiously asked, so, how strong is he? Very strong. Don't be fooled by my composure. I've already broken several ribs. After saying this, Zhai Feng began to cough violently. Lin Ma hurriedly moved forward to help. Zhai Feng calmly waved his hand to refuse. Who do you think I am? This minor injury is nothing. But the camera then moved to Zhai Feng's back, where his left hand, which had just wiped his mouth, was visibly bleeding. Since Sword Ghost is so strong, how can I summon and utilize him? Lin Ma still insisted on helping Zhai Feng sit down in a chair. It's difficult. Whether you can summon him flexibly depends on your own insight. If you go the normal route, it will take you at least 7 or 8 years, or even decades, to master using Sword Ghost. By then, even 5 Sun Delis won't be your match. But I can't wait that long. Enrant's poisoning is severe. She's in life-threatening danger if we don't act fast to detoxify her. There is an extreme method, which is like just now, putting you continuously in near-death situations. This will trigger Sword Ghost's self-preservation instinct. During the brief moments when he appears, seize the opportunity to understand him. So if you do this repeatedly, you should be able to master him quickly. A near-death situation. How about I jump off this rooftop right now? Zhai Feng gave Lin Ma a look. Can your IQ be a bit higher? If you just jump off and he doesn't show up, you'll truly be smashed to pieces. So what should I do? How can I get into a near-death state? How about you stab me with a knife a few more times? What are you talking about? With the force Sword Ghost used to control your counterattack just now, you probably haven't grasped anything yet. I'd probably be dead before you do. Here's an idea. Go to the abandoned cemetery area and spar with those wandering ghosts. The bond between ghosts can be very deep. When you're about to be killed by another ghost, the chances of Sword Ghost showing up will be much higher. I see. The 800-mile abandoned cemetery around our school really is a good place for this, Lin Ma said, nodding in understanding. However, Master, I have a question. If that stab earlier didn't draw out Sword Ghost, wouldn't I have been killed by you? Oh, how could that happen? I had calculated it precisely. I was 100% sure that the blade would only penetrate half an inch into your body. You wouldn't have died. Zhai Feng awkwardly chuckled. I see. Thank you for the advice, Master. I'll go to the abandoned cemetery outside the school to hunt ghosts now. Lin Ma then walked straight out of the office. Watching Lin Ma's figure disappear from his line of sight, Zhai Feng could no longer hold on and spat out a mouthful of old blood. Damn, Sword Ghost is way too strong. strong. I almost lost my life there. Zhai Feng painfully knelt on the ground and took off his coat, revealing countless gashes on his back. He had been holding his breath earlier to prevent the blood from flowing out. At this moment, Lin Ma was running like the wind, fully realizing his own weakness. Only by becoming stronger could he ensure the safety of the people around him. Going out this late, there's definitely something fishy. Sun Lily was watching Lin Ma's every move. He must have gone to connect with other remnants of the seal demons. If we could find and capture them all at once, it would certainly be a great achievement. Let's not jump to conclusions. We need evidence to back our claims. How is your investigation going within the school? Sun Mao said he knew a thug from Aries Academy. That thug told him that Lin Ma was carried into the hospital on the day he was admitted, bruised all over and almost dead. That settles it then. He must be the one who came out of the ancient tomb that day. It's highly likely that he was the one who triggered the sword ghost tomb. Follow him closely. Gao Shishir's pace instantly quickened, her eyes filled with determination. Once I have conclusive evidence that Lin Ma is a remnant of the seal demons, let's see if he can still act so arrogantly. The three of them immediately followed Lin Ma, leaving the school and heading quickly towards the abandoned cemetery. After running at high speed for half an hour, they increasingly felt that something was not right. The wild grave ghosts around them were becoming more numerous and stronger. We're approaching the vine-covered ancient mansion, where the most wild grave ghosts are found, said Sun Mao, feeling a bit uneasy. After all, he only had one contracted ghost at the moment. Lin Ma had already noticed the tailgaters behind him, but didn't care at the moment. He was more focused on finding ghosts to provoke, hoping to trigger sword ghost. Spotting a green corpse ghost, he was thrilled. Hey there, ghost brother. Lin Ma approached the green corpse ghost. Startled, the green corpse ghost took a step back, eyeing Lin Ma warily. People usually ran away at the sight of him. This guy was the first to walk right up. Lin Ma exclaimed, "Oh, look who it is. Are you the green corpse ghost who attacked me on the first day of school?" The green corpse ghost's eyes widened in recognition. "It's you, the one who killed more than a dozen of my subordinates. Do you want revenge, green corpse ghost? I killed so many of your subordinates right in front of you. You, as their leader, must feel utterly humiliated. Come on, kill me," Lin Ma said, his eyes shining as he walked straight toward the green corpse ghost. "Stay back. Tell me honestly, did you set up another ambush to attack me?" "No ambush, no tricks. I just want you to kill me as quickly as possible." Lin Ma excitedly walked up to the green corpse ghost, grabbed his hand, and placed it on his own neck. "Come on, green corpse ghost, strangle me, kill me." Stunned by Lin Ma's bizarre actions, the green corpse ghost quickly retracted his hand and took several steps back. "Are you insane?" Now it was Lin Ma's turn to be confused. "What's going on? Last time, he couldn't wait to eat me alive. Why is he avoiding me now? Could it be because I haven't taken a bath in a week and I stink? Hey, buddy, don't go. We're all acquainted here. Do me a favor and kill me." Lin Ma quickly stepped forward and grabbed the green corpse ghost again. "Bro, please help me out. I'll give you all the ghost orbs I have. If that's not enough, I can also burn some paper money for you," Lin Ma insisted. "It's not that I don't want to kill you. It's just that this northern graveyard isn't under my jurisdiction." "What do you mean it's not under your control? You're a ghost. Just kill me already and stop making excuses," Lin Ma retorted. Irritated, the green corpse ghost explained that the various ghost factions in this barren graveyard had complicated relationships. If he killed Lin Ma and offended the top ghost of the area, he would be in trouble later. Lin Ma rubbed his forehead. So, even being a ghost isn't free, huh? He suddenly realized why so many malevolent spirits hadn't attacked him. They were all afraid of breaking some unspoken rules. Seeing that Lin Ma had paused, the green corpse ghost quickly planned his escape. By the time Lin Ma snapped back to reality, the green corpse ghost was already speeding away with his underlings. Finally shook him off. What a relief. The green corpse ghost felt triumphant while running at full speed. However, in the next second, a figure appeared beside him. "Hey green corpse ghost, why don't you just bring me to your turf and kill me there?" Lin Ma said, smiling sweetly at the speeding green corpse ghost. "My goodness, would you just leave me alone?" At this point, the green corpse ghost was about to break down. "I have no choice but to ask you for help. In this vast barren graveyard, it wasn't easy to find a familiar ghost like you. You must help me," Lin Ma insisted. Green corpse ghost suddenly fell to his knees in front of Lin Ma. "I really have something urgent to attend to. If I'm late, I'm done for." This kneeling scene was witnessed by the trailing trio, who were utterly shocked. Is this for real? Even a wicked spirit-level ghost is kneeling before Lin Ma. Does he have that much charisma? He's only a level 1 ghost master, yet we were at odds with him before. If he held a grudge, our graves would already be overgrown by now. At this moment, Gao Shishir was deep in thought. Lin Ma is becoming increasingly inscrutable. If we keep following him, we might gather more useful information. Gao Shishir comforted Sun Lily, who was visibly shaken, to calm her down. On the other side, Green Corpse Ghost was sitting on the ground, dejected, while Lin Ma was ceaselessly trying to persuade him to end his life. "Since you say only the area's big boss can kill me, then take me to him and let him do the job. You won't have to worry then," Lin Ma suggested, patting Green Corpse Ghost's shoulder cheerfully. "Fine, I'm on my way to congratulate the ghost boss anyway. You can come along." Green Corpse Ghost agreed. As they delved deeper into the barren graveyard, Lin Ma noticed various ghosts carrying gifts. "Is your ghost ghost boss celebrating a big birthday or something?" he inquired. "No, the northern graveyard boss is the red-dressed female ghost. She's getting married to butcher ghost from the western graveyard tonight. We lower-ranking ghosts have to go and celebrate," Green Corpse Ghost explained. "I see. So that thing you're carrying on your back is a wedding gift, huh?" "Yes, but it's rather shabby. Originally, I planned to capture that chubby guy from your group and offer him as a gift. Unfortunately, you and that long-haired girl interfered, and now all I have is this less than impressive gift," Green Corpse Ghost lamented. "In that case, why don't you say that your gift is me? I'm a genuine virgin. I'm sure your ghost boss will be pleased." "That would be fantastic." Green Corpse Ghost's face lit up with joy, and he thanked Linma promptly. He already began fantasizing about how the red-dressed female ghost would reward him. The two walked for another half hour or so and finally reached the vine-covered ancient mansion at the deepest part of the barren graveyard. The mansion emitted such strong ghost energy that a cloud of gloom had gathered above it. One can only imagine how powerful the boss ghost inside must be. Nearby ghosts smelled the scent of a living human and turned their heads to glare at Linma. "I just took a bath last night, so I smell great and will taste excellent." "You haven't had a live meal in a while," Linma said enthusiastically. "You think I'd kill a living person on red-dressed female ghost's turf? Do you think I'm stupid?" One decaying ghost retorted, looking at Linma as if he were an idiot before angrily walking away. Linma started cursing at the ghosts. "You bunch of cowards are a disgrace to all ghosts." His actions astonished Sun Mao, who was lurking nearby. "Who is this guy? All these ghosts are afraid to touch him. No wonder Father specifically instructed us to investigate his background and identity. He's definitely not ordinary. So, we also need to enter the ancient mansion tonight. Only then can we find the answers we're seeking." "What? Are you saying the three of us should go in? Wouldn't that be suicide? Any random ghost in there could kill us instantly," Sun Mao said with trepidation. "Don't worry, I have 3 ghost energy pills here. Once ingested, your bodies will naturally emit ghost energy, allowing us to blend in as ghosts." After exchanging a glance, Sun Mao's siblings nodded gently. It seemed their desire for future prospects had overcome their fear of death. Each took a ghost energy pill and consumed it. Within moments, their bodies began to emit traces of ghost energy, making them nearly indistinguishable from real ghosts with just a little disguise. Meanwhile, Linma had arrived at the entrance of the ancient mansion. A ghost acting as the master of ceremonies was collecting gifts. West Cemetery corrosive ghost, a pair of eyeballs as a gift. South Cemetery bloodied ghost, a pair of lovers' hearts as a gift. When it was Green Corpse Ghost and Linma's turn, the host ghost paused, but quickly understood the situation. From the western graveyard, Green Corpse Ghost gifts a 20-year-old virgin human, he announced loudly. "An actual human, and a virgin at that?" The ghosts already inside turned around, greedily eyeing Linma. This was indeed a grand gift. Green Corpse Ghost was surely going to be in the good graces of red-dressed female ghost. Linma was then roughly escorted by the steward ghost and thrown into a storage room where he was locked up with other gifts. Hearing the noise outside, Linma sighed. "This isn't going according to the script. I came here to ask red-dressed female ghost to kill me, so why am I locked up here?" Frustrated, Linma started kicking the various gifts around him, creating a mess. Just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, a previously silent blood-pupiled ghost spoke up. "Kid, I sense red-dressed female ghost. She's right above you, in the attic, and she's not moving." "Not moving? Well, if she won't come to me, I'll go to her." Linma gently pushed open a window beside the storeroom. The old wooden window emitted a creaking sound, but all the nearby ghosts were too caught up in their revelry to notice. Just as he climbed out the window, however, he was spotted by 2 ghost maids who were serving dishes. Linma quickly fled the scene and rushed upstairs without looking back. "Is he also a guest at tonight's banquet? I didn't realize our host had such a diverse group of friends. Even a living human," one of the ghost maids said, not finding Linma's behavior suspicious. After all, anyone who made it to the ancient mansion was no ordinary character. Guided by blood-pupiled ghost, Linma quickly located red-dressed female ghost's room. He peered through the door crack and saw that the room was filled with red happiness. Characters and ancient red wedding candles were flickering away. Sitting at the foot of the bed was a young woman with snow-white skin and an amazing figure. He wondered how beautiful her face must be beneath the red veil. He knocked lightly on the door, and with a graceful wave of her slender hand, a stream of red ghost energy flew toward the door. Under the pull of this energy, the tightly closed door automatically swung open. "What strong life energy. I didn't expect you to bring a living human as well. Let's enjoy a delicious meal together tonight, shall we?" He. Linma tiptoed up to the bed. Instead of the chilly aura usually associated with ghosts, a delicate fragrance wafted from the young woman. Unable to contain his curiosity about her appearance, Linma lifted the red veil covering her face. Before him was a woman with a face as beautiful as a lotus and eyebrows like willow leaves. Her large, dewy eyes were captivating. "The wedding banquet isn't over yet. Why are you so impatient?" said the female ghost shyly, without looking up at Linma. "I've finally found you. Hurry up and kill me," Linma said, bursting into excited laughter. "You're a living human?" Red-dressed female ghost's eyes widened in anger. "Do you know only the groom is allowed to lift this veil? Do you know the consequences of what you've done?" "What consequences?" "I'm not afraid. If you dare, kill me now," Linma said, visibly excited, thinking that red-dressed female ghost was finally about to lose her temper. Fine, the veil had to be lifted at some point anyway. Since you lifted it, you have to marry me, sighed the red-dressed female ghost, leaning her exquisite body closer. What the hell? Marry you? Lin Ma's face froze. The veil can only be lifted by the groom, and since you lifted it, you are the groom, said the female ghost as she tightly gripped Lin Ma, her smiling face flushed with a rosy hue. Hold on, I'm a human, not a ghost. Make sure you've got that right, said Lin Ma. It doesn't matter. Actually, there's not much difference between human men and male ghosts. Besides, humans tend to be more good-looking, said red-dressed female ghost, biting her finger and speaking slowly. Unable to bear the situation, Lin Ma, the innocent youth, was scared and rushed toward the door. Husband, running is not allowed here, said red-dressed female ghost, her hand moving swiftly as a surge of red ghost energy whizzed out. The room door closed automatically with a clang. Staring at the closed door, Lin Ma froze. Is this some kind of violent obstruction? Don't come any closer, he yelled in panic, leaning against the wall. If you want to kill me, go ahead. I won't even blink. But this is something else entirely. Do you expect me to give up 20 years of purity so easily? As red-dressed female ghost gradually approached, Lin Ma swore he would not let her have her way. Quickly, he scrambled up and dodged her, circling around a table while the female ghost chased after him, her face glowing with a seductive smile. Old bro, you've lived for hundreds of years and have plenty of experience. Help me out here. I can't help you. She's only half a step away from becoming an evil ghost, while I'm just a low-level malevolent spirit. Strategies are useless against sheer power. If you really want to die, it would have been ideal if she had just killed you. Who could have expected she would want something else? What should I do now? You have to show me a way out. Even if I summon Chainsaw Ghost and Big-Breasted Ghost, they won't stand a chance against her. Why don't you just give in? It's not impossible for humans and ghosts to be together. At most, your body will be invaded by her dark energy, and you'll recover after some rest. Get lost. You're just enjoying the show. If you're so capable, why don't you accompany her? At this point, Lin Ma was about to lose his mind. Red-dressed female ghost, who had been chasing him, seemed to lose her patience. Enough. Stop running around, she said. With a light tap of her left foot on the ground, she soared into the air and tackled Lin Ma to the floor. Look, I'm the leader of an entire graveyard, okay? I've got both the looks and the body. You won't be losing out by marrying me. Red-dressed female ghost's icy hand gently grazed Lin Ma's chest, causing him to shudder. It's over. It's over. My 20 years of chastity are about to be lost. Just then, heavy footsteps came from the staircase. Ghost Butcher, wearing a red flower on his chest and with a large boning knife tucked into his waistband, walked straight up to the attic. Hearing a clanging noise from the room, Butcher Ghost was perplexed. What warm-up exercise is the bride doing? Then he pushed the door open, and the scene inside gave him quite a shock. Ghost Bride was pinning Lin Ma to the ground, a wicked smile on her face. Upon seeing the groom walk in, Lin Ma was elated. With this intense scene, Ghost Butcher will surely rip me to pieces in anger. It looks like I can finally achieve my wish to die. Seizing the moment when the female ghost looked away, Lin Ma quickly pushed her off him and lunged at Butcher Ghost. Bro, I know you must be really angry right now, but you should vent it out quickly. Look, the knife you have there is pretty sharp. Use it on me. Go ahead. Use some force. Lin Ma frantically gestured in front of Butcher Ghost. What the heck is going on here? On my big day, why is there an idiot? Seeing that Butcher Ghost had yet to react, Lin Ma quickly continued to provoke him, trying to rile him up. I sneaked into your bridal chamber earlier and lifted the red veil off your bride, and I even— Hold on. Butcher Ghost interrupted Lin Ma's words abruptly. Did you say you lifted her red veil? Yes, and we were about to, Lin Ma said, clapping his hands mischievously. Ha ha ha. So that's what happened, Butcher Ghost said, not only unangry but actually slapping his chest with joy upon hearing that his bride-to-be was involved with someone else. This strange reaction left Lin Ma somewhat puzzled, not knowing what to do next. Without another word, Ghost Butcher took off the red flower he was wearing and tied it to Lin Ma's chest. Before Lin Ma could say anything, he also took off his hat to congratulate him. Young friend, you are indeed a brave man. Congratulations on your wedding. Ha ha ha. Finally, I don't have to marry her. Ghost Butcher then joyfully laughed, put the groom's hat on Lin Ma's head, and said, let's go drink. We won't return until we're drunk. He then turned and left the room, cheerfully running downstairs. What on earth is going on? Lin Ma was puzzled. Could it be that he was forced into this marriage and I just did him a huge favor by lifting the veil? All I wanted was to die. Why is this so complicated? My dear, why are you still standing there? Time is of the essence on a wedding night, came the sultry voice of red-dressed female ghost from behind. It's over. I'm definitely losing my innocence now, Lin Ma thought. He sneakily glanced back and, seizing the moment when red-dressed female ghost was distracted, bolted for the door. Trying to run? Not so easy. Her long hair suddenly stood on end and transformed into streaks of black light, wrapping around Lin Ma in an instant. Terrified, Lin Ma screamed for help, but who would care for a living human in this ghost-filled wilderness? A loud bang sounded as the door to the attic closed tightly, and 2 red candles were snuffed out by a gust of wind, plunging the room into darkness. Meanwhile, the wedding banquet outside was still underway. After disguising themselves, Gao Shishir and 2 others successfully infiltrated infiltrated the ancient mansion but found no trace of Lin Ma. Looking at all the ghosts eagerly eating, Sun Ma wondered if Lin Ma had already been served as a dish. That green corpse ghost came here with Lin Ma. Let's go inquire, Gao Shishir whispered. The three of them carefully maneuvered around the crowd of ghosts and made their way to Green Corpse Ghost's table. Sun Ma nervously sat down next to Green Corpse Ghost, staring at the table full of unidentified meats and organs, feeling nauseated. Green Corpse Ghost picked up a blood sausage and placed it into Sun Mao's bowl. Why aren't you eating? This blood sausage is good stuff. Sun Mao's face twisted at the thought of eating it. Seeing Sun Mao hesitate, Green Corpse Ghost looked at him suspiciously. I've never seen you around this deserted graveyard before. Also, your ghost energy is very faint. Hearing this, Sun Mao started sweating profusely. But for a ghost to not eat human flesh would be abnormal, so he had no choice but to toughen up and put the slimy blood sausage into his mouth. As the strong, foul smell of blood exploded in his mouth, Sun Mao felt his stomach churn and acid rushed up to his throat. His reaction to vomit instantly drew the attention of the surrounding ghosts, who all gave him questioning looks. At this moment, Gao Shishir gave Sun Mao a severe pinch on his thigh under the table, signaling that he must endure, or else their identities would be fully exposed. The intense pain and fear temporarily distracted Sun Mao from the taste of the blood sausage. He quickly chewed it a few times and swallowed it. Delicious, delicious, he said, nodding his head as if enjoying it. Seeing this, the other ghosts slowly relaxed their vigilance. Seeing the situation, Gao Shishir and Sun Lily also had to pretend to eat. All three were deeply frustrated. Had they not followed Lin Ma to this godforsaken place, they, being from wealthy families, would never have had to endure this. Just then, Ghost Butcher came down from upstairs, clapping his hands and shouting joyfully, I don't have to get married. Guys, I'm free. Why is that? Weren't you the groom today? Other ghosts asked, puzzled. Just now, a living person came upstairs. He may be young, but he's definitely a courageous one. He actually took it upon himself to lift the veil off the red-dressed female ghost. Now he's the new groom. I'm free. Ghost Butcher happily grabbed a jar of wine and took big gulps. Congratulations to Brother Butcher for escaping misery. The other ghosts also raised their glasses in celebration. This scene left the three people sitting in the corner dumbfounded. That living person is Lin Ma. Not only is he alive, but he's also now the groom. Running off to a deserted graveyard in the middle of the night to marry a ghost? Is this human behavior? Green Corpse Ghost stared toward the distant upstairs and sighed. Lin Ma is really extraordinary. He even dares to marry this tiger of a woman. Truly fearless. Excuse me, Ghost Brother, could you tell us why Ghost Butcher is so happy that his bride was stolen from him? You guys aren't local ghosts, so it's normal that you don't know. This red-dressed female ghost is from the Qing Dynasty era. On the day of her wedding, the groom suddenly died from drinking too much, and she was labeled as a husband killer. She suffered insults and discrimination from her in-laws and ultimately committed suicide in her red dress. After dying, she became a ghost and is now the most powerful entity in this desolate graveyard. But she has always been obsessed with getting married, so she forces handsome ghosts to marry her. Strangely, on the second day after each wedding, the groom always dies mysteriously, and this has been going on for years. Now that good-looking male ghosts are running out, even rough guys like Ghost Butcher were on the list. So, if Ghost Butcher has escaped, doesn't that mean that the living person upstairs is doomed? Obviously, by dawn, they'll probably throw a pile of bones out of that room. After all, not even ghosts can withstand the fighting power of the red-dressed female ghost, let alone a living person. Green Corpse Ghost glanced at Sun Mao next to him and then chuckled darkly. You're not bad looking. You'll probably be next in line next year. Green Corpse Ghost's words immediately sent chills down Sun Mao's spine, and he couldn't stop trembling. At this moment, he felt that he was far inferior to Lin Ma, who had the courage to actively marry a female ghost, while he himself felt weak at the mere mention of female ghosts. I have to say, that guy is really something. At this point, Sun Lily suggested, since Lin Ma is surely dead, there's no need for us to stay here. Should we head back and report? Gao Shishir replied, I don't believe Lin Ma is done for. Let's wait until dawn and see what happens. If he's alive, we need to see him. If he's dead, we need to see his body. The next morning, Lin Ma groggily woke up from his sleep. The first thing he saw was a sea of red, and a soft arm was draped over him. Husband, you're awake, said the red-dressed female ghost as she gently touched Lin Ma's shoulder, her seductive eyes fixed on him. What the hell is going on? Lin Ma quickly threw off the red-dressed female ghost's delicate hand and hurriedly searched for his clothes. Husband, stop messing around. We're already husband and wife. You should be gentle with me. It took Lin Ma just 2 seconds to put on his clothes. He then turned to the red-dressed female ghost and said, I came here seeking death. How could you forcibly marry me? Why are you so pessimistic? Husband, do you also want to become a ghost and spend eternity with me? Spend eternity? My ass. You're a ghost. I'm a human. When I'm old, you'll still be young. What the hell have I done to deserve this? I need to get out of here. Lin Ma turned and started to walk towards the door. At that moment, he noticed a bronze mirror on the table. His reflection showed pale lips, a blue face, and dark circles around his eyes. What the hell? You've sucked the life out of me in just one night. Oh, come on. Look at you. You're still fine. At least you're up and about. Don't worry. worry, I know how to play the long game. I've even asked my maid to prepare a rejuvenating soup for you. You'll be fine after that. Sister, please spare me. At this moment, he felt very weak, his legs wobbling uncontrollably. Husband, you are now mine. No one in this desolate graveyard will dare to touch you anymore. The red-dressed female ghost gently stroked Linma's chest, assertively saying, don't worry, with me around, unless the cursed spirit ghost from the northwest comes, no one can harm you. Don't go wandering around the northwest. That cursed spirit ghost is my archenemy. Just as the red-dressed female ghost finished her sentence, Linma swiftly opened the door and said, thanks for the heads up, ma'am. I have things to attend to, so I'll take my leave now. The ghost maid by the side couldn't help but ask the red-dressed female ghost, mistress, are you just letting him go like that? Don't worry, he'll be back. At this moment, the red-dressed female ghost gently stroked her abdomen, her face radiating with a motherly smile. Meanwhile, an exhausted Linma mustered all his strength and finally returned to his dorm. He gently pushed open the dorm door, planning to take a nap first and then head to the northwest to seek death from the wild grave ghost. However, just as he opened the door, a man with a buzz cut lunged at him with a sharp blade. Achio, it's me! Hold back! The razor-sharp blade stopped just 0.01 millimeters from Linma's neck. Why do you reek of ghost energy? I thought a ghost had come in. At that moment, Black Little Fat, who had just woken up, saw Linma's worn-out appearance and couldn't help but ask, did you spend all night at an internet cafe or something? You look terrible. Something like that. I need to get some sleep now. At this point, Linma weakly leaned against the headboard of his bed and slowly said, I'm skipping classes today. Could you guys ask for a leave of absence for me from the professor? I think I'll need to sleep for an entire day. Achio looked at Linma with a serious face. Linma, let me give you some advice. Don't get involved with ghosts like that again. If this goes on, you'll eventually drain yourself to death. Before Achio could finish his sentence, Linma's snoring had already begun. Achio, feeling helpless, walked away. As the bell for class rang, the students filed into the classroom one after another. Gao Shishir and his two friends were nauseated by a lavish blood sausage meal, and, coupled with their exhausting night, they all lay down on their desks to sleep. Wow, even the top students sleep in class? I sleep in class too, so does that mean I'm on par with them? Amid the discussions, some students suddenly noticed that Linma, the recent talk of the school, was actually skipping class. Did brother Linma skip class to avoid Goddess Gao? Is he not attending class anymore? When class ended, a new beautiful scenery appeared at the classroom door. Mu Wanqing kept peeking into the classroom. Is Linma here? I have something to talk to him about. Black Little Fat quickly approached her and said, he went out last night for some business and only returned this morning. He's currently napping in the dorm. I see. Please remember to tell him that Enran has woken up. Hearing this conversation, Gao Shishir immediately straightened up. Linma is actually okay? I thought people who marry female ghosts are doomed to die. How come Linma is unscathed? Could it be that his real strength is even greater than that of the red-dressed female ghost? The Sun siblings thought about their previous clash with Linma and started sweating profusely again. It looks like our mission is still not complete. We must continue with our surveillance and investigation. Immediately, Gao Shishir led his three friends to continue staking out Linma. Linma slept until the afternoon and was now at a pharmacy buying kidney-fortifying pills. Seeing Linma yawning and looking listless, the pharmacist couldn't help but remind him to be moderate. Linma politely nodded, then grabbed a handful of pills and tossed them into his mouth. After taking these, I should appear a bit more energetic when I see Enran, right? Sun Mao, standing on the side, was eager to try. Could these kidney-fortifying pills be Linma's secret to surviving the female ghost? If they're this effective, maybe I should buy a few boxes later. After leaving the pharmacy, Linma went straight to Enran's hospital room. Seeing how pale and haggard Enran looked, Linma's heart ached as he asked, how are you feeling? Does it still hurt? Then he realized how stupid his question sounded. She's in an ICU, of course. Her injuries are severe, so they must hurt. Enran looked at Linma's awkward expression and smiled sweetly. It's okay. I've gotten used to injuries of this level. It was because of me that you got hurt. I'll definitely seek revenge for you from the Safety Bureau and get the antidote as soon as possible. Linma clenched his teeth. I can't entirely blame you. It was because of my request to explore the ancient tomb that this trouble started. By the way, how were you able to open that ancient tomb? And what does the Safety Bureau want with you? I'm doing my best to investigate, but I don't have any leads yet. I guess you can't do without me. Huh, look at how difficult it's been for you to gather information. When I get better, I'll help you. And Rand playfully said, you should stop worrying about that. You've been seriously injured. Focus on getting better. By the way, Linma, can I ask you for a favor? Linma sincerely said to Enran, of course. What do you need? Don't just say one thing. I can do a million things for you. My mother is seriously ill and in the hospital. Could you go check on her for me? Also, could you pay the overdue medical bills? The money is under the sofa in the bridge tunnel. Why would I use your money to take care of your mother? I'll pay for it. Besides, your mother is my mother too. Don't be a stranger. What are you talking about? At this point, a hint of blush appeared on Enran's face. My mother is in the hospital in the west of the city. Her name is Yen. Understood. Leave this to me. Rest assured, it will be done properly. Linma subtly took Enran's hand. Meanwhile, the three-person group following them was eavesdropping from outside inside the room. Why does this girl look so much like me? Gao Shishir was very surprised as she looked at Enran's face. Just then, the ghost doll inside her suddenly began to stir, desperately wanting to break free. What's going on? Why is the ghost doll that I've had since birth trying to abandon me? Who are you? Just as Enran was puzzled, the Sun siblings prompted her that Lin Ma was hurrying off campus again. Quickly follow him. It didn't take him long to find out where Enyan's hospital room was. Lin Ma then saw Enyan lying on the hospital bed. Her complexion was sallow, her body thin, and she appeared almost inhuman due to her illness. Hello, Auntie, I am Enran's friend. She's been a bit busy recently and asked me to come and check on you, Lin Ma said respectfully. Upon hearing this, Enyan slowly turned her body. When she saw Lin Ma's face clearly, her body started to tremble. Then, with great effort, she got off the bed and knelt down in front of Lin Ma. Lin Ma was somewhat puzzled. What's going on? Why is my future mother-in-law kneeling to me? Auntie, what are you doing? Lin Ma quickly set down the fruit basket and took a step forward to help Enyan up. However, the moment his hand touched Enyan's frail arm, he felt a surge of great strength. Enyan was gripping Lin Ma's arm tightly, her cloudy eyes intently focused on him. If your surname is Lin, then it must be right, she said, tears streaming down her face as her lips quivered. Lin Ma was confused at this point. Do you know me? He searched his memory for any information about Enyan, but found nothing. Enyan smiled and nodded. Yes, that's right. But in the next second, it seemed like she thought of something and quickly waved her hands in panic, indicating that they did not know each other. That's strange. You seemed overjoyed to see me just now, and now you're saying you don't know me? Anyone would think there's something going on, Lin Ma thought. Facing Lin Ma's skepticism, Enyan explained that she had heard from Enran about a friend with the surname Lin. When Lin Ma walked in, she felt a sense of familiarity, so she thought it was him. I see, Lin Ma said, still somewhat doubtful, but feeling it wasn't appropriate to press the matter further. How about I help you back to your bed? It's a bit awkward for me with you kneeling like this. Hearing this, Enyan slightly nodded her head. Once she was seated on her hospital bed, she glanced cautiously towards the door, then asked quietly, did anyone follow you here? I don't think so. But why are you so nervous? Auntie, is something wrong? I have a grudge against the safety bureau. I'm worried they might mistakenly think we're connected and get you involved, so you have to be very careful. Lin Ma felt the genuine concern from Enyan and assured her that he would be cautious. He also told her that Enran was seriously injured because of him and couldn't come for a while, but he promised to take good care of her, asking Enyan not to worry too much. Enyan listened to Lin Ma's words and nodded slightly. Seeing how Enyan reacted so calmly upon hearing her daughter was seriously injured, Lin Ma felt a bit perplexed. This doesn't seem like a mother's response to her daughter's condition, he thought. However, Lin Ma didn't ponder over it too much and proceeded to peel an apple for Enyan. Enyan suddenly asked, are your parents doing well? They're fine, in great health. They can even harvest dozens of acres of wheat in less than half a day. Oh, and by the way, my mother shares the same surname as you, Lin Ma replied. Taking the apple from Lin Ma, Enyan curiously asked, so your mother's surname is An? What's her name? Her name is Anshuang. A shocked expression appeared on Enyan's face. What? Anshuang, do you know my mother? Lin Ma questioned, noting Enyan's unusual reaction. No, I don't know her. It's just that the surname An is quite common. Knowing that your mother also has that surname feels familiar to me, Enyan replied, and then lay back in bed and pulled the blanket over herself. If there's nothing else, you should go, she told Lin Ma. Although puzzled by Enyan's behavior, Lin Ma couldn't push a sick person for answers. He resolved to inquire further when the opportunity arose. Meanwhile, the trio following Lin Ma quickly found out who he was visiting and reported it to the Safety Bureau. Gao Longshan, who was interrogating prisoners at Safety Bureau headquarters, became restless. This young man is in contact with Enyan? He must be a remnant of the seal demons. Gao Longshan urgently told Gao Shishir that he would arrive in 10 minutes and immediately drove to the hospital. On the other side, Lin Ma had already left Enyan's room. After settling her overdue hospital bills and prepaying for the next 3 months, he prepared to head back to school. After all, he had to visit a desolate graveyard that night to seek a cursed spirit ghost. Not long after leaving the hospital, he received a phone call from his dad. My big son, your old man has already arrived in the coastal city. Come pick me up, said the excited voice on the other end. Didn't I tell you not to come? It's not safe here, Lin Ma responded, somewhat speechless. What's unsafe? I'm just an honest farmer. What do I have to fear? Hurry up and get to the train station. I've brought 2 baskets of walnuts for you and it's wearing me out. All right, you're my dad. You're always right, Lin Ma replied, resignedly hanging up the phone. Gao Shishir had been keeping a close eye on Lin Ma's every move, but thinking that her father, Gao Longshan, would be arriving soon, she decided to wait and act together with him. No sooner had Lin Ma left than the Safety Bureau's car arrived. Gao Longshan kicked open the door to Enyan's hospital room and loudly demanded to know whether Lin Ma was a spawn of the seal demons. Inside the room, Enyan was wiping her face with a tissue. Her reddened eyes showed that she had been crying. You're insane. You suspect everyone of being a seal demon, Enyan said bitterly. Gao Longshan grabbed Enyan by the collar and yanked her up from her hospital bed. If he's not a spawn of the seal demons, why did you cry when you saw him? Have you been in contact all along? Spit. Enyan spat directly into Gao Longshan's face. Lin Ma told me you nearly beat my daughter to death. death. Am I not even allowed to cry? You cold-blooded animal. You can even lay a hand on your own daughter. Furious, Gao Longshan shoved Yen violently onto the floor. How could a spawn born of you, a seal demon remnant, be worthy of being my daughter? Using his considerable strength, Gao Longshan stepped heavily on Yen's chest. Tell me now, is that man a seal demon spawn or not? Seeing that Yen remained silent, Gao Longshan sneered. So you're protecting seal demon remnants now? Why did you betray the seal demon prince back then? Do you have any idea how much he suffered? But that monster still trusted you until the end, refusing to believe that you betrayed him. And Yen, who had been indifferent up to this point, completely broke down. Tears of regret mixed with blood flowed from her eyes. Is Lin Ma the illegitimate child of the prince? If you tell me, I'll treat you well, like before. Didn't you see the princess and the young heir commit suicide by fire back then? Did you not see that with your own eyes? If you're just looking to kill innocents, you don't need so many excuses. You're worse than a beast. I'll kill you right here, right now. Gao Longshan started to punch and kick Yen again. Just then, a figure in a white dress appeared at the hospital room's doorway. Dad, she said you have another daughter. Is that true? Gao Shishir, who had been outside, walked into the room. Her cold eyes were fixed intently on Gao Longshan. She just said that you nearly killed her. How could you? Gao Shishir, listen to me, Gao Longshan nervously said. Don't listen to this crazy woman. She's delusional and spouting nonsense. Don't lie to me, Gao Shishir interrupted. I've been outside since the moment you started speaking. I think I've already met your other daughter. She looks a lot like me. Shishir, let me explain. You two may look alike, but there's absolutely no relation between you. Dad, I know you too well. If you were innocent, you would present evidence to me like you used to. But now you're panicking. All that talk about only loving my mother, it's all lies. Ha ha ha. He's worse than a beast. And Yen chimed in. There are many more dirty deeds your father has done that you don't know about. Shut up. Gao Longshan yelled back at Yen. I never want to see you again. You're not worthy of being my dad, Gao Shishir said tearfully as she left the room. At this point, Yen burst into joyful laughter. Ha ha ha. Gao Longshan, you finally got what you deserved. Meanwhile, Lin Ma had no idea about the drama unfolding back there. Whistling, he was looking for Lin Lan near the train station. He spotted his dad among the crowd. He recognized his conspicuous dad from the crowd. Lin Lan was a picture of a simple, hardworking farmer, towel on his head, wearing a tank top that exposed his sturdy, tan chest. Dad, I'm here. Lin Ma waved at Lin Lan. Oh, look at you. You've grown taller again. Lin Lan cheerfully approached his son. I brought you 2 baskets of sun-dried walnuts. They smell fantastic. Lin Ma struggled to carry one of the heavy baskets. Dad, did you have to bring so much? What do you mean so much? I was planning on bringing you a few hundred more pounds, Lin Lan said, smiling at his son. His gentle demeanor was a far cry from the fierce look he had while harvesting wheat. The father and son duo bantered while looking for a place to eat. This city is so nice. People dress so lightly here, Lin Lan said, his eyes fixated on a passing woman dressed provocatively. Trying to divert his dad's attention, Lin Ma asked, by the way, how are mom and my sister doing? Your mother is fine, but your sister still has health issues. She gets winded just walking, Lin Lan replied, his eyes still following the long legs on the sidewalk. Why didn't you bring my sister along this time? Lin Ma grumbled softly. The medical facilities are better in the city. Shaking his head, Lin Lan said, it's useless. We've been to hospitals big and small over the years, to no avail. The two then walked into a restaurant. What would you two like to eat? The owner asked. Just as Lin Ma was about to order food, he noticed a familiar figure at the restaurant's entrance. The man was disheveled, his clothes tattered, holding a broken bowl, and was about to ask the restaurant owner for some food. Go away. No free meals here, the restaurant owner said, shooing the man away with disdain. Recognizing the man as his high school classmate, Wu Kun, Lin Ma quickly gestured for him to come over. Wu Kun, on seeing Lin Ma, was visibly moved, tears filling his eyes. I've been chased around by the safety bureau like a dog. It's good to finally see a familiar face, he said, immediately starting to eat as if he hadn't eaten for days. Slow down. Lin Ma was concerned. Don't choke yourself. Lin Lan looked on curiously. Lin Ma, you have a wide range of friends, even one from the Beggars Guild it seems. Dad, you've been watching too many movies. This guy actually saved my life. He led most of the safety bureau agents away the day they were after me. Speaking of which, Wu Kun, what happened to you after that day? How did you end up like this? What about the others? Finally full, Wu Kun looked cautiously at Lin Lan and hesitated to speak. Noticing this, Lin Ma quickly reassured him. It's fine. This is my dad. He's family. Wu Kun began to speak. The driver and I managed to escape, but we didn't dare go back to the school to look for you, fearing the safety bureau would find us. We've been hiding out until we thought it was safe to come out for food. However, sturdy man was caught by the safety bureau because he couldn't run fast enough due to a broken leg. We saw him get thrown into a car. They've been interrogating him, trying to find out who opened the tomb that night. Sturdy man is a real man. He hasn't said a word, despite being tortured. Right now, we don't have the resources to rescue him from the heavily guarded safety bureau. I fear he won't make it. So that's what happened, Lin Lan said. You boys were actually tomb raiding? Lin Ma, if you're short on cash, just tell your dad. I can work harder and harvest more wheat to earn money. Don't get involved in dangerous activities like tomb raiding ever again. Ah, Dad, I'm not short on money and I wasn't tomb room rating. It's a long story, just don't worry about it. Once we finish eating, you can head home. Woo Kun and I need to go back to school. Alright, I'll listen to my eldest son, Lin Lan said, picking up his bowl and starting to eat. However, no one noticed the glint of menace that appeared in the corner of his eye. After finishing their meal, Lin Ma, fearing he'll be interrogated by Safety Bureau, quickly urges Lin Lan to go home immediately. Lin Lan smiles and says he will go to the train station. After watching Lin Ma and Wu Kun walk away, Lin Lan turns and heads towards Safety Bureau. If Sturdy Man saved Lin Ma once, we can't just ignore him, he thinks, his eyes shining with unparalleled confidence. 40 minutes later, a farmer wearing a straw hat appears at the entrance of Safety Bureau. His hat is worn low, so you can't see his face. The guard, seeing a stranger trying to enter, shouts cautiously, "This is a restricted area of Safety Bureau. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed." The farmer doesn't speak, he just silently takes a small coffin out of his pocket. The coffin is palm-sized. "Didn't you hear me? This is a restricted area of Safety Bureau. Go away, you little trash. Who gave you the confidence to act so arrogantly?" Lin Lan slightly adjusts his hat brim. He then casually opens the small coffin in his hand. A chilling wind howls out of it, accompanied by the soul-stirring wails of ghosts. The guard suddenly freezes. The coffin in Lin Lan's hand bursts forth with a powerful suction force. The guard's soul turns into a streak of light, shooting out from his nostrils, and lands directly inside the tiny coffin. The next second, the previously arrogant guard falls to his knees with a thud. Lin Lan calmly walks past the two men, accompanied by the sound of their lifeless bodies hitting the ground. Our humble old farmer exudes endless dominance. He slowly ascends the steps of the Safety Bureau's main door, then forcefully pulls open the tightly locked gate. Because the earlier fight made virtually no noise, the people inside have no clue about the situation outside. "Hey, who are you looking for, old man? This is not a place for you," a female agent holding a folder sternly asks. Just as she's about to inquire further, her pupils suddenly dilate. The coffin in the hands of the farmer wearing the straw hat seems to be no ordinary thing. "What are you doing?" The female agent's face changes dramatically. She quickly steps back. "Intruder alert," she shouts loudly. Subsequently, the agents within Safety Bureau react extremely quickly, instantly gathering and forming a defensive formation. At the same time, they all reach for their left arms, preparing to summon their contracted ghosts. "You're too slow," Lin Lan says, expressionless, then gently opens the coffin in his hand. The soul-stirring chilling wind howls out again, sweeping quickly across everyone in the Safety Bureau. Their souls immediately leave their bodies, all being sucked into the coffin. Not a single agent who tried to obstruct his path is spared. They all fall down in a heap. Expressionless, Lin Lan steps over the bodies scattered on the ground, heading straight to the interrogation room. At this moment, Sturdy Man is strapped to an electric chair, his body covered in lash marks. "Aren't you going to talk? Was it Lin Ma who opened the ancient tomb?" a brash agent harshly interrogates. Lifting his head with difficulty, Sturdy Man responds, "I've said countless times, I was the one who opened the tomb gate. Why don't you believe me?" Hearing this, the agent shouts angrily, "Still playing tough with me? Let's see how you like this." Saying that, he picks up the controller on the table, quickly pressing the switch button. The next second, a powerful electric current courses through Sturdy Man's body, causing him to tremble violently while letting out painful wails. Just then, the door of the interrogation room is suddenly kicked open. Seeing this, the agents are instantly stunned. What the hell? Where did this farmer come from? How could he appear in such a confidential place? The farmer adjusts his straw hat and walks straight towards Sturdy Man in the electric chair, missing a leg and all muscle. This must be the Sturdy Man that Lin Ma mentioned. Upon this thought, Lin Lan pulls out the sickle blade tucked into his waistband. With a few crisp snaps, the handcuffs and leg cuffs on Sturdy Man are all cut off. This leaves the agents watching dumbfounded. "Who the hell are you, daring to be so arrogant right in front of us?" Lin Lan grins wickedly. The sickle in his hand instantly slashes out two fierce waves of blade energy. The next second, two agents suddenly jolt upright, staring in horror at the fresh cuts appearing on their necks, followed by a spray of what looks like ketchup. Both agents drop dead on the spot. This scene leaves Sturdy Man stunned. Damn, is this guy the reincarnation of the King of Hell? I didn't even get a clear look and those two were already dead. Seeing Sturdy Man's jaw drop, Lin Lan can't help but speak. "Stop gawking. I came to rescue you." Upon hearing this, Sturdy Man immediately bows and thanks. "Thank you, Elder, for saving me. May I know your esteemed name so I can repay you later?" Lin Lan replies that there's no need. It's a trivial matter, not worth mentioning. With that, he hands Sturdy Man a card. "If you're cornered by the Safety Bureau, take this card to the address on it. It will save your life." After saying this, Lin Lan turns to leave. Because of his wide-brimmed hat, Sturdy Man is unable to see the face of his savior. Based on intuition, he knows this farmer must be a good person. "I must repay this great kindness." Meanwhile, Lin Ma has returned to his dormitory. As soon as he walks in, he hears Black Little Fat yelling, "Damn, Lin Ma bro, come look. Big trouble. The Safety Bureau got massacred this afternoon. They say everyone who saw the perpetrator is dead. Strangely, there are no wounds on them. They must have died from some kind of soul-absorbing dark art." Hearing Black Little Fat's words, Lin Ma is instantly filled with dread. Black Little Fat hurriedly turns on the news. According to surveillance, the perpetrator is a farmer. The city is now active actively searching for farmers. After listening, Lin Ma's head feels like it's going to explode. This guy kind of looks like Dad. No, that can't be possible. He usually doesn't have a proper form. It can't be him. Soon, it's already midnight. Lin Ma sets out again, preparing to head to the Northwest Cemetery to seek death from the cursed spirit ghost. He learned from the news today that Sun Deli luckily escaped because he was out on a mission with the chief, so he still needs to get the antidote for and ran from him. The immediate priority is to quickly comprehend Sword Ghost. At this moment, 3 shadows are suddenly trailing behind Lin Ma. Initially, when Gao Shishir learned the true nature of her father, she had no intention of continuing the tracking mission, but today's massacre at the Safety Bureau has reignited her determination to follow Lin Ma. Although she can't say why, Gao Shishir feels this incident has a lot to do with Lin Ma. Half an hour later, Lin Ma finally arrives at the desolate cemetery in the northwest. Looking at the massive grave mound before him, Lin Ma is certain this must be cursed spirit ghost's lair. At this point, a little kid ghost hides behind a tombstone, his round eyes sizing up Lin Ma. When he hears Lin Ma mention cursed spirit ghost, little kid ghost instantly pokes half of his body out. Big brother, what do you want with our boss? Seeing this, Lin Ma picks up little kid ghost. So you're cursed spirit ghost's minion, huh? Where's your boss right now? Speak quickly if you don't want your butt to bloom. Frightened, little kid ghost hurriedly says, he's in this communal tomb. After saying this, he's tossed like a ball by Lin Ma. With a thud, a big footprint is left on little kid ghost's behind, and he's kicked directly into the entrance of the tomb. Go and bring your boss out for me, Lin Ma yells at little kid ghost with a sinister smile on his face. At this moment, deep inside the communal tomb, cursed spirit ghost and heart-eating ghost are voraciously eating a corpse. Suddenly, they hear little kid ghost's panicked voice from afar. Boss, something's wrong. Someone's here to cause trouble. Confused, cursed spirit ghost asks, what? Are you sure it's a human causing trouble, not a ghost? Upon receiving confirmation from little kid ghost, cursed spirit ghost forcefully spits out the dried meat from his mouth. Little brother, hurry up. Kill that human and bring him back for me to enjoy with my drink. Upon hearing this, heart-eating ghost immediately stands up. Don't worry, boss. It's been a long time since I've eaten a live human. I'm sick of eating this dried meat every day. Seeing this, little kid ghost interjects. That man is the groom of red-dressed female ghost. They just got married yesterday. Hearing this, heart-eating ghost hesitates, while cursed spirit ghost spits in anger. I knew it. Only someone with the backing of red-dressed female ghost would dare come here. His voice turning menacing, cursed spirit ghost continues. This is a clear lack of respect for me, sending her man to my territory. Little brother, kill him. I want that wretched woman to know who really owns this desolate graveyard. No sooner had he finished speaking than heart-eating ghost vanishes from the spot. The next second, he appears in the tomb's passage, charging swiftly towards Lin Ma. Seeing that it's not cursed spirit ghost, Lin Ma's face droops in disappointment. Why did a lackey come out? Where's your boss? Cursed spirit ghost. Feeling belittled, heart-eating ghost is offended. Damn human, you really talk big. With that, heart-eating ghost rushes towards Lin Ma, and with a loud thud, a long tail smashes into Lin Ma, sending him flying with great force until he crashes heavily against a tombstone. This level of power won't be enough to force out Sword Ghost. He then makes a friendly gesture towards heart-eating ghost. Are you just tickling me? It looks like you're not that strong after all. You ignorant worm. Hand over your heart then. Who is infuriated and lets out a loud roar. Then, shaping his hand like a blade, he swiftly lunges towards Lin Ma's chest. Yet Lin Ma simply spreads his arms, not moving, calmly letting the attack land on him. With a squelching sound, heart-eating ghost's handblade pierces into Lin Ma's chest. Unable to withstand it any longer, Lin Ma spews out a mouthful of ketchup. Seeing this scene from a distance, Gao Shishir and the others nearly let out a scream. He clearly has 2 ghosts. Why doesn't he summon them? Sun Lily is also wide-eyed in shock. Why would Lin Ma provoke heart-eating ghost? Isn't this just asking for death? Sun Mao beside them keeps shouting. He's crazy. He's definitely crazy. Why did Dad send us to investigate a madman? On the other side, heart-eating ghost has already clenched Lin Ma's heart in his hand. All he needs to do is yank his arm back to feast on the long-desired heart. Just at that moment, Lin Ma, on the verge of death, seems to feel the presence of Sword Ghost. Suddenly, a surge of intense ghost energy spreads from his arms. Lin Ma can't help but feel ecstatic. This is the feeling. It's finally happening. In the next second, Lin Ma's arms dramatically transform into 2 skeletal limbs. One hand tightly grips heart-eating ghost's arm. Seeing this, heart-eating ghost's pupils constrict in fear. What's going on? Why is this kid so hard to kill? In an instant, a chilling wind howls, as Lin Ma's body emanates a ferocious ghost energy. Not only is his hair wildly dancing in the wind, even his clothes are blown open. Under the cover of night, Lin Ma looks exactly like a malevolent ghost. The next second, a large amount of ghost energy rushes towards the palm of Lin Ma's hand and rapidly solidifies. Then, a sharp ghost sword appears, and Lin Ma instantly grabs it. He then stomps his feet forcefully and swings multiple waves of sword energy directly at heart-eating ghost. Due to the close distance, heart-eating ghost can't evade and is battered by the sword energy. Seeing this, Sun Mao and his sister break into a cold sweat. Holy crap, he just one-shot a wicked spirit-level ghost. Has he been hiding his real power? Sun Lily even says worriedly, if I had known he was this powerful, I never would have provoked him. Do you think Lin Ma will try to kill me at some point? Hearing this, Sun Ma starts to stutter. Don't worry, you'll be fine. Gao Shishir also confirms her thoughts. He's too strong. With this level of power, him slaughtering the safety bureau isn't surprising. Suddenly Gao Shishir exclaims, something's wrong. Lin Ma's power seems to be rapidly declining. Lin Ma's skeletal arms are quickly regenerating, and his strong ghost energy is rapidly fading away. If I can't comprehend it this time, I don't know when I'll get another chance. Though Lin Ma is weak and sweating profusely, he still fights to remain conscious. Hold on, I must retain Sword Ghost. Lin Ma bites his tongue to bring himself back to a slightly more lucid state, and focuses all his energy on capturing the essence of Sword Ghost. Just as his arms fully regenerate, a humming sound emanates from Lin Ma's palm, and a hint of ghost energy radiates from it. This change fills Lin Ma with joy. I did it. I've finally sensed the presence of Sword Ghost. Lin Ma shouts out loud, Sword, come forth. Accompanied by his mental command, the ghost sword, made from condensing energy, reappears in his hand. Although the sword energy on it this time is somewhat diluted, it's not as strong as when his arms transformed into skeletal limbs. It's still very powerful for Lin Ma at his current level. The next second, Lin Ma tightly grips the hilt of the Sword Ghost and swiftly swings it at a distant rock. A burst of ghost energy is released instantly, cutting rapidly into the rock. The moment it makes contact, the rock explodes into countless fragments. Satisfied, Lin Ma sheaths the Sword Ghost, though he retained only a little of its energy. With further comprehension, Sword Ghost can be leveled up like other ghosts. This means returning to Ghost King level is not impossible. Then, Lin Ma opens the status panel of Sword Ghost. Holy crap, it's got the strength of a mid-level malevolent spirit, and loyalty is at 100%. Perhaps it's because Sword Ghost is just a wisp of a soul, lacking self-awareness, that its loyalty is full. Lin Ma ponders this, then shifts his gaze to the skill section. Activating both skills will require 700 points. Luckily, I have enough points now. Might as well go all in and activate both skills. With that thought, Lin Ma taps on Sword Ghost's skill section. Exchange for Sword Ghost's first skill successful. One sword to extinguish souls. Swing the ghost sword. When inflicting physical damage on the enemy with the blade, ignore magic resistance. Spiritual energy consumption is 0. One sword to eliminate evil. Swing the ghost sword. Unleash furious sword energy to inflict magical damage on enemies. Ignoring armor. Reading through the description, Lin Ma can't help but be amazed. One is for physical damage, and the other for magical damage. The key thing is that they don't consume any spiritual energy. These Sword Ghost skills are really awesome. Blood-pupiled Ghost runs out, eager to take credit. How about that? I told you forming a contract with Sword Ghost was a good idea. At that moment, Chainsaw Ghost roars, unwilling to be outdone. Sword Ghost is not as strong as me. I want to battle him 300 rounds. Lin Ma, in a good mood, waves at Chainsaw Ghost to quiet down. I'll buy you some pork belly later. Just then, Lin Ma suddenly senses a strong ghost energy approaching. An old, hunched-over lady appears in the graveyard. Unable to walk properly, she hobbles out leaning on a cane. So you're the one who killed Heart-Eating Ghost. You must pay for it in blood. She snarls as she walks, emitting a ghastly aura. Half her face has already turned black. Meanwhile, inside the vine-covered ancient mansion, red-dressed female ghost is applying her makeup in front of a mirror when a ghost maid rushes in. Master, it's bad. The little ghosts report that young master is clashing with cursed spirit ghost from the northwest tomb. Red-dressed female ghost immediately stops what she's doing. What? Why would he provoke that old hag cursed spirit ghost? Didn't I tell him we have a feud? Master, think about it. He knew about your feud and still went alone. He's clearly trying to avenge you. According to reliable sources, he has already killed Heart-Eating Ghost, the second in command in the graveyard. Upon hearing this, red-dressed female ghost blushes. My husband is so good to me. He dared to go into cursed spirit ghost's territory all by himself. I knew I chose the right person. The next second, red-dressed female ghost slams her hand on the table and stands up. That damn cursed spirit ghost dares to lay a hand on my husband. Issue my command. Gather all the minions. Attack the graveyard and rescue young master. The maid gives a piercing whistle, and suddenly countless ghosts crawl out of the tombs, all gathering in front of the ancient mansion. Let me be straight. Your young master is fighting cursed spirit ghost alone. What should we do? The answer is unanimous. Attack the graveyard. Rescue young master. The ghosts all wave and cheer in response. Today is the day for the decisive battle with cursed spirit ghost. Meanwhile, at the graveyard, three people hiding in the shadows see Lin Ma being surrounded. Gao Shishir can't help but exclaim, saying that even the military would probably not be able to handle so many ghosts. Sun Ma is shocked and swallows hard. It's going to be hard for Lin Ma to survive this time. Upon hearing this, Sun Lily sighs in relief. He's finally going to get killed by a swarm of ghosts. Our stalking mission is finally coming to an end. At this moment, cursed spirit ghost enters battle mode, releasing an overwhelming ghost energy that even withers the grass beneath her feet. Seeing this, Lin Ma cautiously takes a few steps back. Having now comprehended the sword ghost, if he continued to seek death wholeheartedly, he would truly meet his end. So, he waves at cursed spirit ghost in a friendly manner. Let's not get worked up. This is all a misunderstanding. Hearing this, cursed spirit spirit ghost loses her composure. You killed my second in command, and you call this a misunderstanding? Do you think I'm an idiot? Cursed spirit ghost draws a dagger and takes a few steps forward. I don't think you're getting out of here today. In a bit, I'll use your organs to pay tribute to my second in command. With that, she swings her arm, and dozens of ghosts swarm in, all extending their claws to attack. Seeing this, a sense of despair rises in Linma's heart. Is today the day I die? Just then, with a slashing sound, the ghost at the front suddenly falls to the ground. Great, reinforcements have arrived. Butcher, you're too awesome. Linma looks at the ghost in front of him, overjoyed. Butcher ghost turns his head and says, young friend, no need for formalities. Just call me ex-husband brother. Hearing this, Linma feels a bit embarrassed. Ex-husband brother, how did you come to be here? Butcher ghost points to the distance, where red-dressed female ghost is leading an army. Under your wife's command, we're here to rescue you. You old hag, dare to lay a hand on my husband. Minions, attack. Cursed spirit ghost, not to be outdone, turns her head and angrily retorts, you're the one who deserves to die. When enemies meet, their eyes blaze with hatred. In an instant, the two ghost armies clash, ferocious howls filling the air. Get lost. A ghost Andy from red-dressed female ghost's side immediately sends an enemy ghost flying with a punch, and from cursed spirit ghost's side, a corrosive ghost opens its mouth wide and spits acid over an opposing ghost. Linma, having never seen such a spectacle, watches as the entire northwest tomb turns into a chaotic mess. He can't help but step back. I've seen humans clash, but this is the first time I've seen ghosts fighting like this. At this moment, red-dressed female ghost opens her arms and flies towards Linma. Husband, are you okay? Saying this, she embraces Linma. Were you trying to secretly take down cursed spirit ghost and then surprise me? But you really should have consulted me first. It's too dangerous to come here alone. I don't want anything to happen to you. Finishing her words, red-dressed female ghost coquettishly buries herself in Linma's chest, looking every bit the dependent lovebird. Upon seeing this, cursed spirit ghost becomes instantly furious, releasing a torrent of ghost energy from her body, sending all the minor ghosts around her flying away. You despicable couple. You killed my lieutenant, heart-eating ghost. I'll make you pay with your lives. Cursed spirit ghost roars and charges at Linma and red-dressed female ghost. Seeing this, red-dressed female ghost quickly shields Linma. You old hag, spouting nonsense. Husband, take a break. Let me handle this one. After speaking, red-dressed female ghost activates her internal ghost energy. She forms hand signs, and her surrounding ghost energy instantly expands. Wherever the ghost energy spreads, blood-red otherworld flowers begin to grow. The next second, the flowers shoot out like arrows. In the blink of an eye, numerous flowers strike deep into cursed spirit ghost's army. Seeing this, cursed spirit ghost quickly dodges, but her subordinates become live targets. The moment they are hit, the cursed ghosts let out painful wails. Their bodies turn into puddles of pus upon contact with the otherworld flowers. Holy crap, so strong. Linma can't help but exclaim. Not only does the range of these flowers cover a large area, their damage is incredibly high as well. Seeing her minions gone just like that, cursed spirit ghost angrily takes out a straw doll. You little girl, you're still too young to fight me. Saying this, she aims the straw doll at red-dressed female ghost. I invoke the 5 directional ghost soldiers. Straw curse, reveal your power. After mumbling these words, cursed spirit ghost takes out a steel needle and mercilessly stabs it into the straw doll's chest. Just then, red-dressed female ghost's pale and delicate body trembles violently, and a stream of blood emerges from her chest. She then weakly collapses into Linma's arms. Seeing this, Linma realizes cursed spirit ghost's skill. Any subsequent damage inflicted upon the straw doll will be indirectly transferred to the opponent. Upon pondering, Linma anxiously asks red-dressed female ghost, are you alright? Should we find an opportunity to retreat? Hearing this, red-dressed female ghost breaks free from Linma's embrace. Husband, don't worry, it's just a minor trick. She then stands up, leaps into the air and hovers, while emitting a torrent of ghost energy. Soon, the area around her is covered in a large number of otherworld flowers. With a clap, red-dressed female ghost's hands come together, accompanied by a mysterious red light emanating from her palms. The otherworld flowers quickly converge towards cursed spirit ghost. Soon, cursed spirit ghost's ghostly form starts to disintegrate. You little girl, you actually want to fight to the death with me? Then I'll grant your wish. Saying this, she roars and charges directly at red-dressed female ghost in the air. Seeing this, Linma lightly taps his arm. If you two masters are fighting, I can't just stand idly by. The next second, big-breasted ghost and chainsaw ghost are summoned, and Linma also brandishes the newly comprehended ghost sword. Attack! Linma takes the lead and charges into the ghostly fray. Chainsaw ghost, seeming like a long-confined criminal, starts wildly swinging its chainsaw and venting. Linma also wants to test out his ghost sword, and finds that its one sword to extinguish souls ability is incredibly powerful, actually cleaving the opposing wild grave ghost in two. Just at that moment, a burnt ghost suddenly appears beside Linma. Before he can react, the burnt ghost quickly spews out a large fireball, directly aimed at Linma's face. My good buddy, you have high defense. Quick, block it for me. Seeing this, Linma skates away, immediately dodging behind Green Corpse Ghost. With a boom, the fireball lands squarely on green corpse ghost, instantly burning him to a crisp. Even his hair and eyebrows are gone. Smoky all over, green corpse ghost shouts at Lean Ma, "I have high physical defense, but I can't block magical damage." Lean Ma scratches his head awkwardly. "Bro, don't get so heated. It's bad for your health." Soon, red-dressed female ghost's team's advantage continues to grow, while cursed spirit ghost's subordinates begin to retreat. "If I can't finish you off quickly, I'll kill your man first. How about that?" Cursed spirit ghost pulls out 2 steel needles, then gives red-dressed female ghost an evil grin. With a whooshing sound, after chanting a few curses, cursed spirit ghost flicks her fingers, directly shooting the steel needles at Lean Ma. "Husband, watch out." Seeing this, red-dressed female ghost urgently cries out. Unfortunately, the steel needles are too fast. Lean Ma can't control chainsaw ghost to block them in time. With a poof, a red lotus suddenly appears in front of Lean Ma, blocking the incoming steel needles. Immediately, both Lean Ma and red-dressed female ghost breathe a sigh of relief. Lean Ma curses, finding cursed spirit ghost to be truly cunning, while red-dressed female ghost is relieved she arrived just in time. Just then, cursed spirit ghost in the air suddenly charges at red-dressed female ghost, simultaneously forming a pentagram with steel needles as a ghost-killing formation. "Ha! You've been tricked." Seeing this, red-dressed female ghost is immediately alarmed. She didn't expect cursed spirit ghost's attack on Lean Ma to be a feint. The real target is herself, and due to the close distance, there's no time to dodge. The next second, 5 steel needles pierce into red-dressed female ghost's abdomen, then her ghostly form starts to rupture. "You wretched woman, go die for me." The triumphant cursed spirit ghost lets out an excited shout, as she prepares several more steel needles to finish off red-dressed female ghost once and for all. Seeing this, Lean Ma can't help but curse. This old hag is really sneaky. He then controls big-breasted ghost to rapidly fly towards cursed spirit ghost, while activating the skill the Sanskrit sound claims life. With the rapid rise of the chant-like musical tones, cursed spirit ghost instantly becomes paralyzed, unable to move. "What kind of music is this? Why does my head feel dizzy the more I listen?" Seizing the opportunity, Lean Ma controls chainsaw ghost to launch himself into the air. Then, gripping his sword, he strikes at cursed spirit ghost. One sword to extinguish souls. In a swift motion, Lean Ma slashes diagonally from cursed spirit ghost's right shoulder to her left rib. With a ripping sound, cursed spirit ghost's robe is instantly shredded, revealing a vest made of straw. However, that sword strike only left a scratch on it. "Brat, you can't harm me. My armor is even thicker than green corpse ghost's." Seeing cursed spirit ghost so arrogant, Lean Ma snorts disdainfully. "What does your high armor have to do with me?" After saying this, he executes another move. One sword to eliminate evil. "Useless young man, your iron slab of a sword won't harm me." Cursed spirit ghost mocks as she sees the incoming sword, even deliberately leaning into the strike. With a splurt sound, the ghost sword instantly pierces through cursed spirit ghost's body. Feeling the intense pain, an expression of disbelief fills cursed spirit ghost's face. "How is this possible?" The next second, sword energy bursts from the wound, like a million razor blades slicing into cursed spirit ghost, blasting her forcefully to the ground. "Sorry, this sword deals magical damage, so your high armor doesn't matter." Lean Ma coldly snorts as he looks at the remains of cursed spirit ghost on the ground. At this moment, red-dressed female ghost removes the steel needle from her body. She directly approaches the subordinates of cursed spirit ghost. "Cursed spirit ghost is dead. If you want to live, recognize me as your new leader." As she speaks, her expression suddenly turns fierce. "If you're still loyal to cursed spirit ghost, I don't mind sending you to join her right now." As her words fall, the subordinates of cursed spirit ghost look at each other and promptly raise their hands to surrender. They then kneel on the ground and shout, "Greetings, red-dressed female ghost. From now on, you are our new leader." Seeing this scene, red-dressed female ghost shows a satisfied smile. "Who would have thought that after fighting with cursed spirit ghost for hundreds of years, I finally managed to defeat her with the help of my husband?" Thinking this, red-dressed female ghost immediately starts looking around. "Where's my husband? He was right next to me just now." At this moment, Lean Ma is frantically collecting ghost orbs. "Ha! I'm rich. This is the first time I've seen wicked spirit-level ghost orbs. If I sell these on the market, I can easily make millions." Just then, red-dressed female ghost gently embraces Lean Ma from behind. "Husband, tonight we are having a victory feast for defeating cursed spirit ghost. Come back to the ancient mansion with me." "No, I can't. I have class tomorrow." Lean Ma shakes his head, feeling the softness on his back. Right now, all he's thinking about is collecting the ghost orbs. Hearing this, red-dressed female ghost asks in confusion, "How could you miss the victory feast? You're the one who helped me eliminate cursed spirit ghost." Lean Ma responds irritably, "Don't get it twisted. I fought cursed spirit ghost purely for my own reasons." At this comment, red-dressed female ghost's face turns coy. "My husband is so annoying. Doing good, but not admitting it." Watching Lean Ma walk away, red-dressed female ghost waves and shouts, "Remember to come back when you have time. I'll always be waiting for you in the ancient mansion." Finishing her sentence, red-dressed female ghost's face turns coy again. He's indeed the man I set my eyes on. So focused on his studies, he really is ambitious. Meanwhile, the trio hiding in the bushes are completely stunned. Sun Mao can't believe what he's seeing and questions. Am I seeing this right? Did Lin Ma just kill a wicked spirit level cursed spirit ghost? Gao Shishir is also trembling all over from the shock. Lin Ma managed to kill cursed spirit ghost with a single strike. It looks like his ghost sword is even more powerful than my ghost doll. Plus, he's unified the wilderness area with red-dressed female ghost. This guy is simply unfathomable. Thinking of this, Gao Shishir takes out her phone. Lin Ma's strength has greatly increased, and he's colluding with a female ghost. I need to report this to my dad right away. Just then, Gao Shishir starts to hesitate. She remembers what happened at the hospital. Her dad lied to her mom and has another woman on the side. Do I really want to talk to such a scumbag? Seeing that Gao Shishir is unresponsive, Sun Lily urgently says, Captain, don't just stand there. The situation with Lin Ma is extremely urgent. You need to report it to the bureau immediately. Hearing this, Gao Shishir snaps back to reality. She immediately dials the number in her phone. The safety bureau is quickly shocked by the news, and an emergency meeting is convened that very night. Bureau Chief Gao Longshan speaks with a grim expression. According to reliable information, Lin Ma has unified the ghosts around Aries Academy. If he mobilizes them all, that would be an incredibly formidable ghost army. Saying this, Gao Longshan taps on the screen behind him. We've already confirmed that Lin Ma has contracted with 4 ghosts. The danger level of this individual has increased again. At his words, the agents all start to discuss among themselves. Contracting with 4 ghosts, even in Snow Phoenix Academy, that would be considered top-tier talent. At this point, Deputy Chief Sun Deli is somewhat impatient. If you ask me, just arrest Lin Ma and interrogate him to find out everything. Why all this following and investigating? Hearing this, Gao Longshan erupts in anger. Arrest him? Lin Ma likely has powerful people backing him. Even the 8 ghosts King Duan Chenkoan is protecting him. Unless we have evidence to prove he's a remnant of the Seal Demon Kingdom, we can't even request military assistance. As soon as this is said, Sun Deli hastily asks, what should we do then? Are we just going to sit around and do nothing? After a moment of silence, Gao Longshan says with a grim face, all provincial colleges have a unified ghost domain trial. In previous years, we've chosen relatively simple areas. This time, we can raise the difficulty level. If Lin Ma participates, he will inevitably be in danger. Once his life is threatened, the powerful figures backing him will surely take action. That way, we'll have the evidence to request military assistance. Hearing this, Sun Deli immediately praises excitedly. The chief is truly wise. To think of using the ghost domain to indirectly deal with Lin Ma is ingenious. Where do you think we should locate this? Gao Longshan taps on a spot on the map. Let's set it here. Vast Wave City. Meanwhile, Lin Ma returns to the school carrying a bunch of ghost orbs. As soon as he enters the main gate, he bumps into Zhai Feng, who has been waiting for him. You caused quite a commotion tonight, didn't you? How did it go? Did you destroy the green corpse ghost's nest? Lin Ma shakes his head. No. Zhai Feng sighs. Oh, so you haven't realized the sword ghost yet. No worries. Understanding a lost soul is not something that can be done overnight. Take your time. But the next second, Lin Ma directly pulls out a purple ghost orb. I didn't go to the green corpse ghost's nest. I destroyed the cursed spirit ghost's nest. Zhai Feng is instantly in shock. Cursed spirit ghost is at the pinnacle of wicked spirits and even has an extremely troublesome heart-eating ghost subordinate, not to mention nearly 100 various kinds of odd ghosts. How did you manage? Lin Ma smiles proudly. I had some ghost help, so I barely managed. If you can kill a cursed spirit ghost, it means you've realized the sword ghost. Yes, indeed. Saying this, he summons the sword and starts swinging it around. Zhai Feng is shocked and thinks to himself, the cursed spirit ghost's nest is at least 10 times more difficult than the green corpse ghost's nest. And to think, in less than 3 days, he's understood the lost soul of the sword ghost. This kid is a freak. After showing off the sword ghost, Lin Ma yawns. I'm going to head back. I've been tired all night. Watching Lin Ma's retreating figure, Zhai Feng thinks about lighting a cigarette to calm his nerves. People say that I, as one of the 8 ghosts king, am extraordinarily talented, but compared to this kid, I'm nothing. Little does he know, in his excitement, he's holding the cigarette backward. The next second, Zhai Feng yelps as he gets burned. Damn it, since when do cigarettes bite people? As soon as Lin Ma gets back to his dorm, he takes out the ghost orb of the cursed spirit ghost to cultivate. As his understanding of spiritual energy gradually improves, Lin Ma quickly breaks through to the 2nd level of Ghost Master. I really have to thank the cursed spirit ghost. My ability to control contracted ghosts with precision has improved. There shouldn't be any more incidents of chainsaw ghost going berserk. With that thought, Lin Ma satisfyingly crawls into his bed. The most crucial benefit is, I can now level up my contracted ghosts again. Chainsaw ghost and blood pupiled ghost can be upgraded from malevolent spirits to evil spirits. Then I can activate a 3rd skill for both of them. And let's not forget the pitiful big-breasted ghost. She is still at the malevolent spirit level. Considering this, Lin Ma can't resist the drowsiness anymore and falls asleep. The next day, as soon as the class starts, Zhai Feng announces some shocking news. The location for the freshman ghost domain trial has been officially confirmed as Vast Wave City. As soon as this is announced, the whole class erupts. Has the safety bureau gone mad? There are so many ghosts there that are at the wicked spirit level. Even an elite ghost control Enrolling squad might not make it back. Seeing such a strong reaction from the class, Shy phone coughs twice to get everyone's attention. This trial isn't mandatory. You can choose to opt out. Moreover, Aries Academy only has 5 team slots. Teams can range from 1 to 5 people. If you're interested, come find me to sign up. Hearing this, Lin Ma props his chin up and starts thinking. Vast Wave City has become a complete ghost town. If I can kill ghosts and collect their orbs, I could make a lot of money. Shy Feng's cough interrupts Lin Ma's thoughts. Also, the chief inspector for this ghost domain trial will be Deputy Chief Sun Deli from the Safety Bureau. Hearing this, Lin Ma is shocked. Sun Deli. I can ask him for the antidote to Enran's poison. Lin Ma nudges Achio with his elbow. Shall we team up? Then Lin Ma looks at Black Little Fat. Dubious intentions. Achio and I don't have any defensive contracted ghosts. After Black Little Fat's trash can ghost uses its hardening skill, it can serve as a decent tank. It could offer some protection when necessary. Having considered all this, Lin Ma asks, Black Little Fat, do you want to come along? I'm not going. Going to a place like that is worse than staying in the dorm and playing games. Upon hearing that, Lin Ma sneers. Look at you, lacking ambition. Didn't you just activate a skill a few days ago? Now your trash can ghost's defense has significantly increased. What are you afraid of? Hearing this, Black Little Fat replies, your provocation won't work, Lin Ma. I just want to slack off. At that moment, Lin Ma inadvertently glances at Black Little Fat's phone. Wow, you're watching action movies from the home tutor series? In that case, I have to offer a targeted incentive. With that thought, Lin Ma slowly took out his phone and then opened a list of romantic action movie videos and dangles it in front of Black Little Fat. How about this? If you come into the ghost domain with me, I'll share these resources with you. The next second, Black Little Fat's eyes light up. Whoa, a story about 7 2-meter-tall men and a soft girl? Lin Ma, let me see it now. Saying this, he hastily reaches out to grab the phone. Seeing this, Lin Ma quickly puts the phone away. Don't be so impatient. Once we enter the ghost domain, all of this will be yours. Upon hearing this, Black Little Fat immediately agrees. We have a deal. The moment we enter the ghost domain, you have to send it to me. Then Black Little Fat scans the classroom carefully. How about we find another girl to join us? Lin Ma, it's less tiring when you work with a mixed team. Hearing this, Lin Ma mockingly retorts, the girls in our school are all built like tanks. Is that really your type? Saying this, he wraps an arm around both Achio and Black Little Fat. Alright, Black Little Fat, stop pondering aimlessly. It's just the 3 of us for this ghost domain trial. Near the end of class, Shy Feng announces one more thing. Any student who participates in this trial will be provided with a life insurance policy funded by the school. Upon hearing this, Black Little Fat's face turns pale with shock. Oh man, why are they even offering life insurance? Lin Ma, is it too late for me to back out now? After school, Lin Ma visits Enran in the medical room. As he talks about recent events, he peels an apple for Enran. I probably won't be able to visit you for a few days. I'm about to enter the ghost domain trial. Finishing his sentence, he hands the apple over. Enran takes a big bite and then, puffing out her cheeks, asks, the ghost domain? Which one? Is it dangerous? In order to allay Enran's fears, Lin Ma smiles and says it's not very risky. It's just a small haunted house in a small place. You can consider it a vacation for me. Unexpectedly, Enran looks disappointed after hearing this. So it's not dangerous? Doesn't that mean there's nothing valuable to gain? Hearing this, Lin Ma is stunned. Wow, I guess my lie was completely unnecessary. So, you're only interested in the money, Miss Enran? Thinking this, Lin Ma takes a bite of the apple and says, I heard from Wu Kun that the chief inspector for this ghost domain trial is Safety Bureau's deputy director, Sun Deli. I'll find an opportunity to confront him and force him to give me the antidote for the poison. Saying this, he hands the apple back to Enran. Enran looks at the apple with a face of disgust. I don't want it anymore. It's got your saliva all over it. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma quickly finishes the apple in a few bites. Seeing this, Enran incredulously says, my saliva was still on it, and you just ate it like that? Lin Ma gives an indifferent expression. What's the big deal? I don't mind your saliva. Unexpectedly, Enran looks at Lin Ma as if he's an idiot. But my saliva has the poison in it, you dummy. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma quickly spits out the apple he had eaten. Oh man, why didn't you say that earlier? Seeing Lin Ma's slightly comical expression, Enran can't help but burst into a silver bell-like laughter. Ha! How was I to know you'd eat it so fast? Meanwhile, this entire scene is witnessed by Gao Shishir, who is hiding outside. Listening to their laughter from the medical room, her feelings gradually become complicated. Is Enran really my half-sister? Later, Lin Ma visits the library to gather some information, then returns to the dorm to study it closely. What are you looking at? Lin Ma, is it a Victoria's Secret supermodel album or something? Hearing this, Lin Ma hits Black Little Fat on the head with the booklet. Your mind is in the gutter. You're always thinking about these things. Saying this, Lin Ma opens the booklet in his hand. This is a detailed map of Vast Wave Ghost Domain that I spent days finding. It even has every street and alley clearly marked. Hearing Black Little Fat ask why he needs it, Lin Ma looks at him as if he's an idiot. Are you stupid? The map from the Safety Bureau is nowhere as detailed as this. They only mark safe zones and the positions of ghosts. This one even has the locations of all the banks marked. Upon hearing this, Black Little Fat's eyes widen. Even Achio, who's been sharpening a knife, can't help but comment comment. Smart. After all, everyone knows what's inside a bank. Achio only charges $5 for a haircut. If he walks out of a bank with 2 bags, he'll probably have enough money for haircuts for 8 lifetimes. At this point, Linma continues. Ghosts aren't interested in money, so there's a good chance the money is still in the bank. Hearing this, Black Little Fat turns and walks out. You're right, Linma. I'm going to the supermarket to buy 3 pairs of black stockings. Linma looks surprised. What do you need stockings for? In movies, don't they always wear masks when robbing a bank? Hearing Black Little Fat's response, both Linma and Achio look at him as if he's an idiot. Once again, soon, the day of the Ghost Domain trial arrives. Unexpectedly, only 3 teams from Aries Academy sign up, one of which is made up of 3 exchange students from Snow Phoenix Academy. At this time, the person in charge of the Ghost Domain, Sun Deli, begins to speak. The Ghost Domain trial will last for 5 days. The Safety Bureau will score you based on the number and strength of the ghosts you kill. The top 30 teams will receive corresponding rewards, and the higher the score, the better the reward. At this point, Sun Deli suddenly becomes serious. I'd like to remind you all, this Ghost Domain trial is different from the previous ones. You will not have teleportation talismans for escaping. Upon hearing this, the students in the audience immediately look worried. Is this a trial or a death game? Without teleportation talismans, what if we encounter high-level ghosts? Hearing the chatter among the crowd, Linma guesses that it's not that the Safety Bureau doesn't want to provide talismans, but that these talismans only work within specific magic circles, and Vast Wave City is simply too large for the Safety Bureau to set up such a circle. At this moment, Sun Deli suddenly shouts, "Think carefully, everyone, there's still time to withdraw." Hearing this, a mushroom-headed student nervously raises his hand. Stuttering, he says, "I want to withdraw." His teammates hear this and immediately grab his collar. "You coward, the ghost trial hasn't even started and you want to quit? Do you know that if you do this, our whole team will have to withdraw?" However, the mushroom-headed student breaks free from his teammate's grasp. "You fool, going in without a teleportation talisman is a death sentence. I don't want to risk my life." In an instant, quite a few teams opt to withdraw, with the number of teams participating in the Ghost Domain greatly reduced. Sun Deli reveals a smug smile. It seems the students who remain are true heroes. Now go get your supplies, and regroup here afterward. When he sees Linma appear at the entrance, Sun Deli's smug expression intensifies. As expected, the remnants of the Seal Demon Kingdom are acting according to our plan. A rumbling noise is heard, and the iron gate to the Ghost Domain opens in front of everyone. As all the students enter, the next second, the Vast Wave Ghost Domain trial officially begins. Their location is outside the suburbs of Vast Wave City, surrounded by dilapidated buildings, covered in talismans written in cinnabar ink. Even the roads beneath them are piled with debris. Every few steps produce the sound of breaking bones. At this moment, Black Little Fat asks, "Linma, are we heading directly to the bank?" Achio beside him suggests waiting. The number of ghosts in the city will definitely be more than in the suburbs. Whoever goes in first is likely to die first. Linma, pointing at the map, says, "We are currently on the eastern outskirts of Vast Wave City. There's a village ahead. How about we go there first to scout the situation?" Achio nods in agreement. "I have no issues with that. What do you think, Black Little Fat?" Upon hearing this, Black Little Fat responds with concern. "All I ask for is a decent place to sleep. Just look at the sky. It seems like it's going to rain. We should hurry and take shelter in the village." The 3 of them immediately quicken their pace, and soon reach the outskirts of the village. At this point, Black Little Fat points ahead and says, "Look, someone got here before us." They see 3 men and a woman entering a large mansion in the distance. Seeing them go in, Linma gives a sly smile. He was preparing to have them scout the way for him. Watching all 4 of them go inside, Linma assumes they plan to make this their camp for the night, so he starts observing with Achio and Black Little Fat. "Let them scout ahead for us." Seeing that nothing has happened to them after they went in, Linma concludes that there are no ghosts in this village. "We can safely stay here for the night." Saying this, Linma points to a small, rundown courtyard at the entrance of the village. "This will do. We can make do with this for the night." Seeing this, Black Little Fat is somewhat displeased. "Linma, this place is way too shabby. Since they chose a mansion, why can't we? Moreover, with so many houses around, why did you pick the most rundown one?" Upon hearing this, Achio steps forward and pats Black Little Fat on the shoulder. "Don't judge a book by its cover. This might actually be the best place here." Hearing this, Linma, who is walking ahead, chuckles. "Achio really gets me." This reaction leaves Black Little Fat even more confused, and he can only follow along, puzzled. Seeing Achio take out a cloth to start cleaning, Black Little Fat realizes they are determined to stay here, so he asks, "What's so good about this place?" While wiping the table, Achio responds, "This courtyard is right next to the entrance of the village. If we encounter a wave of ghosts, we can escape at the first opportunity, without getting trapped and surrounded in the village." Black Little Fat casually sits on the table that Achio just wiped, showing an expression of sudden realization. So that's how it is. Meanwhile, Linma takes out some compressed biscuits and starts eating. "Let's have some biscuits to replenish our energy. We can explore the village later to see if there are any dangerous ghosts." He then distributes the biscuits to Black Little Fat and Achio. The Safety Bureau sure is stingy. These compressed biscuits will last at most 4 days. days. But for someone with an appetite like Black Little Fat, it would be good to last 3 days. Just then, a student from another academy approaches. Hello, I'm Wakun from Wind Riding Academy. We managed to sneak some meat in. Would you like some to satisfy your cravings? As he speaks, Wakun shows the several pounds of cooked meat in his hands. Seeing this, Lin Ma and Acho immediately become alert, being overly kind without a reason. This guy definitely has something up his sleeve. Unexpectedly, Black Little Fat, upon seeing the meat, immediately approaches. Hi, I'm Black Little Fat from Aries Academy. Your meat looks good. Wakun then offers the meat. Then this is for you. Consider it a friendship gift. Just as Black Little Fat is about to take it, Lin Ma blocks him. Although wary in his heart, Lin Ma still puts on a friendly facade. Making friends is great, but how did you bring this meat in? Acho also voices his doubt. If I remember correctly, all cell phones and food were confiscated before entering the ghost domain. Wakun reassures them with a pat on his chest. Don't worry, I secretly sewed an inner pocket in my clothes. That's where I kept the meat. Lin Ma continues to inquire. Such an action would be considered cheating and disqualify you from the trial. Why are you telling us this? And why offer such a generous gift? Wakun responds sincerely. To be honest, I do need your help. If ghosts appear tonight, you guys at the entrance of the village will notice first. Please inform us when that happens. This meat is just a token of my appreciation. Hearing this, Lin Ma takes the meat. Rest assured, Wakun, if ghosts appear, we'll definitely alert you. Seeing this, Wakun happily turns to leave. Then it's settled. I'll be going now. Once Wakun has left, Black Little Fat looks at the meat on the table, losing his composure. Lin Ma, let's divide this meat quickly. I'm salivating just looking at it. But Lin Ma looks serious and says, Achio, check if there's anything wrong with this meat. Seeing Achio mercilessly stab the meat with a knife, Black Little Fat expresses his concern. What are you guys doing? Lin Ma makes a shushing gesture. Unwarranted generosity? Isn't that like a weasel paying a visit to the chicken during the new year? At this point, Achio takes a sniff at the knife. The meat doesn't seem poisonous, but something feels off. It's a bit too fragrant. Hearing this, Black Little Fat immediately picks up the meat and is about to shove it in his mouth. If it's not poisonous, that's good enough. When has meat ever not been fragrant? Just then, the blood-pupiled ghost inside Lin Ma suddenly speaks. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the flesh of a flesh forest ghost. Achio breaks into a cold sweat upon hearing this. So that's it. Flesh forest ghost is a type of ghost that manipulates the mind. If you eat its flesh, you'll be under its control for some time. Achio then looks at Lin Ma. I was careless earlier. Thank goodness your blood-pupiled ghost detected it, or we would have fallen into the trap. Hearing this, Black Little Fat's face is also filled with shock. We have no grudges against them. Why would they want to harm us? After saying this, Black Little Fat cautiously tosses the meat aside. Lin Ma clenches his fists in anger and says, if they had managed to control us, we would likely be used as cannon fodder to scout ahead, making things much safer for them. As he speaks, Lin Ma's expression suddenly turns grim. It seems that tonight, it's either them or us who will perish. With that said, Lin Ma suggests that the person must be nearby, so let's pretend to eat the meat. Damn, this meat is too good. I dare say it's even better than the barbecue in the city. Hearing the sounds of admiration coming from the room, Wakun, hiding in the corner, suddenly looks grim. As expected, Aries Academy is full of idiots. They fell for my tricks so easily. Excellent. When danger comes, I'll use the 3 of them as tools. Soon, Lin Ma and the others drift into sleep, and the entire room is filled with the sound of Black Little Fat snoring. Just then, a rapid gong sound suddenly comes from the distance. Lin Ma instantly opens his eyes, while Acho grips his razor tightly. Who's putting on a play out there? At the same time, a stage suddenly appears in the center of the village, with a ghost leading lady in red and a ghost martial actor standing on it. The ghost leading lady sings shrilly, Yama decrees death at the 3rd watch of the night. Then the ghost martial actor swings his long knife and chimes in, who will keep me until the 5th watch? Seeing this, Achio's face is instantly filled with a look of shock. This is a ghost play. It's a ritual for seizing human souls. Meanwhile, in a distant mansion, Wakun points to the far-off scene and says to the female team leader, why don't we let those 3 scapegoats go and die? They can clear the path for us. The female team leader agrees. You're right, let them deal with those 2 ghosts first. After saying this, the female team leader extends her arm. In the next moment, a ghost covered in fleshy tumors is summoned. The female team leader then uses her mental power to manipulate the flesh forest ghost to use its skill. At this moment, Lin Ma speaks. They've made their move. Let's pretend to be controlled to teach them a lesson. Upon hearing this, Achio turns to Black Little Fat and advises, that ghost leading lady's singing is probably a controlling skill. Try not to listen if you can. Hearing this, Black Little Fat is somewhat speechless. Listen to what you're saying. Can I control my ears not to hear? Lin Ma responds calmly. Don't worry, I have a way. Soon, the 3 of them arrive beneath the stage. Lin Ma claps his hands and shouts loudly, the leading lady is so beautiful, while Black Little Fat looks at the stage, trying to keep his composure despite his nervousness. After all, the performers are ghosts. Just then, the people hiding behind the mansion snort coldly. These 3 are so stupid, clapping even as death approaches. Hearing this, the female team leader has a triumphant expression. The plan is working. Whether they're human or ghost, they're all in the palm of my hand thanks to my flesh forest ghost. Upon hearing this, this. Wakuen shows a worried look, but the ghost putting on the play doesn't seem as strong as the rumors say. Look at the three of them, they're fine. Even their souls haven't been hooked away. Hearing this, the female team leader sneers. I think so too. Since the ghost isn't that strong, let's beat them to it and kill those two ghosts first. With that, the female team leader gives an order and immediately leads her team to charge forward. Seeing 4 people and 1 ghost charging towards her, the ghost leading lady suddenly opens her cherry lips. 3 souls and 7 spirits come, accompanied by melodramatic music. Everyone's eardrums suddenly quake, and even their minds start to wander. Cover your ears. We're going to be controlled by the ghost play. Despite the female team leader's loud warning, they are all drawn by a powerful force toward the stage. At this moment, the ghost martial actor raises his big knife and charges. Look out! Seeing this, a crew cut team member tries to dodge, but his movements have been slowed by the ghost leading lady's skill. With a splatter, one of the crew cut's arms is instantly severed. Holy crap, they added more drama. This performance is just like the real thing. Lin Ma below the stage is clapping excitedly. Seeing this, the female team leader casts an incredulous look. This doesn't make sense. Why weren't they drawn up to the stage? Just then, she notices wet cotton stuffed in Lin Ma's ears. Holy crap, the 3 of them weren't controlled by the flesh forest ghost at all. We've been had. What the hell are you all waiting for? Quickly summon your contracted ghosts. Let's all make a run for it. With the female team leader's command, Wakuen and the others simultaneously summon, and in an instant, corpse-eating ghost, bandaged ghost, and starved ghost appear, immediately surrounding the ghost martial actor. Due to their numerical advantage, ghost martial actor is quickly at a disadvantage. Seeing this, Lin Ma anxiously shouts from below the stage. Are you kidding me? You call ganging up on someone's skill? If you're capable, go one-on-one. As soon as these words are out, the people on the stage who are hard at work controlling their contracted ghosts are immediately thrown off. Could you please shut up? You're just making things worse. Why don't you come up and duel them yourself? However, Lin Ma completely ignores them and immediately shouts at the stage. What are you doing? Ghost leading lady, hurry up and help. This sudden reminder leaves ghost leading lady stunned. Oh my god, he's actually an ally. Coming to her senses, ghost leading lady starts to sing, and a continuous flow of ghost energy is channeled into ghost martial actor. At the same time, the previously struggling ghost martial actor suddenly regains his spirit, wielding his long knife mightily, and the surrounding contracted ghosts are immediately sent flying. Seeing this, Lin Ma's eyes light up. This ghost leading lady seems to specialize in control and support. Perfect, since I have 2 more contract slots. Why not take these 2 ghosts under my wing? At this moment, the ghost martial actor on the stage is becoming more and more ferocious. With a swift slash of his long sword, he strikes forcefully ahead. Seeing this, flesh forest ghost bends down to gather energy and charges straight towards ghost martial actor. However, ghost martial actor reacts instantly, easily dodging flesh forest ghost's attack with a swallow swords maneuver. Unable to stop in time, flesh forest ghost's headbutt lands harshly on bandaged ghost's chest. At this moment, ghost martial actor teleports, arriving instantly behind starved ghost, swings his sword horizontally and chops off starved ghost's head with a splat. Due to the sudden death of the contracted ghost, one person is immediately gripped by a painful backlash, clutching his throat. Captain, save me. Watching ghost martial actor overpower the enemy with fewer numbers, Lin Ma can't help but shout excitedly. Good skills, good moves. You're truly worthy of being the ghost I'm about to contract. Stop focusing on the one with the sword. Everyone, focus fire on ghost leading lady. If we kill her, we can break free from her control. Hearing the female team leader's battle plan, Wakuen beside her responds with a got it, and then he directs corpse-eating ghost to turn and attack ghost leading lady. The team battle can be lost, but the support must die. Seeing this, ghost martial actor wants to help. Bandaged ghost blocks his path. However, with just a single cut, the strong bandaged ghost is cut in half. Where are you running to? Ghost martial actor's speed is incredibly fast. In a flash, he appears behind corpse-eating ghost, who is immediately drenched in a cold sweat. Before he can react, with a splat sound, ghost martial actor's long sword pierces through corpse-eating ghost's head. Due to the killing of the contracted ghost, Wakuen suddenly coughs up blood and falls to the ground. Now only the female team leader remains on the stage. Seeing ghost martial actor approaching with his blood-dripping long sword, the female team leader becomes panicked and shouts, "Don't come any closer," though she wishes to control her contracted ghosts with her mind to save the situation. Headless ghost and flesh forest ghost are already severely injured, lying on the ground gasping for air. In a desperate bid for survival, the female team leader shouts towards Lin Ma below the stage, "Please, save me. If you save me, I'll give you my most precious thing." After saying this, she starts kowtowing frantically towards Lin Ma. Her dignity is the last thing on her mind. She just wants to survive. However, Lin Ma, with his ears stuffed with wet cotton, responds, "What did you say? You want to fight 10 ghost martial actors?" As soon as his words fall, the female team leader's head flies off. The last thing she sees before her consciousness fades is Lin Ma's slightly raised corner of the mouth. After the drama ends, Lin Ma below the stage starts clapping again. This performance was so realistic, it felt as if it was actually happening. However, ghost Ghost martial actor and ghost leading lady exchange glances, and then walk menacingly toward him. Seeing this, Lin Ma drops the act, and then stretches his arm and clicks. You two have been performing for me for quite a while. Now it's my turn to give you a show. He's up to something. Upon seeing this, ghost leading lady cautiously stepped back a few steps. There was a loud crash. A massive chainsaw suddenly swung towards ghost martial actor. Due to the disparity in strength, chainsaw ghost made an entrance, putting ghost martial actor at a disadvantage. Seeing this, ghost leading lady immediately began to sing. I'm feeling a bit off today. Challenge my face, and I'll give you a snip. As ghost leading lady continued to chant, streams of ghost energy emanated from her, quickly entering ghost martial actor's body. Suddenly, the previously overwhelmed ghost martial actor became much stronger, and was now matching chainsaw ghost blow for blow. Even though both were of malevolent spirit ghost level, in terms of power, chainsaw ghost still had the upper hand. At this moment, ghost martial actor suddenly yelled and pushed hard. With loud shouts, he forced chainsaw ghost to continuously step back. Right then, ghost martial actor spotted Lin Ma nearby. Capture the leader to get the followers. Insult the mother to insult someone. Immediately, ghost martial actor feinted with his knife and shifted to the right. Then, with a burst of speed, he used a snake-like maneuver to bypass chainsaw ghost from the left. With a swift motion, his long knife thrust towards Lin Ma's face. Such agility, worthy of being the ghost I've set my sights on. At this moment, Lin Ma, unfazed by the attack, quickly summoned the sword ghost, preparing to unleash the skill, one sword to extinguish souls. There was a loud clang as the ghost energy from the sword ghost collided with the long knife. In an instant, ghost martial actor's hand trembled, almost dropping his weapon. However, since one sword to extinguish souls ignores armor, ghost martial actor was promptly knocked to the ground with a thud. Looking at the calm-faced Lin Ma, ghost martial actor realized he was now facing a true expert. This young man was not like the other four. Not only was his ghost master level one notch higher, but his contracted ghost was also absurdly powerful. At that moment, Lin Ma raised his ghost sword again. Let me show you what I'm capable of. After saying this, he activated the skill 1 sword to eliminate evil. Lin Ma then quickly lunged forward, with the ghost energy on the ghost sword surging out, aiming straight for ghost martial actor's face. With a loud thud, ghost martial actor was struck and sent flying backward. Even his theatrical costume was torn apart by the fierce sword energy. Seeing this scene, ghost leading lady grew frantic, wanting to chant again to restore ghost martial actor's condition. So, she quickly dashed towards ghost martial actor. However, at this moment, Lin Ma's big-breasted ghost made her move. With the sound of a piano playing, ghost leading lady suddenly clutched her chest in pain. A strong sense of dizziness made her unsteady, and just as she was about to fall, Lin Ma quickly stepped forward, catching ghost leading lady in his arms. Little sister, you're quite pretty, Lin Ma remarked, feeling the softness against his chest and inhaling the scent of ghost leading lady. You beast, release my junior sister at once, shouted ghost martial actor, who was lying on the ground, desperately wishing he could rise and stab Lin Ma. Unexpectedly, chainsaw ghost had anticipated this and sat directly on him. Within moments, the weight of 400 to 500 pounds rendered ghost martial actor immobile. Lin Ma, on the other hand, had a smirk on his face. It's time to make them emotionally collapse and then forcibly form a contract. Pointing in the distance, Lin Ma asked the ghost leading lady in his arms, Missy, is that rough guy your senior brother? Are you two a couple? Upon hearing this, ghost leading lady, in her anger, turned her head away. Why does it matter to you? What's it to you? However, Lin Ma was persistent. He lifted ghost leading lady's chin with one hand, while the other tightly wrapped around her waist. How can it not concern me? Isn't it a waste for someone as beautiful as you to be with him? If you were with me, I promise to make you happy and comfortable every day. Hearing Lin Ma's brazen words, ghost leading lady exploded in anger on the spot. You despicable rogue. I'll die with you. Ghost leading lady's emotional collapse has reached 10%. 89% more is needed to directly form a contract. The next second, ghost leading lady forcefully broke free from Lin Ma's embrace and reached out to strangle him. At this moment, chainsaw ghost loudly placed his chainsaw in front of ghost martial actor, his posture seeming to say, if you dare touch Lin Ma, ghost martial actor will be in danger. Seeing this, ghost leading lady's hand, which was reaching out to Lin Ma, stopped. She was faced with a dilemma. Her enemy was in front, but she couldn't act, while her lover was behind, and she couldn't save him. Tears started forming in ghost leading lady's eyes. You despicable coward, she cursed. However, Lin Ma was unfazed. Am I despicable? I'm just cherishing you. He didn't really want to do this, but did so to make ghost leading lady emotionally collapse. Lin Ma then grabbed ghost leading lady's hand. What a beautiful pair of hands. It's a shame they're wasted with your useless senior brother, exposed to the elements every day. Such a pity. After saying this, Lin Ma moved his face closer to hers. He puckered his lips, though not actually kissing her, but he did touch ghost leading lady's cheek with his hand. Ghost leading lady's emotional collapse has reached 30%. 69% more is needed to directly form a contract. You bastard, release my junior sister now. Ghost martial actor shouted, furiously punching the ground. Ghost martial actor's emotional collapse has reached 69%. 30% more is needed to form a contract. contract. This notification took Lin Ma by surprise. Damn it, wasn't I just teasing ghost leading lady? Why did ghost martial actor's emotional collapse increase even faster? With that in mind, Lin Ma took a step towards ghost leading lady and pressed her down. Let me guess, you still have your first kiss, don't you? Seeing ghost leading lady's blushing face, Lin Ma let out a beastly laugh. The next moment, he tightly embraced ghost leading lady and attempted a kiss, though he didn't actually kiss her. From ghost martial actor's perspective, it looked as if his beloved junior sister's first kiss was ruthlessly stolen by another. This was something he had always dreamt of. Ghost martial actor's emotional collapse has reached 99%. Option to forcibly form a contract is now available. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin Ma didn't hesitate. Sign it now. At that moment, a voice echoed in ghost martial actor's mind. Ghost martial actor, do you wish to become Mr. Lin Ma's contracted ghost? Are you willing to serve him for eternity, to be his slave and do his bidding? Upon hearing this, ghost martial actor exploded in rage. You dare to take my junior sister's first kiss in front of me, and now you want me to serve you forever? That's impossible. I refuse. It was just a casual question. I wasn't really seeking your opinion. Who the hell cares if you're willing or not? Contract is currently being formed. As the successful contract formation sound echoed, even though ghost martial actor was still struggling, the next second he transformed into a stream of ghost energy and directly attached to Lin Ma's arm. Seeing her senior brother vanish in the blink of an eye, ghost leading lady became agitated. Where's my senior brother? Where did you take him? Seeing ghost leading lady's distress, Lin Ma smirked and tugged at her clothing, revealing her fair and delicate shoulders. He doesn't want you anymore. Why don't you just follow me from now on? Ghost leading lady, always having protected her purity, was not able to handle such audacity and was quickly pushed to emotional collapse by Lin Ma's actions. Ghost leading lady's emotional collapse has reached 80%, only 19% more to go for a direct contract. Without ghost martial actor by her side, she had no real means to defend herself and could only try to dodge Lin Ma's advances. Do you know what kind of meat I like the most? The meat close to your heart, he said, leaning in close. These cheesy pickup lines nearly made ghost leading lady vomit. She quickly turned her head away, shouting, "Stop it!" Under the dual assault of losing her senior brother and enduring these cringeworthy lines, ghost leading lady soon reached a complete emotional breakdown. Ghost leading lady's emotional collapse is now at 99%. You can now choose to forcibly form a contract. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma snapped his fingers. Now's the time. Sign it for me. A voice echoed in ghost leading lady's mind. Forget about your senior brother. Becoming Lin Ma's contracted ghost is the honor of your lifetime. He will bring you unparalleled happiness, making you the most cherished contracted ghost. Do you accept? Ghost leading lady, with her hands over her ears, violently shook her head. I won't accept. Return my senior brother to me now. No, you do want this. You're just denying it with words. You're lying to yourself. Upon hearing the contract prompt, ghost leading lady screamed in anguish. The next second, she too turned into a stream of ghost energy, and with a swift motion, attached to Lin Ma's arm. Observing the newly appeared hairpin pattern on his arm, Lin Ma smirked and said dreamily, "One step closer to my goal of contracting 1 billion ghosts." At this point, 6 patterns already adorned his arm. From within, ghost martial actor shouted furiously, "Release me at once. Give me back my junior sister." Ghost martial actor's loyalty has decreased by 5%, now at 2%. Hearing this, Lin Ma started to panic. Bro, calm down. First of all, I have no ill intentions towards your beloved junior sister, and now, she's also become my contracted ghost. From now on, you two can be together forever. You don't have to worry about her being taken away anymore. As he finished, ghost leading lady called out softly, "Senior brother." Seeing this, ghost martial actor's anger considerably subsided. That's great, junior sister, you're here too. So, we are still together. Ghost martial actor's loyalty increased by 5%, now at 7%. Ghost leading lady's loyalty increased by 10%, now at 12%. However, this joyous reunion only lasted for 3 seconds. Ghost martial actor suddenly shouted at Lin Ma, "I remembered. You dared to force a kiss on my junior sister." Lin Ma, feigning innocence, responded, "How could I, a man of honor and integrity, take what belongs to someone else? If you don't believe me, ask your junior sister." At this, ghost leading lady, blushing, nestled into ghost martial actor's embrace. "He actually didn't kiss me. Thinking about it now, he was just putting on a show in order to contract us." Hearing this, relief washed over ghost martial actor. So that's what happened. You should have clarified earlier. Ghost martial actor's loyalty increased by 20%, now at 27%. Hearing the prompt, Lin Ma stroked his chin. It increased that much? It seems ghost leading lady is ghost martial actor's Achilles heel. If I can win her over, then I'll have ghost martial actor right where I want him. With this thought, Lin Ma said to ghost leading lady, "This place is so desolate, not a soul in sight. Are you two performing for the air? If you follow me, I'll take you to places teeming with people. They'll be able to appreciate the celestial voice of Miss Ghost leading lady." Hearing this, ghost leading lady immediately expressed her agreement excitedly. Seeing this, ghost martial actor gave a thumbs up. "Wherever you go, junior sister, I'll follow. I'll always listen to you." Seeing the loyalty of the two ghosts increase once more, Lin Ma couldn't help but smirk. got them. After recalling Big-Breasted Ghost and Chainsaw Ghost, Lin Ma and the group quickly arrived inside the village mansion. Black Little Fat was seen happily holding a bag of food, exclaiming, "Now we've managed to get the rations of 4 more people. We'll have plenty to eat for the trials in the coming days." Acho nodded in response. The 2 weak ghosts left in the village. "We took care of them on our way back." Just then, Lin Ma yawned. The ghost town, which neither the army nor the elite ghost master squad could clear. Thinking that we students can handle it is just wishful thinking. Before we venture into the city, we should engage in some guerrilla warfare and take down as many ghosts as possible. Having said that, he picked up his backpack and started to head outside. Seeing this, Acho asked, "Aren't you sleeping?" Lin Ma replied, "Who knows what tough battles await us tomorrow. I should take this time to level up my contracted ghosts." Hearing this, Acho was taken aback. This kid is not only stronger than me but also more diligent. I need to step up my training too. Soon, Lin Ma reached the backyard. He pulled out 3 ghost beads from his bag, essential items for a ghost master's training. These beads could not only increase the level of contracted ghosts, but also speed up their healing process. Immediately after, Lin Ma summoned the big-breasted ghost with a swipe of his left arm, thinking it would be a good time for an upgrade. Without hesitation, he grabbed the ghost beads from the table and threw them directly at big-breasted ghost, commanding, "Quickly absorb all of these." As big-breasted ghost began to assimilate the ghost energy from the beads, system prompts began ringing out in quick succession. She leveled up, becoming an advanced malevolent spirit. Upon completion of the upgrade, big-breasted ghost's raven black hair fluttered in the air, and her delicate face looked even more enchanting. However, Lin Ma stared intently at big-breasted ghost's prominent assets, eyes gleaming. It seems they've grown considerably larger. Does it grow every time she levels up? If she advances to a ghost king level, won't they? He chuckled mischievously to himself, snapping out of his thoughts with a cough. Better focus on the task at hand. He then opened the panel for big-breasted ghost. The main priority now is to activate the skill. After deducting 500 emotional collapse points, a system prompt sounded. Successfully exchanged for big-breasted ghost's second skill. Received skill. The lingering sound around the beams. When playing the soul-captivating zither music, it reduces the spiritual energy of ghost masters within the sound range. Cooldown 120 seconds. After reading the description, Lin Ma immediately praised it. It can actually weaken spiritual power and restrict the opponent's skill usage. This supportive skill is indeed great. Lin Ma then satisfiedly retracted big-breasted ghost back into his body. Next, he took the heavy backpack and poured out all the ghost beads from within. These ghost beads varied in shapes and sizes, ranging from weak tombstone ghost beads to the powerful heart-eating ghost beads. Lin Ma smirked and said, "Blood-pupiled ghost, little brother, I am about to give you a big gift." In the next moment, the ghost beads on the table began emitting eerie ghost energy, which like threads of blue smoke, entered Lin Ma's right eye. With the system's continuous announcements, the level of the blood-pupiled ghost was instantly elevated to evil spirit. Lin Ma felt a sharp pain in his right eye. The originally 2-ringed blood pupil had turned into 3 rings. He then looked around and found not only was his vision further enhanced, but he also gained a stronger penetrative ability. He could even clearly see Acho's inhalation of ghost energy through the nose, its dispersal into the lungs, and then its spread through the meridians and acupoints. Seeing this, Lin Ma's lips curved in excitement. Isn't this a bit too overpowering? The blood-pupiled ghost, sensing the considerable increase in power, also couldn't help but get excited. Excellent, excellent. I feel like I can now take down 2 bulls with a single punch. Hearing this, Lin Ma teased, "Don't get too excited. The real surprise is yet to come." He then clicked on the 3rd skill of blood-pupiled ghost. After deducting 1,000 points, the system prompt confirmed the successful unlocking. Blood curse. Within a 50-meter range, you can mark enemies with a blood curse stamp. After continuously losing blood for 10 seconds, it can be detonated. The explosion causes true damage, ignoring armor and magical resistance. Upon seeing this, Lin Ma swung his arm in excitement, exclaiming, "This skill is freaking awesome. Not only does it consume little spiritual energy and has no cooldown, even facing a horde of ghosts wouldn't be a problem." At this moment, blood-pupiled ghost patted Lin Ma in satisfaction and said, "Kid, I rarely thank anyone, but today is an exception." Blood-pupiled ghost's loyalty increased by 15%. Seeing the loyalty of blood-pupiled ghost reach 99%, Lin Ma knew this meant the ghost would never betray him. However, the other ghosts will sooner or later be bound by my eternal contract. The next morning, Lin Ma and his team casually ate some biscuits before immediately leaving the village to head towards the city. However, they hadn't gone far when they saw a few injured lackeys rushing towards them, shouting, "Hurry up, guys. The corpse-eating ghost horde is right behind us." I don't know what the heck the safety bureau is thinking. Vast Wave City is filled with malevolent spirit-level ghosts, yet they let us students come here for trials. Upon seeing this, Lin Ma quickly stopped one of them and asked, "How many are in the corpse-eating ghost horde you mentioned?" "Over 100, I guess." "Brother, you better run as well. This place is no place for humans. I suggest you hide and wait for the trial to end before coming out." Hearing this, both Lin Ma and Acho's eyes lit up with excitement. Holy crap, over 100 ghosts means over 100 ghost ghost beads. Saying this, the two of them quickly picked up their bags, saying, "Hurry, hurry, what if we get there late and others have already killed them?" They then sprinted towards the city area. "Wait for me, you two, slow down." The left-behind black little fat quickly tried to keep pace. Seeing this, the bandaged man was utterly baffled by Linma's reaction. What the hell? Are these three in a rush to be reincarnated? Why are they so eager? They know the dangers but are still rushing in. Soon, Linma and Achio ran straight into the corpse-eating ghost horde. These ghosts, who hadn't tasted human flesh in Vast Wave City for years, saw the two humans running towards them and roared, charging at them. This large wave of ghost hordes is like a treasure trove. Seeing this, Linma sped up, surpassing Achio in a flash. But Achio, not willing to be left behind, closely followed him. He always thought he was the greedy one, but he didn't expect someone to be even more reckless for treasures. Not wanting to fall behind Linma, Achio shouted, summoning the shadow ghost. The next second, a pitch-black shadow spread beneath his feet, morphing and shifting until it took the form of a grim reaper wielding a scythe. With a swift motion, Achio slashed with his razor, and the shadow beneath him did the same with its scythe. With a splattering sound, the leading dozen or so corpse-eating ghosts were instantly sliced in half, as Achio's razor danced in his hand, and the shadow ghost's scythe slashed with equal fervor. The remnants of the corpse-eating ghosts filled the air. In no time, Achio had eradicated almost half of the ghost horde. Witnessing this, Linma couldn't help but praise. This shadow ghost is so powerful. I should contract one if I get the chance. However, he wasn't to be outdone. He invoked his sword ghost and summoned both the chainsaw ghost and ghost martial actor. With his two ghosts by his side, he plunged straight into the ghost horde. Due to Achio's ferocity, the surrounding corpse-eating ghosts shifted their focus and began to swarm towards Linma, planning to take out this seemingly weaker opponent first. But as they got close, the leading corpse-eating ghost was instantly slain by Linma's sword. His two contracted ghosts were even more formidable, each swing taking down a swath of corpse-eating ghosts. In a blink of an eye, the two ghosts, one on each side, mowed down the surrounding corpse-eating ghosts as if they were simply cutting grass. Suddenly, Linma frowned. My killing speed seems slower than Achio's. This won't do. As he saw three corpse-eating ghosts charging towards him, a thought flashed through Linma's mind. He dramatically widened his blood-pupiled right eye and promptly unleashed the newly acquired skill, Blood Curse. The next second, a blood eye mark appeared on the bodies of the surrounding corpse-eating ghosts. As they looked at their chests in confusion, Linma had already started a countdown. After a brief 10 seconds, Linma snapped his fingers and shouted loudly, "Explode for me." The moment he finished speaking, those marked corpse-eating ghosts exploded on the spot, leaving them mangled and torn. Following that, Linma and Achio, controlling their contracted ghosts, began the harvest. In an instant, the place resembled a slaughterhouse, with the ground littered with ghost beads dropped by the dead corpse-eating ghosts. Witnessing this scene, the students who had initially fled turned their heads back in disbelief. Damn it, what's happening here? Who exactly are the ghosts? The young minds of the students were heavily shocked. We're all freshmen, but these two are freakishly overpowered. Their group of over 30 students was scattered and disorganized by the ghost tide, yet these two seemed to revel in ghost slaying, especially their facial expressions, which seemed even more excited than the ghosts upon seeing humans. At this moment, a student approached Black Little Fat and asked, "Aren't you part of their team? Why didn't you help just now?" Unexpectedly, Black Little Fat responded with a sinister look. "These small fries? I left them to my two subordinates. I only deal with the final boss." Hearing this, admiration shone in the eyes of the onlookers. "My apologies. So you're the hidden boss of the team." However, right at that moment, Linma, who was still cleaning the battlefield, shouted back, "Fatty, stop standing there like a fool. Hurry up and help us pick up the ghost beads." Upon hearing this, Black Little Fat immediately scurried over like an obedient grandson. "All right, brother Linma, I'm coming right away." Seeing this, the group of students was left dumbfounded. Damn, is this how the boss is treated? It's just like doing chores. Meanwhile, in the heart of Vast Wave City, at the Purple Gold Tower, the thickest energy lingered here. At the entrance stood two guards, both of them being malevolent spirit-level ghosts. Inside the lobby, a group of ghosts gathered, and seated on the stage was the boss of all the ghosts, Ghost Scholar. He swirled a glass of red wine, enjoying a massage given by two brightly made-up princess ghosts. "Have we verified? Was it the army or the safety bureau that entered the ghost domain? Are there any ghost masters of the 7th level or above?" Hearing this, a skeleton ghost below immediately replied, "I've captured and interrogated a few of them. They claim to be freshmen coming to Vast Wave City for a trial. There isn't even a decent 5th level ghost master among them." Hardly had he finished speaking when Ghost Scholar burst into hearty laughter. "Ha, so they're just a bunch of kids. I thought they sent an army capable of annihilating us. In that case, send out a few ghosts, capture these kids, and bring them back to serve as a feast for our brethren." At this, a ghost enveloped in frost, known as Frozen to Death Ghost, asked with concern, "Boss, do you want to capture all of them? Wouldn't this provoke the Zhou Nation to send a large army against us?" Another ghost, named Gambling Ghost, spoke with disdain. "If Zhou Nation had the capability, they would have wiped us out long ago. The reason they've trapped us with a formation now is because they can't spare the manpower." Gambling Ghost says does make sense, said another. A ghost puffing on a pipe named Smoke Ghost. Taking a drag. Smoke Ghost addressed Ghost Scholar. Boss, leave these greenhorns to me. Let our brothers just wait for their meal. Hearing this, Ghost Scholar displayed a satisfied grin. Make sure you act swiftly and don't let them escape. Meanwhile, after cleaning up the battlefield, Lin Ma and his two companions headed straight for the city. As soon as they entered, Lin Ma felt it was like a post-apocalyptic world from a movie. Dilapidated cars and buildings were everywhere, and the only word that could describe everything around them was ruined. At this moment, Achio cautiously warned, the ghost levels inside the city have generally increased. I can smell the presence of stronger ghosts. Hearing this, Black Little Fat whispered, hey, good brothers, we've already collected over 100 corpse-eating ghost orbs. Should we head back? Lin Ma nodded in agreement. You're right, no matter how tempting the ghost orbs are, it's too dangerous here. He pointed to a building ahead, but the bank is right there. It would be frustrating to not check it out. After we grab what we can, we'll retreat. No sooner had he spoken than a wall exploded in front of them. Lin Ma exclaimed in alarm, looking towards the billowing smoke. Three enormous bull-headed ghosts emerged, glaring menacingly at them. Achio shouted at Lin Ma, do we fight? It seems they're three malevolent spirit-level ghosts. Lin Ma, quick to react, grabbed Black Little Fat and started running towards the side, shouting, no way, head for the bank. Thus, the three frantically fled, with the three bull-headed ghosts hot on their heels. As the gap closed, Achio said, it's just three malevolent spirits. We can take them on together. However, Lin Ma shook his head. If we start a fight, we might attract other ghosts. We won't be able to escape then. From behind, Black Little Fat's cries echoed, brother Lin Ma, save me. Their horns are about to pierce my butt. Just as it seemed Black Little Fat would be caught, Lin Ma suddenly stopped in his tracks, quickly turning around. He activated his right eye's blood pupil. With the activation of the skilled blood realm illusion, the three bull-headed ghosts froze on the spot, roaring in anger, trying to break free. Run, Lin Ma shouted. Let's shake them off while we have the chance. Just as Lin Ma was about to urge everyone to continue running, Black Little Fat suddenly shouted in panic, brother Lin Ma, it's bad. Look! Around them, a horde of ghosts appeared in an instant. Some climbed out from manhole covers, while others jumped from the 18th floor. In a flash, the ghosts moved swiftly towards the trio. Damn it, Lin Ma cursed. No wonder even elite ghost masters lose a couple of lives coming in here. However, Achio was surprisingly calm. I'll try to divert their attention. Both of you, stay close. After saying that, Achio bent down, placing his hand on the ground and yelled, Shadow Ghost, Dark Shadow Abyss. Immediately, the shadow beneath him expanded rapidly, enveloping the entire street in darkness. Now's our chance. Run, commanded Achio. Following his order, Lin Ma and Black Little Fat continued running towards the bank. Incredible, Achio, what skill is this? Lin Ma inquired. Achio explained, outside of the shadow's coverage, neither humans nor ghosts can see us. Within its range, all movements are slowed by 70%. The effect lasts 60 seconds. Watching the shadow ghost eliminate nearby ghosts, Lin Ma couldn't help but exclaim, damn, such a vast range with a slow effect and simultaneous elimination. Achio, your skill is insanely powerful, but 60 seconds should be enough to reach the bank. Let's run faster. Black Little Fat, already exhausted, complained, can you guys slow down a bit? My legs are about to fall off. Shortly after, the three arrived at the vast Wave Banks building. This is the place. Let's hide inside quickly, Lin Ma urged. They had barely entered when the vast shadow disappeared. Black Little Fat, drenched in sweat, collapsed on the floor. Lin Ma, too, was panting heavily. Only Achio remained unfazed, saying, no ghosts are chasing us for now, but you both need to work on your endurance as ghost masters. After a brief rest, Lin Ma eagerly stood up. Bank, my money, I'm coming. Just at that moment, a man who heard the commotion walked out from the inside. Their eyes met, and the atmosphere instantly intensified. Damn, Lin Ma, of all people, what a small world, exclaimed the man. This was Lu Ziyi, notorious for causing trouble for Lin Ma during their college entrance exams. He was also the top sycophant chasing after the daughter of the Safety Bureau's deputy director, Sun Lily. With so many ghost waves outside the city, how did the last two ranked students like you get in? Did you contract with ghosts that can fly? Lu Ziyi taunted upon seeing Lin Ma and Black Little Fat. Black Little Fat quickly tried to explain, we don't have flying ghosts, but about those ghost waves, Lin Ma hurriedly covered Black Little Fat's mouth. Forget about that. Did you take the money inside or not? Lin Ma's main concern now was whether Lu Ziyi had taken all his money. Just then, three students from Snow Phoenix approached. They all appeared to have the power of second-level ghost masters. Hey, silver-haired boy, whether we took the money from the bank or not is none of your business, Lin Ma remarked, sizing up Lu Ziyi with a sarcastic smile. Lu Ziyi, not bad. A first-level ghost master cozying up to three second-level ones. Did the thick-skinned Sun family assign you these bodyguards? Lu Ziyi, fuming, rolled up his sleeves, revealing two symbols. Who said I'm leeching off others? I have real skills and talent, unlike you, who only contracted a mere 1.5 ghosts. As Lu Ziyi looked on in shock, Lin Ma's arm revealed a row of 6 symbols. Retreating in disbelief, Lu Ziyi stammered, impossible. There's no way you contracted 6 ghosts. They must be stickers or tattoos or something. Lin Ma responded coldly. How many ghosts I contract is none of your business, but I've set my sights on the money in the bank today. Before Lin Ma could continue, he was blocked by the 3 second-level ghost masters. Listen, punk, don't get too cocky. So what if you have 6 contracted ghosts? Each of us brothers has 3 contracted ghosts. Combined, you stand no chance against us. Lin Ma deliberately glanced at Lu Ziyi. Why are you only counting the 3 of you? Isn't Lu Ziyi a person too? Hearing this, Lu Ziyi was emotionally taken aback. Lin Ma, no matter how you try to show off, you still can't beat us. As soon as the words left his mouth, Lin Ma quickly signaled Achio and Black Little Fat to get ready for action. Alright then, if you're so confident, come and try. We won't stop until we've beaten the crap out of you. Lin Ma taunted. But just then, blood-pupiled ghost whispered urgently into Lin Ma's ear. Not good. He turned to look out the window. I see over a dozen high-level evil spirits and a top-tier wicked spirit heading this way. We need to leave. Now, hearing this, Lin Ma instantly panicked. A high-level wicked spirit alone was hard to deal with, but with the support of so many high-level evil spirits, they didn't stand a chance. With that realization, Lin Ma hugged Achio and Black Little Fat and said with a laugh, Gentlemen, let's not take things to heart. We were just joking. How could we possibly beat you? We don't want the money anymore. Lin Ma then quickly started to drag Achio and Black Little Fat out of the bank. Seeing this, Lu Zhe broke into a smug grin. Good to see you recognize your place. Now you know not to mess with us from Snow Phoenix. Reaching the bank's entrance, Lin Ma nodded hurriedly. Yes, you're right. We're leaving now. Just please stay inside the bank. Once they crossed the street, Black Little Fat asked why they had abruptly left. Lin Ma, in a rush, simply said, no time to explain. Quickly, summon the trash can ghost. Upon hearing Lin Ma, Black Little Fat did as instructed. The current trash can ghost stood over 2 meters tall, enough to fit 5 to 6 people with ease. Without wasting a moment, Lin Ma called on Achio and Black Little Fat to climb in. Shortly after, more than a dozen vampires appeared outside the bank. Each of their ghostly energies was formidable, especially one with a pitch-black energy, the very high-level wicked spirit that blood-pupiled ghost warned about. Thankfully, they had hidden before the ghostly figures arrived. Watching this, cold sweat drenched Lin Ma and his companions. Inside the bank, the 4, including Lu Ziyi, were quickly surrounded. Lu Ziyi cursed loudly. Lin Ma, damn you. You knew so many ghosts were coming and didn't warn us? The other 3 ghost masters braced themselves for a fierce fight. Can you stop cursing for once? We'll be fighting these ghosts in a moment, and whoever can escape should, one of them chided. Unexpectedly, Smoke Ghost took a drag of his cigarette and smirked. With just you few underlings, if you can last under my hands for the duration of a cigarette, I might consider letting you go. As soon as his words landed, the Snow Phoenix ghost masters immediately summoned their contracted ghosts. Brothers, let's fight them head on. Listening to the clamor of battle inside the bank, Black Little Fat whispered to Lin Ma, Brother Lin Ma, do we still want the money from the bank? Do you even have to ask? Of course, we do. Those 3 from Snow Phoenix aren't ordinary opponents. Even if they can't defeat the ghost group, they can at least wear them down. Black Little Fat's eyes lit up with understanding. Brother Lin Ma, you mean that after the ghosts are weakened, we can swoop in and deal the final blow? By then, both the ghost orbs and the money will be ours, right? Lin Ma nodded, indicating that Black Little Fat had grasped only half of the plan. Achio, who was standing next to him, calmly added, if the ghosts aren't weakened enough, we'll wait until they leave and then retrieve the money. This way, we have the option to either attack or defend. Lin Ma laughed and gave Achio a high five. Exactly, that's the idea. Seeing this, Black Little Fat sat down in dejection. I give up. How do you 2 even think like that? Compared to you, I feel like an idiot. Upon hearing this, Lin Ma quickly tried to comfort him. Why would you say that about yourself? Just remove the word like from your statement. Just now, the blood-pupiled ghost alerted of a large group of ghosts approaching from a distance. Lin Ma decisively gave up the entanglement with the 4 members of the Snow Phoenix Academy, conceded defeat on the spot, and quickly withdrew from the bank. Then he hid inside the trash can ghost summoned by Black Little Fat. As the battle between numerous ghosts and the 4 from Snow Phoenix Academy erupted, Lin Ma kept an eye on the situation inside the bank through blood pupil. He noted that a few double-layered ghost masters from Snow Phoenix Academy were indeed very powerful. Through the tacit coordination of 3 people, they have already successfully killed several vampires. A Snow Phoenix Academy student, wiping ketchup from his mouth, said, You lost. Time's up for a smoke. You said you'd let us go if we lasted the duration of a cigarette. Aren't you guys university students? Talking about credibility with ghosts. Has your brain been eaten by a dog? However, I didn't expect you few to last this long. Dying by my ultimate move is also an honor. After saying this, the smoke ghost shouted loudly, Smoky reckoning. Suddenly, a thick smoke rose around, instantly enveloping Lu Zhe and the others. When the smoke cleared, all 4, including all contracted ghosts, died on the spot. A bunch of weaklings dare to show off in front of me, completely overestimating themselves. The smoke ghost looked at the bodies before him, took a deep drag from his cigar. Lin Ma was also shocked, eyes wide open. In less than half a minute, a group wipe just happened. The smoke ghost's move is too invincible. This move, Smoky Reckoning, the smoke produced causes mental confusion, continuously seeing one's past mistakes misdeeds. With each one appearing, the smoke ghost can whip the target once with an energy whip. These 4 were literally whipped to death. Looking at Liu Zei's scar-riddled body, it only shows that he had committed many sins in his life. Achio's explanation was an epiphany for Lin Ma. He couldn't help but admire Achio for his theoretical knowledge. Although the Snow Phoenix Academy members successfully drained a lot of ghost energy from the smoke ghost and also killed several vampires, but this move of the smoke ghost seems a bit tricky. A wide-ranging attack that directly targets the soul. It's really hard to crack. Maybe just hide here until they leave on their own. Achio, holding a razor, confidently said, "No need to hide. I think we can go out and fight directly." Although the smoke ghost's ultimate is powerful, its cooldown time is just too long, needing an hour. Without his skills, the smoke ghost is at most a grunt. As long as we go all out for a quick resolution, we should be able to eliminate them within an hour. Strike while he is weak. After saying this, the two jumped out of the trash can ghost and quietly approached the bank lobby. Meanwhile, Black Little Fat, crouched inside the trash can ghost, anxiously asked Lin Ma, "Big brothers, if you both leave, am I just waiting to die here alone? Just stay put and don't move. The trash can ghost will cover your scent. You'll be safe for the time being. After we take care of the ghosts inside, we'll still need your trash can ghost to carry the money." As Lin Ma and his companion drew closer to the bank lobby, the high-level evil ghost, Smoke Ghost, also sharply sensed the anomaly and immediately alerted his minions to be ready for battle. But when they saw only Achio and Lin Ma appear at the doorway, the ghosts relaxed. After all, they had the advantage in numbers. Just a couple of low-level ghost masters were easy to handle. Wow, seems like my luck is good today. Just harvested 4 fresh humans, and now 2 more have come to the door. After going back, the boss will surely reward me. Attack! We want them alive this time. As soon as the smoke ghost finished speaking, a group of vampires already pounced towards Lin Ma and his companion. Facing the oncoming attack, Achio instantly summoned the shadow ghost and charged forward, clashing directly with 4 vampires. "Here come the ghosts," Lin Ma shouted. 4 contracted ghosts appeared in front of him, one sword to extinguish souls. The sword ghost's ancient sword fiercely slashed at the approaching vampire. With a loud clang, the fierce force sent the vampire flying, but its hard skin meant the sword did little damage. 2 other vampires, seizing the moment Lin Ma's sword move was on cooldown, quickly extended their claws towards his head. Lin Ma swiftly dodged backward, narrowly escaping the deadly sneak attack. Achio hurriedly warned, "Be careful, Lin Ma. The vampire's passive ability is the taste of blood. Once the target is bleeding, their attack power and speed will greatly increase. That's when it gets troublesome. In that case, I won't engage them in close combat. I'll bombard them with skills instead." The Sanskrit sound claims life. Lin Ma controlled the contracted ghost to launch a skill. As urgent piano sounds began to play, the vampires, already sensitive to sound, were all immobilized, twisting in pain as they clutched their ears. The chainsaw ghost, seeing this, lit up with excitement, immediately revved his chainsaw to full power, then leaped into the group of vampires, initiating a chainsaw dance. The huge chainsaw in his hands spinning continuously, turning the surrounding vampires into shreds. The ghost martial actor, with the highest combat skills, wasn't idle either. Wielding a large saber with fierce prowess, he aimed for the vampires' vulnerable necks, and in less than 10 seconds, 5 vampires were killed on the spot. The rest were heavily injured. Smoke Ghost, anxious, stood by and shouted, "Something's wrong. These 2 are stronger than the last 4. Follow my command. Stop messing around. All vampires, use your hurricane bite." Upon receiving the order, the vampires quickly flapped their wings. Then they started to spin crazily in the air. As energy gathered, a huge tornado appeared in the sky. The next second, the high-speed spinning vampires dived down from all directions. Faced with this all-around 3-dimensional attack, Achio and Lin Ma couldn't avoid it. This kind of head-on collision could lead to injury at any moment, and if it triggered the vampire's passive ability, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as the vampire's attack was about to land, Black Little Fat appeared just in time, holding a 2-meter-tall trash can ghost and charging towards Lin Ma. "Trash can ghost, harden!" Black Little Fat shouted. The trash can ghost's surface quickly turned black, coating itself with a hard shell. Lin Ma and Achio watched the oncoming behemoth, somewhat dazed, wondering what Black Little Fat was up to, and just as the tornadoes reached them, the trash can ghost was about to cover Lin Ma and Achio. Black Little Fat suddenly burst with a speed that belied his weight, then slid on the ground in a stylish maneuver, and in the instant the trash can ghost landed, Black Little Fat entered the trash can ghost with impeccable timing. Bang, bang, bang. The vampire's hurricane-like attacks continuously struck the trash can ghost. The huge recoil shockwave instantly flung all nearby objects away. "Nicely done, Black Little Fat," Lin Ma exclaimed excitedly inside the trash can ghost. "Of course, who else if not your fatty at the critical moment? I am the primary defender of our team, after all." Lin Ma, eyeing the cracks all over the inside of the trash can ghost, expressed his concern. "But your trash can ghost is just at the fierce ghost level. Can it withstand the attacks from these evil ghost level adversaries?" "Don't worry, my hardening skill is invulnerable for the first 5 seconds. They can thrash all they want and it won't matter." Achio suddenly turned and asked, "What about after 5 seconds?" Lin Ma and Achio faced a dire situation. A vampire had already broken through the trash can. The interior was already full full of cracks and seemed poised to collapse the next second. Quickly retract it. Don't wait for the trash can ghost to be destroyed, Achio said, and with a slash, he killed the vampire before them. Black Little Fat, also a bit scared, quickly tapped the mark on his left hand and retracted the trash can ghost into his body. The vampire's hurricane bite was quick, but also receded quickly. Lin Ma and the others perfectly used the trash can ghost's invulnerability skill to withstand the big move without a scratch on them, but the few vampires left were panting from exhaustion, already injured, and after launching such a fierce attack, their ghost energy was completely depleted. Lin Ma told Black Little Fat to just find a place to hide, leaving the rest to him and Achio. One sword to eliminate evil, Scythe of Death. The vampires were already on their last legs. Under Lin Ma and Achio's relentless assault, they didn't last a strike, with their swords and sabers flying, accompanied by the vampires' wails. All the vampires present were annihilated. Are kids these days all this fierce? Pondered the smoke ghost, who was still waiting for his skill to cool down. It seems I have to take matters into my own hands. The smoke ghost flicked his cigarette pot and relit the tobacco. Then a column of smoke spewed out. Thick smoke carrying wisps of ghost energy spread out. Soon, the entire street was shrouded in smoke. The choking fog caused Lin Ma and his companion to cough incessantly, and within the smoke, visibility was extremely low. They couldn't find smoke ghost at all. Although you two are just double-layer ghost masters, in terms of real strength, probably even a triple-layer ghost master is no match for you. I admit I was careless just now, but now that you're engulfed in my smoke, blind and at my mercy, prepare to die. Smoke ghost appeared silently behind Lin Ma, with a steel smoking pipe in hand aimed at Lin Ma's head. Just in the next second, Lin Ma, who should have been oblivious, suddenly turned around. Their eyes met, and Smoke Ghost was taken aback. Lin Ma, using his body as an axis, gripped the ancient sword with both hands and twisted his waist sharply. A powerful backhand slash was fiercely executed. Clang! The sound of metal striking metal was deafening. The ancient sword heavily chopped onto the smoking pipe. The impact sent it flying. Lin Ma smirked and said, "At your mercy? Who said I can't see you?" Smoke Ghost's face showed utter shock. "What's going on? Your vision wasn't stripped away?" "Impossible. My skill can't possibly fail." The system's emotional collapse alert chimed in timely. "So you thought your little trick was a trump card? I've got my eyes wide open. I can see every single move of yours clearly." At this moment, Lin Ma's blood pupil flickered continuously with red light, standing out strikingly in the midst of the smoke. "It's the blood-pupiled ghost. How many ghosts do you have?" "Kid, this ghost I can almost see through all illusions and barriers. My invisibility smoke is completely useless against it." As Smoke Ghost reeled in shock, Lin Ma suddenly thrust forward with his sword. But Smoke Ghost, being a high-level evil ghost, had a strong sense of danger and retreated in an instant, then vanished into the smoke. "You have the blood pupil to counter me. I can't do anything to you, but your partner doesn't have this ghost eye. I'll start with him." Smoke Ghost moved swiftly through the smoke. Due to the distance, Lin Ma couldn't capture his trace for the moment. "Buzzcut kid, time to die." From a corner away from Lin Ma's sight, Smoke Ghost launched a surprise attack on Achio. The steel smoking pipe silently aimed for the back of Achio's head, but Achio seemed to have anticipated Smoke Ghost's attack. His body shifted sharply to the right, skillfully dodging Smoke Ghost's assault. He actually dodged it. Smoke Ghost, missing his strike, was shocked and lost his balance. Plunging forward, a flash of blade light followed. Achio, with a backhand grip on his knife, swung upward fiercely. The sharp razor sliced directly at Smoke Ghost's neck. Had Smoke Ghost not retracted his head at the last moment, he might have been decapitated. Even so, the cut was deep. Black Ghost blood gushed out like a fountain. The intense pain made Smoke Ghost howl. He hurriedly used ghost energy to heal, but the wound closed unusually slowly. The intense light energy of the razor had already eroded the wound. With no other choice, Smoke Ghost had to press the edges of the wound together to slow the bleeding. Smoke Ghost roared at Achio in anger. "You don't have the ghost eye. How could you see me?" Achio replied indifferently. "I didn't see you, but even under the smoke, you cast a shadow. I just sensed your shadow, that's all. Are you two really freshmen? Your combat experience is richer than ghosts who've lived for hundreds of years. I'm a high-level evil ghost, and yet I'm countered at every turn. Damn, it's bizarre. But no matter what, you're still just double-layer ghost masters. Under the crushing weight of rank, you have no chance of winning." After finishing his sentence, Smoke Ghost swung his arm, and all the smoke began to converge at his feet. As the smoke rose, Smoke Ghost also slowly ascended into the air. "If common tricks can't subdue you, but now you also can't hit me. Just wait until my ultimate is ready. That will be the end for you too." "So you plan to just hide in the air?" Lin Ma taunted. "We have legs. We can walk away, and you can't do anything about it. Heh, you don't have long-range attacks. I'm absolutely safe in the air, and my smoky cloud is not ordinary. I can chase you down, and you can't escape." Smoke Ghost retorted with confidence. "Really? Where is this confidence coming from that we can't attack you?" Lin Ma challenged. "Try and see if you can dodge this move of mine." Lin Ma then revealed his blood pupil eye, activating the blood curse. The blood pupil's 3 circles spun rapidly, releasing a surge of power, and in the next moment, a blood-red curse symbol appeared on Smoke Ghost's arm, floating in the air. Smoke Ghost was shocked. He couldn't believe that Lin Ma had activated the blood-pupiled ghost's 3rd skill, a skill that even a talented ghost master at the 5th level would struggle to use. In an instant, 10 seconds had passed, and the blood curse on Smoke Ghost's left arm exploded, shattering his arm amidst his agonized screams. This is not good. The opponent's strength is unfathomable. If I don't retreat, I'll perish here, Smoke Ghost realized. Amidst the system's emotional collapse alerts, he quickly fled on his smoke cloud, which rose higher and then swiftly vanished from Lin Ma's sight. Achio turned to Lin Ma and asked, "Should we chase after him?" "No need to chase," Lin Ma replied, setting aside the fact that we can't catch up with his smoke cloud's speed. Even if we did, he's a high-level evil ghost, and we wouldn't be able to take him down easily. Let's focus on the task at hand. The two glanced at the bank with a knowing look. After some searching, Lin Ma and his group finally arrived at the vault of the abandoned bank within the ghost domain. They summoned the chainsaw ghost, who diligently sawed at the vault door for half an hour until it finally opened, revealing stacks of banknotes. The three were ecstatic, with even the usually composed Achio unable to hide his excitement. "I could shave heads for 8 generations and not earn this much. Black Little Fat, quick, summon your 2-meter-tall trash king ghost. Let's throw in the cash. Take it all. Leave nothing for anyone else." Black Little Fat nodded eagerly in response, and as they stuffed the money into the trash king ghost, the spirit found the experience quite novel. It had existed for hundreds of years and had contained a multitude of things, but this was indeed a first. Inside the Zijin building, Smoke Ghost hurried into the lobby, staggering and covered in ghost blood, with one arm broken, looking utterly bedraggled. "Boss, I've been beaten up," Smoke Ghost said as he stumbled and collapsed in front of Ghost Scholar. Gambling Ghost sneered from the side. "Don't tell me you, a high-ranking evil ghost, got beaten up by freshmen. That I'd like to see. I had no choice. Those kids specifically counter me, and they chose the moment when my ultimate was on cooldown." "You really got beaten by kids? And just 2 of them? I would have thought it was 2,000 the way you look. What a waste," Gambling Ghost mocked. "Boss, let me handle it. If we don't teach these trial freshmen a lesson, they'll think Fast Wave City's ghost domain has no ghosts," Gambling Ghost suggested slyly. "Fine, you lead the team this time, but remember one thing, the 2 kids who injured Smoke Ghost, I want them alive. Even when you beat a dog, you must look at its owner. How dare they bully my subordinates like this?" "Understood, boss. I'll make sure to complete the task with quality and quantity," Gambling Ghost assured. Meanwhile, with Lin Ma's group, they had already scoured the abandoned bank clean. Achio asked Lin Ma, "What's our next move?" "There's another abandoned bank under Purple Gold building, even bigger than this one, but we should hold off. Haven't you noticed that Smoke Ghost and those ghosts from the suburbs are different? They act uniformly and are clearly organized. I think we should withdraw from the downtown area for safety." While they were discussing, Black Little Fat noticed something odd outside. "It seems we can't get out." Under the cover of night, the ghosts that had been dormant during the day were now awake, and the entire block was teeming with wandering ghosts. Lin Ma became increasingly anxious as he watched more and higher-level ghosts gather outside. "What a pity my Dark Abyss skill can only last 60 seconds. If it could last 2 minutes, that would be enough time for us to break out," Achio said regretfully. Lin Ma turned to Black Little Fat and asked, "Can your trash can ghost move?" "When I activate the hardening skill, it does activate a moving property, but it's incredibly slow. It can only move half a meter per minute." Lin Ma's face froze. 1 minute for half a meter? Did you contract a snail or something? It is a bit slow. Yeah, it moves by undulating the base," Black Little Fat said with an awkward laugh. "We don't have a choice," Lin Ma responded. "I'm worried that Smoke Ghost will go back for reinforcements to take revenge, so we need to leave here quickly. For now, we can only rely on the trash can ghost. Slow is better than nothing. The tortoise still beat the hare, after all." Hearing this, Black Little Fat promptly summoned the trash can ghost, and a 2-meter-tall behemoth descended from above. It looked sturdy and reassuring. The trio jumped into the trash can ghost, planning to hide from the ghosts outside. They intended to stay put until the ghost population thinned out, and then use Achio's skills to escape. So, with the trash can ghost's slow but steady effort, they remained safely inside for 5 hours, managing to move 150 meters forward. It was then that they suddenly heard 2 ghosts outside. "This is way too greasy. Man, this guy must have high cholesterol," one ghost complained. "Don't be picky. I haven't even got a bit of flesh on this skull," another grumbled. "Whoa, where did this huge trash can ghost come from?" The ghost, mid-bite into a bone, gave it a kick. "Hey, kid, where are you from? I've never seen you around," one ghost asked the trash can ghost. Just as the trash can ghost was at a loss for words, Lin Ma quickly reminded it of what to say. "Tell him you're a ghost from the suburbs, just in town visiting relatives. It's normal he hasn't seen you," Lin Ma coached from inside. "I'm from the suburbs, came into the city to visit my second uncle," the trash can ghost relayed naively. "Oh, a country bumpkin hit the city. Huh? Too greasy. I'm not eating this," the wandering ghost said disgustedly, throwing the leg onto the ground. Hey, can you show a little decency? The trash can is right here," the ghost said before lightly lifting the lid of the trash can ghost. In the next second, the ghost's nose twitched, catching the scent of living humans inside the trash can ghost. "Something's not right. Why are there living people in this trash can ghost?" His right hand charging with a green energy, ready to attack. "Big brother, don't be rash. Why resort to violence upon just meeting? Don't give me that crap," the ghost snarled. "Spill it. Why do I smell humans inside you? I just caught a couple of students to snack on. Haven't digested them fully yet. The trash can ghost stammered out an excuse. You think I'm a fool? Suddenly, a hand shot out from inside the trash can ghost, grabbing the ghost by the throat. The ghost was taken aback, desperately trying to call for help from the wandering ghost, but before he could make a sound, he was dragged into the trash can ghost. The wandering ghost, thinking he heard a call, looked back, but only saw the innocuous trash can ghost standing still, nothing amiss. Inside the trash can ghost, Lin-Ma had his right hand around the ghost's neck, his left firmly covering his mouth. Achio! Now! Lin-Ma commanded. With a swift flash of his blade, Achio decapitated the ghost, the head turning into a ghost pearl. The three inside the trash can ghost nearly burst out laughing. This ghost died so unjustly, lost his life over some trash. The wandering ghost sensed something was off and asked about the ghost's whereabouts. I thought I heard him call for me. The trash can ghost played dumb, suggesting he saw him head west. Meanwhile, in a parking lot within the ghost domain, gambling ghost was playing dice with a few trial students. Sorry, you lose. Your life is now mine. He cackled as he looked across at the buzzcut man. No, I'll fight you, the buzzcut man yelled, preparing to summon his contracted ghost for a desperate struggle. Young man, don't be unsportsmanlike. You have to accept the loss in a gamble. Gambling ghost chided before flicking a dice that shot out like a bullet, and with a sickening splat, the buzzcut man's head burst open like a watermelon. The bloody scene petrified the remaining two students. Their lively companion was now a rigid corpse. The student in the blue cap cursed the safety bureau 1,000 times over in his mind. This isn't a trial, it's a death sentence. Now it's your turn. Choose, gambling ghost said, turning to the next student. I don't want to gamble, I just want to go home, the student in the blue cap said, waving his hands in terror. To refuse is to forfeit, which means death for you, gambling ghost declared, and with another flick, a dice shot out. The remaining girl, in tears, begged, please, let me go. Don't be afraid. Us gambling ghosts are the fairest of them all. Win, and I'll let you go. With no choice, the girl picked up the dice. It was better to gamble and have a chance than to die without trying. She cried out in excitement at her roll. I got 3 6s, but gambling ghost's dice also showed 3 6s, both scoring 18 points. But I'm the dealer, so naturally, I win, he declared, and with a flick of his ghost energy, the girl's cries stopped abruptly, and she too became a lifeless body. Not very durable, are they? Looks like I need to find that little rascal who bullied Smoke Ghost. But where could he be hiding? I've been looking around for half the city and haven't seen a shadow, gambling ghost muttered as he walked. Meanwhile, inside the trash can ghost, the lid lifted just a crack, and 3 pairs of shiny eyes peered out, watching his every move. We're done for. This ghost is coming for us. He's an evil ghost-level gambling ghost, and with his strength, he can easily crush us. We're in big trouble. Does he have any weaknesses? Lin-Ma asked. At the evil ghost level, even if they have weaknesses, we wouldn't be able to exploit them. There's a slim chance if we gamble with him. Gambling ghost's first skill is dice murder. You gamble with dice, and if he wins, his attack power against the target is multiplied by 10. But if gambling ghost loses, he can't attack the target, Achio explained. Lin-Ma's eyes lit up. So, we just need to win the gamble? Achio shook his head gravely. It's not that easy to win. He's not called gambling ghost for nothing. His second skill, lead dice, greatly increases his control over the dice. He can pretty much roll whatever he wants. Our odds are less than 10%. Hey, little guy, where are you headed? You look new around here, gambling ghost said, now standing in front of the trash can ghost. He lifted the lid and called out, no need to hide. Come out and play a few rounds with me. Gambling ghost, big brother, don't rush us. We've been squatting in here so long, our legs are numb. Lin-Ma replied with a grin as he climbed out of the trash can ghost. Gambling ghost was amused by Lin-Ma's boldness. You're pretty calm, kid. No wonder you gave Smoke Ghost a hard time. I'll have to be careful with you. He then cleared a space on the ground for the game. Our game is simple. Each person gets 3 dice, and whoever rolls the highest total wins. No problem. I like this kind of simple game, but let's set the stakes first, Lin-Ma replied. Gambling ghost said, if you win, I'll let you go. If you lose, you'll have to leave your life behind. That's not fair. If I win, you should give me your life too. That's only fair, Lin-Ma countered. You think you're in a position to bargain with me? I'm doing you a favor by gambling with you at all. Keep talking, and I'll kill you right now. Alright, you're the boss, but I'd like to raise the stakes. How about this? If I win, you let all 3 of us go. If I lose, well, we'll have company in the afterlife. Oh, you're playing big, kid, but I like it. It's a deal. Gambling ghost agreed, delighted by the high stakes. The two shook the dice cups and started the game. Half a minute later, gambling ghost slammed his cup down, indicating he was ready. Lifting the cup revealed 3 6s, the highest possible roll with 3 dice. Your lives are mine now, gambling ghost said with a sinister smile. Achio and Black Little Fat, watching from the side, began to sweat profusely, thinking, how can we play if he's already rolled the highest number? But Lin-Ma spoke up confidently. You're speaking too soon, aren't you? I haven't even rolled yet. How do you know you won't lose? Just give it up, kid. Even if you also roll 18, you still lose because I'm the dealer. Ties go to the dealer. Lin-Ma, while shaking the dice cup, said, come on, you've been a seasoned gambling ghost for hundreds of years. Do you even understand the rules of the gambling table? As long as I haven't opened the dice cup, I haven't lost yet. Gambling ghost was speechless, as Lin-Ma was technically correct. He had to let Lin Ma continue. After half an hour of shaking, Lin Ma was still nonchalantly shaking the cup, even humming a tune, which infuriated Gambling Ghost. He threatened to end the game and kill them if Lin Ma didn't open his cup soon. Lin Ma, unfazed by the threat, finally stopped shaking, placed his cup on the ground, and revealed the dice: 3 sixes and an additional 1 point for a total of 19 points. That's impossible. There are only 3 dice. Where did the extra 1 point come from? Are you cheating? Gambling Ghost accused angrily. Don't accuse me of cheating. I simply shook the dice so hard it split in 2. Do you accept the loss? Lin Ma retorted. Gambling Ghost was in disbelief. How can that be possible? After suffering a blow to his pride, Gambling Ghost's mentality was completely shattered. Lin Ma smirked. Looks like I win this round. Now that Gambling Ghost's skill, Dice Murder, had been activated, he couldn't harm Lin Ma and his companions. Lin Ma signaled to Achio and Black Little Fat to quickly leave the scene. They climbed back into the trash can Ghost and continued their slow escape out of the city. Black Little Fat expressed his admiration. Lin Ma, you're really something. Not only can you handle female ghosts with ease, but your gambling skills are top-notch too. Lin Ma replied casually, well, I've got the blood pupil. After shaking for half an hour, even with the worst luck, I would get a 6. But what about the extra point? Achio asked, amazed. You forgot I have Sword Ghost with me. A little sword energy can easily split a dice in 2. Black Little Fat showered Lin Ma with praise. That was slick. Lin Ma, relieved from their brush with death, the 3 of them laughed heartily and climbed back into the trash can Ghost, continuing their journey at a snail's pace. When they reached a crossroads, Black Little Fat asked which way to go. As Lin Ma was about to consult a map, a strange noise came from outside, followed by a booming voice. Brother, come quick. If you catch me, you can have your way with me. A pair of robust bull-headed ghosts were in the midst of a chasing game. Suddenly, one of them crashed into the trash can Ghost, sending it flying 10 meters before it crashed to the ground. Positioned on a steep slope, the trash can Ghost couldn't stay upright and began rolling downhill uncontrollably. The rapid rotation inside the can was too much for the trio, and Black Little Fat couldn't help but vomit. Watching the trash can Ghost rapidly roll down the slope, the bull-headed ghost sister who caused the commotion felt guilty. It was impossible for her to correct its course now. All she could do was offer a heartfelt apology as it tumbled away. Meanwhile, in an underground parking lot, a ghost doll floated in the air, looking down at 2 cursed spirit ghosts as if they were prey. These 2 wicked spirits shivered in fear, begging for mercy. Suddenly, with a snap, the ghost doll's neck rotated 360 degrees, and at the same moment, the 2 cursed spirit ghosts let out a wail and collapsed dead. The ghost doll then twisted its head back into place, completely unharmed. This eerie ability to harm oneself and reflect the damage onto an opponent was indeed a bizarre spell. Come back, ghost doll, a crisp voice called from afar, and the ghost doll dove back into the body of Gao Shirshir. A group of male students, having narrowly escaped death, ran to Gao Shirshir to express their gratitude. Thanks, Gao Shirshir, they said. Gao Shirshir, with a serious tone, replied, forget that for now. The ghosts here are too powerful. We need to quickly unite with the other students and get out, or we'll all die. Suddenly, a loud crashing noise echoed in the distance. Is that another ghost? Everyone wondered, on high alert. Then, a massive trash can crashed into a concrete pillar in the underground parking lot, scattering banknotes in all directions. Lin Ma and his 2 companions tumbled out of the trash can Ghost, looking disheveled. Gao Shirshir looked at them with confusion. It's them. How dare they scavenge the abandoned bank and come this deep into the city without a scratch on them? What kind of experts are they? Then it clicked. Isn't this the guy who competed with Sun Mao? The one who used pepper spray to ambush me during the chase? Lin Ma, now utterly exhausted from the ordeal, heard the remarks and managed to nod in recognition. Oh, look, an old acquaintance. Aren't these the same guys who bullied me before? If it weren't for Enran saving me in time, I might have been done for, Lin Ma said. Who are you calling yellow mixed hair? It's the latest trendy hairstyle recommended by teacher Tony. Don't you have any taste? As the man with the sunglasses prepared to confront Lin Ma, Gao Shirshir quickly intervened. Stop. Now is not the time for infighting. Lin Ma chuckled quietly to himself. You're lucky someone stopped you from a sure demise, or I would have had to settle the score today. His attention was quickly diverted by the shiny objects scattered on the ground around him. The ghost pearls dropped by the ghosts Gao Shirshir and her group had defeated. Putting aside past grudges, Lin Ma hurriedly gestured to Achio and Black Little Fat to collect the ghost pearls. Yellow Hair stepped forward indignantly. These guys have no shame. We did all the work, and they just swoop in to take the loot. Did they even think to ask us? Lin Ma, now's not the time to be greedy for ghost pearls, Gao Shirshir said urgently. Our fight must have attracted a lot of ghosts. They're likely on their way here now. It's a matter of life and death. We need to join the other students and escape Fast Wave City together. I'm asking you to join us. Join you? I'd rather not. Who knows when you might stab me in the back? Lin Ma replied, distrustful of her intentions. Gao Shirshir looked hurt. You don't trust me? What have I done to deserve this? Lin Ma scoffed. Your character is questionable. You won't even admit to the shady things you've done, pretending to be innocent in front of me. The black-haired girl interjected. Gao Shirshir, he's nothing but a thug. Let's not waste our breath on him. We might as well let him fend for himself. Exactly. I'm just a no-gooder from Aries Academy. So please, stay away from me. You're impeding impeding my breathing," Lin Mo retorted. Gao Shishir, feeling a surge of anger, turned to leave with the two girls. Yellow Hair taunted Lin Mo. "Let's see how the trash from Aries Academy fares when the ghosts come. Just don't cry for your mommy." Lin Mo responded with a universally recognized hand gesture and a string of curses. Gao Shishir and her group hadn't gone far when they felt a chilling aura enveloping them. The temperature in the neighborhood dropped sharply, a bone-chilling cold assaulting their senses. "You little brats, you think you can kill our underlings and get away?" A group of ghosts, led by evil ghosts Masquerade Ghost and Exploding Ghost, appeared with the wind. Gao Shishir quickly ordered a retreat. "Run, they're too strong." As they dashed to another intersection, they were blocked by another evil ghost, Frozen to Death Ghost, cutting off their escape. "There's no use struggling. Surrender peacefully, and I can grant you a swift death." Sun Lily cried out in despair. "We're done for. I never should have come on this trial." Gao Shishir, maintaining her composure, assured everyone, "Don't panic. We still have numbers on our side. If we stick together, we have a chance." The crowd rallied at her words, summoning their contracted ghosts to prepare for a fight. "You kids think you can cause a stir?" Exploding Ghost mocked them and casually threw two giant firecrackers. The blast sent the group sprawling, and two who couldn't dodge in time were torn apart by the formidable shockwave. "I want in on this," Masquerade Ghost declared, holding a face skin and a brush, and dashed into the mist. A figure appeared behind Yellow Hair, trying to be stealthy, but the vigilant Yellow Hair sensed the presence. "Think you can sneak up on me? You're not good enough," he said, and directed his corroding ghost to confront the intruder. "Stop, it's one of us." The man with sunglasses gestured frantically, emerging from the smoke. "Are you trying to get yourself killed? You scared the hell out of me." "I thought a ghost was trying to ambush me," Yellow Hair said, relieved. But then he realized something was off. There was another man with sunglasses on his left, who had just been knocked over by a bull-headed ghost, crying out for help. "Wait, why are there two of them? Who's behind me?" Then, a ghostly hand pierced through Yellow Hair's heart, and Masquerade Ghost peeled away the face skin, chuckling. "Heh, you've been fooled." Yellow Hair fell dead to the ground. Lin Ma, witnessing this from the sidelines, felt a surge of anxiety. Gao Shishir's group is losing ground. If they get wiped out by the evil ghosts, we're next. As more students fell to Masquerade Ghost's deceptive tactics, the group's unity and trust disintegrated. Everyone began to eye their peers with suspicion, uncertain whether they were human or a ghost in disguise. The defense line, once coherent and collaborative, started to crumble. Exploding Ghost took advantage of the chaos, unleashing a barrage of attacks. With each blast, more students were gravely injured and fell. Even Gao Shishir's strength wouldn't be enough to hold out much longer. Black Little Fat anxiously asked, "Lin Ma, which way do we run? There are two evil spirits blocking the way in front, and only a Frozen to Death Ghost behind. Clearly, it's simpler to break through there." Lin Ma assessed the situation quickly. Frozen to Death Ghost, unaware that Lin Ma was targeting her, had been guarding the intersection for a while without seeing a soul, yawning from boredom. As Lin Ma's group approached, she sensed the living beings. "Just my luck. Some humans are actually seeking death," she mused. But as she prepared to unleash her frosty assault, Achio activated his Shadow Ghost skill, Dark Abyss, enveloping the trio in an inky shroud that obscured them from Frozen to Death Ghost's sight. Without a clear target, Frozen to Death Ghost decided to freeze everything in her vicinity. She took a deep breath and exhaled a freezing blast, intending to encase her foes in ice. Achio and Black Little Fat tried to evade, but the biting chill locked their legs in place, their lower bodies rapidly becoming encased in ice. Lin Ma, reacting quickly, leaped out of the attack's range just in time to avoid being frozen. He then unleashed the Blood Pupil Ghost's rebound skill, directing an invisible force at Frozen to Death Ghost. A wave of frost rose from beneath her feet, immobilizing her with her own chill. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Ma lunged with his ancient sword, striking twice with all his might. The impact sent vibrations up his arm, but the ghost's icy armor deflected the blows, leaving her unharmed. Lin Ma realized the futility of his attack against the evil ghost's formidable defense. "A good try with your Blood Pupil Ghost's rebound," Frozen to Death Ghost taunted, confident in her icy protection. "But once your control skill ends, the three of you will meet your end." As she boasted, Lin Ma activated his Blood Pupil once more, this time unleashing the Blood Curse skill that ignored defenses. A blood-red curse symbol appeared on Frozen to Death Ghost, and as the 10 seconds elapsed, the curse exploded, creating a fissure in her ghostly form and sending her flying into a distant wall. Realizing she had sustained actual damage, Frozen to Death Ghost was shocked. How can a mere double-layer ghost master possess such advanced skills? She wondered, confounded by the potency of Lin Ma's abilities. Frozen to Death Ghost, clutching her chest and gasping for air, was temporarily incapacitated from the injury to her heart meridian. Lin Ma saw his chance and quickly summoned both the Chainsaw Ghost and Ghost Martial Actor to free Achio and Black Little Fat from their icy prison. After 5 minutes of vigorous effort, the ice encasing them was shattered. Despite the cold that had seeped into their bodies, causing uncontrollable shivering, Lin Ma urged them to move quickly. "Don't just stand there. If Frozen to Death Ghost recovers, we won't be able to escape." But suddenly, a hand clutched Lin Ma's ankle, nearly tripping him as he ran. Looking back angrily, he saw the girl from earlier being bitten by two vampires, desperately clutching his trouser leg and pleading pleading for help. Sorry, I'm just a no-gooder. I'm not fit to help, Lin Ma said, shaking off her grip with a fierce kick, and sprinted away as the girl cried out in despair. Gao Shishir, still fighting with her group against the ghosts, noticed Lin Ma breaking through and called for a retreat. But before they could move, Yellow Hair had been impaled by a minotaur ghost. Gao Shishir bit her lip in determination, then turned and, pulling Sun Lily with her, ran in the direction Lin Ma had escaped. As Lin Ma and his companions raced ahead, he noticed something odd. How could Black Little Fat, who weighed over 300 pounds, run faster than him and Achio? Moreover, a trace of ghost energy on him remained undetected by the blood pupil. Definitely a problem. Black Little Fat, Lin Ma called out as they ran. I formatted my phone before we entered the ghost domain. All those exclusive resources I promised you are gone. What resources? Life's on the line here. The one they thought was Black Little Fat replied, sounding unconcerned. At that moment, Lin Ma and Achio didn't hesitate. They struck with sword and blade towards him. The imposter stopped abruptly and turned around, revealing a ghastly ghost face beneath the torn facade. How did you figure it out? The masquerade ghost growled, incredulous that his disguise had been penetrated. You're right, the blood pupil couldn't see through it, Lin Ma explained. But if our real Black Little Fat found out I lost those resources, he'd be chasing me down to get them back. He wouldn't be as calm as you are. What the hell are these exclusive resources that are more important than life itself? Masquerade ghost roared in frustration. You don't need to worry about that now. Just tell me where you've taken the real Black Little Fat, or I'll make sure you regret it, Lin Ma threatened, ready for a fight. Masquerade ghost, despite being wounded, scoffed at Lin Ma and Achio's attempt to confront him. With a swift motion, he initiated a secretive technique called molt, shedding a layer of ghost skin, which made him disappear from sight. But in the next instant, a shadowy figure appeared behind Achio, its deadly claws aiming straight for his heart. Sensing the imminent danger, Achio decisively activated his shadow technique, Shadow Swap, and with a whoosh, he exchanged places with his shadow on the ground, evading the assault. Seizing the opportunity of Masquerade Ghost's off-balance moment, Achio counterattacked with Scythe of Death, conjuring a large shadowy scythe that cleaved towards the ghost. The scythe struck true, opening a large wound on Masquerade Ghost's waist. Cursed kids! Are all the young ones this powerful nowadays? Masquerade Ghost muttered in shock, realizing the tide had turned against him. With another use of his molting technique, he made a hasty retreat from the confrontation. Achio looked anxiously at Lin Ma. Where the hell is Black Little Fat? Let's get back there. Dead or alive? We have to find him, Lin Ma said determinedly. Gao Shishir tried to intervene. What are you doing going back there? There are at least 3 evil ghosts, not to mention countless malevolent spirits. To be honest, Black Little Fat might already be gone. There's no need for you to throw your lives away. Let go of me, Lin Ma retorted, yanking his wrist away from her grasp. Unless I see with my own eyes that my brother is gone, there's a chance he's still alive. And even if he's dead, I have to recover his body. With that, Lin Ma turned and ran back towards the city, his resolve as strong as ever. The burly man nearby, watching Lin Ma's courageous decision, couldn't help but admire him. That guy is a real man. If he makes it out alive, I must make an effort to befriend him, he thought. Gao Shishir, watching Lin Ma's retreating figure, felt an indescribable emotion well up inside her. Let's move, she said to the others. We need to contact the Safety Bureau as soon as possible. They might still be able to save him. Meanwhile, Lin Ma and Achio frantically called out for their friend, their voices echoing with urgency. Fatty, where are you? Make a sound if you're alive. I'm here, Lin Ma bro. A hand is seen extending from beneath a pile of bodies, followed by the familiar hefty figure of Black Little Fat. Achio, overjoyed to see his friend alive, rushed to help him up. Wait, Lin Ma suddenly held back Achio with a firm grip on his shoulder. Be careful, it could be Masquerade Ghost. Hearing their whispers, Black Little Fat shouted in frustration. What are you doing? Can't you see I'm hurt? Hurry up and help me. Then Lin Ma tested him. Oh, by the way, I just remembered, my phone got water damaged when we entered the ghost city. Those exclusive resources I promised might be gone. What? The resources are gone? Black Little Fat exploded. Lin Ma, damn you. If it weren't for those exclusive resources you promised, why would I even come to this godforsaken place? My whole Maid series collection is gone. Wow, that reaction is too real, Lin Ma said, convinced. That's definitely our Black Little Fat. He and Achio hurried over to help him up. As they reunited, a menacing horde of ghosts, led by Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost, approached. Lin Ma felt a wave of dread as the thick aura of death crept closer. Gambling Ghost raged. I'm the god of gambling, and I lost to a kid like you? How am I supposed to face anyone after this? Your life is mine. Smoke Ghost added. That blood-pupiled ghost is too much of a counter to me. We have to take him down while he's still weak. Have you no professional ethics? You lose a bet and go straight for murder, and you, Smoke Ghost, calling for backup because you can't win a fight? You're exactly the type of person I despise, Lin Ma retorted, flipping them off, which only fueled their anger even more. They both declared they wanted another round with Lin Ma. Then, with a snap of a folding fan, Ghost Scholar struck both Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost on the back of their heads. What a bunch of incompetence, he scolded, waving his fan in disgust. You're getting beaten by a couple of kids. You've lost one-on-one, and now you can't even handle a group fight. What good are you? Do I have to do everything myself? You're disgracing all of Vast Wave City's ghosts. Ghost Scholar's rebuke was harsh, and his disappointment in his subordinates was as clear as day. Lin Ma and Achio, staring at Ghost Scholar, felt the pressure of a nearly Ghost King level entity, the kind of pressure that made sweat pour out of them like rain. They knew that even their luckiest blows against Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost wouldn't stand a chance here. The vast difference in levels created an oppressive atmosphere. Ghost Scholar's imposing figure seemed to grow even larger in Lin Ma's eyes, his aura so overwhelming that it was suffocating. Ghost Scholar smirked at the trio. Today, you will witness what a Ghost King's power truly is. What do we do? Are we going to die here? Lin Ma thought, panic setting in. Ghost Scholar addressed Lin Ma with derision, the kid playing with a toy sword. Show me whatever tricks you have. I'll stand right here and let you attack me for 10 minutes without fighting back. If you can entertain me, maybe I'll let you live. Lin Ma was taken aback by Ghost Scholar's taunt. Was this the legendary arrogance of a powerful ghost? Without hesitation, Lin Ma activated Blood Curse. His blood pupil spun rapidly as he unleashed a wave of red energy toward Ghost Scholar, but the curse that had never failed before was now blocked by an invisible force, unable to attach to Ghost Scholar's body. With a condescending glance at the curse mark and a casual flick of his fan, Ghost Scholar summoned a powerful tornado that swept up the blood curse, carrying it far away from him before detonating it harmlessly in the open air. Lin Ma was stunned. Ghost Scholar could not only block his attack, but also control the direction of his skills. Ghost Scholar sways his folding fan with pride. See that? This is true power. Behind him, a chorus of ghosts continuously flatters him. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gao Shirshir and others were still sprinting towards the outskirts of the city. Due to Ghost Scholar's intervention, a dense cloud of ghost energy had already formed in the sky, turning into a dark cloud. Such a powerful presence of ghost energy indicated that Lin Ma was facing someone of at least a half-step Ghost King level. It seemed certain that the three of them were doomed. Ha ha ha, this guy is finally dead. I'll go back and share the good news with my brother. He will be very happy, Sun Lily said as she looked into the distance and let out a long sigh of relief. Back with Lin Ma, the ghosts continued to flatter Ghost Scholar, who was basking in the adulation, seemingly forgetting about Lin Ma and his friends. Lin Ma realized that perhaps flattering Ghost Scholar could be their only chance at survival, so he began clapping, praising Ghost Scholar's mighty ghost energy, comparing it to the force of a Category 80 typhoon, leaving nothing in its wake. Ghost Scholar looked at Lin Ma with a smile, amused by the flattery. Oh, you have quite an eye for detail, kid. Black Little Fat joined in. Absolutely, you're the top ghost around. I bet no one under the heavens can withstand even one of your attacks. You're so powerful. Why bother with us newbies? Maybe you can let us off this time, right? Lin Ma added his own bit of flattery, hoping to appeal to Ghost Scholar's vanity. Ghost Scholar laughed heartily, enjoying the adulation. I like what you're saying, but let you go? That would be foolish. Flattery is nice, but it's not as satisfying as the real thing. With that, he unleashed his ghost energy, which condensed into sharp blades and whirled towards Lin Ma. In an instant, countless cuts were made on Lin Ma's body, and blood immediately soaked his entire body, turning it red. Desperate, Lin Ma knelt down, pleading for mercy. Seeing Lin Ma's plight, Black Little Fat rushed to his side to support him. Knowing how hard it was for Lin Ma to bow down like this, he too knelt down and pleaded with Ghost Scholar, tugging at Achio to join them. Achio, clutching his razor, refused indignantly. Beg for what? I'd rather die than kneel to a ghost. Ghost Scholar grinned at Achio's defiance. Quite brave for a little kid. Let's see if you can keep that up when I skin you alive. He then gathered a massive amount of ghost energy and with a flick of his fan, set countless wind blades towards them. Achio stepped forward, shielding the others from the onslaught, his body torn by the cutting winds, blood spurting wildly. Ghost Scholar sneered at the display of brotherhood. Since you're so close, don't worry, I'll bury you together. You won't be lonely. With a flourish of his fan, several blades swiftly sprang out from the folding fan. My blade is quick, it won't hurt for long. As the fan swung towards them, Lin Ma let out a horrified scream. The imminent death of his friend caused a surge of unknown energy to begin stirring within him, a power he had not felt before. At this critical moment, a hoarse voice echoed from the sky. Stay your hand. A black crow appeared overhead, clutching an envelope in its talons, signifying a messenger from the King of Hell. Ghost Scholar's descending fan abruptly halted. Damn, a messenger from the King of Hell? Why is he sending me an urgent message? I've always been generous in my offerings to him. What's this significant matter? Ghost Scholar's face shifted between shades as he took the letter, hands trembling as he opened it. His expression changed drastically, sweat beading on his forehead. I was this close to causing a disaster, he muttered to himself. Are you Lin Ma? Ghost Scholar inquired, his brows furrowed, glancing back and forth between the letter and Lin Ma, who was still partially kneeling on the ground, now looking perplexed. Yes, that's me. What's the matter? Ghost Scholar suddenly seemed very cordial. Young man, what's your relationship with the King of Hell? He specifically wrote to me asking not to kill you. The King of Hell? Lin Ma was dumbfounded. I don't have any relationship with him, though I might meet him soon if I really die here. Think about it, Ghost Scholar urged. Maybe you've met him in person without knowing his name. He then conjured an image of the King of Hell. Do you recognize him? Lin Ma shook his head honestly, insisting he had never seen such a person from the moment he was born. That's strange. The boss usually takes lives without hesitation. He never spares them. Ghost Scholar Scholar mused. Lin Ma straightened up and asked, "Stop worrying about whether I know him. Since he wants to save me, can we go now?" "Go! Get out of here!" Ghost Scholar was still puzzled by the matter, but with an order from the King of Hell, he couldn't harm Lin Ma any further. "Alright, we're leaving." Lin Ma and his companions exhaled a sigh of relief, smiles spreading across their faces as they quickly left the circle of ghosts. Once they were gone, Ghost Scholar turned to Gambling Ghost with instructions. Since the King of Hell wants to protect them, notify all the ghosts in the city. No one is to attack Lin Ma and his friends. Gambling Ghost felt a shiver of fear himself. Thankfully I lost to Lin Ma. If I had killed him, who knows how the King of Hell would have taken his revenge on me. As Lin Ma, Achio, and Black Little Fat ran through the streets, they noticed something odd. Not only did all the ghosts make way for them, but their gazes were also filled with fear. Lin Ma's heart finally settled as he realized Ghost Scholar was serious about letting them go. He turned to Achio and asked, "Do you know who this King of Hell is?" King of Hell is one of the 10 ghost kings wanted by the human race. He once led an army of ghosts that slaughtered the inhabitants of 11 cities in the north, Achio explained, his eyes still filled with confusion. "But how do you know such a top-tier ghost?" "I don't, Achio. How could I possibly have connections with such a big shot? Our Lin family has always been poor farmers, at the bottom of the ladder in both the human and ghost worlds," Lin Ma said with a wry smile. Black Little Fat, thrilled by their escape, excitedly suggested, "Forget about the King of Hell. The ghosts in Vast Wave City's ghost domain won't attack us now. Let's hit the next bank." Trashkin Ghost still has plenty of room to fill. Meanwhile, in the mountains of the southwestern region, Shuang was busily washing old clothes. Lin Ma is in grave danger in Vast Wave City's ghost domain. Why send a letter through the little King of Hell instead of protecting him yourself? What if Ghost Scholar didn't care about the letter and hurt the kid? "I can't directly intervene in these matters, or Lin Ma might suspect something. Besides, the little King of Hell is reliable. His fearsome reputation is well known. Even Ghost Scholar wouldn't dare mess with him." Lin Lan, confident and relaxed, smoked his pipe. Although Lin Ma has grown up fast, the time is not yet ripe. We cannot let him know too much of the secret for now, as he bears the heavy responsibility of reviving a nation of over 100,000 people. Without the strength to match, this responsibility will bring him endless peril. Just as Lin Lan finished speaking, a young woman carrying a bucket of water entered the yard. "Dad, you're back from the coastal area." This was Lin Ma's sister, Lin Qingyu, who was frail with sickness. "My dear girl, you shouldn't be doing such hard work with your weak health. Put that down," Lin Lan said as he rushed over to take the bucket, asking if she was feeling alright. "Dad, I need to get some exercise, even if I'm weak. That bucket weighs over 10 pounds, and it was tiring to carry it all the way from the back mountain." Seeing her father's concern turning into anger, Lin Qingyu's eyes filled with tears. She had been bedridden for years and yearned to be more active. Lin Lan and Shuang immediately softened, reassuring her that exercise was good. Seeing her parents' reaction, Lin Qingyu stopped crying and asked about Lin Ma. "How's Lin Ma doing at university? Can I talk to him on the phone? Your brother is undergoing a trial in the Vast Wave City ghost domain right now. They don't allow phones there. He'll call you when he's out. He's been asking about you too when I visited him at school." Lin Lan reassured her. "Ghost domain? Is that place dangerous?" Lin Qingyu asked, worry creasing her brow. "No worries. Your brother is quite capable. All those spankings when he was little weren't for nothing. Now, he's tough as nails." Lin Qingyu, satisfied with the answer, smiled back. Lin Lan looked at his daughter's pale face and felt a pang of sorrow. Can she make it through another year? At the temporary command center in Vast Wave City's ghost domain, Gao Shishir was reporting to Sun Deli. She expressed her concerns about the overwhelming strength of the ghosts and the danger they pose to the first-year students, requesting an immediate halt to the trial and rescue for the students. Sun Deli, however, remained unmoved. He claimed that the purpose of the trial was to enhance combat capabilities, and that casualties were a normal part of such exercises. Strength could only be forged on the brink of death. Gao Shishir was puzzled by this logic. But if the students participating in the trial all perish, wouldn't that be a severe teaching accident? Aren't you afraid of being held accountable? Sun Deli revealed the true purpose of the trial, to lure out the remnants of the seal demon behind Lin Ma. If we can accomplish this task, it would be a great merit that would cover up any minor incident, he explained. Gao Shishir was shocked. Her dream was to become a ghost master and protect citizens, but now she realized that the safety of the people was worthless compared to the pursuit of personal achievements. This isn't just my decision, it's what your father wants as well. Are you questioning your own father? But Lin Ma is in grave danger, with a half-step ghost king after him. What are his chances of survival? Sun Deli grabbed her shoulder. You should have told me this important piece of information sooner. The person behind Lin Ma won't let him die easily. They will definitely intervene to save him. The opportunity we've been waiting for is finally here. And what about the other students? Are you going to save them? Gao Shishir pressed, but Sun Deli was already rallying his people. Everyone, assemble. The remnants of the seal demon have surfaced. The agents quickly gathered, prepared for the moment that could bring them promotion and wealth. Without another glance at Gao Shishir, Sun Deli led the group out. It was clear they were set on gathering intelligence, not concerned with the lives of the students. Could it be true, as Lin Ma suggested, that the Safety Bureau was indeed a place that harbored filth and corruption? Lin Ma, Achio and Black Little Fat managed to reach the empty vault of Fuji Bank, only to find it had already been looted. Someone got here first, but it couldn't have been the freshmen. They're busy trying to survive, Achio analyzed calmly. It was probably looted by bandits during the ghost outbreak 2 years ago, Lin-Ma grumbled in frustration. As they were about to leave and search elsewhere, a man suddenly fell from the sky, landing heavily in front of a nearby shop. He cried out for help, calling for a chief, indicating he might be from the safety bureau. Lin-Ma suggested they hide and observe the situation. At that moment, blood-pupiled ghost alerted them to look upwards where they spotted what seemed to be an invisible ghost. They're probably using the ghost's area ability to become invisible and sneak into the ghost domain, Lin-Ma conjectured, realizing they were likely targeting him. Suddenly, the surrounding ghosts launched an attack on the safety bureau agents. Sun Deli quickly summoned his contracted ghost, and White Soul Ghost split into 3, whisking him and 2 others into the air. Don't leave me behind, one of the men begged, but Sun Deli coldly replied, sorry, brother, my White Soul Ghost can only split into 3. I can't save everyone. As the abandoned man's cries echoed, he was overwhelmed by the oncoming ghosts. Sun Deli, without a second glance back, made his escape. Watching him fly away, Lin-Ma swore, Sun Deli, I was planning to come to you, but you delivered yourself to my doorstep. And with that, he sprinted after the fleeing figure of Sun Deli. Achio and Black Little Fat, puzzled by Lin-Ma's sudden determination, asked what was going on. Lin-Ma, visibly anxious, explained that Enran had been poisoned by Sun Deli and needed the antidote urgently. Achio, seeing how important Enran was to Lin-Ma, agreed to help distract the other safety bureau agents so Lin-Ma could focus on Sun Deli. Though reluctant to make enemies with the safety bureau, Black Little Fat decided to stand by his brother. At the crossroads, Sun Deli and his 2 companions were confronted with a grim scene of low-level contracted ghosts and the corpses of trial students. Realizing the gravity of the situation, looks like no one came to save Lin-Ma. He's probably been torn apart by the ghosts. Let's get out of here, he said, eager to leave the perilous ghost domain. However, his retreat was cut short by Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost, who emerged from the shadows, laughing menacingly. You think you can come and go from our vast Wave City ghost domain as you please? It's not that easy. An agent, Panic, yelled that they stood no chance against the high-level ghosts, Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost. Sun Deli desperately summoned his White Soul Ghost to escape through the air, but as it reached for him, a blood-red curse appeared on it. Trying to run, Smoke Ghost taunted, only to be interrupted by an explosion. The White Soul Ghost carrying Sun Deli burst apart, the shockwave causing his blood to surge and leaving him gasping for air. The other 2 manifestations of the White Soul Ghost also exploded. Sun Deli realized too late that they had been ambushed. As the trio stood confused and frightened, a shadow rapidly approached. It was Achio's Dark Abyss ability. Sun Deli, you're not getting away. Lin-Ma burst out from the shadows, his ancient sword ready as he charged. Sun Deli, seeing Lin-Ma alive, paled with shock. It's time to avenge Enran. Lin-Ma invoked the marks on his left arm, summoning his contracted ghosts, Chainsaw Ghost and Ghost Martial Actor, both echoing Lin-Ma's fury as they rushed at Sun Deli. Sun Deli, trembling, summoned his invisible ghost and Drowned Ghost in defense, but they were no match for Lin-Ma's relentless attackers. The 2 bureau agents tried to intervene but were stopped by Achio, who had stealthily positioned his razor-sharp blade against one agent's neck. The other, attempting to retaliate, found himself entangled by a shadow and quickly subdued by Achio. Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost were taken aback by Achio's strength, which seemed on par with Lin-Ma's. They were puzzled by the situation unfolding before them. The safety bureau was supposed to protect students, yet now they were fighting among themselves. Lin-Ma's deadly intent made it clear he was determined to severely punish the bureau chief. Sun Deli, after being kicked in the stomach by Lin-Ma, stumbled back 10 steps before regaining his balance. The sharp pain in his chest forced blood from his lips, indicating multiple broken ribs. Lin-Ma, with a grim face and sword in hand, slowly advanced on Sun Deli. The icy glare in Lin-Ma's eyes made Sun Deli break out in a cold sweat. He realized that Lin-Ma was seriously intending to kill him right then and there. Sun Deli angrily shouted at his contracted ghosts, Invisible Ghost, Drowned Ghost, you idiots, don't you see I'm injured? Hurry up and help me. Looking for help? Do you think I'm just a spectator? As soon as Lin-Ma's voice fell, he leaped into the air, slashing down at Sun Deli with his sword. One sword to eliminate evil. The furious strike, carrying the might of thunder and wind, sent a sword light cutting across the sky. His body was repeatedly slashed and torn by the powerful energy, his clothes shredding, blood splattering everywhere. Is this all the capability you have, Deputy Director Sun? Lin-Ma stood with his sword, as Sun Deli trembled under his overpowering presence. Lin-Ma then fiercely stepped on Sun Deli's chest, causing him, already grievously injured, to spit out blood once more. Where's the antidote for the White Soul Ghost's poison? Hand it over, and I might spare your life. You want to save that girl you're so fond of, don't you? That's why you won't let go of me. I see. You want the antidote? Then kneel and beg me for it. As Sun Deli laughed maniacally, Lin-Ma's ancient sword swung fiercely. In a flash of light passed by, a bloody ear flew through the air. The intense pain caused Sun Deli to howl uncontrollably. Sun Deli felt an immense sense of injustice. justice. The deputy director of the safety bureau had been brought to such a low state. You wouldn't dare kill me today. When I get back, I'll make sure you pay for this. Why wouldn't I dare to kill you? It's not just you. Even if Gao Longshan were here, I would do the same to him. Stop pretending. You know very well that if I die, you'll never get the antidote for the poison, and the girl you care about will undoubtedly die. Haha, you have to let me live. Sun Deli, thinking he had found Lin Ma's weakness, laughed triumphantly. Lin Ma felt a sinking feeling inside, and he warned Sun Deli with a heavy voice, think carefully. I need the antidote, but don't push me too far, or I'll end up destroying your whole family. If you dare touch my family, I'll kill myself, Sun Deli threatened, confident in his leverage, and your little lover will be buried with me. I won't lose. You're really despicable, Lin Ma retorted. It seems you think you've got me cornered. Heh, just be smart, kid. Let me go. Escort me out of the ghost domain, then turn yourself in at the safety bureau to beg for forgiveness. I'll think about giving you the antidote, Sun Deli mocked, feeling assured as he saw Lin Ma's furrowed brow. I can't risk Enrant's life on your conscience, so letting you go is out of the question. Then, turning to a nearby ghost, hey there, brother ghost, could you come over for a second? Are you calling me? Smoke Ghost emerged from the shadows, puzzled as he looked at Lin Ma. Your big move, Smoky Reckoning, can torture souls, right? Use it on this guy to make him hand over the antidote, Lin Ma commanded, kicking Sun Deli towards Smoke Ghost. Why would I listen to you? Have you forgotten what happened at the bank? Smoke Ghost scoffed, still holding a grudge. I was wrong, and I apologize, but I really need your help now. Consider it a favor owed, Lin Ma pleaded. And what's the worth of a favor from a kid like you? Smoke Ghost sneered. My favor might not be worth much, but the favor of the King of Hell certainly is, Lin Ma retorted with twinkling eyes, reminding Smoke Ghost of his powerful backing. Alright, I'll take the job, Smoke Ghost conceded, recognizing the value of such a favor. Seeing this, Sun Deli's face turned to one of terror. Just remember, brother, once I start my big move, I can't stop, and even if he gives up the antidote, he's going to die anyway, Smoke Ghost warned Lin Ma. At the mention of the antidote, Lin Ma's eyes lit up with excitement. Perfect, that's exactly what we need. Get started. Both Gambling Ghost and Smoke Ghost were taken aback by Lin Ma's ruthlessness. He clearly didn't care about Sun Deli's life at all. Lin Ma, you scoundrel, how dare you conspire with ghosts? You're a disgrace to the profession of ghost masters, Sun Deli raged, grasping at Lin Ma's legs. Quit your bullshit, Lin Ma retorted. A scumbag like you doesn't even have the right to mention the title of ghost master. Weren't you confident that I wouldn't dare kill you? Now look at you, scared out of your wits. Step aside, kid. My move has a wide range. I don't want to hurt you, Smoke Ghost warned, tightening his grip on the soul whip. He then grabbed Sun Deli by the hair and started to channel his ghost energy, filling the air with dense smoke. A thick puff was directed at Sun Deli, and as he inhaled it, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. Sun Deli howled in pain, his body convulsing uncontrollably, his soul now floating above his body, shackled helplessly to a cross, unable to move. His soul is under control now, Lin Ma. You can ask him anything. He'll tell you everything you want to know, Smoke Ghost assured. Lin Ma nodded and stepped forward to question Sun Deli. What sins have you committed over the years? Speak. I've done many wrongs, Sun Deli's soul confessed weakly. When I was 4, during a winter, I found a stray cat shivering from the cold. Instead of helping, I urinated on it, leaving it to freeze to death. Animal abuse. He deserves punishment. Smoke Ghost lashed out with the soul whip, striking Sun Deli's soul hard. At 17, to get the top score on a graduation exam, I betrayed my friend's trust and lured them into the lair of a prison guard ghost, leading to the deaths of 7 students. 7 lives lost by your hands. You're truly despicable. Smoke Ghost seemed to also disapprove of such scoundrels, and suddenly whipped harder with the whip in his hand. Achio, standing by, added coldly, such evil deeds even before turning 17. He truly deserves death, but it's appalling that such a man could become the deputy director of the safety bureau. It shows what kind of people they are. Enraged, Lin Ma kicked Sun Deli's body violently. Meanwhile, Sun Deli's soul continued to recount his crimes, and Smoke Ghost's whip never ceased to strike. After a series of fierce whippings, the soul became extremely weak, as if it was about to dissipate in the next second. The litany of the scoundrel's sins was so extensive that if this continued, the soul would disperse before revealing the antidote for the poison. Impatient, Lin Ma had Smoke Ghost infuse some ghost energy into his right hand. Then he grabbed the ethereal neck of the soul and demanded, what exactly is the antidote for the poison? Speak quickly. With a feeble voice, Sun Deli's soul disclosed. Use the ghost bead of the white soul ghost as a catalyst. Add 10 honeysuckle flowers, 5 heartbreak vines, and 1 belladonna flower. Boil them together over a high flame for 3 hours. Having obtained what he needed, Lin Ma released his grip. He turned to Smoke Ghost and commanded, finish him. Rightly so. Smoke Ghost spat out in disdain. Scum like him don't deserve to live. With one swift move of his smoking pipe, he pierced through Sun Deli's soul, shattering it completely. Sun Deli's physical body fell to the ground, his eyes reflecting a hint of regret. If only he had known the consequences, he might have chosen a different path. Lin Ma scoured the area after knowing the formula, searching for the battered white soul ghost which had been caught in the blast. It was imperative not to lose such a crucial ingredient for the antidote. Finally, upon finding the white soul ghost, Lin Ma swiftly immediately dispatched it with his sword. The ghost's body shattered into a pure white ghost bead that fell to the ground. Lin Ma quickly picked it up, feeling as if he had found a treasure. Now, he was one step closer to saving his significant other. Thanks a lot, Big Brother Smoke Ghost, for your strong support. I'll remember this favor, Lin Ma said sincerely, grateful for the help. No need to thank me. It was just a lift of a finger for me, Smoke Ghost replied, waving his hand dismissively, yet his gaze lingered on the bodies of Sundeli's subordinates with a clear intent. Lin Ma caught on to Smoke Ghost's implication and quickly offered, these two are all yours, as a token of appreciation for the assistance. No sooner had Lin Ma finished speaking than Gambling Ghost pounced on the two captives under Achio's control. After a quick and efficient fight, Smoke Ghost and Gambling Ghost the three bodies away to report back. Black Little Fat, curious about the relentless targeting from the Safety Bureau, asked Lin Ma, what's the deal with them always after you, and they keep mentioning Seal Demon remnants. It seems they consider you a descendant of the ancient Seal Demon nation, Achio chimed in. My father used to visit that country when he was young for haircuts. The people were kind and hospitable, but something made Zhou Kingdom wage war against them, and after its fall, the survivors were imprisoned or hid among the populace. The Safety Bureau and the military have been hunting them down relentlessly. But how does this relate to you? Black Little Fat was puzzled. Lin Ma was equally baffled. Could my family be from the remnants of Seal Demon? But my parents are just ordinary country folks. Why would the Safety Bureau make such a big fuss? Achio, you didn't hold back against the Safety Bureau folks either today. Did they do something to offend you? No personal grudges, Achio replied, but I couldn't just stand by while they were going after you. And after hearing Sundeli's confessions, I think I went too easy on them. Those scumbags are worse than evil spirits. Brother, you couldn't be more right, Lin Ma laughed. I'll remember the solidarity from today. If you ever need Lin Ma for anything, just say the word. Back at the Safety Bureau headquarters, an operative was reporting to Gao Longshan. Out of 5 search teams, only 1 returned, and they found signs of Deputy Director Sunday. It's likely bad news. Gao Longshan, sitting listlessly in his chair, waved the informant away with a languid gesture. I know, you may leave. I need some time alone, he said, his voice betraying a sense of defeat. He had hoped to flesh out the power behind Lin Ma with this trial. Things had not gone as planned. The fiasco had not only cost them the Deputy Director Sundeli, but also led to numerous student casualties. There was no doubt that the higher-ups would demand accountability. Gao Longshan was feeling so frustrated that he was hitting his head. He kept thinking about Lin Ma's smug scene in his mind. His molars were almost crushed in anger. Time flew by, and finally, the trial was coming to an end. Lin Ma and the others had successfully returned to the entrance gathering point. Originally, there were hundreds of people in the trial team, but now, less than 30 people came out alive. Oh dear, these second-rate school participants really can't make it. Either they were annihilated as a group or they were seriously injured. It seems that only our team didn't lose anyone and also returned full of loot. No wonder. How could these second-rate schools compare to our top-notch Snow Phoenix Academy? Someone commented. Lin Ma, standing by, intentionally asked, wow, that's impressive. Not a single person lost? How did you manage to survive in the city district? Share some tips. Fools would go to the city district to die. We just stayed in the suburbs, killed some lone wandering ghosts, and the gains were fantastic, boasted the bald and brawny leader. His teammates kept praising the captain's wisdom, leading in the trial with the most ghost beads collected. The bald man looked at Lin Ma with contempt. Your crummy university's team probably didn't even get a ghost bead, right? Looking at how unscathed you are, did you just find a corner to hide in? Lin Ma muttered with a dark face. Cowards who don't dare to enter the city district. What are they showing off? I'll show them soon. Then, all the students were taken to the temporary assessment area, Safety Bureau, for evaluation based on the trial results. Since Sundeli, the organizer of this trial, mysteriously disappeared, Deng Shan from the Education Bureau took over the follow-up matters. He announced that the assessment would be based on the quantity and quality of ghost beads collected. Professional appraisers would assess the ghost beads, and any cheating would result in disqualification. With the arrival of 2 senior appraisers, Deng Shan declared the start of the Vast Wave City trial evaluation. 2 students, covered in scars, stepped up to the jury, shakily pulling out a large ghost bead from their pocket, claiming it was obtained by killing a high-level wicked spirit. The appraisers lifted the purple bead, examining it closely, then looked at the students in front of them. They declared that the bead was an old ghost bead, several years old, with almost all its ghost energy dissipated. The 2 students were accused of cheating and immediately disqualified. Witnessing this scene, the bald man who had been showing off earlier burst into laughter. He pushed the 2 disqualified students aside with disdain, saying, trash shouldn't embarrass themselves here. Let everyone see what we've achieved. Proudly, the bald man's group walked up to the jury, unable to hide their arrogance. The bald man emptied his backpack, and a plethora of colorful ghost beads clattered into the dish. 13 fierce ghost beads, 4 malevolent spirit beads, and 1 evil spirit bead. The 2 judges examined them closely with magnifiers and finally nodded in satisfaction. The crowd erupted in cheers, admiring the strength of the students from the strongest academy in the province. The teachers watching from the sidelines nodded approvingly. Looks like Snow Phoenix Academy is going to win the Ghost Domain trial again. again this year. It's a shame Gao Shishir's team had to withdraw, otherwise she would have surely taken first place. As the bald man enjoyed the cheers, he felt triumphant, thinking he had secured the championship. Suddenly, a hand raised high in the crowd caught attention. Teacher, this dish is a bit small. Can we get a bigger one? Lin Ma called out. Dang Shan, on stage, looked displeased and retorted, what do you mean? Do you think your ghost beads are too many to fit in this dish? Lin Ma confidently replied, of course, it's not enough. Black Little Fat quickly summoned the trash can ghost. Let's give them a show. Black Little Fat, not missing a chance to show off, slid his left arm, and a 2-meter-tall giant trash can ghost appeared before everyone. When they tipped the ghost over, beads poured out like a waterfall, accompanied by occasional fluttering banknotes, a dazzling sight. Everyone present was stunned, unable to believe the sheer number of ghost beads. This is outrageous. How could there be so many ghost beads? Did they clear out all the ghosts in the vast Wave City ghost domain? The bespectacled judge adjusted his glasses in shock. These beads are all fresh. The rich ghost energy on them proves they were obtained in the past few days. Lin Ma declared proudly. Teacher, you see, I was right. The dish is indeed too small. Maybe you should bring 10 more dishes to see if they are enough. Amen expressed his regret from the sidelines. I originally thought Lin Ma would be wasted at Aries Academy, but it turned out to be the exact opposite. This kid has grown so rapidly, completely overpowering his peers in strength. Alas, if it weren't for the interference of Safety Bureau, this outstanding child would have been my proud student. With Lin Ma's impressive display, the outcome of the competition was clear. Dang Shan then announced the champion of this trial on stage, Lin Ma's team from Aries Academy. Moreover, they had set a new record, achieving the highest score ever in the Ghost Domain trial. The 3 team members stood on the podium, elated and basking in their moment of glory. Lin Ma and his 2 friends hurriedly took a taxi to school. Now, with the antidote formula in hand, Lin Ma's priority was to return to Enrant's side. He spared no expense in urging the driver, who was no ordinary person, to act as a temporary racing driver. The driver smoothly accelerated the yellow taxi, turning the usual 3-hour journey to Aries Academy into an adrenaline-filled hour-long dash. Upon arrival, Lin Ma, still excited about seeing Enran, was oblivious to his stomach churning, unlike Achio and Black Little Fat, who couldn't help but vomit at the car door. Rushing to the infirmary, Lin Ma burst through the door excitedly, shouting, Enran, I'm back. However, he was met with an empty bed, feeling a sudden sense of loss. Your girlfriend just went out. She was feeling claustrophobic in here and wanted to visit the library. A voice as sweet as an oriole sang. It was the school beauty, Mu Wanqing. Enran is quite stubborn. I advised her to wait until she's better, but she wouldn't listen, Mu Wanqing said with a smile. Since she's like that, don't be mad, senior sister. Oh, by the way, here's the antidote formula and the white soul ghost pearl. Could you help me prepare it? How could I refuse my dear junior's request? Leave it to me, she replied. Thanks, senior sister. I'll go find Enran now, Lin Ma said, waving goodbye to Mu Wanqing before rushing to the library. Mu Wanqing thoughtfully remarked, this kid really cares for his girlfriend. When will I find someone who likes me? At the library, Enran sat on the floor, engrossed in a book, a warm ray of sunlight gently caressing her hair. Lin Ma entered with a smile, announcing, Enran, I'm back. Enran teased him, looks like you've done well. You came back alive. I finally got the antidote. Your poisoning will be cured soon. You're still weak, though. Let me take you back to rest. It's okay. Come over here quickly. I've made a new discovery, Enran insisted, and Lin Ma sat down beside her. She shared that after scouring hundreds of books, she uncovered a shocking secret about the Seal Demon Nation. According to the books, the crown princess of Seal Demon had perished in the national tragedy with her 3-year-old grandson and newborn daughter. If the grandson survived, he would be 18 now, and his sister 15. Your age matches the grandson's, and you've mentioned having a sister 3 years younger. So, by your theory, I could be the grandson of Seal Demon and my sister, the princess? Lin Ma found Enrant's theory far-fetched, considering the many siblings with a 3-year age gap. Then why is the Safety Bureau so fixated on you, constantly mentioning the remnants of Seal Demon? And remember, at the Sword Ghost Tomb, I tried so many ways to open it, but it only opened when you arrived. Isn't that too coincidental? Lin Ma shivered at the thought. If Enrant's guess was true, the Safety Bureau's pursuit made sense, and his expression grew serious. The book says the crown princess perished with her children. How can I be the grandson then? Look at this, Enran said, opening a book page. 3 bodies were found in the ruins back then, an adult woman and 2 children. At this point, Lin Ma was utterly confused. Right, doesn't that prove that the 2 children were burned to death? Then it's even less likely that I'm the grandson. I also thought my guess might be wrong when I saw that report, until I found this book on the secret history of the Seal Demon Nation, Enran explained, pointing to an illustration in the book. Before the fall of Seal Demon, a maid named Kai Xian had an affair with a guard and secretly gave birth to a son who was 3 years old at the time of the nation's fall. And on this page, it mentions that the last monarch of Seal Demon, though over 80, was still in good health and had a daughter 2 months before the nation was destroyed. Most crucially, the records of the Zhou country's army, who captured the palace, did not mention these 2 children among those killed or captured. Lin Ma, disbelief on his face, half-jokingly said, Enran, have you been watching too many TV dramas? How can you come up with such a plot? I wonder how your brain works. As he said this, Lin Ma gently stroked Enran's head with his left hand, feeling comforted by the smooth touch of her hair. Hey, you should believe me. A woman's intuition is always accurate, Enran protested. I do believe you, but we also have to look at the facts. Don't forget, I have parents. Your father's name is Lin Lan, right? If you break down the character Lan, it's composed of the characters from Mountain and Wind, Enran said, quickly grabbing Lin Ma's right hand and tracing her fingers over his palm. The Seal Demon Prince's cousin, who became a monk at the age of 10, had the monastic name Mountain Wind. He served as the national advisor of Seal Demon until its destruction. Lin Ma looked at his palm, deep in thought. The sword ghost tomb recognizing him as its master, the persistent troubles caused by the Safety Bureau, his father's name, all these events, when linked together, seemed to eerily align with Enran's theory. In Lin Ma's mind, a vivid scene flashed. Amidst a raging palace fire, a beautiful woman holding a baby stood in front of a young man. Mountain Wind, this is the last bloodline of the Seal Demon royal family. I entrust them to you, she said solemnly. Big sister, won't you come with us? I'm already an 8th level ghost master. I can protect you both. The young man, Mountain Wind, urged. The woman, tears in her eyes, spoke softly. I cannot leave. Only if the enemies from Zhou see me commit suicide and believe the Seal Demon royal lineage is extinguished will they rest, and only then can you truly be safe. Mother, why are you crying? If someone has wronged you, let me take revenge for you. My dear child, you and your sister have a long life ahead. Live well, don't dwell too much on revenge. My only wish is for you both to be healthy and happy. After saying this, the woman turned and walked resolutely into the flames. Watching her valiant figure, Mountain Wind made a silent vow. I will not fail my sister-in-law's trust. I will raise these children to adulthood. Lin Ma suddenly remembered something. He had mentioned to his father about the strong man imprisoned in the Safety Bureau. That very night, the bureau was decimated, likely his father's doing. Enran chimed in, reminding Lin Ma that many things that seem coincidental when they occur frequently are likely the truth. It seems I need to have a serious talk with my dad. There are too many secrets hidden here, and I must get to the bottom of them, Lin Ma murmured. Then, looking at Enran, he said, you must be exhausted from going through all this information. Not at all. The thrill of uncovering the truth is energizing, Enran replied excitedly. Lin Ma playfully tapped her head, causing her to wince in pain. I think you're just a gossip at heart. Let's get back to the infirmary. The antidote for the poison should be ready. Enran pouted. Lin Ma, you've become skilled at this. I help you unravel the mystery of your life, and you don't even thank me. Lin Ma quickly responded, oh, come on, how could I not thank you? I've already decided to devote myself to you as thanks. Devote yourself? Why do I feel like I'm getting the short end of the stick? Enran glanced at the slightly blushing Lin Ma. They then left the library together, slowly making their way back to the infirmary. As Lin Ma and Enran walked, they encountered Gao Shishir, who had just returned from the trial ground. Gao Shishir's eyes twitched at the sight of the intimately interacting pair. Passing by, Gao Shishir turned to Lin Ma and asked, did you see Vice Director Sun Deli in the ghost domain? Who is Sun Deli? I don't know him, Lin Ma replied coldly, discouraging further questions from Gao Shishir. Enran playfully nudged Lin Ma with her shoulder and teasingly asked, you really haven't met him? I did. He's dead because of me, Lin Ma admitted. Enran, thrilled by Lin Ma's feat, excitedly jumped into his arms, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist. Lin Ma, slightly overwhelmed, jokingly pleaded, you can hug, but don't squeeze too hard, or you might damage something important. Enran's face turned red as she inquired, damage what? Lin Ma, not daring to be too direct, just laughed it off. Meanwhile, Gao Shishir, watching their playful interaction, clutched at his chest, gasping for air. The ghost doll within her became increasingly restless, sensing Enran's happiness. Back in the infirmary, Lin Ma carefully held the brewed antidote for Enran, gently blowing on it to cool it down before handing it to her. It might be a bit bitter. Just bear with it, he said. Enran, her face still flushed, quietly assured him that she wasn't afraid of a little bitterness. As Enran bravely drank the antidote, Lin Ma felt a sense of relief. His loved one's life was finally safe. He thanked Mu Wanqing profusely for her help. She responded, you're welcome. You're not just my junior anymore, but also my junior apprentice brother. The headmaster has taken you as his last disciple, so you're my junior now. I won't disturb you two any longer. Remember, the master wants to speak with you tonight. Make sure you're there on time. After Mu Wanqing left, the atmosphere in the room shifted as Enran's expression turned serious. According to my research, Zhai Feng might be one of the key figures who led the attack on Seal Demon Nation from Zhou. You must be cautious with 8 Ghosts King Duan Qianquan tonight. With his prestigious status, he likely knows his true identity already. If he was involved in the destruction of Seal Demon, why would he save you and even take you as his disciple? Lin Ma, reflecting on his recent interactions with Zhai Feng, was puzzled and wondered if Zhai Feng had ulterior motives. Leaving Enran's room, Lin Ma received a call from his father. Stinky boy, did you make it out of the ghost domain alive? How did you do? Any surprises for me? Dad, if I hadn't made it out alive, would I be talking to you right now? As for my performance, nothing surprising, just casually broke the provincial record. Impressive, Lin Ma, you've got my youthful flair. Lin Lan couldn't hide his pride. Of course, who else but me, the only university student in our Lin family. Right, Mountain Wind? The mention of Mountain Wind caught Lin Lan off guard, sweat beading on his forehead. Did Lin Ma know about his lineage? What Mountain Wind? Our home is in the mountains. Of course, the wind is strong. Let's not talk about that. Your sister, Lin Qingyu, wants to talk to you. Lin Mo realized his father had skillfully changed the subject and decided to probe further next time. Lin Qingyu, eager to talk, took the phone from Lin Lan. She had missed her brother since he went to university. Brother, you're so amazing, easily breaking Jiang Province's ghost domain trial record. Lil Yu, it's not that I'm too strong, it's just that the opponents are too weak, Lin Ma joked. Lin Qingyu laughed. Brother, you're always so confident. I wish I could be as amazing as you. Once you're well, come study in Jiang Province. With your talent, you'll outshine all the top students. Lin Ma's lighthearted conversation with his sister was a sharp contrast to Lin Lan and Shuang's solemn demeanor as they stepped outside. We have to keep Lin Ma's origins a secret for now. The Black Lotus sect isn't strong enough to declare war on Zhou yet. His focus should be on growing stronger. Just then, a black crow with an urgent letter in its beak flew towards Lin Lan, squawking, "Hurry, hurry, hurry." Lin Lan's expression darkened as he took the envelope. What does the letter say? Shuang asked anxiously. Lin Lan read the message from the little king of hell's spy. The Northern Kingdom and Zhou are about to reach a ceasefire. Once the war stops, Zhou's army will be redeployed internally. Our strategically important areas, like the vast Wave City Ghost Domain, Border Ghost Domain, and South Mountain Ghost Domain, will all be in danger. I need to go to the sect immediately. Take care of things at home. With that, Lin Lan hurriedly left, the situation's gravity hanging in the air. After ending a 2-hour phone call with his sister, Lin Ma went to the Aries Academy training ground to meet Zhai Feng. He greeted his master warmly. Master, did you want to see me for something? Zhai Feng, with a stern tone, began. I heard you broke the provincial record in the trials. Do you feel quite proud of yourself? You managed to handle the perils of the vast Wave City Ghost Domain with ease. Do you think you've reached the level of a strong fighter? Lin Ma, feeling a bit smug, replied, well, I think I did pretty well. I even encountered and defeated evil ghost level ghosts twice, and Sun Deli, a solid 3rd level ghost master, also lost to me. Zhai Feng's response was unexpectedly harsh. I don't know how you managed to defeat the evil ghosts, but if you see defeating Sun Deli as a glory, you're gravely mistaken. Lin Ma, sensing Zhai Feng's unusual harshness, wondered if he had somehow offended his master or if Zhai Feng had sensed his suspicions about his identity. He asked Zhai Feng where he had gone wrong. Zhai Feng answered, your mistake is thinking your journey has been too smooth and constantly comparing yourself to the rejects from the safety bureau. Even someone like Sun Deli is nothing special. To Lin Ma's surprise, Zhai Feng summoned 2 evil ghost level ghosts, Ghost Maid and Ghost Judge. Their immense presence and oppressive aura made Lin Ma tremble. Zhai Feng continued, people from the safety bureau are mere scraps discarded by the army. Even a private under my command could easily crush someone like Sun Deli. You are my disciple, Zhai Feng's disciple. You shouldn't be proud of defeating such trash. You carry a heavy burden, and if you want to improve, you must continually challenge stronger opponents and never be complacent. Zhai Feng was exceptionally stern. Lin Ma, realizing his earlier doubts about Zhai Feng were misplaced, felt ashamed. Zhai Feng wasn't trying to harm him, but was instead knocking him down a peg for becoming too arrogant too quickly. Come, attack me with all your strength. Let's see what level you're really at, Zhai Feng challenged. Master, you must be joking. I know you want to encourage me to grow, but sparring with a legend like the 8 Ghosts King is practically suicide for me. Your own 7th level Ghost Master strength could flick me away with a little finger. Zhai Feng then offered a compromise. How about this? I'll suppress the strength of my contracted ghosts. As he spoke, his spiritual energy moved, and the towering figures of Ghost Judge and Ghost Maid shrank, becoming the size of Lin Ma's chainsaw ghost, reducing to malevolent spirit level strength. And I will also suppress my spiritual energy, putting myself at a 2nd level Ghost Master. Now, it wouldn't be unfair to you, would it? Lin Ma scratched his head and gave a sheepish smile. Master, you're too kind, but now it seems like I'm bullying you with my 4 malevolent spirit ghosts. Zhai Feng chuckled. You think you can look down on me? Let's see about that. Without further ado, Lin Ma leaped back to create distance and summoned his big-breasted ghost and chainsaw ghost. The chainsaw ghost, aggressive and swift, charged at Zhai Feng, while the big-breasted ghost played the Sanskrit sound claims life melody, sending pink sound waves in rapid succession. Zhai Feng, however, remained unfazed. With a light tap of his foot, he and his ghosts leaped back 10 meters, narrowly avoiding the sound waves. Lin Ma was astonished at Zhai Feng's precise movement and timing, perfectly evading his control technique. Nevertheless, Lin Ma persisted, controlling his ghosts to relentlessly pursue Zhai Feng, determined to bring him within their attack range. As the chase continued until the end of the big-breasted ghost's skill duration, Lin Ma and his ghosts were left gasping for breath, yet they hadn't even touched a hair on Zhai Feng. Interesting. I like this challenge. Now, try this. Lin Ma then called forth his ghost martial actor and ghost leading lady, joining forces with the chainsaw ghost in a combined assault. Go on, my minions. Attack with all you've got. Whoever hurts Zhai Feng gets a meaty reward tonight, Lin Ma shouted from the sidelines. Zhai Feng smirked at this approach. Is this how you usually fight? Turning a ghost Ghost Master battle into a chaotic street brawl, the Ghost Maid and Ghost Judge sprang into action. Ghost Maid easily parried the Ghost Martial Actor's strike with her side, while the Chainsaw Ghost seized the opportunity to attack the unprotected Jaifeng. However, with a swift sweep of her side, Ghost Maid sent the Chainsaw Ghost flying. Lin Ma saw an opening and immediately commanded the Ghost Martial Actor to launch a powerful triple slash attack. But just as the blade was about to hit, Ghost Judge swiftly pulled Ghost Maid back, narrowly avoiding the strike. The Chainsaw Ghost, recovering, lunged again towards Jaifeng, but Ghost Judge's quick use of ghost energy sent it crashing into the Ghost Martial Actor, both ghosts tumbling to the ground clumsily. Jaifeng laughed. "I haven't even used my skills yet, and you're already in disarray. Your little tricks are nothing more than that. Now, watch closely and see what a real attack looks like." As soon as the words were spoken, Ghost Maid, wielding a scythe, swiftly charged towards Lin Ma. Lin Ma was instantly shocked and thought, "Damn, she's too fast." Though panicked inside, Lin Ma's actions were not slow. An ancient sword suddenly shot out from his hand, and he cried, "Sword, come forth." Clutching the sword hilt tightly, he twisted his waist and swung the sword in one fluid motion. In the blink of an eye, Ghost Maid quickly ducked, narrowly avoiding Lin Ma's attack. But behind him, Ghost Judge had silently approached. Lin Ma's heart sank, realizing that Ghost Maid's attack was just a diversion, and the real threat was the following attack from Ghost Judge. Blood Realm Illusion. Lin Ma's blood-red eyes rapidly moved, spreading an invisible power towards Ghost Judge. However, Ghost Judge closed his eyes and rendered Lin Ma's illusion ineffective. At that moment, Ghost Judge fiercely flung his judge's pen. The powerful force transformed the pen into a streak of light heading straight for Lin Ma, striking him heavily in the chest. The impact sent him flying and then crashing harshly to the ground. Lin Ma, holding his chest in pain, realized that this strike was clearly restrained by Jaifeng. Otherwise, with Ghost Judge's strength, the judge's pen would have pierced through his chest. Jaifeng looked down at Lin Ma with 10,000 shades of dissatisfaction and thought, "With your current level, even the weakest soldier under my command could easily defeat you." Lin Ma pondered his own weakness. If his identity as Seal Demon grandson was confirmed, he wouldn't be facing the Safety Bureau but a direct military encirclement. With his current strength, he would be easily overpowered. Thinking this, a sharp light flashed in Lin Ma's eyes. He knew he must continuously train to protect his sister and his life. Lin Ma struck again with one sword to eliminate evil. The ancient sword, enveloped with the force of wind and thunder, fiercely slashed down. However, against Ghost Judge's agile movements, the attack was futile, and before Lin Ma could even retract his sword for defense, Ghost Judge struck down with his judge's pen, heavily hitting Lin Ma's sword-wielding hands. The intense pain made Lin Ma cry out miserably, and the ancient sword helplessly fell to the ground. Seeing Lin Ma attack, Chainsaw Ghost and Ghost Martial Actor, fiercely protective of their master, leapt up determined to chop Ghost Judge into 8 pieces. Ghost Judge, hearing the movement, swiftly turned and retreated, elegantly dodging and smoothly avoiding the attack once again. Lin Ma, feeling a mix of emotions, realized that he was too accustomed to easy victories. His two ghosts could hit a stationary target, but against an agile opponent like Ghost Judge with agility level 100, they couldn't even touch a hair. "Since you're so good at dodging, I'll attack from multiple angles and see how you defend." Lin Ma then controlled 4 contracted ghosts, swarming towards Ghost Judge. But under Jaifeng's nimble positioning and precise control, Lin Ma and his ghosts were like dogs being toyed with. After a minute, not only did they fail to inflict any damage, but they were also left exhausted and gasping on the ground. "How embarrassing. If my sister Lin Qingyu knew about this, she'd die laughing." Lin Ma realized his attack methods were too simplistic, either using 2 assistants to throw control skills and then calling 2 warriors to slash once the enemy is caught, or just ganging up with 4 ghosts. Such tactics might work against the Safety Bureau's weaklings and low-level wild ghosts, but against an experienced and flexible ghost master, they were bound to be outclassed. "What should I do?" Jaifeng, looking seriously at Lin Ma, asked. "Didn't you think you were quite powerful? How come you can't even touch the hem of my robe now? I know you have a high contract limit and strong learning talent, but as an excellent ghost master, do you think just leveling up your contracted ghosts is enough? If you neglect the most crucial aspect of coordination, 10 more years of practice will be in vain." And by coordination, I mean not just among contracted ghosts, but also between the ghost master and various ghosts. Positioning, timing of attacks and defenses, and flexible use of offensive and control skills. You need to master all these. But you, my boy, have none of these skills. What are you bragging about? Lin Ma felt utterly humbled by Jaifeng's words and quickly acknowledged his shortcomings, promising to practice diligently to master coordination. Seeing Lin Ma humbly accepting his advice, Jaifeng felt very satisfied, smilingly stroking his goatee and thinking, "This boy indeed has potential." The training continued as Lin Ma arranged his 4 contracted ghosts to stand at 4 different positions, encircling Ghost Judge and Ghost Maid. Lin Ma himself moved flexibly, looking for an opportunity to attack. After a few minutes of standoff, Lin Ma suddenly pushed off the ground with his right foot and leaped high into the air. With his sword held tightly, slashed down forcefully. Ghost Judge, watching Lin Ma in the air, showed a disdainful smile. Such an obvious flaw in his move. Is he asking for defeat? Then, with a light lift of his 2-meter-long legs, he easily kicked Linma out of the air. Unwilling to give up, Linma got up and, together with Chainsaw Ghost, launched a surprise attack on Ghost Maid. Before Linma could even act, Ghost Maid's scythe hooked onto the chainsaw and effortlessly redirected it towards Linma. As the cycle of attacks and failures continued, an hour passed. Linma, covered in wounds, slowly got up from the ground with his sword, shouting again, and plunged back into battle. Nearby, 2 shapely girls were closely watching Linma. Mu Wanqing, with her hand on her chin, was smiling broadly. Watching our junior brother's first beast training up close is really cool and interesting. And Ran, on the other hand, was worried. Is this what you call beast training? It looks more miserable than a circus animal. If this goes on, Linma might fall apart. Mu Wanqing, hearing this, replied, "Oh, compared to the training we siblings went through, this is nothing. Our teacher used to kick us around like footballs." And Ran shuddered at the thought, wondering how brutal it must be to be Zhai Feng's disciple. Back in the training ground, big-breasted Ghost seized the opportunity when Ghost Judge was busy with Chainsaw Ghost. She launched a stealthy attack with a chord of music. However, the keen Ghost Judge sensed it and quickly dodged with a backward leap. As he landed, Linma once again raised his sword for an aerial strike. Ghost Judge, with great agility and confidence, used his just-landed left foot to launch a powerful roundhouse kick, hitting Linma on the left cheek. Linma spat blood from his mouth, his body flying to the side, but he smiled slightly. Ghost Judge's hasty counterattack had left an opening. Ghost Martial Actor and Ghost Leading Lady immediately sprang into action. Ghost Leading Lady began chanting a strong control skill, Ghost Play, instantly immobilizing Ghost Judge. Ghost Martial Actor leaped high, his large sword aiming straight for Ghost Judge's neck. "Not bad, there's some improvement, but you're still too inexperienced. Didn't you know I have interrupt skills?" He quickly pointed his judge's pen at Ghost Leading Lady, and a burst of red ghost energy instantly disrupted her chant. Linma, frustrated, climbed up from the ground, muttering, "Damn it." After all that planning, still foiled at the last moment. Mu Wanqing, watching the training, commented, "Junior brother is improving fast. In just under 2 hours, he's already got his contracted ghosts working together. It took me half a month to reach this level." Suddenly, a strong wave of dark energy approached, followed by a thunderous noise, as if an army was charging towards the training field. Leading the charge, a red-dressed female ghost yelled, "Who's this old man bullying my husband? Do you think my graveyard zone has no ghosts? Attack! Tear him to pieces for my drink." Bad news. A wild ghost group is attacking, Mu Wanqing said in a panic, preparing to summon her contracted ghosts. And Ran interrupted her. "Wait, look, they're not attacking Linma, but focusing on the principal. Seems like they're targeting the teacher. If that's the case, it's fine. He can handle it, as long as junior brother isn't attacked." Relieved, Mu Wanqing watched as red-dressed female ghost and butcher ghost approached Zhai Feng, their hands gathering intense ghost energy, preparing for a major attack. Zhai Feng calmly faced the 2 ghosts. "You might be mistaken. We don't know each other. Why attack me?" Red-dressed female ghost was about to strike when Linma grabbed her dress, saying, "Hey, stop. He's my teacher." Suddenly, perhaps due to Linma's excessive force or the poor quality of the dress, the already scantily clad red-dressed female ghost was left exposed. "My husband, you're too hasty. In such a public place, I might get shy," she teased. And Ran, witnessing this, was furious. What is Linma doing being so intimate with a female ghost? Meanwhile, Linma heard a system prompt congratulating him on earning emotional collapse points, leaving him confused. "What's going on? I didn't do anything. How did I get these points?" The red-dressed female ghost smiled, blew a kiss to Linma, and said, "Husband, I know you're worried, but let me teach this bully a lesson first. We can return to the ancient mansion for fun later." "That's not what I meant. Call off your minions. That old man is my teacher. We're in the middle of combat training." Linma tried to clarify. "Okay, as my husband wishes. Hold your attacks. My husband says the old man is his master. That's family," the red-dressed female ghost commanded. The green corpse ghost and butcher ghost, ready to strike, looked back at her and, upon receiving her nod, disappointingly sheathed their weapons. Surrounded by ghosts in a bizarre situation, Zhai Feng was quite frustrated. "What the hell is going on? Kid, explain this to me." As Zhai Feng finished speaking, the red-dressed female ghost next to him roared again, "Old man, try being harsh to my husband and see what happens." Linma quickly intervened and reassured Zhai Feng that these ghosts were friends who had misunderstood the situation, thinking Linma was being bullied, and had come to help. "Hubby, you don't need to explain so much to him. If you're unhappy here, come back to the ancient mansion with me for some fun." Linma, feeling uncomfortable as the ghost moved closer, hastily excused himself, citing urgent matters, and asked her to leave first. The infatuated red-dressed female ghost, very obedient to Linma, left with the other ghosts, though her longing gaze made Linma somewhat uneasy. Zhai Feng's stern voice came from behind Linma. "You're quite the charmer, attracting even female ghosts. Don't mess around too much and harm yourself. Focus on your training. You seem pretty relaxed. Let's add another ghost for you to spar with." Shield Ghost. The next moment, a huge shield descended from the sky, smashing the ground and nearly hitting Linma, who couldn't help but complain, "Are you trying to kill me here?" No sooner had Linma spoke and then Shield Ghost turned around and punched him, sending him flying 10 meters away. Lin Ma defended with his arms, but the pain made it clear that Jai Feng was not going easy on him. By midnight, Lin Ma was exhausted, lying powerlessly on the ground, gasping for air. Not bad today, we'll continue tomorrow, Jai Feng said, leaving the training ground, and quickly ran over to Lin Ma, her heart aching as she wiped him down with a handkerchief. You did well, Mu Wanqing said with a smile. Besides our eldest brother, you're the quickest learner I've seen. Eldest brother? He must be quite something, Lin Ma replied. Definitely, he's now being pursued by 7 countries. Impressive, right? Lin Ma was taken aback. What did he do to have 7 countries after him? And what about our other brothers? Mu Wanqing looked calmly at Lin Ma and said, your second senior brother is an East Sea pirate. Third senior sister is a northern cult leader. Fourth senior sister rules a half-ghost demonic stronghold. Fifth and sixth senior brothers are the biggest smuggling lords in the southwest. Seventh senior sister is a renowned warlord in the north. And eighth senior brother is the top assassin of the Cold Wind Pavilion. Lin Ma was stunned, realizing that Jai Feng had indeed trained an extraordinary group of disciples. You don't need to be afraid, Mu Wanqing reassured. Although they often oppose our master, they are quite amiable towards us fellow disciples. Lin Ma chuckled nervously. Amiable? Somehow, I find that hard to believe. Don't overthink it, Mu Wanqing advised. Now, it's just the 2 of us with the master, so we must be obedient and not defy him. Lin Ma nodded slightly, understanding the implication in her words, and Ran, however, interjected coldly. Lin Ma, don't you think you owe me an explanation about that female ghost earlier? Lin Ma's heart skipped a beat, and he hastily put on a smile. Oh, that ghost. She's been following me since I entered the vine-covered ancient mansion to activate the sword ghost. I fainted, and when I woke up, she was there, clinging to me. I have no idea why. Don't insult my intelligence. Tell me honestly, what happened after you fainted? And Ran demanded. Lin Ma continued to feign ignorance. I was unconscious, so naturally, I don't know anything. Mu Wanqing gently tapped Ran's shoulder, her face gleaming with amusement. Since you don't know what happened when you fainted, you must clearly remember what happened when you woke up, right, junior brother? Lin Ma, feeling trapped, began to sweat profusely. Speaking out could infuriate Ran further, potentially leading to violent consequences. He clumsily tried to deflect. Well, you know, it's not like I can't tell, but it's just that kind of thing, you know, the usual stuff. His rambling left the 2 girls utterly confused. Finally, Lin Ma excused himself and swiftly headed to his dorm, leaving a baffled Ran asking Mu Wanqing, senior sister, did you understand anything he said? Mu Wanqing shook her head. He talked a lot and seemed to make sense on the surface, but on closer examination, it was all nonsense. And Ran, realizing she had been sidetracked by Lin Ma, quickly snapped back to her original intent and angrily shouted in the direction Lin Ma had left. Lin Ma, come back and explain clearly. Lin Ma, already far away, turned back with a grin, pretending to misunderstand her. What did you say? Breakfast tomorrow? Of course, you should eat breakfast on an empty stomach for recovery. It's not breakfast if you're not hungry. And Ran, puzzled by his nonsensical logic, temporarily forgot her original question, wondering why eating on an empty stomach wouldn't be considered breakfast. Mu Wanqing, witnessing this, couldn't help but smile awkwardly at Lin Ma's talent for evasive answers, his quick wit. Half an hour later, Lin Ma finally arrived at his dormitory. As he opened the door, he was greeted by Black Little Fat, eagerly waiting for him. Why are you still up at this late hour? What's going on? Lin Ma brother, don't forget the exclusive teacher resources you promised me before entering the Ghost Domain trial. We're safe now, so it's time to deliver, right? Black Little Fat reminded him eagerly. Lin Ma, slightly exasperated but amused, conceded and sent the resources. Black Little Fat, with a stack of tissues ready, excitedly opened the folder, anticipating something entirely different. To his shock and dismay, the resources turned out to be actual web lectures from a teacher. Completely taken aback, he was momentarily petrified. Calm down, I sent you exactly what I said I would. It's genuinely a collection of teachers' lectures, Lin Ma responded, trying to defuse the situation. Enraged and disappointed, Black Little Fat couldn't contain his emotions and smashed his phone on the ground. This sudden outburst woke up Achio, who was sleeping soundly. Startled, Achio grabbed a nearby razor, ready for an attack. Seeing Black Little Fat on the ground, wailing and calling Lin Ma a liar, Achio sighed, unable to understand the overreaction to a video. Meanwhile, Lin Ma, in the bathroom, felt his account flooding with emotional collapse points and couldn't help but smile slyly at the chaos he'd inadvertently caused. The next day, Lin Ma went to the rooftop alone to upgrade his contracted ghosts. After dividing the spoils from the vast wave ghost domain, he had amassed a large number of ghost beads. In a frenzy of feeding, Chainsaw Ghost's level skyrocketed, advancing from a mid-level malevolent spirit to a low-level evil spirit. Feeling its newfound strength, the usually docile Chainsaw Ghost let out an excited howl, causing the windows of the entire building to tremble. A blonde-haired individual below shouted angrily, "What the hell is with this ghostly howling in the middle of the day? Can't you let people sleep?" Lin Ma apologized, explaining that he had just promised Chainsaw Ghost an extra meal, and it got a bit overexcited. The blonde-haired person, upon seeing Chainsaw Ghost's towering figure, quickly retreated into the dormitory, saying saying it was no trouble at all. Lin Ma, seeing this reaction, smiled to himself, knowing that strength indeed commands respect. He gently patted Chainsaw Ghost on the shoulder to calm it down, reminding it that there was still a long journey ahead. Lin Ma used the massive points he acquired from Black Little Fat to unlock Chainsaw Ghost's third skill, Violent Dismemberment. This passive ability allows Chainsaw Ghost to continuously weaken an enemy's armor by up 30% during attacks. This was timely, especially against ghosts with high defenses like the Frozen to Death Ghost. The system then notified Lin Ma that Chainsaw Ghost's loyalty had reached 99%, making it a permanent contracted ghost. Chainsaw Ghost was utterly satisfied with its daily meat and the exponential growth in power under Lin Ma's care. Next, Lin Ma focused on strengthening Sword Ghost, which had once been at Ghost King level. After devouring high-level ghost beads, Sword Ghost also advanced to a low-level evil spirit. Lin Ma's arm, which wielded the sword, underwent a transformation, its skin cracking and taking on a terrifying appearance. He anticipated that once Sword Ghost reached Ghost King level, his arms would once again bear the ghostly skeletal hands with flickering ghost fires. Lin Ma then unlocked Sword Ghost's third skill, One Sword Journey. Intrigued by the powerful name, he examined its effects. The wielder leaves a ghost shadow in place while the body and sword dash forward at double speed, enjoying 95% damage immunity during the skill's duration. Then returning to the ghost shadow's location, Lin Ma was impressed by the skill's explosive potential for stealth attacks and dodging fatal blows. Although it consumed a significant amount of spiritual energy, he decided to reserve it as a trump card. After upgrading 2 ghosts, Lin Ma's stockpile of ghost beads had nearly depleted, so he decided to pause further enhancements. As evening approached, Lin Ma returned to the training ground for another intense session with Jai Feng. "Kid, you don't have much time left," Jai Feng warned sternly. "You need to push harder, or you'll be in grave danger." Confused, Lin Ma looked at Jai Feng's serious expression. "What's going on? Did I offend someone powerful again?" Jai Feng, seeing Lin Ma's puzzled face, shook his head and lit a cigarette. "The Zhou Kingdom has reached a ceasefire agreement with the North. Soon, the Safety Bureau will be taken over by the military, who are 10 times more capable than the Safety Bureau. Your identity is likely to be exposed soon." With a frown, Jai Feng took a deep drag. "It's not just about whether you can stand up to the military. The most basic thing is that you need to have the ability to protect yourself. That's why this period is critical. Master, please intensify my training. Let's start with 4 contracted ghosts today, and don't hold back on their levels. After all, the military won't go easy on me," Lin Ma requested. Jai Feng smiled at Lin Ma's determination. "If you're willing to endure hardship, fate will reward you." He then summoned several ghosts to his side with a swift motion of his hand. Lin Ma, prepared and determined, charged at Jai Feng with his ghost sword and 4 contracted ghosts. Thanks to the previous day's training, Lin Ma's attack efficiency had greatly improved. The upgraded Chainsaw Ghost engaged fiercely with Ghost Judge, while Big-Breasted Ghost used her ranged attacks and control skills to kite effectively. Ghost Martial Actor and Ghost Leading Lady, though not as high level, demonstrated remarkable synergy from centuries of partnership. Lin Ma, with his ghost sword, weaved through the battlefield, seizing opportunities for surprise attacks and rescues. The battle progressed with well-coordinated skill combinations and smooth transitions between offense and defense. Watching Lin Ma's rapidly improving skills, Jai Feng was very pleased. However, to prevent Lin Ma from becoming complacent, he continued to point out flaws and areas for improvement. Jai Feng quickly commanded the ghost to launch an attack. An arrow filled with ghost energy shot through the air towards Lin Ma. Simultaneously, Ghost Judge and Shield Ghost, under Jai Feng's control, broke away from their opponents and flanked Lin Ma from both sides. In such a situation, retreating would be suicidal, as no ordinary person could outrun an arrow. Lin Ma quickly calculated his options and decided to face the challenge head-on. Accelerating forward, he charged directly towards the incoming arrow. Just as the arrow was about to hit him, Lin Ma activated Sword Ghost's third skill, One Sword Journey. With the high-speed boost of the skill, Lin Ma's body rapidly moved aside, and with a powerful swing of his ancient sword, he split the deadly arrow in 2. Jai Feng was astounded by Lin Ma's maneuver. This kid is something else. In less than half a month, he's managed to activate all 3 skills of the Sword Ghost. His talent might have already surpassed that of his eldest senior brother. Taking advantage of the effects of One Sword Journey, Lin Ma swiftly approached Jai Feng, planning to capture the leader to defeat the enemy. He activated Blood Curse, his right blood red eye rapidly rotating as invisible force poured out. Lin Ma then increased his speed even more, becoming a blur as he charged directly at Jai Feng. However, Jai Feng, as the legendary 8 Ghosts King with abundant combat experience, was not easily caught off guard. Just before Lin Ma activated Blood Curse, Jai Feng had already summoned the Blood Knight Ghost. The ghost embraced Jai Feng and activated its skill Instant Splendor, an extreme teleportation ability, instantly moving Jai Feng backwards, rendering Lin Ma's Blood Curse and sword attack ineffective. Although Lin Ma didn't manage to hit Jai Feng, forcing him to summon another contracted ghost was a significant achievement. Suddenly, Shield Ghost appeared behind Lin Ma, smashing its shield towards him. Lin Ma instantly returned to his Ghost Shadow's position position, narrowly evading Shield Ghost's surprise attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 arrows from the Soul Arrow Ghost tore through the air, seemingly anticipating Lin Ma's return to his original position. It appeared to be a premeditated move by Zhai Feng, but Lin Ma was one step ahead. Chainsaw Ghost positioned itself in front of Lin Ma at the same time, using its large chainsaw to deflect all 3 arrows. The battle was far from over. Lin Ma quickly regrouped and directed his contracted ghosts to launch another attack. Zhai Feng, your disciple is quite extraordinary. He deliberately exposed a flaw to bait your attack, and now he's already set up a contingency to counter your ambush, Blood Knight Ghost remarked. After listening to Blood Knight Ghost's words, Zhai Feng fell into silence. As for the limit of the contract, he is no less than you, the 8 Ghosts King. In terms of skill activation speed, he definitely surpasses your most prized disciple. In terms of ferocity and ruthlessness, he's not inferior to your 8th disciple. And in cunning, he's even better than your 2nd disciple. Zhai Feng, you really have a knack for taking disciples. You've taken another exceptional one. Only that girl Mu Wanqing seems somewhat normal. Good disciple, are you implying I'm not? Zhai Feng chuckled to himself. Truth be told, this kid is indeed a once-in-a-century talent, but combat experience isn't something you're born with. He still needs to train more. Blood Knight Ghost, seeing the potential in Lin Ma, decided to join the fray, teleporting behind Lin Ma with its skill instant splendor. Lin Ma sensed its approach and quickly retreated. Quick reflexes. Kid, can you handle more? I might join in for some practice. Blood Knight Ghost taunted. Lin Ma, facing Blood Knight Ghost with a determined look, responded confidently. This intensity is just a breeze for me. Don't hold back. Blood Knight Ghost, amused by Lin Ma's bravado, launched into action, kicking Lin Ma into the air. While Lin Ma was airborne, Blood Knight Ghost unleashed a powerful attack, conjuring thousands of blood-red blades. Under Blood Knight Ghost's control, thousands of blades precisely targeted the defenseless Lin Ma. Then, they swiftly launched an assault towards him. Lin Ma, suspended in the air, became a living target, helplessly subjected to the relentless slicing of the blood blades. Zhai Feng had moderated the force, or else Lin Ma would have been severely injured. As Lin Ma fell heavily, Big-Breasted Ghost, protective of her master, used a skill to immobilize Ghost Maid and rushed to catch Lin Ma. Bruised and battered, Lin Ma analyzed his shortcomings, realizing his command over the contracted ghosts needed improvement. Training continues. Lin Ma shouted to Zhai Feng. Under such intense training, Lin Ma's abilities were rapidly improving. Exhausted, he eventually collapsed on a grave mound late into the night. Zhai Feng approached, smoking a cigarette beside the mound. You did well today, he commended. Lin Ma, looking up at Zhai Feng with expectation, asked, Master, can I now take on your soldiers? Zhai Feng smiled. You're already formidable, Lin Ma. 3 to 5 soldiers wouldn't stand a chance against you. He then took another drag of his cigarette, coughing in the chilly night air. Master, you're not getting any younger, and smoking too much isn't good for your health. You should cut down, Lin Ma advised with concern. Although Zhai Feng appeared formidable in battle, once he sat down, his exhaustion as an old man became evident. With a wry smile, Zhai Feng listened to Lin Ma's words, and then shook his head. I'm indeed old now. This is my only remaining concern. Seeing Zhai Feng's kind eyes and recalling his sincere guidance over the past few days, Lin Ma found it hard to associate him with the cold-blooded war general who had once led the army into Seal Demon Country, leaving a trail of destruction and plunder. I heard you were the commander of the army back then. Is that true? Zhai Feng's expression froze momentarily upon hearing this. So, it has finally come up. Zhai Feng mused silently, his mind drifting back to those days. The burning cigarette end abruptly pulled him back from his memories. Yes, I know what you want to ask. I'll tell you everything today. Back then, I was the deputy commander. After that battle, I was promoted to commander. In a soft voice, Lin Ma inquired, the progression of the world and conflicts between nations are inevitable. But did you really engage in burning, killing, and looting? After a moment of silence, Zhai Feng admitted, indeed, we did. And the orders were given by the commander of the Allied forces, my senior fellow disciple. Lin Ma felt immense sorrow. He couldn't bear to imagine what his people had endured. A fire of revenge burned in his eyes. Zhai Feng, noticing the turmoil in Lin Ma, quickly advised him against acting rashly. He was still too weak, Zhai Feng cautioned, and only when he attained the strength of a 7th-level ghost master would he stand a chance at revenge. Lin Ma knew Zhai Feng spoke the truth, so he forcibly calmed his agitated mind. His desire to increase his strength grew even stronger. With a slight bow of his head, Zhai Feng said, Kid, this battle is also an eternal knot in my heart. I'm often awakened by nightmares. How I wish I had never participated in that war. Seal Demon Country was a peace-loving nation, situated in a southwest valley with a pleasant climate and fertile land, coveted by Zhou country. To justify their invasion, they spread rumors that Seal Demon was colluding with evil spirits from beyond and about to open the southwest barrier, allowing numerous evil spirits to enter. These allegations caused widespread dissatisfaction and opposition. Seizing the opportunity, the Zhou country proposed helping Seal Demon under the guise of protection. Zhai Feng, believing these lies, led his troops to join the Allied forces. Only later did he realize it was all a cunning plot by the Zhou country. Far from colluding with evil spirits, Seal Demon had actually sent many high-ranking ghost masters masters to reinforce the barrier against the evil spirit's invasion. Lin Ma, with a soul-searching question, asked, knowing the truth, why did you continue to slaughter the innocent citizens and burn their homes? There was no choice, Zhai Feng explained. In that war, the Zhou country used others as cannon fodder while preserving their own strength. By the time everyone realized the truth, it was too late to stop their atrocities. However, their actions sparked public outrage, and under intense criticism, they refrained from completely annihilating Seal Demon. Still, the over 100,000 survivors didn't have an easy life. They were relocated to the outskirts of various cities, where resources were scarce. Moreover, when the waves of ghosts attacked, it was the people of Seal Demon who bore the brunt. This is just using the people as a human shield, Lin Ma said angrily, punching the ground, his eyes blazing red. My people are suffering like this, and as the grandson of Seal Demon's ruler, I'm powerless to help them. You must be aware of your own identity, so you are bound to learn about this sooner or later. Since you've asked today, I'll tell you everything. If you want to take revenge on me, go ahead. I won't blame you. Weren't you unwilling to be part of that corruption and left the army to start a school in this remote place? You've saved me multiple times and even took me as your disciple. Is this your way of atoning for your past sins? Sigh. You could say that. What else could I do? You never approved of that war from the beginning, so it's not entirely your fault. The blame lies with certain people in that Zhou country. They are the real culprits. I will make them pay for their crimes in blood, Lin Ma said determinedly, leaping off a grave mound. Master, let's continue our beast training as usual tomorrow, Lin Ma said, rubbing his sore arm, and turned to walk towards the dormitory. Watching Lin Ma's retreating figure, Zhai Feng murmured, this kid has a clear sense of right and wrong and a strong sense of responsibility. It seems the people of Seal Demon might still have hope. Several days later, due to the successful signing of the ceasefire agreement, the military of Zhou country had fully returned to their defensive positions, stationed in various provinces. The Safety Bureau's operations were completely taken over by the military, which immediately began clearing up ghost domains in the provinces. Places like the Vast Wave Ghost Domain, a central gathering spot for groups of ghosts, naturally became a key focus for the military. For the stray spirits and wild ghosts in the surrounding areas, the military outsourced these as paid tasks to various schools. At this point, Zhai Feng, standing on the podium, had been discussing the benefits of these tasks for half a day, but the students below were completely silent. Watching Zhai Feng, who was spitting words excitedly, a young man couldn't help but raise his hand. Zhai Feng's eyes lit up. My student, would you like to take on a task? We're not interested in your lousy task. You've been dragging on for half an hour. Can you let us leave the class now? Zhai Feng, frustrated, said, did you even understand what I said? It's just about cleaning up some wild ghosts in the suburbs. Not only can you get ghost pearls, but you can also appear on TV and receive commendations. Lin Ma, sitting in his seat, looked at Achio next to him, who nodded in understanding. It's better that these fools don't take it. We'll monopolize this lucrative deal in our dormitory. Then Lin Ma raised his right hand high, indicating his desire to apply for the task. It's my own apprentice who gives face. Otherwise, how awkward this scene would have been, thought Zhai Feng, who immediately announced, after intense competition, this task is awarded to Lin Ma and Achio, and hurriedly ended the class. After having dinner, Lin Ma and Achio received the task booklet, but frowned upon seeing the allocation of resources. President, the tasks we are responsible for are too trashy. They're just the lowest level of fierce ghosts, incomparable to those at Snow Phoenix Academy. Our school is just a college. It's good enough to have tasks. You guys are still being picky. Besides, if you think their tasks are better, you can join in the fun. After all, rules are dead, but people are alive. Lin Ma realized there was a deeper meaning to these words and quickly asked Zhai Feng, President, are you suggesting we can snatch tasks? Snatch what? Did I say that? Interpret the meaning yourself, Zhai Feng said, blinking at Lin Ma. Lin Ma immediately understood, and after exchanging a look with Achio, who nodded and smiled, they fist bumped in silent agreement. Since this operation would involve competing with other schools, Lin Ma thought of finding allies and remembered Enran, a girl full of cunning ideas and strong in her own right. Upon arriving at the library, Lin Ma looked around and spotted Enran engrossed in a book, sunlight casting a delicate shadow on her face, drawing the covert gazes of passing boys. Do you love hanging out in the library so much? I didn't expect you to be such a studious student. Lin Ma walked over and sat down next to Enran. The books here are free. I'm reading as much as I can while it's still free. Once we're out, there's no chance to read like this. Go out, but the Safety Bureau is still after you. Isn't it dangerous to just go out? Lin Ma knew very well that although Zhai Feng and Mu Wanqing were kind to Enran, her strong heart, forged from a life of constant upheaval, would never enjoy living under someone else's roof. Seeing Lin Ma hesitant to speak, Enran stretched lazily, revealing her figure effortlessly. You don't need to worry about me. I know exactly how the Safety Bureau operates, and they definitely won't catch me. Besides, I have important business this time. I'm planning a big heist, she said, leaning closer to Lin Ma, her fragrance making him blush instantly. Wu Kun found out that the Safety Bureau is transporting some materials to Coastal City in the next few days. I plan to hijack it. Lin Ma was stunned, and Ran was indeed a tough character, daring to rob the Safety Bureau. Compared to her, his own own endeavors seemed trivial. Seeing Lin Ma's shocked expression, Enran mentioned that this was what Gao Longshan owed her, and she had to get her debts back. When I strike it rich, I'll share some with you, she said. It seemed inviting her to catch ghosts was out of the question. She was playing on a much larger scale. Can you three handle it? Wu Kun is almost useless, and the driver's ghost has no combat ability. It's almost all on you, isn't it? Maybe I should also. Before Lin Ma could finish, Enran placed her finger on his lips. Don't. I can't let you go to the safety bureau. They're just looking for a reason to catch you. If you go, you'll be walking right into their trap. And don't worry about me. I'm not as weak as you think. Look, I've been studying formations, and I've already mastered the basics. I can create simple formations, and once I learn more advanced ones, you might not even be my match. These formations, even university students struggle with them under teachers' guidance. Are you sure you can learn just by reading books? What others find difficult doesn't mean I will. I'm a genius, but these formation books are so expensive, costing tens of thousands each, so I can only come here to the library for free access. That's an easy problem to solve. I'm a student at Aries Academy. Consider the books as borrowed by me. You can just take them and read. Ah, right. Why didn't I think of that? And Rand burst into hearty laughter. After the incident with the exclusive teacher resource, Black Little Fat firmly refused to go, but the school beauty senior agreed to join them. Having set a meeting point, Lin Ma and Achio set off early. However, halfway through their journey, a torrential downpour drenched them completely. Spotting a house ahead, Lin Ma used his blood pupil's long-range vision to spot a dark mansion in the rain. Looks like that's Gathering Pavilion, Achio said, his expression turning unnatural after a closer look. I've seen it before while wandering with my father. It's a place for storing the dead. Lin Ma laughed. Who cares? Staying there is better than getting soaked. If any foolish ghost dares to provoke us, we'll just treat it as a chance to collect ghost pearls. They headed straight for the building. Dark energy is strong in here. You sure we should stay? Achio asked as Lin Ma pushed open the wooden door. Inside, a large offering character hung in the hall, with candles casting an eerie red light. The room was lined with bodies wrapped in straw mats, creating an indescribable eeriness. You've disturbed my guests. A hoarse voice came from behind them, making Lin Ma and Achio's skin crawl. Turning around, they saw an old woman with a walking stick slowly entering the hall. These are my customers. You've rudely intruded. I know what you want, but this place is for the dead, not the living. So, leave immediately. Seeing the old woman's angry face, Lin Ma quickly agreed to leave. Wait, are you the descendant of the barber? The old woman suddenly asked Achio. Yes, ma'am. Is there something you need? Achio asked, turning around curiously. The old woman's face brightened with a smile. She said she'd let them stay overnight if Achio agreed to shave the heads of her guests. What? Shaving the heads of the dead? Achio was bewildered. He had been shaving for years, but had never encountered such a request. Lin Ma urged him to agree, as getting soaked in the rain was unpleasant. Looking at the dark, cloudy sky, Achio agreed to the old woman's request. Why do I need to shave the heads of the dead? Achio muttered while working with his razor. That's none of your concern. Just get on with it. The whole house full of guests is waiting, the old woman replied. Feeling the foul stench emanating from the corpses, Achio was internally complaining. If it weren't for this damn downpour, I wouldn't be doing this disgusting job. Suddenly, with a ripping sound, Achio accidentally tore the scalp of a corpse. Unsure how to proceed, he turned to seek Lin Ma's help, but Lin Ma was busy chatting with Mu Wanqing on his phone, even sharing photos of Achio shaving the corpses, causing Mu Wanqing to freak out as she was eating barbecue and subsequently receiving a hefty 100 emotional collapse points. Just as Achio was about to shave the next corpse, he realized it was already bald. Do I still need to shave this one? He asked the old woman. Absolutely. My intention for having you shave heads is to remove the corpse hair from the top of our guests' heads. It must be completely clean, the old woman insisted. Achio sighed in resignation. Be thorough with your work, young man. Every guest must be taken care of, the old woman said as she slowly walked to the back of the house. Achio, don't be too honest. Just deal with a few and call it done. They're all bald anyway. No one will notice, Lin Ma suggested. Suddenly, a knocking sound echoed through the empty gathering pavilion. Most of the coffins began to shake. What the hell is going on? Don't tell me the corpses are coming back to life, Lin Ma exclaimed loudly. Achio remained silent, his face stern. He noticed that the shaking coffins were the ones he had just shaved. As the shaking intensified, coffin lids were flung open one after another, and rotten bodies stood up, their hollow eyes glowing green. The well-informed blood-pupiled ghost explained. They must be zombies controlled by a corpse-raising ghost. Corpse-raising ghosts are a rare type of ghost. Corpse-raising ghost is also a kind of rare ghost. He nurtures a wisp of ghost energy in a corpse. The corpse in which he resides will grow 49 corpse hairs on its head. When all the hairs naturally fall off or are cut by a razor imbued with bright energy, the corpse-raising ghost can control them. Lin Ma's eyes lit up. This is an exciting prospect. If we could contract a corpse-raising ghost, it would be like having an army of zombies. Blood pupil. Could the old woman be the corpse-raising ghost? But I didn't sense any ghost energy from her. Lin Ma wondered aloud. She's just an ordinary person. Corpse-raising ghosts usually operate from behind the scenes. This old lady must be under its control. So, the corpse-raising ghost is likely nearby. Lin Ma activated the penetrating ability of his blood pupil to search for the corpse-raising ghost's trace inside the pavilion. He spotted two blurry figures in the backyard. One was floating in the air, and the old woman was nodding and bowing in front of it, seemingly in conversation. Without hesitation, Lin-Ma dashed towards the backyard and kicked open the tightly shut yard door. "Why are you in the backyard? Do you still want to stay overnight?" The old woman scolded Lin-Ma and his companion upon their intrusion. "Corpse-raising ghost, stop hiding. I saw you. Come out." Lin-Ma called out, but receiving no response, he summoned the chainsaw ghost and ghost martial actor. "You won't show yourself, huh? Then I'll chop up all the corpses you've raised." Chainsaw ghost, upon receiving the order, revved up its chainsaw and swiftly sliced the freshly shaved zombies into pieces, while ghost martial actor started working on the unopened coffins. The old woman's face turned pale with fear. "You've destroyed his treasures. He's definitely going to trouble you. Let him come. I'm waiting for him," Lin-Ma confidently declared. As he finished speaking, a series of blood-red talismans appeared on the ground of the backyard. With a slight tremor, dry ghost hands broke through the soil, and the emerging zombies let out a howl as they charged towards Lin-Ma and his companions. "We're in big trouble now. This ghost thing is going berserk," the old woman cried in fear. "This guy has a lot of stock. He usually keeps the raised corpses in a corpse bag and releases them at crucial moments to attack." The zombies, with their eyes glowing green, swarmed towards Lin-Ma. Despite their large numbers and being only at the level of fierce ghosts, Lin-Ma didn't see them as a threat and chopped them in two with his sword. "Be careful. Their blood contains corpse poison." Blood-pupiled ghost shouted a warning. "Corpse poison?" Lin-Ma immediately dodged to avoid the spurting green bodily fluid. "Yes. Although the zombies are weak in combat, their nails, teeth, and blood are poisonous. You absolutely can't come into contact with them. This is going to be tricky. There are so many zombies. Although we can hold on for a while, as our physical strength declines and reactions slow down, there's a high chance of getting poisoned. To effectively deal with the horde of zombies, Lin-Ma knew they had to find the corpse-raising ghost quickly. He kicked away a zombie lunging at him and shouted, "That guy must be hiding somewhere well concealed. I'll climb up high to see if I can spot him." Achio leaped up onto the surrounding wall, but was stunned by what he saw. The area outside was swarming with zombies, completely surrounding the pavilion, making it impossible to search for the target. "If we can't find him, we'll have to force him out," Lin-Ma decided and grabbed the old woman, demanding, "Tell us where the corpse-raising ghost is, or we'll all be torn apart by these zombies." "I really don't know. That evil ghost took my grandson and made me shelter corpses here in Gathering Pavilion. He's always been very secretive, quickly leaving after nurturing the corpses," the old woman replied, adding to Lin-Ma's frustration. Pushing her aside, Lin-Ma looked at the advancing zombies, sensing something was off. Then it hit him. The corpse-raising ghost started its counterattack when the ghost martial actor began destroying the coffins. He highly valued those nearly nurtured corpses. This could be the key to their current dilemma. Lin-Ma turned to the old woman. "Quick, tell me where the corpse-raising ghost is storing the unfinished corpses," he demanded, pointing his sword at her neck. "My grandson is still in that ghost's clutches. If I tell you, he'll surely be killed." She hesitated. "How can you be so naive to believe that ghost's lies? Tell me the location, and we might even be able to save your grandson," Lin-Ma urged. Feeling the chill from Lin-Ma's ancient sword and thinking of her grandson's uncertain fate, the old woman finally made a decision. "In the basement next door, there are hundreds of bodies. None of them have had their corpse hair shaved yet. They're all his treasures." Hearing this, Lin-Ma immediately headed towards the basement, but the zombies blocking the way were too numerous, preventing him from moving forward. "I'll clear a path with Shadow Ghost. Just focus on moving forward," Achio said, releasing the scythe-wielding Shadow Ghost from his left arm. The ghost lunged at the zombies in front of Lin-Ma. "Then I'll leave this to you. Be careful not to get infected by the corpse poison," Lin-Ma said, then dashed towards the basement without looking back. Meanwhile, Achio tightly gripped his razor, working in tandem with Shadow Ghost to repel the oncoming zombies. As Lin-Ma pulled open the door to the basement, he was immediately hit by a strong, foul stench. The room was filled with corpses, confirming the old woman's words. Holding his nose, Lin-Ma asked, "Blood pupil, these unfinished corpses don't have poison, right? They haven't transformed into zombies yet. You can cut them down without worry." With a relieved nod, Lin-Ma started swinging his ancient sword, unleashing swift and powerful sword energies that sliced the corpses into pieces. The emotional collapse system in his mind beeped, indicating that the corpse-raising ghost's emotional collapse had reached 20%, with 79% more needed to directly sign a contract. Laughing, Lin-Ma thought, "Let's see how long this corpse-raising ghost can hold out." Although the corpses didn't fight back, their sheer number was overwhelming. After chopping through them like slicing vegetables, Lin-Ma was sweating profusely. The basement had 3 levels, and the exhausting task continued. The system indicated the corpse-raising ghost's emotional collapse had reached 80%, only 19% away from a direct contract. Excited, Lin-Ma thought, "Just a little more and I can contract it." Meanwhile, in a cave not far from Gathering Pavilion, the corpse-raising ghost, feeling its ghost energy dissipating from the corpses, was frantic. "Who the hell is doing this? My years of carefully nurtured top-quality goods are being destroyed in an instant." In a fit of rage, the ghost grabbed a nearby nearby boy. Damned old woman, betraying me like this? Seems like you don't care about your grandson's life. Don't blame me for being ruthless. Blame your cold-blooded grandmother for not keeping my secret. Just as the corpse-raising ghost was about to tighten its grip, the clear voice of Lin Ma's emotional collapse system rang out. Mr. Corpse-raising ghost, congratulations on joining the lucky quiz event. Answer correctly, and you'll have the chance to become Lin Ma's contracted ghost. Go fuck yourself. Can't you see I'm furious? The corpse-raising ghost yelled angrily. Oh, impressive. You're quick to respond. Contract signing in progress. As the emotional collapse system took effect, the corpse-raising ghost's body gradually became transparent. Feeling the change, it was completely bewildered. What the hell is happening? In the next instant, the young boy in the corpse-raising ghost's hands clattered to the ground as the ghost itself transformed into a stream of brown light, shooting straight towards the gathering pavilion. This is just outrageous. I didn't even get to see the person, and I'm already contracted, it complained. As the brown light merged into Lin Ma's left arm, a red corpse character slowly appeared on his skin. Meanwhile, the battle on the ground changed. The zombies rushing towards Achio suddenly slowed down and then stopped in front of him, looking bewildered. Achio breathed a sigh of relief, realizing Lin Ma must have succeeded. Lin Ma, still in the basement and looking at the dense array of contract marks on his arm, felt triumphant. I've caught a group fighter this time. Next time someone wants to outnumber me, I'll teach them a lesson. Summoning the corpse-raising ghost, Lin Ma saw a figure in a Taoist robe and a celestial master's hat materialize. The ghost was furious. You little rascal, couldn't we have negotiated a contract properly? You just went and destroyed so many of my carefully nurtured corpses. Do you have any idea how much effort I put into them? Lin Ma ignored the ghost's complaints, more interested in its attributes. The corpse-raising ghost, although just a lower-level malevolent spirit, had a significant number of zombies in its corpse bag. I've heard that other corpse-raising ghosts having a few hundred zombies is impressive, but you have over 1,000. Seems like you're quite dedicated, Lin Ma commented. If you hadn't recklessly destroyed so many of my corpses, in another 10 days or half a month, I could have controlled over 2,000 zombies. Maybe I would have even set a new ghost world record. The ghost grumbled. Don't be hasty. Although I destroyed 2 floors, I left you with quite a few. But what use are they? It takes at least half a year for a single strand of corpse hair to fall off. It'll take ages for me now. Joining me, you won't lose out. The issue you're talking about is trivial for me. My classmate has a razor that can shave off corpse hair in minutes. This perked up the corpse-raising ghost. Really? In our current relationship, would I lie to you? Achio, lend me your razor, Lin Ma called out. Though confused by Lin Ma's scheme, Achio still handed over his razor to Ghost Martial Actor, who then delivered it to Lin Ma. Ghost Martial Actor, you're just in time. You're more skilled with a blade than I am. Today, play the role of Tony the Barber and shave off the corpse hair on these bodies with this razor. Although Ghost Martial Actor was adept at slaying ghosts, this meticulous task of shaving was new to him. Lin Ma assured him there was no need to be careful and that he could just cut off the scalp along with the hair. Ghost Martial Actor nodded and set to work, skillfully shaving off hair and skin from the numerous corpses. Corpse-raising ghost was pleased with the outcome, and its loyalty increased by 9%. To build a zombie army, corpse sources are key. Don't worry, there's no shortage of corpses around Aries Academy. 10,000 hectares of desolate graves around. There are more bodies than you could count. That won't work. The ghosts there are ferocious. Last time I just took one body, and a bunch of ghosts chased me for 3 kilometers. I barely escaped. Lin Ma assured him that the area was now under the control of red-dressed female ghost, who had a special relationship with him. The corpse-raising ghost was delighted to hear this. Soon after, Ghost Martial Actor reported that he had finished shaving all the corpses. The corpse-raising ghost quickly used a spell, and his large black bag expanded, sucking in all the bodies in the room. The bag, now heavy with the absorbed bodies, thumped heavily on the ground. The corpse-raising ghost announced that once the corpses were fully processed, they would become real zombies. Lin Ma then activated the corpse control skill of the corpse-raising ghost, which, with his dual master ghost spiritual energy limit, meant he could instantly summon thousands of zombies in battle. The corpse-raising ghost's second skill, zombie self-destruct, was also impressive, dealing area damage and infecting targets with corpse poison. The old woman approached Lin Ma, grateful for his intervention, and asked about her grandson. Lin Ma reassured her that her grandson was safe in a cave on the opposite mountain. Exhausted from the night's events, Lin Ma and Achio found a dry spot in the gathering pavilion and lay down to rest. The next day, Lin Ma and Achio followed corpse-raising ghost along a small path to the river and caught the first ferry. Preferring the fresh air, they stood by the ferry's railing, where they overheard people discussing a series of deaths at a swimming pool, the very destination of Lin Ma's task. A total of 12 people died this month, including police officers and safety bureau agents who went to investigate. I'm sure this isn't a human's doing. It's 100% an evil spirit, a brown-haired young man narrated dramatically. Lin Ma's curiosity was piqued by the young man's tale. Bro, are you serious? I heard that swimming pool has lots of beautiful girls. I was planning to have some fun there. You better not go. My aunt is a lifeguard there. She witnessed 3 men dying in the water. It's terrifying even to talk about it. Drowned? But if your aunt is a lifeguard, lifeguard. Why didn't she save them? The young man shook his head. Save them? There was this long hair that mysteriously appeared in the pool, and those 3 guys were strangled by it. They were dead before anyone could do anything. Strangled by hair? Could it be a hair ghost in the swimming pool? Lin Ma wondered aloud. The young man laughed. You must not have studied well in school. There's no such thing as a hair ghost in basic ghost taxonomy. Based on my experience, it's probably some kind of deeply resentful female ghost. Lin Ma raised doubts. Is your experience reliable? After all, men can also have long hair. This could just be a cross-dressing spirit. No way. The ghost in this swimming pool is definitely a female ghost. I checked. In the 12 cases that occurred here, all the victims were male. Have you ever seen a ghost that only kills men? This clearly indicates a deeply resentful female ghost. Only killing men. That's a bit tricky. After all, both Achio and I are real men. Lin Ma casually rolled up his sleeves as he spoke, revealing several significant marks on his left arm that shocked the brown-haired man. Holy moly, where did you come from? Great one. 7 contracted ghosts in you? Damn, that's intense. Intense? It's just a single-digit number of contracted ghosts, Lin Ma said nonchalantly. Don't joke with me, big brother. Ever since the Ghost Masters began, having more than 2 digits of contracted ghosts is incredibly rare. You're a once-in-a-century genius. The brown-haired man, knowing Lin Ma's boundless potential, immediately put on a smile and approached to make friends. I'm Luo Cheng from Star Picking Academy. From today on, you're my only big brother. Lin Ma was quite pleased with this flattery. He smiled and said, I'm Lin Ma from Aries Academy. So you're the legend who broke the ghost domain trial record. I'm so fortunate to meet you. A great one. Luo Cheng continued his flattery, making Lin Ma's smile grow wider. After a half-hour journey, the ferry finally reached the shore. Lin Ma and Achio mentioned they had urgent matters and said goodbye to Luo Cheng. Luo Cheng, having enjoyed his time with Lin Ma, was reluctant to part. He told Lin Ma he was off to handle a task at the crematorium and hoped Lin Ma would come to help after he was done. The ones at the crematorium seemed to be high-level wicked spirits. Should we rush to take on this task? Achio asked Lin Ma. We definitely should, but let's first handle the swimming pool situation. Speaking of the pool, Luo Cheng said the ghost there only targets men. That's a bit tricky. Right now, only girls dare to go in. If we just barge in, we'll be too obvious. Plus, we don't know the fighting power of this unknown wicked spirit. We're not guaranteed to win. We must think of a solution. After a few minutes of thought, Lin Ma excitedly told Achio, I've got an idea. With our hardware, this plan is definitely going to work. Then, the two went to a women's clothing market. An hour later, 2 charmingly dressed girls appeared at the entrance of swimming pool, chatting and heading straight inside. The bald owner of the pool stopped them, saying the business was temporarily closed and to come back later for swimming. As soon as the owner finished speaking, the blonde girl flirtatiously played with her hair. And revealed that she was a ghost master from Cold Front Academy, tasked with handling the ghost at the pool. The owner, realizing they were there to help with the ghost, quickly showed his gratitude. After all, his business had been suffering due to the consecutive incidents, and he was on the brink of closure. Gratitude alone won't do much. If you want the female ghost taken care of quickly, you'll need to offer something more substantial. Lin Ma, dressed as a woman, extended her hand. The owner, understanding the situation, agreed that money wasn't an issue and promised a reward of 100,000 each if they could get rid of the ghost. Lin Ma and Achio high-fived, excited about their forthcoming fortune. Alright, let's get ready to catch the ghost. Please lead the way. Owner, Lin Ma said, pulling the bald owner towards the pool. However, the owner was very resistant and quickly left the scene, saying the ghost specifically targeted men. Lin Ma noticed something off about the owner's overly strong reaction. Achio suggested, maybe the owner is terrified after so many deaths in his pool. Let's not dwell on this. If we don't act fast, the team from Cold Front Academy will arrive. As they entered the pool, they were startled to see a young and attractive female live streamer who had sneaked in through a side door. After deducing that the ghost only targeted males, many internet celebrities, driven by money, had started to take risks and come here to live stream. Just as Achio and Lin Ma walked in, the live streamer immediately turned her phone camera towards them. The live stream suddenly exploded with comments. Whoa, these 2 women have wider hips than me, a real man. Guys, look closely, these are definitely men in drag. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew up Lin Ma's skirt, revealing his underwear and visibly hairy legs. Lin Ma, fully embracing his role, coyly covered his skirt. The live stream audience erupted with comments. I can't believe this. My mind is blown. I just saw a big guy lifting his skirt. Ah, I'm so scared I could vomit last night's dinner. A multitude of emotional collapse points alert tones suddenly rang out, leaving Lin Ma puzzled. How bizarre. Where did all these points come from? Lin Ma asked the live streamer what she was doing there. The girl introduced herself as Sweetheart, doing a horror live stream. A live stream? Lin Ma and Achio suddenly realized in horror that their cross-dressed appearances had been broadcast all over the internet. In the classroom of Aries Academy, Black Little Fat found the 2 girls on the screen increasingly familiar. This isn't right. Isn't that Lin Ma and Achio? He quickly informed Jai Feng, who, upon seeing the 2 fools on his screen, immediately darkened in expression. Slapping his hand on the table, Jai Feng exclaimed, these 2 rascals, catching ghosts ghosts in women's clothing. If anyone finds out they're disciples of 8 ghosts King Duan Chenkuan, I'd be disgraced to my ancestors. Shai Feng then turned to Mu Wanqing, who was organizing documents nearby. Tell her to stop what she's doing and go help those 2 embarrassments. The senior sister, already eager to meet up with Lin Ma, smiled happily. She thought to herself how timely Lin Ma's assist was. She then leaped onto the curtain and turned to Black Little Fat with a graceful smile. Black Little Fat, don't forget to send me the live stream link. Delighted by the request from such a beauty, Black Little Fat eagerly agreed. Mu Wanqing then summoned her vampire and quickly headed towards the swimming pool where Lin Ma was. Meanwhile, at Lin Ma's location, a dense ghost energy was spreading all around. Suddenly, the energy started to vibrate violently and rapidly converged on Lin Ma and Achio, tightly enveloping them. Seems like dressing up didn't fool her. This ghost is clever, and judging by the intensity of this ghost energy, she's much stronger than an ordinary junior wicked spirit. Just then, 3 female ghosts dived down from above towards them. Achio, the ghosts are above us. And damn, there are 3 of them. Lin Ma yelled anxiously. The approaching ghosts, wildly excited, opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp, menacing teeth. The female live streamer Sweetheart, seemingly unafraid, perhaps confident that the ghosts wouldn't attack a girl, continued her broadcast. This is Sweetheart bringing you a real horror live stream. The battle between these 2 cross-dressing heroes and the evil spirits of the swimming pool is about to begin. Who do you think will win? As Sweetheart spoke, the live stream chat exploded with comments. This is bad. These 2 handsome guys are so fair and beautiful. They don't look like fighters. This is the blood-soaked swimming pool where 12 people died. As the voting ended, the viewers unanimously predicted Lin Ma and his companion would lose. The 3 female ghosts, as if in sync with the viewers, muttered about how men are no good and charged at Lin Ma and Achio. The leading ghost's eyes bulged in fury, and she let out a piercing scream. Under her control, the invisible ghost energy materialized, striking out like thousands of sharp blades. Lin Ma and Achio swiftly dodged to the sides, narrowly avoiding this deadly attack. The wall behind them, however, was not so lucky and was sliced into pieces. Are these just 3 junior wicked spirits? Why do they feel so strong? When we faced the smoke ghost, a higher order wicked spirit, it wasn't this challenging. This isn't an ordinary wicked spirit. These are obsessive female ghosts, formed from intense resentment. In their area of obsession, targeting those who match their obsession, their combat power can increase exponentially, the experienced blood-pupiled ghost explained solemnly. Obsession, huh? The swimming pool must be their area of obsession, and men are the focus of their resentment. But what kind of injustice and pain could have created such a strong obsession? Lin Ma, stop pondering that for now. We need to deal with them first. Achio quickly slashed through the ghost energy blade attacking Lin Ma. Knowing this wasn't the time for distractions, Lin Ma summoned his contracted ghosts for battle. 5 ghosts formed an encircling attack. Men, all men deserve to die, the female ghost exclaimed, her anger intensifying. Under the influence of her strong obsession, even the dark wind swirling around became a lethal weapon. Lin Ma and Achio had no choice but to use their spiritual energy to defend themselves. In a desperate move, Lin Ma's blood pupil swiftly rotated, unleashing the blood curse. All 3 female ghosts were hit, but the curse seemed to barely affect them. They continued to scream furiously, their ghost energy growing even more intense. These 3 female ghosts have a significant damage reduction against men and male ghosts. In this situation, we need the power of female fighters. He was about to command the big-breasted ghost and ghost leading lady to step in when he suddenly realized one of the female ghosts was missing. Feeling a chill overhead, Lin Ma broke into a cold sweat. The missing female ghost had appeared above him, grabbing his hair tightly and wrapping it around him, immobilizing him. Meanwhile, the other 2 ghosts launched their obsession imprisonment ability, trapping every man and male ghost in the area with their hair. Blood-pupiled ghost, do you have a way to break this control? My backlash ability has to be used the moment we're controlled. Right, big-breasted ghost and ghost leading lady aren't controlled. They can still help. Lin Ma commanded the only 2 female ghosts he had left to come to the rescue. You 2 foolish women, how can you help men? One of the obsessive female ghosts shouted angrily. She then suddenly leaped into the air, her hair whipping like steel cables, forcing the big-breasted ghost and ghost leading lady to retreat. Then, she directed her tangible ghost energy into blade-like forms, aiming straight for Lin Ma, intending to pierce him. At this critical moment, Lin Ma quickly turned around and, in a moment of eye contact with the female ghost, activated his blood realm illusion skill. The female ghost in the air was instantly caught in the illusion. Move quickly, you 2. Find a way to untangle this thing wrapped around me, Lin Ma urged anxiously. The ghost leading lady immediately took out a small knife to help, but the materialized ghost energy was too tough for her delicate strength. Forget it. Stop struggling. The illusion is about to end. Don't worry about me. Prepare for a head-on clash with that female ghost. We might still have a chance, Lin Ma said. Just as he finished speaking, the obsessive female ghost, freed from the illusion, charged at them. The ghost leading lady quickly started chanting ghost play, while the big-breasted ghost skillfully played her instrument, sending sharp sound waves with the Sanskrit sound claims life skill towards the ghost. The approaching obsessive female ghost froze in place, letting the sound waves continuously slice through through her body. The live streamer's sweetheart was ecstatic, witnessing a ghost master summoning 5 fully formed ghosts of rare types. The comments section of the live stream exploded with reactions. This cross-dressing hero is no ordinary person. Not only does he have deep skills, but he's also calm in the face of danger. He might turn this around. As the control from the blood realm illusion ended, the obsessive female ghost in the air regained her mobility. Let's see what you can do now. The female ghost sneered menacingly at Linma, her hair striking like blades. This time, let's see who can save you, you despicable man. I'm going to stab 1,000 holes in you. Linma's face darkened at her words. How much hatred must she hold? Is today the day I die? Then, seeing the large black bag on the corpse-raising ghost, he came up with an idea. Under Linma's mental command, the corpse-raising ghost, despite being entangled, activated the corpse control skill. Instantly, hundreds of bald zombies appeared in the swimming pool, blocking the attack for Linma and rushing madly towards the skill-using obsessive female ghost. However, the zombies, being only at the fierce ghost level, were easily shattered by the obsessive female ghost's bare hands. Then, with a sweep of her tangible ghost energy, she annihilated nearly half of the zombies. But with their overwhelming numbers, as soon as the obsessive female ghost's skill ended, a zombie suddenly lunged forward and grabbed her. Then, the remaining zombies swarmed her, trapping the obsessive female ghost and starting to tear at her furiously. It seems that the decision to contract with the corpse-raising ghost was indeed a wise one. Although the obsessive female ghost possesses binding spells, there is a limit to the number of entities she can control. The zombies, although not particularly strong in individual combat, prove to be very effective as meat shields at critical moments. Temporarily, the obsessive female ghost is pinned down by a multitude of bald zombies, unable to move. However, this does not mean she lacks the ability to counterattack. In a moment of desperation, the obsessive female ghost expends a large amount of ghost energy to activate her powerful move, Strangle, instantly dismembering the many zombies pressing down on her. Seeing this, Linma quickly instructs the corpse-raising ghost to reactivate the corpse control skill. As he feels the bindings on himself loosening significantly, he knows that if they continue to deplete her energy, they will have a chance to turn the tables. However, in just a moment, they lose more than 200 zombies, which greatly distresses the already stingy corpse-raising ghost. After all, these were his savings accumulated over hundreds of years, and under Linma's command, a fifth of them were lost in mere minutes. Seeing the corpse-raising ghost's distress, Linma hurriedly promises to provide 1,000 new corpses after they get out to replenish his forces. The corpse-raising ghost, comforted by Linma's promise, eagerly continues summoning zombies to besiege the obsessive female ghost. Meanwhile, the female anchor sweetheart, who has never witnessed such an intense scene, is left somewhat speechless by the sight of the dense crowd of bald zombies. The live broadcast room continues to buzz with comments, with everyone discussing whether Linma and his companion will survive. Sweetheart timely opens a prize-guessing game, while Black Little Fat, aware that Mu Wanqing is about to arrive at the scene, decisively goes all in, firmly believing that Linma will make a comeback against the odds. Who is bullying my junior brother? A very pleasant voice of a mature woman resounds in the swimming pool. Sweetheart, who is looking down at the barrage of comments, immediately looks up. The sound of high heels striking the ground can be heard. Our stunningly beautiful Mu sister arrives at the scene just in time. Wow, who is this gorgeous woman? With her looks and figure, she could easily outshine international models. She's calling that cross-dressing guy junior brother. Does anyone know which school she's from? I'm begging my fellow netizens for information. The live broadcast room is now boiling with excitement. Upon seeing Mu's sister, both Linma and Achio excitedly shout for their senior sister, their hanging hearts finally settling down. Mu Wanqing, hearing Linma and Achio's calls, quickly walks forward. As the mark on her left hand lights up, several large ghostly figures appear. Under Mu Wanqing's control, the headless ghost takes the lead, leaping high and smashing its giant hammer into the ground. The resulting shockwave sends the obsessive female ghost flying, while many of the bald zombies are flattened. Senior sister, be careful with your strength. These zombies are my treasures. Please, don't hurt them anymore. Linma shouts from the side. You've actually contracted another corpse-raising ghost. Kiddo, your talent is almost catching up with our masters. I'm envious of you guys who are favored by fate. Why can I only contract 3 ghosts? As Mu Wanqing was teasing Linma, the headless ghost was already bound by the obsessive female ghost's long hair, wrapped up like a rice dumpling. Linma quickly warned, Sister Mu, be careful of being controlled. Think this little trick can bind me? Mu Wanqing snapped her fingers, and the headless ghost's eyes turned blood red. Its muscles visibly swelled at a rapid pace, shaking off the ghost energy hair wrapped around it. Sister, that move is awesome, but why can't I break free from control while you do it so effortlessly? It mainly depends on the ghost's abilities. My headless ghost has no head and its skin is covered with hard scales, making it immune to all illusions. After releasing its ultimate move, gains the effects of life draining and control immunity. Ignoring illusions and control, that ability is just too incredible. Linma looked at Mu Wanqing with admiration and thought, it seems every disciple of our master is extraordinary. Seeing her control ability sensitivity being neutralized, the three obsessive female ghosts immediately changed their targets. Their hair, sometimes hard and sometimes soft, gave the headless ghost a hard time, clumsily being pulled back and forth by the obsessive female ghost. Seeing this, Lin Ma hurriedly asked Mu Wanqing to help him break free from control so they could jointly deal with the obsessive female ghost. Mu Wanqing stated that she didn't have a ghost to assist in breaking control over teammates. The only way to break the control was to kill the caster. Saying this, she commanded her vampire to charge forward. To avoid being controlled, the vampire immediately activated its ultimate move in midair, Hurricane Bite, sending a black hurricane crashing down on the obsessive female ghost with overwhelming force. At this moment, the headless ghost, wielding a giant hammer, launched an attack from the left, blocking their retreat. In panic, the obsessive female ghost hurriedly used solidified ghost energy to block, and then retreated towards the only safe direction. However, Mu Wanqing had anticipated this. She gently flicked her left hand, emitting a green energy, and the jailer ghost appeared above the obsessive female ghost. Simultaneously, the ghostly prison skill activated, dropping a giant cage from the sky, trapping the three obsessive female ghosts inside. You silly girls, I've been lying in wait here for half a day. Just as the cage was about to fall, the leading obsessive female ghost suddenly exploded with energy from beneath her feet, shooting out of the cage's control range. You still want to run? Mu Wanqing's jailer ghost immediately used its soul chain skill. A green ghost energy burst from its palm, shooting straight towards the obsessive female ghost's back. Evidently, she couldn't dodge in time and was caught squarely by the chain. The jailer ghost then pulled forcefully, flinging the escaping obsessive female ghost back into the cage. With a loud clang, the ghostly prison fully descended, and the three female ghosts became lambs to the slaughter. Mu Wanqing's battle, lasting only a few minutes, was spectacular. Her rational judgment and skilled abilities left Lin Ma utterly impressed. Now free from control, he used an ancient sword to cut off the ghost hair wrapped around him, preparing to deal with the three female ghosts. At this moment, the three ghosts started crying loudly, claiming they were victims in life and questioning why they were being destroyed even after death. Lin Ma paused for a moment but still extended his ancient sword. After all, these three ghosts had harmed 12 lives, and they could not be forgiven. Wait a minute, I have something important to say, the obsessive female ghost interjected. We've harmed people, and we deserve to die, but before you kill us, could you help us with something? Lin Ma explained that his mission was to eradicate evil spirits, not to assist them. However, the obsessive female ghost offered to exchange a secret for his help. Why are you asking him for help? No man is trustworthy. Be careful that he learns your secret and still doesn't help you. The other two obsessive female ghosts grumbled angrily. If we can't avenge ourselves after we're gone, that evil man will continue to harm many more people. Hearing their words, Lin Ma felt that the situation was not as straightforward as it seemed. Tell me what you need help with. As long as it doesn't violate my principles, I'm willing to consider it, he said. Upon hearing Lin Ma's response, tears streamed down the obsessive female ghost's face. We three were all killed here, and the murderer is the bald owner of this swimming pool. 3 months ago, the bald owner noticed a good-looking girl who was the last to leave the pool. Along with the pool cleaner, he committed an atrocious act against her, ultimately torturing the girl to death. To evade police investigation, he pushed her body into the pool, fabricating a false scenario of drowning. Emboldened by his first crime, the owner later preyed on another girl under the guise of offering a membership. The ghost herself, a journalist reporting on the consecutive deaths, stumbled upon the suspicious details. After gathering evidence disguised as a customer and handing it over to the security bureau, the investigator dispatched turned out to be the owner's brother. Eventually, while aiding the investigation at the pool, she met the same fate as the previous victims. The three victims, filled with deep resentment, became restless souls, transforming into obsessive female ghosts. They managed to kill the 2 men who had wronged them, but unfortunately, the main culprit, the bald owner, hadn't entered the pool that day, missing the best chance to kill him. The guilty owner, realizing the deaths were retribution from the deceased girls, never set foot in the pool again. Bound by their obsession, the ghosts couldn't leave the pool and were helpless against him. Your request is to lure the owner into the pool for revenge, right? Yes, the 3 obsessive female ghosts said in unison. Why should we die so tragically while the murderer roams free? The security bureau is utterly useless. Ah Chio, enraged by the story, clenched his fists, and Mu Wanqing, also a woman, deeply empathized with the ghosts' resentment. Lin Ma's conversation with the ghosts was broadcast live, and the chat exploded with anger towards the security bureau. Seeing the tearful ghosts, Lin Ma assured them that their request was simple and he could help. However, he wanted to hear the secret they mentioned. The obsessive female ghost, sensing Lin Ma's sincerity, revealed, in 3 days at 10 p.m., the southern mountain ghost domain will break through from all sides, trying to shatter Zhou country's blockade. The third leader of the ghost domain will pass by the north side of Lingling City with 10,000 spirits. The local residents won't have time to evacuate. There are at least 20,000 locals and 5,000 sealed demon immigrants in the northern suburbs of Lingling City. The sealed demon immigrants might not be valued in Zhou country, but the lives of those 20,000 locals are crucial. It seems what the master said is true. Zhou country uses sealed demon citizens as cannon fodder. The ghost tide will leave nothing behind. Just report this to the security bureau, and you'll surely get a big reward. Lin Ma, appreciating the valuable information, agreed to lure the owner for them. As he gazed towards Lingling City, he felt a strong sense of duty as a sealed demon nation's descendant, resolving to save people not for Zhou country, but for his own nationals. After agreeing to help the ghosts with their revenge, Lin Ma and Achio removed their disguises and dressed properly. Lin Ma said he would bring the owner in, and it wasn't too late to release the ghosts then. Mu Wanqing confidently agreed, expressing her own desire to punish the vile owner. Achio expressed some concern. After all, we're on a mission from the security bureau. If 3 registered ghost masters like us are present and still allow a citizen to be killed by a ghost, that would be indefensible. But Lin Ma reassured him, don't worry, I have a plan. Just follow my lead in this play. The main roles will be played by our 3 ghost sisters. Leave it to me. I'll perform well, Achio assured. But it's not just us acting. We also need Sister Mu's full cooperation, Lin Ma added. No problem, Mu Wanqing confidently nodded. Meanwhile, the bald owner, smoking on the roadside steps, grew suspicious of Lin Ma and Achio's lengthy stay inside. When he saw them emerge casually, he hurriedly approached to inquire about the situation. Gentlemen, have you dealt with the dirty things inside? Of course, Lin Ma replied confidently, holding 3 new ghost beads. Great, the bald owner laughed excitedly. Those 3 female ghosts not only hinder the operation of my pool, but also constantly sought my life. Now that they're gone, a big problem is solved. Don't forget the big bonus you promised us, Lin Ma reminded. What's the rush? What if those 3 ghosts aren't completely dead? Wouldn't that be too easy for you? I need to verify first, the owner insisted. No problem, you can go in and see for yourself. Achio and Lin Ma stepped aside, opening the way. Suspiciously cautious, the owner stopped at the entrance of the pool, insisting that the 2 go ahead of him. Come on, uncle, you're a grown man. Don't be so timid. Lin Ma and Achio disdainfully glanced at the owner. His pride wounded, the owner didn't argue but still requested to walk behind them. The 3 then slowly entered the swimming pool area. Seeing no signs of ghost energy, the owner finally let his guard down. Ha ha, those harmful spirits are finally gone. He laughed unrestrainedly. Now, can you pay us? Lin Ma reminded again. Pay? Are young people these days so greedy? You already accepted a bounty task from the security bureau, and now you want to double dip. I could report you to the security bureau, the owner retorted. Ah, as expected, you're just trash. Since you're not paying, then we won't kill the ghosts here, Lin Ma retorted. What? Not killing the ghosts? The owner was taken aback. Are you 2 deceiving me? The ghosts here aren't really dead, are they? You didn't honor your promise of a big bonus, so aren't you also lying to us? Achio said with a smile. In the owner's moment of astonishment, Lin Ma suddenly changed his expression and whispered, attack. Mu Wanqing released the imprisoning cage, and the 3 female ghosts, grinning menacingly, pounced towards the bald owner. What's happening? Why are you stepping back? He asked, panicking. Suddenly feeling a chill behind him, he turned to see the 3 ghosts already upon him. Overwhelmed and unable to dodge, the owner was tackled by the female ghosts. His body was swiftly entangled in their ghost energy-infused hair. You, the culprit who harmed us, will now experience the agony of drowning, shouted the journalist ghost as she dragged the owner into the pool. Wrapped in hair and unable to move, he could only watch helplessly as he slowly sank into the water. Hee, your time is up. One of the female ghosts approached the bald owner from behind, her sharp ghostly claws gently sliding over his neck. The threat of imminent death caused the owner to struggle desperately, and he suddenly leaped out of the water. He loudly begged Lin Ma and Achio for help, tossing his $1 million gold watch towards them as a plea. Lin Ma caught the thrown watch and looked at the bald man in the pool with a mischievous smile. Did your brain get waterlogged? Once you're dead, this watch will still be mine, right? So why should I bother saving you? Lin Ma's words left the owner in despair, who then accused Lin Ma and Achio of colluding with ghosts, a serious crime in the eyes of the security bureau. Which eye of yours saw us colluding with the ghosts? You walked into the swimming pool and got attacked by wild ghosts. How can you blame us bystanders? But you waited for me to come in and deliberately let the ghosts kill me. That's also a serious crime, the owner argued. But before he could finish, the female ghost grabbed his head and pushed it back into the water. We are law-abiding citizens. We must make you fully understand that. Lin Ma turned to Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing stated that her ghost energy was depleted, which allowed the 3 obsessive female ghosts to escape, and it was definitely not intentional. You heard that, right? Don't talk nonsense, or I'll accuse you of slander, Lin Ma warned, as the bald man resurfaced, emotionally exhausted. Now, we are ready to dive in and save you. Get yourself into position, or if we fail to save you, it will be your own fault. Evil ghosts, we will fight you. Lin Ma and his companions exaggeratedly charged towards the pool, then dramatically mimed actions at the pool's edge. Their over-the-top movements captivated the female ghosts, who stopped tormenting the owner to watch the performance. As a faint ghost energy passed by, Lin Ma and his team feigned injury and dramatically fell backward. Oh no, the obsessive female ghosts suddenly became so strong. We can't beat them, Lin Ma said, pretending to be in pain. The chat went wild with comments praising their acting skills, joking that they deserved an Oscar. As the ghostly hair tightened. The owner was strangled to the point of being unable to speak. Despair filled his eyes as the eerie hair cut into his flesh. Moments later, amid a gruesome tearing sound, the bald owner was ripped apart by the 3 female ghosts. Finally, it was over. Lin Ma and his team stopped their theatrical performance. The female ghosts, looking at the remains, appeared relieved. They slowly floated upwards, their appearances reverting to their original forms. They thanked Lin Ma and the others for their help, and as their obsessions faded, they slowly vanished, leaving behind 3 crystal-clear ghost beads, which fell into Lin Ma's hands.